King Charles was displeased that his words were being questioned, but he recognized the need to provide an explanation, especially since the inquiry had come from the patriarch of the Dragonmere clan. The patriarch of the Dragonmere clan was widely acknowledged as the most powerful mage in the Northern Kingdom, although there were rumors of the royal clan possessing mages of even greater strength than him. But the patriarch of the Dragonmere clan was still given respect, as his power was undeniable. Well, if you are truly interested, I am willing to provide a detailed explanation. The seal does not prevent entities from passing the gate, rather, it restricts those who emerge from the peak space gate as high-rank mages would be dropped to the peak of the Tier 6 realm, King Charles elucidated. Similarly, those who emerge as mid-rank mages are confined to the peak of the Tier 3 realm. This restriction applies to monarchs as well, regardless of their realm or power, he continued. Their abilities are limited to their previous rank, and we have achieved this through the use of the Guardian's life force to activate the seal, King Charles concluded. This seal was created to give the mages of the Northern Kingdom the opportunity to develop and grow stronger, safeguarding us from the imminent threat posed by the Abyss monarchs. The Guardian sacrificed himself for the sake of the generations that would follow after his passing, King Charles explained. I understand the aspect of using his life force to create a spell that diminishes the realm of the Abyss races, but that alone may not be sufficient to dissuade them from attacking the palace, the Dragonmere patriarch interjected. Furthermore, it is perplexing that you are sharing this information with us now, given that the royal clan has traditionally deemed such knowledge beyond our purview. It is evident that there is another issue for which you require our assistance, prompting you to divulge this information, he continued, challenging the king openly. As King Charles frowned, he acknowledged that only the Dragonmere patriarch possessed the audacity to confront him so openly. The reason the Abyss has refrained from launching a direct assault on the palace is because, even in their initial incursions, they encountered a formidable mage and the royal guard team we trained. Despite their prestigious abyssal bloodline lineage, they were no match for this mage, King Charles revealed. This mage hailed from the ancient Blaze clan and was unmatched even within the Tier 9 realm. Despite the monarchs being confined to the Tier 9 realm, the Abyss races believed that their experience and knowledge would enable them to easily overpower any of the Tier 9 mages we sent, King Charles explained. However, this mage managed to eliminate numerous monarchs whose realms had been restricted. This loss was a significant blow to them, and they have chosen to refrain from attacking until they find a way to nullify the seal. Only then will they seek retribution for what they perceive as our treachery in orchestrating the deaths of their monarchs, he continued. If I am not mistaken, you are referring to Ray Blaze, the prodigious mage of the Blaze clan who is rumored to have perished. I find it hard to believe that even the Blaze clan was privy to this information, the patriarch of the Zero clan remarked coolly, attempting to incite the other patriarchs against the Blaze clan patriarch seated across from him. However, it seemed that everyone was already familiar with the behavior of these two rivals and paid little heed to their rivalry. I am unaware of why the royal palace summoned Ray. He had returned with severe injuries and subsequently perished later due to the injuries, the Blaze clan patriarch declared angrily, slamming his hand on the chair handle as the space around him began to distort and heat up. And here we have the ever-temperamental Blaze clan, always quick to anger. I suppose that's what happened to Ray. He must have been truly arrogant after he slew some Abyss monarchs and got provoked getting injured in the process, the patriarch of the Zero clan needled. That's my son you're speaking of, and while I have never questioned the royal clan, it doesn't change the fact that Ray is a hero among men. Show some respect for him, the Blaze patriarch retorted, struggling to maintain his composure and not fall into the trap set by the Zero clan's patriarch. Yes, because you respected his memory enough to reject his child, your own grandson, simply because the mother was from a low-tier clan. It's quite amusing how that clan managed to ascend to a mid-tier status when no one was looking. The Zero clan patriarch fired back. Why do I get the feeling that you're more concerned about what happens in my clan than in your own? The Blaze patriarch countered. Enough, both of you. We have more pressing matters to discuss than to indulge in your squabbles over which clan is superior, King Charles interjected. As I was saying, it is now common knowledge that the Guardian is nearing the end of his lifespan, and not only that, our talented mage who was the sole survivor of that attack has perished. Now, we suspect that they have managed to develop a reverse spell that could potentially seal us our powers as well, subjecting us to the realm curse like them, and it appears that they have been studying the seal for an extended period now, King Charles revealed. Given the state of the Guardian, we believe that they are making progress in deciphering the seal with each passing blood moon, as the Guardian no longer possesses the strength to prevent them from gaining further insight, he continued. While we are uncertain of when they might launch an attack, we deemed it prudent for you all to be informed of this development. The day they succeed in devising a spell to counter the seal, they will likely initiate an assault. For now, their options are to either discover a means to counter the seal or bide their time, until the Guardian's passing grants them unrestricted access through the gates with their full powers, King Charles concluded, expressing his deep concern. So regardless of the outcome, we will soon find ourselves facing them, the Dragonmere Patriarch remarked with a heavy sigh. The minds of all the patriarchs were filled with thoughts, but not all were bold enough to openly voice their opinions in front of the king. I still believe this is not the reason you wanted to discuss with us, the Blaze Patriarch remarked, eyeing King Charles, who wore a mischievous smile. Well, I have a plan to impede their progress in developing the reverse spell, however. For this to succeed, I propose that the Inter Academy final competition take place here at the palace. Rest assured, as a reward, the winning academy will have the opportunity to cultivate in the underground spring pool for a full 6 days, the king declared, leaving the patriarchs shocked and unsettled. The patriarchs were taken aback for several reasons. Firstly, the royal clan rarely granted access to the spring pool to anyone, and they doubted that hindering the development of the reverse spell could be as straightforward as hosting the Inter Academy final competition at the royal palace. They suspected that there was something more significant that the king was concealing from them, akin to the typical behavior of the royal family. Alec was thrown back upon clashing with Dullahan, as he realized he was no match for the mid-tier 4 undead in terms of strength. Nonetheless, he refused to back down and was determined to hold on until he received help, knowing it would take a while for him to tire out. As the horse charged at him once again, Dullahan swung his axe. Alec knew he couldn't defend against such a powerful attack, so he opted to dash towards Dullahan instead. With the axe nearing his head, Alec bent down and positioned his chanda on his shoulders. As the axe descended, it collided with the blade, as Alec utilized the momentum from his run to redirect the force of the attack upwards. In response, he quickly swung his own weapon. A fiery crescent moon slash was unleashed, causing the Dullahan's horse to lose its 2 hind legs. The beast tumbled, throwing Dullahan off its back. However, instead of focusing on landing safely, Dullahan prioritized protecting his heads, as he made sure he held it high, clutching on tightly to prevent any harm to its head. Recognizing such an opportunity, Alec switched his weapon to his left hand and raised 2 fingers on his right hand, as brown earth runes materialized around his fingers as he summoned a Terra bullet aiming it at the raised head. But before he could shoot it, he sensed danger approaching within his 16-meter range. Reacting swiftly, Alec sidestepped as a bone bullet whizzed past him. Alec's eyes widened as he gazed at the Lick, who stared back with an outstretched right hand and 2 fingers pointed directly at him. It was both amusing and unnerving that a Lick had mimicked Alec's own format of innate spell casting. And he recreated it with his own manipulation of bones. It almost seemed as if the Lick was mocking him, but Alec didn't allow himself to be too bothered, as he noticed that Titan and Legion were already advancing toward him after dealing with their opponents. Positioning themselves on either side, they were ready to confront the Dullahan. Legion was the first to charge, thrusting his spear forward with his right hand. However, the Dullahan deftly shifted at the last second, allowing the spear to merely graze his side before casually swinging his axe. He used the axe to hook Legion's neck, dragging him forward, then delivered a kick straight to one of Legion's legs, causing him to lose balance and kneel before him. Watching the Dullahan fight so effortlessly with one hand was astonishing, even for Alec. It was like observing a master disciplining students, as the Dullahan still cradled its head in its left hand, while it was preoccupied with Legion. Titan caught up and swung his mace at its face, but the Dullahan lifted its head with its hand, turning to stare at Titan. This brief distraction allowed Legion the opportunity to inflict serious damage, as his left hand summoned a robotic shield, and he smashed it into the Dullahan's groin. The Dullahan staggered back, the pained expression on the raised head indicating it felt the blow deeply. Before it could recover, Alec seized the moment, spurred by his summon's quick attack, and delivered fast, precise slashes aimed at all the openings and vulnerable spots he could find. Yet no matter how Alec aimed for the Dullahan's head during his attack, his chanda was always met with the axe, ever vigilant in its defense. The clanging of their weapons clashing resonated with each encounter. Bang! A massive fireball was hurled toward Alec, but Titan intervened, shielding Alec's back with a colossal ice barrier. Despite this, the Lick persisted in its assault, determined to eliminate Alec's golem who had stopped its spell. The Dullahan might be one of the legendary and formidable undead, but it was struggling against Alec and his 2 captain-ranked golems. Bang! The clash sent both Legion and the Dullahan reeling from the shockwave, as the Dullahan's head spun through the air, having underestimated the counter-shock repulse of Legion's spear rotation. It had believed its strength could overpower any adversary, but Legion had anticipated this, focusing on the larger strategy. As he picked himself up, the robotic face of Legion displayed a smile upon realizing that Alec had caught the Dullahan's head. Legion's hands were destroyed, and his chest was cracked, yet he remained operational. His survival hinged on the fact that his body structure had been completely altered, and he was powered by a power stone core. And as long as his core remained intact, he would continue to function like any other robot, still capable of limited movement. Alec observed as even Titan was flung away, no longer able to withstand the barrage of the Lick's spells. That was when the Dullahan rose to its feet, and a flaming cape materialized around it. Alec saw the information indicating that the Dullahan becomes twice as strong when it lost its head, and entered an enraged mode until it reclaimed its head. Without hesitation, Alec thrust the Changdao in his hand toward the head, and the Dullahan's body convulsed. "Burn, you freak of nature," Alec declared as he channeled his flame element, sending a torrent of flames through the Changdao and into the brain, frying it and causing the Dullahan's body to collapse to the ground. "No," the Lick screamed. Alec was initially perplexed by the Lick's reaction, until he noticed all the zombies and skeletons they were facing crumble to the ground, and it dawned on him that these were not the Lick's forces but the Dullahan's army. The Lick had been acting like a general, masquerading as the leader. It seemed the Dullahan had been forced to reveal itself when the battle wasn't turning in its favor, pretending to be a summon to mislead Alec and his group into targeting the Lick. Its premature demise was due to an unexpected variable Alec. Alec's involvement in the battle had led to its downfall. Now, with the Dullahan dead, the human mages turned their attention to the Lick, which was still protected by the Bone Claw, whose head injury was in the process of healing. "Clear the battlefield. We have thousands of undead here. Don't let even one of the power stones in them go to waste," Alec commanded as he collapsed to the ground. As he lay there, looking up at the bright, shining blood moon in the sky, Alec raised his hand as if reaching out to grab it. A smile appeared on his face as he reminisced about what had transpired earlier, having just discovered that the Dullahan was the true leader of the undead army after he had succeeded in killing it. In that moment, all of the undead in his own army crumbled, except for the ghouls. It became evident that the zombies and skeletons were mere summons of the Dullahan, while the Tier 4 undead held the real power and had surpassed the realm of being an ordinary summon. The plan had been for the Lick to assume the role of a leader, but with the collapse of the army, the Lick's facade had also crumbled. Without hesitation, the Lick swiftly retreated through the space gate, escaping Alec's grasp before he or anyone else could seize him. It was clear that the Lick had antagonized many mages on the battlefield, and now, without a vast army to shield it or provide real protection, it would be vulnerable to massacre. Faced with this reality, the Lick chose to take the high road and escape for its life. As Alec worked his student army with duties just after the battle, the city guards of the Sweden army celebrated. It was a momentous occasion, as it marked the first time in a very long while that they had emerged victorious against the undead. This time, their losses were considered acceptable, for most of the city guards would still have the chance to return to their families, who had feared the worst and shed tears of worry thinking. That would be the last time they would see their loved ones. Atop the city gates, Edwards watched in surprise as Selene finally smiled. When Edward turned to speak to his disciple, he noticed the expression on her face and commented, "I never knew you still knew how to genuinely smile. I thought you had discarded all emotions entirely." "Well, don't worry too much about me, master, because I just stumbled upon a huge stash of magic crystals," Selene replied as she began descending the city gates. "How did you know this was going to happen?" Edward questioned, still in awe. But Selene simply turned her head and replied, "I didn't know anything. I just believed that he was the one when I saw him fight, call it woman's instinct or whatever, but I just knew he would be the one to whom I would pass on my legacy to, for him to take care of future generations of War God Academy." As Selene walked away, Edward remained on the city gate walls, gazing down at Alec and the rest of the student army. The Academy seems to have recruited a lot of talented individuals this time. Now the real question is whether you will develop and flourish or wither and die. "Show me just how much potential you have," Edward proclaimed before he too walked away. He knew where his disciple was headed. Selene had bet that Alec would save the city, and she had won. When Edward found out about her gamble, he had been angered as she was gambling with the lives of many students. But now he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and desire towards her gain, as he was once again impoverished of magic crystals. Several hours had passed since the blood moon finally subsided, and the entire student army had retired to their respective quarters, exhausted from the intense battle they had just fought. Not only did Alec have them drilling into the chests and heads of all the undead to extract power stones, but the fact that they were greeted by the shocked gazes of the city, instead of cheers from the crowd, made them cringe. The citizens found it amusing that the mages they hailed as heroes were now busy scavenging the bodies of the undead for treasure and power stones. Some of them, being from high-tier clans, were unaccustomed to such actions, but under the supervision of characters like Arthur, who had a reputation akin to bandits, they had no choice but to carry out Alec's orders. As a result, they felt as though they were part of a bandit army instead of a student own. Alec intentionally left only a few power stones for the city of Sweden, fearing that taking them all would only earn them resentment from the city guards despite their heroic efforts to save them. Alec, you have been summoned by the general and major. A city lord entered the camp area of the war god Mage Academy and informed Alec. When Alec looked up, he saw the fanatical worship in the guard's eyes and could only shake his head. He was weary of being stared at as if he were some lesser god of war. Lead the way, Alec said, allowing himself to be led to the city lord's residence. The home was positioned amidst a lush, sprawling landscape, a powerful symbol of authority and might. Its strong exterior was crafted from sturdy timber beams, each meticulously carved and intricately interwoven. Shielded by formidable wooden walls, the house stood tall, dominating the surrounding area. Upon entering, Alec was struck by the grandiosity and opulence that reflected the city lord's wealth. The interior was adorned with lavish tapestries, depicting heroic sagas of Norse mythology, illustrating battles and conquests won against the races of the abyss. These woven masterpieces hang from the walls, adding vibrant colors and a sense of culture to the otherwise rustic ambience. A roaring hearth, crackling with life, sits prominently at the center of the main hall, casting a warm, flickering glow that bathes the expansive room in an inviting light. At the far end of the hall, Alec realized that some type of party was going on. The city lord sat on an imposing wooden throne, intricately carved with an emblem he was unaware of, showcasing his supremacy over his dominion. There he is, the hero of the Sweden city. The city lord roared as he gulped his mead. The ladies who saw Alec quickly came close to him, with a few even removing their clothes and exposing their tits to him. Alec's eyes bulged as he found himself staring at their nudity. He quickly navigated his way towards the end of the hall, where General Edward and Selene were. Selene had a pouch in her hand that she kept throwing into the air with a small smile on her face, while General Edward was frowning. "You called for me," Alec said after a bow, but Selene responded with a negative swing of her head. "See you tomorrow, have fun," Selene said as she tapped Alec's shoulders, leaving him with the city lord of Sweden City, with Edward following behind her. Alec smiled nervously when he looked at the city lord. Alec awoke to the loud noise emanating from the center of the camping area, his head throbbing from the hangover that was trying to bring him down. The lord of the Sweden City had forced him to drink mead, claiming it was the drink of the gods, and that only the chosen ones were privileged to partake in drinking it. Alec knew it was all a ploy to get him to drink with him, but he couldn't bring himself to reject the offer of such a powerful man. Underestimating the potent effects of the mead, Alec had imbibed a cup, only to find himself misbehaving. He was certain he had come close to engaging in inappropriate behavior, despite knowing he was inhabiting a 15-year-old body. He thanked the gods that Agnes had intervened to come bring him back, since he was taking time there after the general and major returned to the camp. Otherwise, he feared he might have done more than he could recall. Draping himself in his academy clothes, he made his way to the center of the camp to investigate the source of the disruptive noise, only to realize that almost everybody was heading there. "I trust you all had a good night's sleep. If so, I am happy to inform you that this is where some of you will be given the chance to return to the academy as your external training ends here," Selene announced with a serious expression, prompting some of the students to cheer. They had endured a great deal in the past days, enduring mission after mission and fighting in a blood moon war. Many of them from the high-tier clans had never experienced battle like this, and the toll on them was evident in the losses of their loved ones. They had forgotten how high they were as they charged forward, witnessing Alec's Golem tearing through the undead one by one. Their morale was so elevated that they attacked alongside the entire team. Now their aura and mana were more refined, clearly indicating that the bloodshed they had endured had transformed them into better mages and fighters than they were when they were just greenhorns. However, the prospect of returning to the academy, to their old lives, to rest and attending classes, filled them with a sense of excitement. The adrenaline from putting their lives on the line had diminished as they reminisced on what they had been through. They thought about how they would brag about their achievements, but for now, they simply wanted to be among those who would return. The purpose of this competition has always been to find the best 11 among you. These 11 will continue their training and will be drafted as the team to represent the academy in the inter-academy competition. Selene continued her explanation once she realized that the group had settled down a little. "So calm down as your name is called. Come to the top of the platform, as you have been chosen to represent the academy. For the first person in our captain, not only in rank but also the team's captain, Alec Gordons." Selene called out to Alec as the crowd erupted in wild applause. It was evident that Alec was already popular due to his exploits in the abyss, but he had always been compared to Beatrice, as they were known as the twin geniuses of the War God Academy. For the younger generations, Beatrice and Alec were the most admired figures, with Beatrice being seen as the most talented and Alec as the strongest combatant. However, their previous comparisons were forgotten as Alec's performance in the war left no room to doubt his talent. Beatrice, Lucas, Indrik, Pale, Brandon, Katie, Arthur, Agnes, Knight, Sophie, Selene announced. That concludes the team. You have all been chosen based on your achievements in the Blood Moon War. Beatrice will serve as the assistant captain of this group. The rest of the mages who have not been called will be escorted back to the academy. Come with me, Selene instructed, leading the 11 selected mages to the house at the center. Alec took a moment to observe the boy beside him, Indrik, and noticed the Tier 4 aura emanating from him. It seemed that Indrik had been fortunate to advance to the middle rank due to the Blood Moon War, with Alec recognizing that luck was also a part of strength, as evidenced by Indrik's name being called before Pale's. Pale, on the other hand, couldn't help but grit his teeth at how things had unfolded. During the war, he had believed himself to be the one with the best area of effect damage, given his primary class as a magic path. However, when Alec's golems entered the battlefield, they demonstrated a level of destruction beyond what he could handle. It was clear to everyone that their victory was largely due to Alec's summons. As he reflected on all the things he had said to Alec, he wished the ground would open up and swallow him. Now that the academy team had almost all his clan members, it was clear who held sway in the group. Even as someone else was called ahead of him, he chose not to voice his thoughts, hoping to keep a low profile in the hope that they would ignore him and forget he even existed. You have all been chosen as the team to represent the War God Academy, but you have not yet reached the level we would want you to reach. Therefore, the Academy has decided to subject you to a process of rigorous training and nurture you along the way. You have 2 months remaining before the competition starts, Edward announced as he threw a long scroll of missions to Alec, who quickly caught it. But I have a life or death match soon. Alec pointed out, expressing concern that if he followed everything in the scroll, he wouldn't have enough time to return for the battle with Orion. Oh, about that, it's been settled. The battle will be postponed until after you return from the 2-month training. And remember, if you die, Beatrice will be the new team leader, so don't die too, Selene responded, causing Alec to frown at the way they played with the concept of death. However, he understood that they had become independent mages who would not return to the academy until they completed all the tasks outlined in the scroll, marking the final phase of their training. Alec and his new team were en route to their first training objective together. At the moment, fatigue weighed heavily on them all. Why the hell would they ask us to do this? Pale grumbled from behind, panting heavily. The rest of the team exchanged surprised glances, hardly believing he would complain so vociferously. The initial task outlined in the scroll required them to traverse the Gobi Desert while consciously suppressing their mana. Alec, having practiced with the arcane crown previously, found mana restraint second nature. However, for the other mages, it was an unprecedented challenge, because since awakening their powers, they had never had to suppress their mana, let alone while navigating the harsh terrain of the Gobi Desert. The ordeal was exacting a toll on everyone. Guy, you're holding up better than the rest of us. You're a tier 4 mage for God's sake, yet you whine more than the grandmothers in my clan, Knight teased, prompting laughter from the others. Alec and Arthur walked shoulder to shoulder, with Alec admiring Arthur's stamina. Hey, remember when we snuck off to steal my grandpa's wine? Alec reminisced, keeping pace with Arthur. Yeah, that was wild, Arthur replied, lost in the memory. But their nostalgia was cut short by a strange sound emanating from the ground. Alec halted, as Arthur extended his arms, signaling the others to stop. 7 sandworms emerged from the desert floor as the team confronted the demonic beast. Pale tried to cast a spell from the rear, and Alec glanced at Brandon, who was nearby, catching Alec's intent. Brandon swiftly used his sheathed saber to knock Pale's hand aside. Alec's voice cut through the tension. You seem to have forgotten the terms of this mission. No matter the situation, we are not to use mana unless our lives are in danger, he said, darting sideways toward the worms, with Arthur mirroring his movements from the opposite side. Those are tier 3 demonic beasts. Am I supposed to just punch them to death? Pale retorted, incredulous as he watched his entire team follow Alec's lead, charging at the sandworms. Well, you're a tier 4 mage, and they're just tier 3 demonic beasts. Don't disgrace the mid-rank. Let's get this done, Knight declared, surging forward with his dual daggers drawn. You are still a low-rank mage. Pale facepalmed, feeling as though he had been placed on a team of unreasonable idiots. Even Lucas was grinning broadly, relishing the prospect of battling demonic beasts without mana as he dragged his great sword behind him. Only Beatrice remained beside him. When he turned to her, she said, "Don't look at me, I'm a lady, and Alec personally told me I don't have to lift a finger." Her cutesy act nearly made Pale retch. He had seen her puppetry in combat and knew all too well that she was anything but a weak mage. At the War God Mage Academy. Orion was seething with frustration upon receiving news that his death match with Alec Gordon's had been postponed due to Alec being away on a school mission. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the nearest jar and hurled it against the wall, shattering it. "Ah," he bellowed at the top of his lungs. "You have to calm down, Orion, from what I've heard. It was the 5-star Major Selene who requested the postponement. She's assigned Alec to a mission far from the academy and doesn't want him returning until she's certain he's ready," one of Orion's lackeys informed him. Orion's teeth clenched in fury as he remembered the last time he had seen Alec. Back then, Alec was merely a Tier 2 mage, but the defiance in his eyes had irked Orion. The fact that Alec had refused to kneel before him, a mighty Tier 5 mage, only served to fuel his rage, and he had harbored a burning desire to obliterate Alec since then. Time and time again, he had heard tales of Alec's exploits, which only intensified his impatience to end Alec's ascent. The fear that Alec was advancing more rapidly than he had anticipated gnawed at him. When Orion discovered that the captain's ranking had welcomed a new mage and that it was Alec, he was gripped by a sensation he hadn't felt in ages. He had recently learned from his sources that Alec had not entered the Tier 5 mage realm yet and was still a Tier 3 mage. He had ascended to the captain's ranking by virtue of the mages he had vanquished. His lackeys were chattering, attempting to reassure him that his adversary was still a Tier 3 mage, as they were confident that Orion would dispatch Alec with ease. Yet, Orion understood that climbing the ranks in the mid-tier was no simple feat, especially for a Tier 3 mage, as the number of adversaries one must defeat to advance would surely form a veritable mountain. Contemplating the trials Alec must have endured to reach his current level, Orion began to experience an emotion he never anticipated: fear. He was well aware of the difficulty in ascending to the next rank when one's realm did not correspond to it. Alec's achievements spoke volumes, and now, with the postponement granting Alec more time to train, a fleeting thought of potential defeat crossed Orion's mind before he swiftly banished it. With renewed resolve, he steeled his mind. "We return to the abyss. The orcs shall be the ones to feel my wrath," Orion declared as he strode toward the wall where his magical staff was mounted. At the War God Mage Academy, Elder Alfred could be seen soaring toward Terran's Peak as he phased through the walls and into the castle. "Ever heard of knocking and waiting to be invited in?" Terran chided, balancing his entire body weight on one finger, his other hand behind his back, and a black stone resting on his airborne leg. His muscles rippled with each breath, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "With all that weight on you, you still add gravity." "Turn off the gravity effect. I don't want to be crushed into paste just because I came for a visit," Elder Alfred complained. "Say something more amusing. Pretending to be weak isn't funny these days, and while you're at it, get to the point, will you? I know you must have something important to discuss otherwise. Someone as lazy as you wouldn't bother getting out of bed, let alone visiting me," Terran responded, probing the reason behind Elder Alfred's visit. "Always straight to the point. You're no fun anymore." "Well, I came so we could go buy wine together and drink to our heart's content," Elder Alfred revealed. Terran's expression was one of bemusement. Terran knew that Elder Alfred wouldn't have come to see him without expecting some benefit, so when the mention of buying wine arose, Terran erupted into laughter. "You do realize we still owe the tavern a heap of magic crystals, right? Are you trying to get us to work off our debts with manual labor?" "Because I'm still very much broke, and if I'm broke, you're even broker than me," Terran remarked, pushing the stone high with the top of his legs and leaping to grab it, only to have his legs give way upon landing. "Is that any way to speak to your elder? Well, for your information, the list of students drafted into the Academy's team has been updated, and guess what? 5 of your disciples have made the team," Elder Alfred announced. Terran was initially shocked hearing such news, before bursting into laughter. "Those kids didn't let me down. I'll be able to restock my reserve of wine gourds again," Terran exclaimed. "And I'll get a couple too," Elder Alfred added. "Hush, I won't do any such thing. Don't think I forget. You still have Beatrice, and she must have secured a place on the team because she is close to Alec's level. All my training with those boys paid off," Terran asserted, to which Elder Alfred snorted. "What training paid off?" "We both know you didn't teach those boys a thing. You're no different from a public instructor to them, just adding a little gift here and there due to your financial state. That's why I suggested exchanging students back then. By now, I would have taught those boys more than you, and they might have truly excelled. Their talent is being wasted just by being on your peak," Elder Alfred retorted, firing back at Terran. "You lazy old man claim to want to teach students, but you're only interested in the rewards I'd receive for having over 5 students on the Academy team. Nothing else," Terran retorted. "You're not worth a gentlemanly discussion." "I'm out of here," Elder Alfred declared as he stood up, only to then turn back to add, "You do realize that your disciples have been fortunate to avoid a confrontation with Orion, but his luck won't hold out for long. You need to have him cancel this death match. He has shown so much potential, and it wouldn't be right if another talented mage under your tutelage were to perish. Pity your mental health and persuade him to cancel it. If he perishes, I fear the cracks in your mental image will be completely shattered as you wouldn't be able to survive such heartbreak. Elder Alfred warned. Don't worry about me, old man. Besides, Alec won't lose. That guy hasn't shown his full strength yet. What's tier 5? I know that when he unleashes his full power, there won't be a match for him below the tier 6 realm, Taryn boasted with a smirk. You're still too proud to see reason, Alfred remarked, not believing a word Taryn said. He felt that Taryn was purposefully concealing his troubles, and he concluded that Taryn was beyond help. Taryn hadn't been able to summon his mental image any time he fought again, as there were numerous cracks on it due to the soul injuries he had sustained to his mentality after his last disciple's death. As Elder Alfred walked past the walls again, this time he didn't merely phase through as he left in anger as the bricks started to float out of position after Alfred had passed through. That grumpy old man used the door, Taryn muttered. Alec and the team had finally traversed the Gobi Desert and were now camping in a forest. With Indrik's help, they quickly fashioned tents from leaves for everyone. Pale was visibly missing a tooth, as the fight with the sandworm hadn't gone as badly as he had anticipated, but he had been struck by the creature's tail, leading to his current predicament. I have a gift for you, Alec said to Beatrice as she was about to enter her tent. She furrowed her eyebrows before signaling for Alec to come inside. Upon witnessing this, Arthur's eyes bulged, and he looked around, realizing that only Pale seemed to have noticed their actions. As they both stealthily moved toward the tent and pressed their ears against it, hoping to catch any tidbits of conversation. The other mages regarded them with varying expressions, and Agnes shook her head at Arthur's behavior. Although Arthur might still be distant with them, at least he was beginning to act more like himself. Inside the tent, Alec presented a pair of intricately designed hair rings to Beatrice. Slowly, her cold demeanor softened upon seeing such beautiful accessories. I've never done it before, so you'll have to be the one to put them on yourself, Beatrice said with a smile as she turned. No problem, Alec replied as he moved closer to her and attempted to help her pierce her ears. As she had never worn earrings before, he hadn't realized that she didn't wear earrings. He simply thought she didn't have any on, so he had purchased them from a store in the Sweden city as they were leaving and had been waiting for the right moment to give them to her. Ouch, it's painful. Put it in slowly, don't rush. Look, now I'm bleeding, Beatrice exclaimed. Don't worry, I'll push it in slowly, Alec assured her. As Arthur and Pale, who were outside, tried their best to eavesdrop, they began to make lewd faces, attempting to imagine Alec and Beatrice engaging in intimate activities. That boy is a monster, drilling that cold-faced puppeteer girl, Arthur whispered, but the conversation inside the tent abruptly ceased. Arthur and Pale then attempted to move to the front of the tent, pressing their ears against it in hopes of hearing any telltale sounds, but Alec opened the tent, causing both of them to stumble embarrassingly inside. Arthur nervously laughed as he gazed at Alec and Beatrice, who were still fully clothed. Sorry, I thought you guys were. Well, never mind, Arthur stammered as he fled with the chance he got. He sprinted away, leaving Pale to face a seething Beatrice. Pale also tried to make a hasty retreat, but he was too late now, as Beatrice caught him by the ears, venting all her frustrations on him for spying on her. After resting for a while, they continued their journey. Another day of walking brought them to the first city they were supposed to visit. They passed through the opened city gates and entered, only to realize that a number had appeared above each of their heads, displaying a countdown time of 10,000. It was a mysterious occurrence, as a time anomaly perhaps, as the gates behind them suddenly slammed shut without warning. Welcome to the enigmatic City of Time, a voice resounded, echoing through the eerie surroundings. Here in the City of Time, all inhabitants are compelled to partake in a deadly game called Race to Death. You now have exactly 1 hour to complete your objective, and I assure you, failure to participate will result in your demise once the hour expires. So enjoy yourselves and remember, only the winners of the race will be granted a way out of the city. Those who participate but fail to secure a top 3 spot will be trapped in a temporary time freeze until the next challengers arrive. The voice continued, its tone carrying a note of finality. Once you reach the top 3, you will earn the privilege to leave. Now, if you don't mind, your time begins now, the voice concluded. 5,959. And with those words, the 1-hour countdown commenced. Before them stood a colossal game capsule, emblazoned with the title Race to Death. Just by its appearance, it was evident that this was the game the voice had beckoned them to play. Spread out and use the next 20 minutes to gather any information you can about this game. No matter what happens, I expect all of you to reconvene here after 20 minutes. Alec commanded, scanning the desolate cityscape anxiously. This city posed as their first test, the test to vanquish the elusive chronomancer. However, despite their efforts, the chronomancer seemed to be nowhere in sight, casting doubt upon Alec's decision to partake in the game. Yet, if they failed to discover any leads within the next 20 minutes, Alec would have no choice but to embrace the perils of the game, as it seems to be the only lead to get the chronomancer. 20 minutes later, the entire team had regrouped at the location of the game capsule. What did you find out? Alec inquired of Agnes, who was the last to arrive, but she shook her head, indicating that, like the rest of the team, she found the city deserted, seemingly leaving them as the only ones present. With no answers to be found in the city, their only option now lay with the game. I guess we have no choice but to play the game, Alec concluded as he approached the capsule, noting that even the options on the capsule seemed sophisticated. He placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner, and options appeared before him: team racing, solo racing. Without hesitation, Alec selected team racing. The system then prompted him to specify the number of members in his team, and he chose 11. A neon light enveloped him and his teammates, and they vanished into the capsule. Welcome to the race of death. Pick and create your monster vehicle. You have only 15 minutes to complete this task. The team opened their eyes to find themselves in an enclosed space, markedly different from where they had been just seconds before. While they were disoriented, Alec had an inkling of where they were. Surveying the area, he noticed 6 other teams, each comprised of 11 members, standing in groups. They regarded Alec and his team with hostility as they selected a vehicle and began working on its options. Alec was taken aback when he saw the vehicle they had chosen and quickly made his way to their team's vehicle selection point. A machine displayed images of all the available vehicles. Upon reaching it, Alec's suspicions were confirmed. The vehicles in the system bore a striking resemblance to monster trucks from Earth. However, these were elongated to accommodate more people, and various modifications had been made to the vehicles, rendering them even more menacing than their earthly counterparts. Alec, I've never seen anything like this. Which one do you think we should choose? Beatrice, the assistant captain, turned to Alec for guidance. As their captain, his decision was crucial before they could proceed. Sorry to break it to everyone, but I believe we're at a significant disadvantage. Judging by the looks of the other teams, it's clear they're familiar with this game. If you ask me, they're likely part of the group that has lost before, Alec observed. That means they have more experience surviving whatever this game entails, Agnes added, demonstrating her keen observational skills. However, Alec simply smiled in response. Don't worry about a thing, Agnes. We're not going to lose as long as I'm here, Alec said confidently, smirking. He knew that no one from this world would have a better understanding of how a car works than humans from Earth. Even with the magical modifications made to the cars, the fundamentals of driving remained the same, and Alec was certain he wouldn't lose to a bunch of Mage players who had only accumulated driving experience through a series of losses. In fact, this game led Alec to speculate that perhaps the chronomancer they were tasked with killing might also be like Hema transmigrant from another world. There was no way, he thought, that the chronomancer could be a native of this world. Alec finally spotted the monster truck he wanted. He made his selection without even modifying it, as he was not used to it, so he decided no to waste any time, and a bright light flashed before him. The magical and epic monster truck materialized a formidable combination of brute force and arcane magic. It towered above the ground, an awe-inspiring behemoth of metal infused with ethereal energy, leaving the entire team gazing in wonder. The monstrous vehicle was clad in rune-etched armor that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Its massive structure was a captivating mix of bronze and silver, adorned with pulsating streams of vibrant, iridescent mana. Streams of magical energy seemed to flow seamlessly through the beast, enhancing its strength and imbuing it with incredible prowess. The tires were carved from enchanted rock elements, were massive and rugged as they looked like they could go against any terrain. At the truck's colossal rear, an array of fearsome weapons awaits, each beckoning with dormant power. Gleaming blades, pulsating orbs of elemental energy, and crackling conduits of lightning stand ready to be unleashed with a purpose. These weapons eagerly await the infusion of raw magic to awaken their destructive potential. Alec, sorry for asking, but how exactly do you plan on controlling this thing and all the attachments that come with it? Agnes asked, her confusion evident. After perusing the description, Alec grasped some of the basic features and began to explain to the rest of his team. He instructed them on how to manipulate the vehicle's weapons using their mana. Since they were no longer traveling, the Academy's restriction on using their mana was lifted. But Alec quickly realized that within the game, even though their mana wasn't restrained, they couldn't wield it as freely as before. It seemed that the primary use of their mana was now to operate everything within their vehicle. This led Alec to wonder if the Academy was aware of this place and had purposefully had them travel such a long distance without using mana to condition them for this challenge. Alec sensed that the team hadn't yet caught on, but he, who had severed his mana flow multiple times to train his mental stats, was certain that their mana execution was being suppressed by something. All participants, get ready. The race is about to begin. You must complete a laps, and there is only one rule. Stay in the top 3 and don't die haha. The announcement echoed as Alex swiftly took the driver's seat, with Beatrice settling into the passenger seat. Lucas and Pale initially aimed for the back seat, trying to choose positions based on their rankings, until Alec intervened. Lucas and Pale, I need you at the back. Agnes, Knight, and Indrik will stay inside the car with us, Alec directed as everyone took their assigned places. The slot where a key would typically be inserted had been replaced with a small orb, intricately crafted. Alec pondered how to start the vehicle as the countdown commenced. The engines of the neighboring cars had already come to life, their roars filling the air with power as they awaited the final count. Hey, could you tell me how to start the car? Alec called out to the driver in the adjacent vehicle, but the response was a disdainful spit on the ground from the mage in the passenger seat, while the driver ignored him entirely. Oh, I see you're not the talking type, Alec muttered with a weak smile, chastising himself internally for thinking his rivals would offer assistance. Resolving to try his own method, Alec channeled his mana into the orb. Instantly, the orb lit up, along with the dashboard and all other functions of the car. Alec felt a connection to the vehicle as a round blue light panel merged with his right eye, assimilating with his iris. When he opened his eye again, his vision was altered, and he sensed he could control many aspects of the car with mere thought. With a grin, Alec pressed his foot on the pedal, and the monster truck roared to life with a fierce zum. The sound shocked those nearby, especially the passenger in the adjacent car who looked at Alec in surprise. They were aware this was Alec's first attempt, yet he had managed to start the monster truck on his first try, a fact that bruised their pride considering their own initial struggles. However, they steeled themselves, believing Alec's success was mere luck and doubting his driving skills would be helpful. Alec met their gaze with a confident smile. Bring it on, he whispered, just as the countdown hit 0. And the collective roar of all the monster trucks surged forward, signaling the start of the race. Even if he was told that he would still see something as civilized as this, there is no way that Alec would believe that he, who had entered a unique cultivation world, would ever have the chance to see, let alone drive, something that functioned like a car. As the countdown commenced, Alec wasted no time. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator pedal, propelling the truck forward with tremendous momentum as he navigated the rocky terrain. Yes. His team members cheered, thrilled by the unexpected lead and the sheer excitement of watching Alec drive. Alec was in the lead when he suddenly felt a jolt from behind. Another vehicle had rammed into his truck. He noticed his speed dropping, and just ahead was a sharp turn. Gripping the steering wheel, he attempted to drift, but a massive red monster truck emblazoned with flames on its side collided with him, sending him careening off course. As he struggled to regain control, another vehicle took advantage of the situation, driving up the towering walls of the road. At that moment, one of the mages on the truck manned the magical machine gun mounted on their truck and opened fire on his own truck. Tang! The gun expelled bullets infused with lightning energy, streaking toward his vehicle with enhanced speed. Pale from the backseat attempted to cast an ice shield spell, only to realize that despite sensing his mana, he was unable to cast any spells. Energy shield. Alec spoke aloud, and as if in response to his command, a transparent earth shield materialized in front of their truck, causing the bullets to become lodged as they attempted to penetrate the car. However, when Alec attempted to resume driving, he realized that the car was out of gas. Glancing down at the orb where the key was supposed to be, he noticed that it was now dim and lacked the luster it had when he had infused mana into it. As he contemplated the difficulty of infusing mana into the car and driving simultaneously, a surge of information flooded his mind, prompting him to issue immediate commands as he realized that the reason the car ran out of mana gas that fast was because he had created the shield from mana he put into the orb, and that was reserved as the truck gas. Beatrice, please infuse mana into the orb for me. Pale, infuse mana into the top of the truck hood. The rest of you, select a weapon and infuse mana into it. When you're ready to attack, let me know, Alec instructed. As he attempted to restart the car, the engine roared back to life, but maneuvering back to the main road proved challenging as all 6 cars surged ahead of him. Placing his hands on the steering wheel, Alec infused his mana into it, feeling a deep connection with every part of the car. And he directed his mana, transforming it into earth element particles before channeling it into the tires. In an instant, the tires sprouted spikes. With a surge of acceleration, Alec was able to drive out and return to the track. Once back on course, he retracted the spikes and accelerated at full speed, closing in on the car in 6th position. As they approached a cliff that ascended, Alec observed the driver in the 5th position boosting his car, causing the tires to ignite in flames as he maneuvered from one part of the cliff to the other side of the road. Witnessing such a sight terrified Beatrice and the rest of the team, as they couldn't comprehend why such a race would be so brutal and dangerous. Their inability to cast any spells left them feeling vulnerable, because even if the car were to lose its brakes, they doubted they would be able to survive. Alec exerted himself to accelerate the car, aided by Beatrice's continuous infusion of mana into the orb. However, he felt that their progress was sluggish. Clutching the steering wheel, he channeled his mana, converting it into flame element particles and directing them into the tires and the exhaust pipe. As he did that, the sound of the truck changed and the speed surged. Alec closed in on the sixth position, nearly overtaking them. He spotted 3 members of the 6-car team aiming their guns at his truck. Pale, ice their tires to slow them down. Arthur, distract those bastards with a barrage of bullets, Alec commanded. Arthur cackled maniacally, seizing the magical enchanted machine gun from the back of the car and positioning himself for a clear shot at the 3 assailants. The machine gun on their car was not mounted, so it had to be carried with both hands. As Arthur pressed his right hand on the handle, he infused it with his metal element instead of earth, and flames erupted. Ting! If the lightning bullet shot by the other guy had been super fast, then the bullet shot by Arthur was super lethal. The bullets were sharp and dangerous, not only distracting the enemies from shooting, but also piercing the throat of one of the 3, causing him to choke to death. His lifeless body was pushed off the truck, as the other 2 quickly took cover to avoid meeting the same fate. While they were busy defending against Arthur's hail of bullets, one of their tires was hit by huge ice balls shot from the cannon on Alec's car. Pale could be seen wiping the sweat from his head, as the magical cannon had drained a significant amount of mana from him to cast that ice ball. The only silver lining was that it eventually helped secure the 6th position, as their monster truck blazed through with flames coming out of the exhaust pipes and the tires on fire. It almost made Alec feel like he was the new generation of Ghost Rider, as their monster truck finally flew off the cliff, leaving the team members holding their breath as the car was airborne. The car in the 6th position was forced to reverse after clearing the ice obstructing their truck's tires. They had lost momentum, and attempting to drive off the cliff in that state would be nothing short of suicidal, so they have to start building momentum all over again. Meanwhile, Alec's truck finally landed on the other side of the racetrack. He shifted the gear and accelerated, noticing an indicator map displayed by the panel attached to his right eye, showing that he was close to the 5th position truck that he was determined to catch up to. To Alec, everything felt like a car race game. Not only were the cars equipped with attacking fixtures, but he could also see a map displaying his position and those ahead of him in red lights. He knew he was just a few hundred meters away from reaching the 5th position truck, and he could now see truck behind. As they came into sight of the 5th position, Alec noticed mages at the back holding orbs filled with mana, wearing evil smiles. He quickly turned the steering, diverting the truck towards the right walls, planning to drive through them. Although he didn't know what the orbs contained, but he was determined to avoid them at all costs. Anything thrown felt like a potential bomb to him. Activate spider puppet legs. Alec felt an indescribable connection with the truck, considering it an extension of his own body, which granted him an intuitive understanding of its effective workings. In that moment, he pictured only a spider was capable of effortlessly weaving through walls, and since the truck resonating with Beatrice's infusion of mana into the gas-controlling orb. Along with the truck's assimilating a portion of her mana, Alec could harness certain abilities related to her and recreate her spells in a manner tailored to racing. It was as if the car acted as a conduit for spellcasting, compensating for Alec's team inability to directly cast spells. The driver, in this case, held the power to choose which spell manifested from the absorbed mana. Meanwhile, the rest of the team simply needed to infuse mana into any mana-compatible objects in the truck. As the truck operated on mana, the more they utilized it, the more it harmonized with their individual abilities. Eager to outpace the hindrance, Alec skillfully maneuvered the car, utilizing the wall's edges. The wooden legs served as a stabilizing force, preventing the monster truck from succumbing to the entangling vines or losing its balance as it navigated through the walls. Alec quickly got back to the road's surface after passing the plant blockage place, shifting gears into the powerful 5th gear, commonly known as the override gear. The truck's engine grew louder as it accelerated, propelling Alec closer to the coveted 5th position. Alec, I'm losing mana at an alarming rate, and I won't be able to keep up with the consumption. I'll soon be out of mana, Beatrice voiced her concern, causing Alec to grit his teeth. Maintaining top speed relied on constantly replenishing the orb with mana. Switch seats with Indrik from behind. He's also a tier 4 mage and should be able to withstand the drain better. We can't afford to slow down now, Alec commanded. Truck responded to Alec even before the others moved. Beatrice's chair smoothly bent into a reclining position and was lifted up by an indescribable force, while Indrik's seat seamlessly slid forward from underneath the space left by Beatrice's levitated chair. as Beatrice's chair seamlessly filled the void left by Indrik in the back of the car. As Indrik settled into the vacant space, wasting no time, he immediately infused his mana into the orb just as they reached a crucial turning point. Seizing the opportunity, Alec expertly steered the car, leveraging the momentum from a drift to overtake the vehicle in the 5th position, propelling them into 5th place instead. Adrenaline pumping, Alec's focus shifted to the next car ahead. The mage who piloted the truck they had surpassed watched in astonishment as Alec and his team surged forward. It was incredulous to witness a mage, who had never participated in this game before, possess such exceptional driving skills and charge ahead with unwavering determination. Gritting his teeth in anger, the opposing mage refused to accept defeat. He clenched his left hand onto the door handle, and from outside the car, a colossal gun materialized on the left side. A wicked smile adorned his face as he calmly pressed the trigger concealed within the car. Suddenly, a massive ice sword shot forth, encircled by mesmerizing ice-blue runes. Fortunately, Alec had been observant enough to notice the gun emerging from the main mirror, and the team at the back of the truck had attempted to voice out. When the ice sword came hurtling towards them, Alec instinctively swerved his truck to the opposite side. And the sword collided with the car in front of him, causing severe damage to the truck and freezing the 2 back tires, as well as some of the mages situated at the rear. The frozen tires created a friction that brought the truck to an abrupt halt, sliding uncontrollably. As Alec quickly realized the imminent danger and executed a swift turn without glancing back. Shifting gears to reverse, he adeptly maneuvered the vehicle with precision, seamlessly progressing to the 4th position without the slightest hesitation. In an unexpected twist, the car beside him was struck by the vehicle trailing behind, diverting it off course. Alec comprehended that it would take substantial time for their competitors to recover, effectively eliminating them from the top 3 rankings. Now face to face with the car that had maliciously attempted to slice through his own with an ice sword, Alec confidently continued driving in reverse, skillfully directing the truck's movements, solely relying on his rear view mirror. "Arthur, waste the rest of your bullets on that truck," Alec urgently called out, determined to attack before the mage driver in the other car could reload and unleash the devastating ice sword attack once more, and this time on them. Having witnessed the destructive power of the attack, Alec didn't want to rely solely on his team's battle abilities to evade it. Plus, trying to evade such an attack while driving in reverse made him feel extremely uneasy. Alec, I don't think I'll be able to sustain the attack for long. I'm low on mana too," Arthur complained, frustrated by his limitations as a Tier 2 mage. The guns and weapons attached to the truck are able to unleash attacks that rivaled those of Tier 3 mages, but by infusing more mana into them, they could potentially even reach Tier 4 power levels, and given Arthur's awareness of this, it was no surprise that he would deplete his mana quickly. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Pale forcefully grabbed the gun from Arthur's hand and infused his own mana into the magical machine gun. As Pale's mana intermingled with the gun, its body started emanating an enchanting icy blue light. "Eat this," Pale exclaimed, firing away while Alec patiently waited for the opportune moment to flip his truck over to normal position and accelerate towards the truck in 3rd position. The ice bullets aimed at the truck in 5th position were met with a sudden appearance of a transparent earth shield, effectively defending against Pale's attack. Though Arthur's bullets may possess lethal and sharp qualities, but they paled in comparison to Pale's formidable magical machine gun infused with Tier 4 mana. Alec noticed the car gaining momentum once again as the launcher gun on the driver's side began to gather energy. As it seems the driver's cooldown was complete, and casting the ice sword spell would spell their defeat. They were mere practice targets for the driver in the 5th position, as there seemed to be no way Alec could reverse the car fast enough to escape. "I never expected you to be such a skilled driver when we got into this truck, but here we are, so don't you dare fail us now," Beatrice exclaimed from the back seat, her voice filled with urgency. Alec locked eyes with the driver across from him, a chilling smile spreading across the man's face. Alec's train of thought expanded as he glanced at the rear view mirror and realized they were dangerously close to a sharp turn. "Shit," Alec muttered, swiftly turning the steering wheel to bring the truck back into its normal position, not caring if he would even be attacked at such moment. However, the truck from the 5th position overtook Alec's truck, stealing the 4th position away. "Ahin." The expression on the driver's face conveyed his confusion as he passed Alec's car. He couldn't comprehend why Alec would willingly give up his lead. Sure, he was about to launch an attack, but it was the first time the driver had encountered someone who willingly let him take the lead. Lost in thought, Alec quickly regained focus and switched gears. Simultaneously, the driver who had just claimed the 4th position found himself careening off the course, missing the turn. Helplessly, he watched as Alec's truck effortlessly surpassed him once again, effortlessly reclaiming the 4th position without expending much effort. As Alec's truck sped by, Pale didn't forget to unleash a couple more ice bullets that rained down on the truck from the side, hitting two individuals multiple times and freezing them solid, and they were quickly thrown out of the truck to minimize the weight of their frozen bodies. Alec realized that if he continued on his current path, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the top three, as it was evident that those in the top three were experienced and wouldn't simply let him overtake them with basic acceleration. Determined to make a move, Alec seized the opportunity as the road ahead turned treacherous once again. He steered his truck off course, taking a different path. Utilizing his knowledge of the map, Alec knew this was the fastest way to catch up to the top three, who seemed to have created a significant gap. Just a few minutes after Alec took the alternate path, two trucks followed closely behind each other. As they passed the spot where Alec's tire tracks veered off the map's line, they shook their heads in disbelief. They hadn't expected the promising newcomer to deviate from the established route. One of the drivers even speculated that Alec might have been involved in an accident and lost control of his truck, causing him to crash elsewhere. Regardless of their initial thoughts, they couldn't deny their happiness that Alec Gordon and his team were out of the race. The fear Alec had instilled in them had been too much to bear, and now they could finally focus on chasing after the top three together. Simultaneously, they both reached for a small red button on their dashboards and pressed it. It felt as though they were challenging each other, their trucks entering into a new dimension of speed. As they blazed past the car in the third position, engaging in a tense tug of war with the vehicle holding the second position. In the city of Estonia, a crucial meeting of the Gordons clan was underway. It was a rare occasion, as all the high-ranking members with title of the clan had gathered. Every gaze was fixed upon the patriarch of the Gordons clan, George, who sat upon the distant throne. Deep in thought, he stared into the crackling fireplace, an air of contemplation surrounding him. Attempting to assuage George's concerns, the Grand Elder spoke up with a bitter smile. You don't have to worry excessively. Not everyone was aware that the mage who attacked and broke through that day was a member of our clan. George couldn't help but emit a slight chuckle in response. Don't make me laugh. Even the most oblivious person would have recognized that the individual breaking through that day belonged to the Gordons clan, he confidently declared. The comment caught the attention of the third elder. Why? He posed a question, causing the patriarch to pause in surprise. George cast a scrutinizing glance at the third elder to ensure he wasn't being mocked, but the patriarch soon realized the third elder's inquiry was genuine, as he was sincerely curious. Meanwhile, the other elders, like the fifth elder Axel, chuckled silently, understanding the gravity of the conversation. That's because someone couldn't help shouting, I'm the third elder of the Gordons clan, the patriarch rebuked his brother. He criticized him sternly, although deep down, he missed him dearly and had been terrified when he lay on his deathbed, and there were even plans to eliminate many in order to follow him in the afterlife. However, at present, all he wanted was to reinforce the number one rule of their clan in his brother's head, and hope that this time he would listen and not attempt to show off again. Sorry about that, I was just a little carried away, the third elder responded with a weak smile, realizing he had no valid argument. In that moment, he had indeed shouted without thinking, driven by the desire for others to realize that the Gordons clan should not be underestimated. As despite being attacked and besieged by two Tier 8 mages, many believed he would not rise again. Yet not only did he prove the doubters wrong by recovering, but he emerged even stronger than before. This compelled him to convey to the conniving and deceitful clans that are hiding their intentions in the shadows, that the Gordons' true power had been replenished and they would continue to reign over them. No, you were not carried away. That was exactly what you intended to do, the Gordons' patriarch asserted. I just hope you won't forget that our number one rule is to always remain hidden, along with the true strength we possess. The third elder slightly bowed in acknowledgement to the patriarch's words. Well, currently our clan is undeniably the strongest in Estonia City, and we're not the only ones aware of this fact, although I would have preferred our clan continue to keep a low profile, but you ensured that was no longer possible, the patriarch exclaimed. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the city lord will soon attempt to exploit this advantage, he continued. Most of the hidden clans only have one high-ranking mage, yet we already boast 3 Tier 7 mages. Furthermore, there are even some who already doubt that the fourth elder may also be of high rank. That old and insecure man at the city hall will undoubtedly try to take advantage of the situation now, the patriarch explained with a heavy sigh. He wouldn't hesitate to engage us in a bloodbath if the threat of the space gates escalates to a high-ranking one, but I have already decimated most of Tier 6 ranking goblins. That should be enough to push them back and restore some fortune to the city, the third elder chimed in. Surprisingly, it was the Grand Elder who responded instead of the patriarch. Unlike most races, the goblinoids' most formidable characteristic is not their individual power, but rather their staggering numbers, the Grand Elder explained. Believe it or not, they have droves of replacements awaiting their fallen comrades. While these replacements may not be their first choice to lead a war, the deteriorating Estonia city will inevitably crumble and lose again, rendering your efforts futile. And since you have ascended to the Tier 7 realm, my friend, there is no way you can repeat what you have done. Therefore, the city faces the same predicament it did before, when it struggled to overcome ordinary goblins, the Grand Elder concluded. The Grand Elder shook his head in dismay, sensing that the city's core had been severely damaged by the acceptance of new clans. It was not just because the city had fallen due to these clans, but also because their presence had resulted in an increase in the power to the spatial gate energy, further complicating matters. This increase in population was a means for the evil gods to level the playing field for their abyss races. With a growing number of enemies to contend with, the city had struggled to find a proper strategy for battle. They charged in without tactics and lacked talented leaders, causing their army to crumble each time. Given that the goblins outnumbered them by a ratio of at least 3-1, the gravity of the city's dire situation sank in for everyone present. But don't you think we should at least help the city? We've already sacrificed so much for it, the first elder proposed. Why should we aid a city lord who is scheming against us? The patriarch retorted fiercely. That old man wanted to upgrade his city to a high-grade one, so he discarded my request and discarded our friendship, all in the pursuit of recognition from a clan and nation that couldn't care less about him. He forgot that in order to have a high-tier city, one must possess the power to match its population. At this moment, I can assure you that even the capital won't be able to provide assistance by sending him new guards. He is entirely reliant on the clans within this city to help defend against the Blood Moon, the patriarch explained solemnly. Yes, he would do that. He won't come begging for my help because he knows I won't assist him after he ignored my request. I have a thirst for revenge, so he will resort to scheming. That is precisely why I wanted us to conceal our true strengths. No one, I repeat, no one should be aware of the full extent of our clan's power. Elsewhere in the city hall residence, the city lord could be seen walking, accompanied by Alistair, a highly respected mage, and his son. The day the third elder of the Gordon clan broke through to the Tier 7 mage realm, it sent shockwaves throughout the city. Many had anticipated his downfall after his coma state, but his ascent now appeared unstoppable, akin to the rise of a phoenix. However, it wasn't solely his unstoppable rise that concerned them, it was the intense energy emanating from his body during the breakthrough. He was incredibly powerful, and had conjured what appeared to be a figure shrouded in a golden aura as his mental image, obscuring its face. All these factors left the city lord with an unsettling feeling regarding the calmness of the Gordons and their escalating strength. We have to find a way to involve them in the Blood Moon Wars somehow, Alistair exclaimed, but his father, the city lord, shook his head in disagreement. With the sheer number of Tier 7 members in their clan now, even if they no longer feel the need to deploy mages for every Blood Moon event, we won't be able to do a thing. It's a privileged kind of thing that is given to strong clans a city, however. If the space gates of our city reaches a higher rank situation, then they would be compelled to fight as well, the city lord explained with a weak smile, as he was at a loss as to how to handle the Gordon's clan situation. So what do we do now? Alistair asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. Well, first and foremost, we need to focus on helping you break through to the Tier 7 mage realm. This would narrow the power gap between us and them, the city lord suggested. Alistair gasped in surprise, never anticipating that his father would offer assistance in his journey towards the next realm, and helping him officially entering the high rank. To be honest, I would have preferred if they had fulfilled our initial request and sent additional guards to aid us in our predicament. Unfortunately, the capital claims to be facing their own troubles and is unable to entertain our plea, even if we were to offer the lanced patriarch, the city lord expressed with a tinge of frustration. They assert that the patriarch of the Lanced clan is not the mastermind behind the incident in our city. Surprisingly, they are solely focused on capturing the sixth elder instead, he continued. Now I find myself at an impasse. I cannot send him to the Gordon's patriarch to ease tensions, nor can I secure the compensation I believe we deserve, and it appears that applying for resources to allow you to enter the Tier 7 mage realm from the Dragonmere clan might be the most viable option, the city lord concluded, his voice filled with resignation. That is the only way we can maintain our position as the ruling clan in this city, by strengthening our forces, and ourselves, the city lord declared, emphasizing the need for increased power. The race continued, with the competition for the second position intensifying. The mage who had showcased remarkable skill in conjuring ice blades and the woman who had originally held the second position were now locked in a fierce battle to secure the runner-up spot. The other trucks were now lagging behind, leaving these two as the main contenders for the second position. While they were pushing their driving skills to the limit, they suddenly heard the sound of an approaching car. Surprised, they glanced at their rear-view mirrors, but the car that had been left behind was still out of sight, and it was unlikely they should be hearing such a sound from it, especially given the distance between them. In a breathtaking moment, Alex's truck soared through the air from the top of a cliff and landed back on the track. Without wasting a moment, Alex swiftly shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator, racing ahead of both of them. The two drivers were momentarily stunned and disoriented, but soon snapped out of their daze and redirected their anger towards Alec. The fact that the new mage, who they had assumed was out of the race, had suddenly appeared again and was ahead of them left them incredulous. They had been so preoccupied with fighting each other for the second position that they hadn't anticipated Alec's bold move or reappearance. The ice mage driver and the female mage driver, who had originally vied for second place, abandoned their rivalry and accelerated towards Alec's truck, determined to reclaim their positions. Pale shoot, Brandon. There's a mana infusion spot up ahead. You're responsible for setting up the next shield, Alec called out, feeling the pressure that came with being in the lead of a dangerous truck. He hadn't imagined that he would find himself facing off against the formidable ice mage who could conjure swords of ice so soon after he had escaped last time. The fact that he could challenge the female mage driver, who had previously held the second position, clearly demonstrated his exceptional driving skills. Ting. Alec cursed as he came under fire from the relentless female mage driver. She had equipped her car with 2 machine guns where the front lights were supposed to be, turning her vehicle into a formidable weapon. Female mages are known for their viciousness. We need to stay away from them, Arthur warned from behind the truck, his voice filled with caution as the ladies in the truck rolled their eyes at him. Finally, Brandon managed to conjure a transparent shield just in time. And the fiery bullets hammered against the shield, causing it to tremble as though on the verge of collapse, yet Brandon persisted in infusing his mana to keep it intact. Create a small opening in the shield for me so I can shoot, Pale requested. As a square gap materialized, accommodating Pale's machine gun, as he began firing ice bullets at the 2 trucks tailing them. However, the female mage driver countered by activating her own energy shield, effectively blocking the ice bullets. Meanwhile, the ice mage driver skillfully braked and moved behind the female mage's car, as he cleverly used her truck as a shield, biding his time to unleash another ice blade attack. As the ice blade finally took shape, a chilling sensation filled the cars of both the female driver and Alec, who was leading them in the race. The sword, adorned with swirling ice runes, was a formidable sight. Shit. The female driver muttered, feeling the encroaching threat, as she pressed a red button on her dashboard, propelling her forward with a tremendous boost that allowed her to surpass Alec. However, Alec carefully observed her maneuver. Now only Alec and the ice mage remained. Alec's mind raced, desperately searching for a plan to evade and survive the imminent attack from the ice mage driver behind him. Everyone in the truck was praying, their faces pale with fear. As bullets continued to rain down on the car, but in that moment, it seemed as though the driver had given up on defending against them at all. Suddenly, a deafening boom filled the air, capturing Alec's attention. He turned to look behind him and saw the ice mage's truck losing control, veering off balance and crashing onto the side of the road. Finally free from the danger that the ice mage presented, Alec's eyes widened as he observed who had caused this chaotic situation. It was none other than the flaming red truck that he had mistakenly believed he had gotten rid of. However, the flaming red truck seemed to have found its way back into the race, rapidly closing in on Alec's truck. It was impossible for such speed to be achieved with the mere accelerator. Alec knew that the true reason behind this ridiculous speed was also like the red button that the lady mage who had overtaken him had pressed. As the blazing truck approached, Alec watched in horror as the mage on the passenger side loaded his magical grenade launcher with an orb, aiming it directly at the rear of Alec's truck. Realization dawned on Alec as he saw all of this through the rear view mirror. He now understood how the ice mage had been gotten rid of and the magnitude of trouble he had found himself in. Acting swiftly, Alec steered the wheel, cutting into a corner. With a leap of faith, he slammed his hand down onto the small red button located in front of his dashboard. The moment Alec pressed the button, everyone in the car was jolted backward as the car's speed exceeded their expectations. In an instant, Alec disappeared from the view of the red truck. Making the driver slammed his hand against the steering wheel in frustration, but no matter how much he complained and cursed, he knew couldn't catch up to Alec anymore. After all, he had also engaged the boost from the red button to catch up with them already. His only shot had been to take both of them out before they escaped. Alec only used the button because he realized he was nearing the end of the race, and with only 2 cars ahead of him, he knew it was time to activate the boost as he didn't want to fall behind in the top 3. Although he hadn't achieved the first place he had hoped for, but securing a spot in the top 3 was enough to keep his team safe from the game's restrictions as they searched for information about the chronomancer. However, as he raced at full speed toward the finish line, something peculiar caught Alec's eye. The car belonging to the female mage, who had been leading, appeared to be trapped in what seemed like a space-time distortion. Beside the road, the female mage and her crew stood, as a member of theirs who hadn't managed to escape the car before it became stuck in the warp was stuck with the car. "Get out of the car now." Alec immediately commanded, flinging open the driver's side door and swiftly ejecting himself from the vehicle. Fortunately, they had enough time to evacuate before the truck careened into the warp and became ensnared. As Alec peered ahead, he noticed another truck on the opposite side that had successfully crossed the distortion, sparking his curiosity. "My name is Alec. Do you know how that car managed to cross to the other side?" "'Cause we need to secure a spot in the top 3 before the others catch up," Alec inquired, the female mage and what remained of her team regarding him with weary smiles. The rest of her team was too exhausted to explain things to him, but the female mage took it upon herself to shed some light on the situation. "Top 3. She chuckled. "There is no top 3 when he's in the lead. This race has been a sham from the beginning. It's not about making it into the top 3, it's about defeating the number 1 racer, the chronomancer. He's the driver of the golden thunderstorm truck," the lady revealed, as Alec noticed someone emerging from the front of the golden monster truck, causing everyone else on his truck to vanish like dust, which means they have never been real. "And how are we supposed to secure a spot in the top 3 if he crosses the finish line ahead of us? The chronomancer always obstructs the finish line with a time warp. Only when a driver as skilled as him emerges and surpasses him can they truly break free from the curse he's placed on this city," the lady concluded. A sudden realization washed over Alec. The top 3 position was merely a facade, as it seems the only way to win this race was to cross the finish line first and defeat the chronomancer, as he would not allow anyone to cross the finish line if he finished first, so that makes the rest of the top 3 invalid as they never really crossed the line, and standing before him was the very person he had been searching for. It all now became clear to Alec why the city seemed eerily empty. It had all been manipulated by the chronomancer to serve as his gaming ground. "We've been looking for you, Mr. Chronomancer," Alec shouted, causing the female mage to pale and quickly retreat from Alec and his team. The chronomancer, who had been on the other side of the time warp, the one they have been looking for, they finally identified, as he turned to face them, revealing a mask adorning his face. "You've been looking for me. I have no business with all of you, since you've challenged me and lost. You'll all be trapped in a time freeze here like the rest of the city," the chronomancer uttered in a robotic voice as he began walking away. However, a peculiar sound caught his attention, causing him to turn back and witness Alec hurling a type of time spell array scroll at the warp, resulting in its destruction. "Get him," Alec commanded, swiftly jumping into his car and accelerating towards the finish line while the rays kept him busy. The chronomancer attempted to impede the car's progress, but Lucas, Brandon, and Arthur had already closed in on him. As the chronomancer stepped back, he unleashed a formidable Tier 5 aura. "Stop him before he can cast a spell," Lucas instructed, swinging his sword and releasing a powerful onslaught of sword chi, as despite their restricted mana, their chi could still be utilized as it remained intact. "You pests are making me angry," the chronomancer's voice seethed as he assumed a defensive stance and advanced towards them. Low-tier spell time pause. His palm came into contact with Lucas, freezing him in place. Arthur retaliated with a punch, which the chronomancer blocked with both hands before countering with a powerful right hook. However, before his fists could connect with Arthur, Brandon intervened, defending his companion with his saber. Yet, as the punch collided with the saber, a distortion occurred, propelling Brandon several meters away. After swiftly taking care of Brandon, the chronomancer redirected his attention to the dazed Arthur, who was still in shock at how quickly his teammate had been incapacitated. He hadn't even witnessed the chronomancer's movements one moment. Brandon had his back, and the next, he lay defeated on the ground. The chronomancer extended his hands towards Arthur's throat. Reacting instinctively, Arthur retreated and raised his right hand to intercept the attack. However, the previously sluggish hand now blurred and slipped through Arthur's defenses. In an instant, Arthur found himself lifted off the ground, gasping for breath as he was choked. Frustrated by his inability to use spells at that moment, Arthur yearned for his magical abilities. Suddenly, his body flickered with a combination of brown and golden light, catching the chronomancer's attention. As the chronomancer held onto him, he turned his head to see Alec crossing the finish line. This triggered something within their entire team, granting them the ability to unleash their mana and cast spells once again. The chronomancer forcefully tossed Arthur aside, intending to confront Alec, who had just disembarked from his truck. However, he was deterred by the remaining 10 members of Alec's team, who were all radiating with brimming mana. Beatrice had summoned her wooden spider puppet, along with her human puppet, it was evident that they were taking this encounter seriously, as it marked their first official confrontation against a genuine Tier 5 mage, one who controlled the power of one of the two special elements time. So typical of the Academy, Alec muttered as he joined his team, always giving us outdated information and forcing us to deal with the consequences of their mistakes. The female mage, realizing that nobody was focused on her, swiftly got into her truck, accelerated, and secured her position as the third position. Desperate to escape the chaos, she vanished along with the rest of her team as she had finally passed the race of death. However, the chronomancer showed no interest in them, his attention fixated on Alec and his companions, but his look changed when he noticed the student badge peeking out from Arthur's waist. Once again, the War God Mage Academy sends its little mages to me, the chronomancer scoffed. I can't believe these fools are struggling to produce a worthy successor for their younger generations, until yet they send more to die here. Well, since you're all from the War God Mage Academy, you can forget about being trapped in a time freeze, as I'll be killing each and every one of you. After all, you already allowed a few of my prisoners to escape in my own death race game, he said as his aura intensified. No further words were needed to be exchanged among the team. As they united, preparing to engage the chronomancer, as they all casted flashing spells with the hope that by joining forces, they might at least hold their ground against him. Mid-tier spells Chrono Blast. The chronomancer unleashed a torrent of fast-moving time mana projectiles, resembling a barrage of bullets fired from his hands. It was as if Alec himself were shooting Terra bullets, only much faster, with both hands and no cooldowns. With each hit, they found themselves caught in a relentless time loop, perpetually forced to return to where they had begun. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free from the unyielding cycle. The chronomancer's laughter reverberated, his hands spread wide, after already immobilizing the team before they could react. He had demonstrated the true terror of being a mid-rank mage to the team, unlike the newly upgraded Tier 4 opponents most of them had faced. Bang! The chronomancer skidded along the ground, struggling to halt his slide by exerting more strength in his legs. There was a flicker of shock in his eyes as he gazed at Alec. He had unleashed the Chrono Blast 11 times, expecting all 11 individuals to be ensnared in a time loop. However, Alec had evaded it by summoning the Sword Saint, who deflected the blasts after using anti-magic mana on his sword. Taking advantage of the chronomancer's momentary shock, Alec launched another attack, which finally disrupted the Chrono Blast and allowing the rest of the team to regain their footing. Step away, all of you won't even make a dent in him, Alec commanded, addressing his recovering team. Move back, this is an order from your captain. He is far more dangerous than the mission initially portrayed. It seems he was being lenient when he attacked. I can't risk all of you dying, especially now that I am your leader. Trust me, sit this one out and observe, Alec explained. The team gritted their teeth in frustration, particularly Lucas, whose eyes still burned with a wild determination to fight. However, as they witnessed the Gordon clansmen retreat with unwavering confidence, they had no choice but to place their faith in Alec. The chronomancer observed Alec, tilting his head slightly before speaking. I don't understand why they have such blind faith in you, but it's clear that you are better than the rest, despite being just a Tier 3 mage, the chronomancer said. Well, I knew they would be of no help after I attacked you. Even if I had hit you, you would still be able to minimize the damage with minimal movement. Only a few people can do that, those who are highly skilled in martial arts, Alec replied. And I also know you are not from this world. You are a transmigrator. With your knowledge of martial arts and the time element, you could be considered close to invincible in your realm, Alec continued. It takes one transmigrator to know one. Now if you know all this, why are you so persistent in facing me alone? Don't tell me you believe you can defeat me on your own, the chronomancer questioned. Well, I won't know until I try, right? Alec responded as he attempted to draw his bone katana. However, before he could, the chronomancer appeared in front of him, slamming his hands onto the katana to prevent Alec from removing it. Simultaneously, the chronomancer's second hand slapped Alec's chest, freezing him in a time pause. The chronomancer relentlessly launched a series of kicks and punches at Alec, before ending it with a spinning hook kick that sent Alec crashing to the ground. As the time pause ended, Alec coughed up blood but managed to roll away, narrowly avoiding the chronomancer's stomp. The team felt the urge to rush to Alec's aid, but when they saw the golem Alec had summoned remaining motionless, they held back. It was a sign that Alec still wanted them out of the fight. Damn, you're impressive, Alec exclaimed, spitting to the ground. But I believe I have outgrown my limiters, and it's time to release myself from their grasp, so I can face you properly, he declared. The chronomancer and Alec's team were left baffled, struggling to make sense of Alec's words in that moment. However, their confusion quickly dissipated when Alec rolled up the sleeves of his academy robes, revealing enormous iron bracers securely fastened around his hands. Whoa, he had those on throughout. I thought he had discarded the old ones, but it seems he simply replaced them with new ones, Brandon sighed. unable to contain his admiration for Alec's unwavering determination. Even with the iron bracers restraining him, Alec exhibited astounding battle prowess. As the bracers clattered to the ground, trembling under their own weight, Alec massaged his wrists just when they thought the spectacle had concluded. Their eyes widened as Alec raised his trousers, exposing iron bracers encircling his legs. This time, 2 bracers adorned each leg. Alec untied them and let them plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. After dropping the 6 iron bracers he had been using for training, Alec felt a newfound freedom coursing through his body. With an energetic leap, he cracked his legs, feeling invigorated. Plus 30 agility, plus 15 strength, plus 20 endurance. As Alec's stats underwent another transformation, he could practically feel his muscles straining with untapped strength as he locked his gaze on the formidable figure of the chronomancer. Even the chronomancer sensed a shift in Alec, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it, however. His instincts warned him that Alec had become significantly more dangerous than before. Attempting to maneuver closer, the chronomancer soon realized that Alec still had more to reveal. With a swift motion, Alec removed his academy shirt, unveiling a sculpted chest and abs that appeared to have been chiseled by the hands of an ancient Greek artist. His spirit equipment tattoo materialized and began to run across Alec's skin, spreading rapidly till they all connected and transformed into the vibrant red salamander armor set. His hair too underwent a striking transformation too, as he placed his hand on his weapon just as his waist, with the left side dominated by a deep brown shade, while the right side exhibited a bold red hue, pushing the darkness of his hair towards the tips. Cracking his neck, Alec met the chronomancer's gaze with a confident smile. Even though the chronomancer was a Tier 5 mage, Alec's boosted stats now granted him the raw power of a peak Tier 4 mage, combined with the additional stats of the red salamander armor set. Alec believed he wouldn't be helpless against the chronomancer this time, and even if he struggled, he wouldn't be as woefully outmatched as before. With Alec poised and prepared, he didn't hesitate to take the initiative this time, as he dashed towards the chronomancer and disappearing from the sight of his team. They all gasped at Alec's speed, finally understanding why he had told them to stay back. There was no way they could match the velocity he had just demonstrated. If they joined the fight, they would be unable to keep up and would only hinder him. The chronomancer saw a fiery fist hurtling toward him and raised his hands, casting a time pause spell around his palms in anticipation of Alec's strike. However, the fiery fist was merely a feint by Alec, designed to deceive him. As the chronomancer reacted, Alec's image flickered. He wasn't lunging at the chronomancer again, but had already closed the distance at ground level. He withdrew his right fist and delivered a low jab to the chronomancer's ribs by employing his left fist, which was encased in an earth fist spell. Alec struck with surprising force. That made the chronomancer wince in pain, bending slightly, only for Alec to follow up with an uppercut from his fiery fist and a hook punch with his stone fist. A barrage of punches rained down on the chronomancer, who raised both hands after casting a distortion spell in defense, hoping to mitigate the onslaught. Alec's teammates watched, mouths agape, as his relentless assault unfolded. All they could see was a blur of red and brown clashing against a shimmer of yellow as Alec fought the chronomancer. Realizing that his punches weren't having the desired effect, Alec executed a sweeping kick, striking the chronomancer's legs and toppling him to the ground without missing a beat. Alec smashed his foot into the chronomancer's stomach. Bang. The kick propelled the chronomancer several meters back, landing with a thud that resonated through the area. Alec took a stance, waiting for his opponent to rise and continue the fight. The chronomancer regained his footing, with a smile creeping across his face as he wiped the blood trickling from his mouth. One side of his mask was shattered, revealing a grin that was both amused and menacing. "You never cease to impress me," the chronomancer acknowledged, locking eyes with Alec. "But if you think my time spells require physical contact to affect you, you're sorely mistaken." Assuming a peculiar stance, the chronomancer stood tall, his feet firmly planted on the ground. His legs were spread slightly wider than shoulder width, establishing a stable base. His weight was balanced, with a readiness to spring into motion at any moment. His upper body leaned forward slightly, exuding an air of aggression. His core muscles were taut, signaling a controlled power. His arms and shoulders remained relaxed yet primed, like a predator ready to pounce. His hands, raised to the level of his ears, were curled into fists that could both defend and attack with lethal precision. From beneath the remnants of his mask, his gaze was intense and unwavering, his eyes locked onto Alec with a steely determination. Alec's expression turned contemplative. The stance was familiar, as a nagging echo of a memory. He knew he had seen this move before. "Muay Thai martial arts," Alec exclaimed, recognizing the technique. "You're quite knowledgeable now. Witness the fruits of my Muay Thai training for years inside a time loop," the chronomancer boasted, closing the distance with swift movements. Alec could track his approach, but as soon as the chronomancer's legs shifted, Alec realized he was powerless to stop the time accelerated. A brutal low kick swept Alec's legs, throwing off his balance. Before he could regain his footing, another vicious strike targeted his thigh, eliciting a pained groan from him. The chronomancer then executed a sweeping leg motion, driven by the rotation of his hips, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to Alec's head. The impact sent Alec flying, tumbling before he managed to right himself and assume a defensive stance once more. Struggling to rise, Alec spat out blood, feeling his internal injuries worsen after being thrown like that. The chronomancer's assault was not only lethal, but also cruelly efficient. With each kick, the chronomancer used time magic to momentarily stun Alec's body, rendering the affected parts immobile with limited time pause effects. And before the time paralysis on the certain part of his body could dissipate, Alec was struck again, making another part of his body enter a time pause state again, demonstrating the lethal synergy of Muay Thai with time manipulation. How did you like that? The chronomancer taunted, his right hand outstretched towards Alec, sending a shiver of dread through him. Let's go another round, the chronomancer declared, not waiting for Alec's response. Mid-tier spell time reversal. The chronomancer unleashed another spell, pulling his outstretched hands backward in a commanding gesture. As Alec's reality warped, and he found himself moments in the past, witnessing the chronomancer's legs gearing up to deliver the same devastating low kick once more. What the hell, didn't this just happen? I can still feel the pain, Alec thought in dismay. He quickly realized that not only had he retained the memories from the moments before the time reversal, but the pain and injuries had persisted through the temporal shift as well. And just like last time, Alec was sent flying again by a roundhouse kick. As he looked up, he realized that the time reversal spell had been casted again, bringing him back to the scene where the low kick was just about to be executed. Arthur gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, torn between wanting to intervene in the fight and knowing that Alec would have relied on his golems now if he was truly in seemingly hopeless situation. The belief among the team was that Alec's golems, particularly Titan and Legion, were stronger than him, and since Alec had not summoned them, they assumed he still had control over the situation. Little did they know that at this very moment, Alec was at his strongest, surpassing the power of any of his golems, even Titan, yet all he could do was continue to endure the repeated onslaught from the chronomancer. It wasn't until the 5th round that something changed. The chronomancer didn't fail to notice the missing hurried or angry look in Alec's eyes, but he did see a wide smile spread across Alec's face, but he chose to ignore the eerie smile. The chronomancer remained confident in his ability to handle Alec alone. However, as the chronomancer closed in for another attack, Alec raised his head and exclaimed, "Got you." Instantly, a massive rune array materialized beneath them, and colossal hands of earth emerged, engulfing the chronomancer from various directions in an attempt to restrain him. Finally, Alec was able to destroy the time reversal. He flexed his muscles, his gaze fixed on the chronomancer. "I know that won't hold you for long, so let's not waste any more time. Come at me now, as I won't fall for this feeble trap. After all, I summoned the Earth Hands trapping array myself," Alec declared, raising his hands in a boxing stance. "How did you manage to break free from my time reversal spell?" the chronomancer asked, his curiosity piqued and anger evident. As with a slight twitch and pull from his body, he freed himself from the Earth Hands trapping array. Alex had indeed being right, and the array couldn't hold the chronomancer, but he had been patiently waiting for Alec to draw near so he could launch a counterattack. But Alec refused to be ensnared by the chronomancer's tricks. "Now, tell me exactly how you were able to escape my time reversal spell." "Oh, that." "It was quite simple, really. After the second time, I realized that although your time element is difficult to defend against, mastering spells involving rare elements takes time. It became clear that your understanding of time element spells is at a lower level," Alec explained. "If not, you wouldn't have solely focused on reversing only me. You could have reversed time itself, but since you could only reverse my actions, I retained my memories and started plotting. Each time I was sent back in time, I casted an array. At first, I doubted its effectiveness, but when you cast the spell again and I saw those array lines still present, I figured out it was only you and me being drawn into the reversed events. So with every reversal, I added to the array until I finally broke free from the events happening. And if my guess is correct, you won't be able to use that spell for a while once it has been broken. This is the drawback of having a limited understanding of your time element spells." Alex shrugged his shoulders, undeterred. "Who cares about that? I'll just cast another time spell," the chronomancer declared, extending his hand. However, Alec quickly countered by pushing his hands forward, summoning 5 earth spears that intercepted the chronomancer's attempt to cast the spell. Closing in on his opponent, Alec threw a right-handed jab enhanced by the fiery fist spell. The straight punch stunned the chronomancer momentarily, but before Alec could follow up with a combination, he found himself on the receiving end of the chronomancer's relentless onslaught. Elbow strikes, knee strikes, and low kicks came at Alec with increasing speed and power as the chronomancer harnessed the time element to accelerate his attacks. While Alec's enhanced agility allowed him to track the movements with his eyes, his body couldn't keep up with the accelerated strikes of the Muay Thai karate. Nonetheless, Alec managed to land a few earth or fiery fists on the chronomancer, surprising his opponent with his resilience. The chronomancer stared at Alec, taken aback by his ability to withstand the onslaught. Normally, a Tier 3 mage would be defeated with just one attack, but Alec had proven himself capable of matching up, despite being on the losing side. "Why won't you just die?" exclaimed the chronomancer in frustration, delivering a forceful push kick to Alec's midsection, sending him staggering backward. However, Alec quickly got back on his feet. Though he had taken numerous blows, his high endurance not only allowed him to endure in fights but also granted him a resilient body, capable of resisting most attacks. One of Alec's main concerns was his weak internal organs. He knew he had to end the fight with the chronomancer quickly. Drawing out his blood chando, he proclaimed, "Come, let me show you true power." Finally, he tapped into his fire element, causing flames to engulf his body and a red cloak to materialize behind him. Despite his efforts to suppress his bloodthirsty killing intent, Alec realized that he wouldn't be able to harm, let alone kill the chronomancer without unleashing it. The Changdao blade glowed with fiery intensity, creating a domain of flames around him. Additionally, rocks levitated in the air, manipulated by Alec's gravity control. "You amuse me." The chronomancer taunted, charging toward Alec as the area surrounding him seems to be under a time pause. In response, Alec unleashed a torrent of stones, each one levitating toward the chronomancer. The chronomancer retaliated by shooting chronoblasts at the oncoming stones, causing them to enter a time-slowing effect as he dashed effortlessly through them. With a forceful motion, he thrust his hands toward Alec and unleashed another attack nova distortion. A deafening bang reverberated through the area as dust and debris engulfed Alec, obscuring the view. The team watched attentively, their eyes fixed on the smoke screen, until Alec emerged from the chaos, his movements now stealthy as he circled around the chronomancer. However, the chronomancer quickly caught on and continued casting nova distortion, obliterating the surroundings. The destructive power of a Tier 5 mage became evident to all present, prompting the team to take additional steps back to avoid being caught in the devastating shockwaves. The sheer magnitude of destruction made them contemplate how Alec, against all odds, could still engage in battle with the formidable chronomancer, when they felt death call just by getting too close. Peering through space distorted by their vantage point, they observed Alec relentlessly wielding his Changdao against the chronomancer, who skillfully employed Muay Thai martial arts. The fact that Alec was only a Tier 3 mage seemed almost unbelievable to them. Alec adeptly defended against a knee strike by positioning his Changdao defensively, but his blade failed to breach the chronomancer's skin, protected by a shimmering veil of time mana. Lost in his thoughts, Alec momentarily became vulnerable, allowing the chronomancer to unleash a new attack pattern. With a swift teep, a front push kick aimed at Alec's abdomen, the chronomancer aimed to create distance between them. As his foot returned to the ground, he executed a powerful roundhouse kick with his rear leg, targeting Alec's head and sending him hurtling once more towards the spot where the Sword Saint stood ready. "Just give up," taunted the chronomancer, his arrogance evident. "You cannot defeat me. I am far superior in realm to you. While you possess great endurance and strength, without the ability to bypass my time shield, you cannot harm me, and if you cannot harm me, your ultimate fate will be death." As the chronomancer launched a chronoblast towards Alec, the scorching attack was intercepted by the swift slash of the Sword Saint, who had been standing protectively before Alec's exhausted body. Witnessing this timely intervention, Alec's weariness transformed into a smile as he gathered his resolve once more. "Please apply the anti-magic aura to my blade," Alec requested after a thought crossed his mind, extending his Changdao towards the Sword Saint. With a gentle touch, the saint infused the fiery blade with an arcane gray hue. Alec, his face beaming with determination, deftly swung the altered blade that now burned with gray flames through the air a few times, as a smile adorned his face. "Let's put everything on the line for the next round," Alec declared, his voice laced with determination. "It's a matter of life or death for me." The chronomancer didn't say anything, but his actions did as he assumed a formidable stance, his limbs radiating a vibrant yellow glow infused with the essence of time, evident in the mana that enshrouded his fists, knees, and elbows. Alec had come to realize that the anti-magic effect of the Sword Saint was the only thing that had been able to gain an advantage over the chronomancer's time-related spells. As nothing else seemed to work, even his combination of flame and earth element spells, used simultaneously, had proven to be ineffective against the supreme power of the time element. This made him believe the theory that says only another supreme power could contend against it on equal ground, a supreme power like space. Alec pondered attacking with anti-magic imbued on his blade. As a smile spread across his face as the flames on the blood Changdao transformed into a gray hue, a clear indication that it now had the ability to repel and cut through the chronomancer's time spells. As Alec stretched his left hand towards the chronomancer, attempting to cast an earth element spell, he realized that it was not activating. The chronomancer laughed out loud before explaining, "I don't understand how your summoned being has been able to comprehend the power of anti-magic. It must have come from one of the objects you have used throughout its evolution process, cause clearly, you know nothing about anti-magic, so allow me to enlighten you. Those who use anti-magic are not meant to possess any magic, and even if they do, they should not use any magic spells while controlling their anti-magic, as it would cancel out every other spell, especially the caster's own," the chronomancer explained, slowly advancing towards Alec. "Well, it doesn't even matter because I don't need my elemental powers to defeat you. I will triumph solely with my skills," Alec confidently declared as he fortified his body with qi. Due to wielding the Changdao, which is now infused with anti-magic properties, he found himself unable to cast spells, and the protective flame aura surrounding his body vanished. So since he couldn't enhance his attacks with his elemental affinities, Alec decided to rely on his qi instead. As they both clashed once more, a brief moment passed where the chronomancer looked down at his chest, only to find a long trail of blood. Though he possessed great strength, Alec was now able to penetrate the thin time mana shield that surrounded him. Fear gripped the chronomancer for the first time as Alec drew blood. Alec turned to face him, an eerie smile on his lips, closing in for another strike. Having experienced the power of the Changdao shrouded in gray energy, the chronomancer seemed to have learned his lesson. He stretched out his hand, conjuring an ethereal blade from the force of the time element, as he understood that relying solely on his Muay Thai martial arts against Alec would not lead to victory, especially now that Alec had the ability to harm him. He felt it was time for him to wield a weapon as well. Although Alec made the first move, but as the chronomancer decided to launch his attack, he disappeared. Activating a large-scale time pause, he affected everyone around him, but he knew that he could only maintain the spell for a limited duration. But that brief moment was all he needed to gain the upper hand against Alec. As the time pause dissipated, Alec was taken aback to find that the chronomancer had vanished from his previous position, to mere seconds away from striking him. With the deadly time Bladian outcome, Alec was determined to avoid at all costs. Cheat. Alec exclaimed in frustration, convinced that the chronomancer had once again utilized the time pause skill. He was growing to despise these time element spells. Reacting swiftly, Alec swiftly rotated the Changdao in a circular motion, successfully deflecting an incoming attack, and without hesitation, he immediately countered with a powerful thrust, after redirecting the chronomancer's weapon. Alec's surprise, the chronomancer cast a distortion on his palm, forcibly striking the air just before Alec's thrust could reach him. This slight alteration in the course of the attack caused Alec's blade to miss its intended target. Seizing the opportunity, Alec released his weapon and launched a punch straight towards the chronomancer's face with incredible speed. Bang! The chronomancer couldn't hide his astonishment as his punch completely shattered his mask, causing injury even without the aid of anti-magic. Alec's expression shifted from shock to determination as he finally discovered another way to bypass the thin time shields surrounding the chronomancer through gravity manipulation. By employing a sub-power linked to his earth element, Alec had just executed a strike that harnessed the force of gravity. Fortunately, he found that it had an effect on the chronomancer. "You are as good as dead," the chronomancer declared angrily, smashing his fist into the air. Despite the distance that now separated them, Alec felt a sharp pain graze the edge of his face in the next instant. While he managed to evade a direct hit, the attack had still made its impact. "Finish him," Agnes's voice echoed from the distance, prompting Alec to tighten his grip on the blood Changdao with both hands. As the blade pointed skyward, the chronomancer made his move. Alec took a step forward, swiftly executing a diagonal downward slash from right to left. The tip of his blade emitted a streak of anti-magic energy, sending it flying towards the chronomancer. But before the slash reached its target, the chronomancer retaliated with a series of slashes, attempting to destroy the attack. He later managed to drain the slash of its powers. After recognizing the advantage of Alec's anti-magic ability that cuts through his time attacks, he could only drain it out with multiple slashes of his own. But Alec offered no respite, immediately following up his initial attack with another. This time, he executed a reverse slash, bringing the blood Changdao back diagonally from left to right, with both hands gripping the weapon firmly as he unleashed a more powerful gray slash towards the chronomancer. Reacting quickly, the chronomancer enlarged his ethereal sword, using it to counter Alec's strike. The clash produced a massive friction, causing small crackles of energy to scatter uncontrollably. Alec remained several meters away, surveying the scene before turning his attention to Saint. Saint, in response to Alec's movements, sent forth another bolt of anti-magic mana, which clung to the blade of Alec's Changdo. The flickering gray flames that were on the verge of extinguishing after a few slashes now burned brightly once again. Amidst the chaos, the chronomancer had already freed himself from Alec's slash, as he conjured two swords this time, dashing towards Alec. His previous ethereal time blade had been destroyed in the last attack, resulting in a deafening explosion that echoed behind him. Having manipulated time to his advantage, the chronomancer raced forward, leaving the explosion behind. Panting heavily due to the excessive use of his mana, meanwhile Alec had not tapped into his own mana reserves for quite some time. As the chronomancer approached, Alec swiftly shifted his Changdo into a defensive position near his body. Anticipating that Alec would defend against his attack, the chronomancer was caught off guard when Alec executed a sudden front kick with his right leg, targeting his midsection. The force of the kick pushed the chronomancer back slightly, prompting Alec to retract his right leg. Seizing the opportunity, Alec closed the distance by stepping forward with his left leg. As he dropped his Changdo close by, he launched a left jab at the chronomancer's face. His clenched fist crackled with gravity energy, distorting the air around it as it traveled towards the chronomancer. The chronomancer was astonished by the turn of events, as Alec seems to be in an enlightened state as he flawlessly executed combo after combo of attacks. Following the left jab he threw, Alec smoothly followed through with a powerful right cross punch, by utilizing the rotation of his body to unleash maximum power while staying closely to the bloody Changdo. However, the chronomancer swiftly mounted a last-minute defense as he raised his hands up, keenly sensing the immense strength behind Alec's rotational attack. This slight resistance pushed him back, prompting the chronomancer to exert even more force into his hands to break the attack before swinging his sword. Yet, Alec skillfully rolled backward, evading the strike, and immediately surged forward once more. During Alec's advancement, the chronomancer hastily retreated a few steps as Alec seized his bloody Changdo from the ground and thrust it towards the chronomancer's torso. Capitalizing on the opening created by the chronomancer's attempted retreat, Alec aimed directly at him. Alas, the chronomancer swiftly comprehended Alec's intentions, skillfully waving both hands to flick Alec's Changdo and neutralize the thrust. Unfazed by this countermove, Alec seamlessly transitioned his attack. Advancing forward with his left foot, as he swiftly executed a forceful right roundhouse kick to the chronomancer's side, striking him with considerable impact. This blow caused the chronomancer's left side to bend slightly and disrupted his balance. Frustration welled within the chronomancer as he longed to curse aloud. Alec had cleverly employed his gravity distortion on his legs before executing the attack, resulting in internal injuries. As the distortion attacks ravaged his insides upon impact, the chronomancer felt the full force of their power. Unlike the comparatively mild discomfort caused by the fiery and earth fists, these gravity-infused attacks were like critical blows, and Alec's control over this ability was impeccable, enabling him to unleash its force at will. Swiftly dropping to the ground, Alec seamlessly followed through with his Changdo in a low sweeping motion, intentionally targeting the chronomancer's still unbalanced left leg, causing him to stumble and fall. Without a moment's hesitation, Alec drove the blade straight into the chronomancer's heart, his eyes bulging in disbelief as the realization of his imminent demise hit him. In a cruel twist of fate, he found himself unable to cast the time reversal spell, as the anti-magic properties had already pierced into his heart through the Changdo, rendering him powerless to avert his own death. It was a bitterly ironic moment for the chronomancer who played with time spells, unable to perform even a single spell due to the overwhelming presence of anti-magic. Despite his struggle, it took a grueling 2 minutes before his life finally slipped away. Alec couldn't help but marvel at the chronomancer's tenacity, his sheer determination to fight on even as his life force waned. It had truly been an unexpected turn of events, however. Alec had not aimed to kill him out of malice, but solely out of his duty. Through information gleaned from the academy, they discovered that the chronomancer had been directly involved in numerous deaths. Although the precise details of how, and when he had wrested control of the city eluded them, they knew one thing for certain: no mage above Tier 5 could enter the City of Time, and those who did enter never lived to tell the tale. Those who had dared to defy this rule had met their demise. Alec remained unaware of Selene's intentions to gamble with his life again, due to her unwavering faith in him that he would defy death once again. With a fluid motion, Alec swung his Changdo to the side, the droplets of blood flung from the blade, leaving it gleaming in its pristine state. He dragged the chando along the scabbard, each movement measured and solemn. The blade traced the scabbard's opening slowly, almost reverently, before Alex slid it home with a soft click. In that moment, his spirit equipment set reverted back to tattoo form, his eyes closed as he collapsed to the ground. I won, he mumbled as consciousness slipped away. Ding. 510 mid-tier lifeforms killed. Level up. Level up. When Alex's eyes fluttered open, he found himself not at the race location, but in a tastefully decorated bedroom. As he attempted to rise, Agnes's voice rang out, "He's awake." Following her announcement, the rest of the team crowded into the room, enveloping him in a group hug. "Hey. Watch it, I'm still in pain all over," Alec complained, and upon hearing his protests, they gave him space to rest back on the bed. He noticed his upper body was bare, but his spirit equipment tattoos were still visible. With a mere thought, they retracted into his body. "So what's the situation now?" Alec inquired. "They've allowed us to stay in this house until you recover," she added, prompting Alec to sigh in relief. "I'll go check on the machine when I'm fully recovered," Alec declared with determination. "What are we going to do about the remaining missions? If they're all as challenging as this one, there's no way we'll complete them before the 2-month deadline," Beatrice said, concern etching her features. She felt a pang of guilt for not being able to assist Alec during the recent order. She had always considered herself strong, unbeatable by her peers. However, witnessing Alec stand against a Tier 5 and a master of the supreme time element had been a humbling experience that ignited her resolve to improve. "That's true, it seems they assigned us these missions expecting us to fail, but I assure you that won't happen from now on. Beatrice will lead the team on feasible missions, while I tackle the riskier and horde-related ones. Splitting our efforts is the only way we can complete all the missions," Alec declared, his fist clenched with newfound confidence. He was now a Tier 4 mage, and he felt a sense of joy for surpassing even his golems for the first time. Alec wasn't feeling arrogant, but the breakthrough had added 30 extra stat points to his physical attributes and increased his mentality by 5. This was enough to make him feel slightly invincible. However, he pushed those thoughts aside, planning to upgrade it when the time arrives. The very next day, Alec was already partially healed and able to walk, so he headed straight to the game capsule to see if there was anything he could do to fix it. Since they needed to leave the city soon due to their tight schedule, Alec wanted to ensure that there would be no more problems with the game capsule before he departed. As Alec approached the capsule, the system beeped, alerting him to a notification. Ding. Damaged artifact discovered. Pay 10,000 system points to unveil its real form YN. Alec decided to pay the fee, and the capsule began shrinking until it transformed into what appeared to be an amulet. Next to the amulet was a scroll adorned with countless beast drawings, and the chronomancer's lifeless body lay nearby. Bending down, Alec picked up the amulet and attempted to analyze it using his skill, but to his surprise, the system provided no further information aside from confirming that it was an artifact. However, Alec yearned to control whatever power the amulet held. After all, the chronomancer had used it to create an entire world and turn it into a death car race when it was in a damaged state. Alec's imagination ran wild with the possibilities of what he could do with it in a repaired state, but he was unable to control it any of that now. As a compromise, he picked up the scroll of beasts next. Suddenly, another notification appeared on the screen. Thousands Beast Forest can assimilate with the amulet. Pay 100,000 system points to unlock the first 3 levels. The sight of this nearly caused Alec's eyes to pop out of their sockets. He couldn't fathom why simply assimilating the Thousands Beast Forest scroll would require such an exorbitant amount of system points. However, Alec was hesitant to spend such a large sum of money on something whose value to him was still unknown. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and paid the fee, watching as the scroll transformed into shimmering specks of light that merged with the amulet. Yet, there was still no visible change in its appearance. Alec stood in the middle of the road, patiently waiting for something to happen to the amulet. After 30 seconds had passed, he realized he was making a spectacle of himself, holding an amulet that looked ordinary while people passed by and stared at him. So he wore the amulet around his neck, and at that moment a thought occurred to him. Maybe he needed to shed blood on it to activate its powers, just like in the novels he had read. He peeked into his space ring and retrieved a small dagger, which had been looted from one of the orcs his golems had slain. He lightly sliced his hands, but to his surprise, there was only a shallow cut and no blood. Intrigued, Alec turned the blade and attempted to stab himself, but the low-ranked dagger proved incapable of piercing his skin. His jaw dropped as he realized the incredible strength he now possessed. Although the dagger was considered a Tier 2 weapon and belonged to the low-rank category, but just a few days ago, it would have drawn blood if he had attempted to pierce his skin with it. However, with the additional stats increased he had gained to his endurance and his breakthrough to the Tier 4 mage realm, Alec had developed an immense resistance. And it seemed that even a Tier 2 weapon was incapable of harming him. A smug smile crossed his face as he nonchalantly returned the dagger to his space ring. It was time to draw the bloody Changdao, a weapon that never failed to fulfill its bloodlust. Unsheathing the bloody Changdao, Alec was confident that this blade would have no trouble cutting him open. As he cut himself, blood dripped from his wound as the Changdao didn't fail. He raised his bleeding hand and allowed the blood to fall onto the amulet, observing it intently. The amulet absorbed the blood that dripped upon it. Alec expected some kind of reaction, a flash of light or a sign indicating that it was now under his control, but he had been overly hopeful. Instead, the amulet turned out to be another blood-draining entity, similar to the bloody Changdao. It greedily sucked in his blood, causing Alec's expression to change completely after 30 seconds passed. He couldn't fathom the type of mini-vampire he had acquired this time, still weakened from his intense battle with the chronomancer, so losing a significant amount of blood further drained the color from his face. Fortunately, after 1 minute had elapsed, the amulet ceased its blood-sucking with a belching sound. Alec was surprised to hear the amulet emit such a noise in his mind, as the situation had threatened to spiral out of control, but he was relieved that he no longer had to endure the loss of more blood. Though he glanced at the chronomancer's corpse, he thought nothing of it. He resolved to dispose of it soon, planning on instructing the city's residents to bury or cremate the body. He even felt if they wanted to experiment on it, they could do as they saw fit. After all, a Tier 5 corpse was a treasure. It would have been forbidden, but for someone like the chronomancer, Alec didn't care. However, as he tried to move away, Alec realized that the amulet was attempting to drag him by his neck. The amulet's direction pointed towards the chronomancer's corpse as Alec began to hear baby sounds resonating within his mind. He could only assume that these sounds originated from the amulet itself. It was the first time he had heard such noises since his arrival in this world. From the baby's voice, Alec sensed a longing and desire for the chronomancer's corpse. Deciding to comply, he cast a zero-gravity spell on the corpse, causing it to float towards him. As the corpse neared, Alec noticed a change in the amulet. It now had an open mouth in the middle, resembling a huge mouth with a powerful suction force. The amulet completely engulfed and devoured the body of the Tier 5 mage. This time, it emitted happy sounds. A wave of fear washed over Alec as he realized the extent of what he had awakened. A Tier 5 mage body had just been consumed by the amulet adorning his neck just like that, and he could feel a serious headache began to throb in his temples. He pondered how to handle this situation, feeling both frightened of the amulet's power and unwilling to show his fear, as he knew that the amulet was far from ordinary based on what it had displayed. I should have known that it wasn't an ordinary artifact when it required 100,000 system points to awaken, Alec muttered to himself, curiously lacing his words. He had expected some sort of response from the amulet, but there was none. It seemed that his new baby amulet had gone into a slumber after consuming the Tier 5 corpse. It had entered a phase of digesting the body. Without wasting any more time, Alec swiftly returned to the villa where they were staying in the city. He had accomplished what he set out to do, but now it was imperative to unravel the true nature and origin of the amulet, as it troubled him that, for the first time, the system's analysis skill failed to determine the origin of something. And so the day wore on, with Alec continuing to struggle with his new amulet. Despite his efforts, the amulet remained in its dormant state, refusing to react to anything Alec tried in order to make it active. Alec even attempted to coax it by offering food, but all his attempts were in vain. It had already been 2 days since Alec and his team arrived in the City of Time, and although they planned to depart the following day, Alec couldn't shake his reservations, as he felt uncertain about leaving the city when he wasn't sure he had resolved all the issues surrounding it. Realizing that he couldn't control certain aspects at the moment, Alec decided to rest and cease his fruitless attempts with the amulet. Weary from his relentless research on how to activate it, he lay on his bed, yearning for some much-needed sleep. Yet as he closed his eyes, an uncomfortable sensation overcame him, as it felt as though he was floating, causing Alec to promptly open his eyes. But to his astonishment, he found himself no longer in his room, but rather in a boundless black expanse. As Alec took in his surreal surroundings, he realized that his clothes had vanished, leaving him adorned only in a loincloth to preserve his modesty. Turning his attention, he observed 3 levitating doors in close proximity to him. The first door displayed an inscription that read "First Level of the Beast Forest." In that moment, Alec experienced a sudden clarity, being suspended in this black void. He had initially questioned whether it was all a dream. However, with the sight of that door, he now knew without a doubt that he had been forcefully transported into the very space concealed within the amulet artifact. and the three doors clearly corresponded to the first three levels of the Beast Forest scroll that he had assimilated into the artifact. Nearby, he could see a long black tree standing in the middle of the space, illuminated by a mysterious light. On the tree, Alec could see the body of the chronomancer being turned upside down, with the rest of his body wrapped by a large black leaf. The black tree at the moment seemed to have only one branch. Alec floated towards the dead body of the chronomancer, attempting to drag him down, but to no avail. He decided to divert his attention elsewhere and entered the second-level door of the beast direct, which was red in color. Alec found himself transported into a vast forest, with nothing but his loincloth covering him. He tried summoning his red salamander armor, but all that appeared was the tattoo instead. The red, black, and brown tattoo of the red salamander set was glued to his body, making it look like he was a warrior from a tribal race. Alec had wanted to summon his armor to cover up part of his naked chest, but right now he only felt that the tattoo made him look cooler in the place he was in. Determined to find out more about the jungle, he climbed up a certain tree nearby to get a clear view of the whole forest. That was when Alec saw it. The entire forest was filled with demonic beasts that was emitting the aura of nobility. It was clear from just a glance that they were much stronger than the average demonic beast in the same realm as them. As he was still sightseeing and trying his best to analyze their power levels, that was when he heard a chirp behind him. Anxiety gripped Alec as he gazed upon the colossal sparrow behind him, its wingspan towering over a grown man. Even without the system's confirmation, he knew he was in deep trouble. The aura emanating from the sparrow made it clear that it surpassed his current realm, and he was no match for the demonic beast. Status: Name: Sparrowkeet. Realm: Tier 5. Affinity: Wind and Shadow. Alec was caught off guard by the beast's realm, as he had initially mistook it for an intimidating Tier 6 monster. However, the analysis revealed that he was facing a Tier 5 demonic beast. He couldn't help but feel a pang of hope that he might still have a chance to escape, as he wasn't prepared to engage in another grueling battle with another Tier 5 lifeform, especially not in an unfamiliar environment and when he was not at his full strength yet. As he attempted to make a move, Alec witnessed the sparrowkeet release a dark dart from its beak. A chilling sense of impending doom washed over him, prompting him to leap from the nearby tree. To his dismay, the shadowy projectile relentlessly pursued him. The dart's speed was unfathomable, piercing him from behind and causing Alec to collapse weakly onto the ground, as blood sputtered from his lips as he grappled with the sensation of his heart being pierced. With his mind spiraling, he wondered if this would be his end within the confounding world of the amulet. Slowly, his breath faded until he succumbed to the fatal blow of the shadow dart. Alec's eyes flew open as he gasped for air, jolting upright in bed. Anxiety still gripped him as he instinctively checked his chest, the location where the dart had pierced him. A sigh of relief escaped his lips upon realizing that he was unharmed there. A refreshing and invigorating energy surged through Alec's body, briefly offering a sense of satisfaction. However, his surprise peaked as a notification appeared before him. 20 experience points gained. The shock of gaining experience points simply by entering the amulet world was beyond anything he had imagined. It made him contemplate how much experience he could have accumulated if he had been able to defeat one of the demonic beasts in the second-level forest. Perhaps then, his worries about reaching the daunting milestone of 5 million experience points would have been alleviated. The prospect of breaking through to the next small realm, transitioning from low Tier 4 to mid-Tier 4, had plagued Alec's thoughts. The system's multiplication of required points had become a burden, particularly after his cultivation technique had transformed his entire body into a mana pool. In fact, if cultivation was broken down and scrutinized according to the system's classification, it could take years for mages who only cultivated and rarely engaged in combat to make a breakthrough. Observing the serene moon still hanging in the night sky, Alec decided to return to his slumber, hoping for another round in the amulet world. Determined to seize the opportunity, Alec resolved to ensure he could defeat one of the beasts before being pulled back to the real world. With closed eyes, he gently tapped the amulet resting on his chest. "Come on, little baby, take me back into the dream world," Alec whispered, eager to delve back into slumber. He couldn't afford to miss out on the potential cultivation benefits that seemed to be within his grasp. Prepared to spend the entire night in this pursuit, he was willing to do whatever it took to inch closer towards increasing his experience points. The team had diligently prepared for their next mission and were ready to depart the following morning. Their belongings were already packed, and anticipation filled the air. However, as they gathered, a sense of unease began to settle upon them as they realized that their captain was nowhere to be found. Why is Alec not down yet? He's the one who suggested we leave this city today so we would be able to meet up with the rest of our missions, Beatrice voiced her concern. Her mind has been preoccupied with thoughts of her own cultivation, Despite spending the previous day cultivating, she felt the need for an additional push to propel her into the next stage. The memory of facing a horde of undead creatures accompanied by her loyal puppets came to mind. That was when she had experienced true growth and felt the next stage was slightly opening up. Eager to face the challenges that lay ahead, Beatrice hoped that her breakthrough would enable her to assist Alec, should they encounter a similar situation like the chronomancer once again. Arthur, always resourceful, stepped in to salvage the situation. Alec is never late like this, no worries, I'll go call him, he assured the team, as he quickly made his way up the stairs to find Alec and inform him of their readiness to depart. Ascending to Alec's room, Arthur's confusion deepened. As Alec had not even woken up, perplexed by the development, he approached Alec and tapped him gently. Slowly, Alec opened his eyes, stretching his body as if he had just emerged from a long and rejuvenating slumber. However, a furrow formed on Alec's brow as he glanced out the window, realizing the daylight had already broken. Turning to Arthur, Alec questioned, "Why is it morning already? What happened? Please tell me I'm still dreaming and it's not already morning," Alec pleaded, his voice filled with disbelief. Arthur regarded him with a mix of surprise and concern before responding. "I'm afraid you're not dreaming, boss, and yes, it's morning," Arthur replied. Fatigued, Alec allowed himself to sink back onto the bed, contemplating the events that had unfolded. As he stared at the ceiling, Alec attempted to recollect what had transpired the previous night. He recalled entering the newly upgraded space within the amulet artifact and selecting the second-level door. However, his arrogance had gotten the best of him as he chose to survey his new surroundings from a higher vantage point. This mistake had provided the Sparrowkeet with an opportunity to swiftly eliminate him. Though Alec had perished, he now understood that the amulet had created a new world within itself. Determined to re-enter, Alec had believed that sleeping once more would transport him back to this hidden realm. However, to his dismay, he had succumbed to a deep slumber, feeling reinvigorated by the energy the amulet had bestowed upon him as compensation for his demise in the realm. He had still been left unaware of the chances that if he still confront a demonic beast and was able to kill it, maybe he would accrue valuable experience points. Furthermore, he remained completely clueless on how to activate the means of transportation into the amulet world, uncertain if it was a one-time occurrence. Pushing these thoughts aside, Alec turned to face Arthur with renewed determination. "Tell everyone to wait for me, I will join you shortly," he declared. Despite his demise, Alec had come to realize that the amulet had indeed created a new world, and he yearned to find a way to enter it again, unlike its previous damaged state, where anyone could access it, and the chronomancer had exploited it as a twisted game prison. This new world held promises yet to be discovered. A few minutes after bidding farewell to the City of Time, Alec and his team embarked on their journey. The entire city had gathered to bid them farewell, faces beaming with gratitude and pride for their heroic actions. As they waved goodbye to the well-wishers, the rest of the team, apart from Alec, felt a newfound sense of accomplishment, as they infused mana in their legs, allowing them to run faster, propelling them forward on their mission. The restriction of not using mana had served as a training period for the City of Time, teaching them how to survive without relying on mana energy. Luckily, they all emerged from this challenge unscathed, with no casualties. So now, with the assistance of mana enforcement, fatigue was no longer a pressing issue, enabling them to cover more ground. However, as nightfall approached, they realized they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching their next destination, prompting the need to find a suitable spot to camp. It was Sophie, the fourth girl in the group, who suggested seeking shelter in a nearby cave. The idea was met with unanimous agreement, as exhaustion from the excessive use of mana left them yearning for rest and the chance to replenish their energy. As the team settled down, Agnes found herself lost in thought, contemplating the significance of their upcoming mission. She perceived a connection between its completion and their ongoing journey, much like how the previous experience of restraining their mana had prepared them for the race of death. Alec's voice broke through her musings, reminding everyone of the unfamiliar territory they found themselves in. With caution in his voice, he proposed taking turns as night watch due to the uncertain encounters they might face, curiosity getting the better of him. He turned to Indrik and Sophie, asking, "By the way, what are your abilities?" Alec sought a deeper understanding of his team members' strengths and skills. "I possess an affinity for the plant element," Indrik declared, earning a nod of encouragement from Alec. It struck Alec that Indrik would be the first plant mage he would work with, and he was eager to witness the strength that came with plant element unique abilities. With this in mind, Alec had no reservations about Indrik's role as a plant mage in their team, though Sophie's confession took Alec by surprise. "Well, you already know about my low shadow element affinity," she began, "but I also have a low affinity talent for beast taming. However, I haven't had much success in my attempts so far." Alec's curiosity deepened, realizing that he had once again encountered another distinctive ability that is linked to one of the ancient clans. However, despite Sophie possessing this skill, and the potential association with one of the ancient clans of the Northern Kingdom, Sophie exhibited none of the arrogant demeanor typically associated with those from the ancient clans. In Alec's experience, individuals like Pale, who even had no significant position within the ancient clan, displayed an unwarranted air of superiority. These encounters had fostered a prejudice within Alec towards the members of the ancient clans, but upon observing Sophie's gentle nature, he found it difficult to believe that she shared that bloodline. Alec's curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to address the subject directly. "Are you from an ancient clan?" he asked, noticing Sophie's head bowing down slightly in response. Of course, she isn't from an ancient clan. If we're talking specifics, she should be just like you, or even worse after all. When the ancient Blaze clan rejected you from their bloodline, your father wasn't present. He was said to have dived into a space passage on the verge of being conquered by the abyss, and since then he never returned. In simple terms, the Blaze clan conclude that your biological father had died. He didn't reject you, but his clan and direct family did. But she, on the other hand, her mother sent her back to the clan her father was from, and that man shamelessly rejected her right then, even when he knew she was his blood and had awakened their clan's special taming ability. The funny thing about all of this is that he still mocked his daughter's low affinity for both powers she possessed. All that she had left was her mother, who had hoped that when her child was accepted, then her daughter would finally get the life she deserves. But her mother's world came crashing down on her after the rejection, and she couldn't bear to watch her daughter suffer, so she took her own life in the process. Sophie can be classified as an orphan, Pale said from where he stood, staring outside the cave. Agnes was furious with the way he used Alec as an example. She wanted to smash him into the wall, but as she stood up, she felt Alec's eyes on her. When she turned towards him, he shook his head, signaling for her to stop. "How do you know so much about her? I can understand you knowing about me since your clan is a rival to the ancient Blaze clan, and you would want to know their secrets, but hers should be more secure, am I not wrong?" Alec asked, but it only prompted a chuckle from Pale. In the eyes of the leaders of the ancient clans, none of us hold much worth. They are primarily concerned with their own benefits, valuing individuals only as long as they can provide something advantageous to them. However, once you lose that value, they will swiftly discard you, Pale explained, a hint of bitterness coloring his voice. Finding out about Sophie's background was quite simple. Really, many discussions take place within our elite circles, where gossip about which clan now has a bastard child runs rampant. It's hard to believe, but there have been countless children who have been rejected by the ancient clans in recent years. These clans only extend invitations to those who show potential and can benefit their cause. Pale added more information based on their experiences. He continued, his tone now tinged with suspicion. Furthermore, the ancient clans are willing to eliminate anyone they perceive as a threat to their own clan, regardless of the consequences. Personally, I had my suspicions about Sophie, but upon learning about her unique ability in beast taming and her low affinity, it became easy to piece together her identity, as I have heard about her before. I can relate to that. My father hailed from a low-ranking clan, but he fell in love with my mother, who belonged to an ancient clan. They eloped together because they knew my mother's clan would never accept their union, as they felt it would tarnish their prestigious image. Indrik chimed in, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall. After 10 years of living in hiding, my mother's clan finally discovered their whereabouts. They ruthlessly slew my father in front of her and forcefully took her back to their clan. I was also marked for elimination, however. The enforcer they sent seemed to have some prior knowledge of my mother. When my mother pleaded with him to spare my life, he granted her request, viewing me as insignificant. Even to this day, I can vividly recall the look of disdain on his face as he stared directly at me, Indrik shared, his voice filled with lingering anguish. At this moment, tears were streaming down his eyes, and Sophie was crying too. Nearby, Lucas cringed at the underhanded way the ancient clans of the Northern Kingdom dealt with their illegitimate offspring. In his clan, it had never been so. They accepted all children and trained them, only to pit them against each other. The one who emerged victorious was hailed as the Blade King of his generation. Yet, it was an ancient clan that would never allow its bloodline to drift away from its ancestral grounds. Sophie felt a towering presence before her, and as she lifted her gaze, she realized Alec was standing in front of her. At that moment, his figure seemed larger than usual as he extended his hands toward her. "I can empathize with your pain. Fortunately for me, I have been lucky enough to have a family that watched over me and shielded me from the harsh ways of the ancient clan, while you have been unfortunate enough to lose your entire family in the process," he said. "So here I am, inviting you as the young master and future patriarch of the Gordon's clan to become a member of our family. Do you accept this honor? Alec said, offering his hand to Sophie. Every member of the team was taken aback, staring at Alec as if he had lost his mind, but only the Gordons clansmen present at that moment understood the gravity of his offer. Alec Gordons was not an ordinary young master like those of other clans who wielded no real power. In the Gordons clan, Alec held significant influence, and his actions suggested that his grandfather had entrusted him with this authority. I accept, she finally responded, taking Alec's hand, while Arthur laughed and embraced her from behind. Welcome to the family. Arthur's eccentric behavior was the catalyst for the rest of them to surround her with congratulations. Although Alec had mentioned the role of enforcer, he had no intention of assigning her such a position instead. He saw her as a younger sister he now felt compelled to protect. After all, the Gordons clan rarely took in enforcers. Despite having the capability and resources to do so, they relied on golems for most of their battles, menial works, and thus never felt the need for enforcers except a few of them. The Gordons clansmen in the team were crowding around Sophie, but Alec wasn't finished yet as he approached Indrik. He was infuriated by the way the ancient clan had treated them, and after hearing their stories, he felt a kinship with them, which fueled his desire to help and bring them closer. Sounds like a good plan. I accept, Indrik replied with a chuckle, taking Alec's hand, which Alec used to pull him into an embrace. Brother, welcome to the family. So hey, what about you? What's your own story? There's no way someone who keeps himself busy with discussions like this won't have a history. I won't believe you just developed an innate fondness for such conversations, Alec said to Pale after breaking the hug with Indrik. Oh, forget about me, I'm not one of those rejects. I'm actually one of the few who was accepted, and don't even think about brainwashing me into joining your clan. I'm okay the way I am. I'll be the first to keep watch for the night, Pale replied, his words filled with determination. Alec acknowledged his words and walked back to his spot. With him impulsively adding 2 people to his clan a mere moment ago, it was clear he would have to write to his grandfather soon. If not, he was going to get an earful when he just showed up at the clan house with 2 new members that were unaware of. X, you might not know this now, but when the time comes, you might not regret adding them to your clan. They have unique abilities, and with the power of the system, there's no limit to what they can achieve. The booming voice of the system's spirit echoed in Alec's mind as he lay down to rest. Are you saying there's a way for the system to strengthen those close to me apart from the party function? Alec asked, perplexed. X, with time, such knowledge will be revealed to you, but for now, focus on becoming stronger. I believe fate has led you to those 2 for a reason, the system spirit replied, and no matter how hard Alec tried to elicit more information from him, it seemed the system spirit was not ready to give definitive answers, and just like that, Alec had to give up questioning the enigmatic system spirit golem. Due to Alec's resistance to summon his golems, the system spirit golem shell remained trapped inside the space pouch. Irritated by its confinement, the system spirit had retreated back into the system. Alec continued to ponder the nature of the relationship between the system and the system spirit, intrigued by its seemingly autonomous will. Nevertheless, he held a deep respect for the system spirit, appreciating its ability to offer advice and guidance in various situations, as it almost made Alec feel as though he had an elder watching over him. Frustrated by the system spirit's reluctance to provide information, despite Alec's attempts to coax it with a bribe, he decided to lay down and rest. After all, Pale was the one assigned to keep watch over the group first. Closing his eyes, Alec once again experienced the sensation of floating, just as he had the previous night. When he opened his eyes, he confirmed that he had indeed been drawn into the space within the amulet artifact again. However, he found himself still lacking in possessions, with only a loincloth covering his private parts. He first observed the 3 doors, representing the 3 levels of the beast forest first, before turning his attention to the black tree. Upon closer inspection, Alec noticed visible differences in the black leaf from the previous day, as not only had the chronomancer seemingly been fully consumed, with no trace of its head visible again, but parts of the black leaf now emitted a yellow glow, while others emitted a mix of black and white. Alec couldn't even identify the leaf as a black leaf anymore, as it now displayed 3 different colors. He took a few moments to observe the tree, realizing that there weren't many changes aside from the leaf. With thoughts of what he could gain from the tree occupying his mind, Alec's curiosity refused to let him rest. As he pondered what would happen once the leaf finished consuming the chronomancer and eventually sprouted open. This time, when Alec arrived at the 3 doors, he decided not to choose the second level again. Instead, he opted for the first level of the beast forest, and as soon as his hand touched the door, he found himself instantly transported into the beast forest once more. However, unlike his previous arrival where he stood firmly on his feet, Alec now found himself free falling from the air, screaming at the top of his lungs. He cursed his luck, realizing that this environment lacked trees he could use to slow his descent. He had been transported to a volcanic island within the vast beast forest, and at that moment, he couldn't help but envy those from the Lanced clan who possessed the wind element, which might have helped him survive this situation. In this desperate moment, Alec realized that he did have 2 or 3 golems that could be useful, but he hadn't attempted summoning them yesterday due to not having his space pouch with him. Determined, he made a strong connection with his space pouch, feeling the familiar resonance with it. Alec's face lit up with a bright smile as he quickly summoned Magneto, his metal lifeform golem. As soon as the golem appeared, it swiftly transformed into a human-like figure and summoned its overboard, allowing Alec to safely land it on the hoverboard as they descended at a much reduced pace. Alec let out a sigh of relief, knowing he wouldn't meet a foolish end due to the free fall situation. Now that he no longer worried about falling, he took his time to observe the new environment before him. The volcanic island was teeming with a multitude of demonic beasts, which Alec initially believed to be saber-toothed tigers. However, as he used his analysis ability on them, he discovered they had a different name. Status: Name: Flarefang Saber Tiger. Realm: Tier 1. Affinity: Flame. Countless Flarefang saber tigers of various realms surrounded the island, their fiery gazes fixed on Magneto as it descended onto them. In fact, the Tier 1 Flarefang saber tigers appeared to be the younger and smaller versions of the adult ones present. Alec disregarded these new demonic beasts as they acted as if they had already found their prey. Since they were only Tier 1 and Tier 2, he considered them to be no threat. As Alec continued to marvel at the breathtaking and treacherous landscape, he found himself more interested in observing the island itself. Geographically, the island was a result of volcanic activity, characterized by towering peaks and rugged cliffs that dramatically emerged from the surrounding azure waters. Lush vegetation clung to any available surface, displaying vibrant shades of green against the backdrop of dark, volcanic rock. The air carried a faint scent of sulfur, a reminder of the island's fiery origins. Throughout the island, several active volcanoes dotted the landscape, constantly releasing plumes of smoke and occasionally spewing molten lava. These volcanoes served as the island's lifeblood, continuously shaping its terrain and creating an otherworldly atmosphere. The ground crackled with residual heat, emitting a warmth that could be felt even from a distance. Scattered across the island, hot springs and geothermal pools offered soothing pockets of heated water that provided solace and respite for the Flarefang saber tigers that made this island their home. These natural oases were like paradises, surrounded by lush vegetation that created a stark contrast to the harsh and challenging environment. Above the volcanic island, the sky displayed breathtaking exhibitions of light and color. As the sun began to set, its vibrant rays cast an ethereal glow upon the jagged peaks, while pockets of volcanic gases created surreal atmospheric phenomena, turning the sky into a canvas of captivating beauty. "Master, watch out." The urgent words of Magneto shattered Alec's curiosity as he jolted back to reality. As he suddenly found himself face to face with a significantly larger Flarefang saber tiger, which was lunging towards him. Astonishingly, he hadn't even realized they were already close to ground level. This immense Flarefang saber tiger exuded an undeniable aura of pride, adorned in a magnificent coat of shimmering red-orange fur that emitted a mesmerizing glow. The flames emanating from its 2 long canine fangs burned fiercely and emitted an intense heat even before reaching Alec, as its muscular physique showed a testament to its strength. Adorning its forehead were glowing runes, representing the intricate fire laws and patterns that signified its mastery over the fire element. These radiant markings added to the creature's aura of mystique, further captivating Alec's attention, as the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Flarefang saber tiger didn't have that. Although the Flarefang saber tiger lunging at him appeared incredibly dangerous, but Alec merely regarded it as another oversized kitten, and now that he knew he could summon his golems, he saw no reason to hold back, as with a wave of his hand, he summoned all his golems. But the golem designated to confront the Tier 3 Flarefang saber tiger was Titan, as it conjured a shield of ice, halting the tiger's assault, then tilted the shield to the side, using the momentum to launch an attack with its free hand. An ice mace hurtled straight toward the tiger's head. Mid-tier spell Inferno. However, before the weapon could connect, the Flarefang unleashed a deafening roar that intensified the heat in the area. The roar created a wave of scorching air that repelled Titan, sending him flying as the ice weapon crumbled upon impact. Alec, who had just landed, watched in surprise. He hadn't expected any demonic beast of the same realm to match Titan in strength, yet he couldn't help but be impressed by how the demonic beasts of the Beast Forest executed powers beyond their realm, but he still held a belief that Titan wasn't going to lose. After summoning all his golems, Alec stood still, issuing a domineering command: kill them all. He ordered, and all his main golems advanced to confront the horde of Flarefang saber tigers charging their way, with those capable of summoning minions already doing so. Titan rose again, this time summoning a mace that was significantly larger than the previous one, with a long ice chain attached to its end. As Titan engaged the Tier 3 Flarefang saber tiger, presumed to be the leader, Alec took a leisurely stroll through the heated battlefield, observing his golems as they dispatched the Flarefang tigers. The likes of the Hive Queen, Oni, Butcher, Sword Saint, Legion, and Magneto dealt with the smaller tier tigers who were no match for them, while Titan clashed head-on against the Tier 3 demonic beast. 15 minutes later, the battle had concluded, with Titan resting his massive mace on his shoulder, its spikes stained with the blood, evidence of his victory. He had relentlessly crushed the skull of the Tier 3 Flarefang saber tiger with his spiky mace, demonstrating his fierce combat instincts despite the tiger's primal fighting technique. Alec observed Magneto and sensed it was on the verge of evolving to the next stage. He smiled, feeling as though this world was a perfect paradise created solely for him. The bodies of the recently slain Flarefang seemed to merge with the earth, vanishing from view, but Alec's attention was already shifting as he spotted another group of Flarefang saber tigers emerging from various directions. This new group included 3 Tier 3 Flarefang saber tigers, one with a flame pattern on its forehead, while the other 2 displayed the unique flaming patterns on their tails. Alec watched them with a smile, conjuring a throne from the earth element and sitting comfortably, flanked by his golems. However, the new tigers that appeared realized Alec was responsible for the massacre of their kin, becoming enraged in the process and charged toward him, and all Alec did was gesture with his hand, directing his golems to meet the oncoming assault. He had been contemplating the structure of the beast forest, and had concluded that the first level seemed to contain beasts ranging from Tier 1 to 3. For such demonic beasts, he felt his presence was unnecessary. His golems were more than capable of handling the situation. Though it was an amusing sight to see someone dressed in simple loincloths sitting on a stone throne, but Alec felt that for once, he should be able to intimidate and bully the demonic beasts of the first level, especially after recalling how he had been killed the previous day in the second level. Alec's eyes snapped open as he was ejected from the beast forest, and this time he didn't die. He had spent about 3 hours there, and during that time, Magneto had advanced to the next realm, making Alec proud. All his golems had now reached the Tier 3 realm. His only concern was waiting for the golem that would be the first to ascend to the mid-rank realm, and with the amulet artifact, he believed that would be happening very soon. He noticed Pale, who was still standing at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch. "How long was I out?" Alec inquired. "About an hour. In 30 minutes, it would have been Arthur's turn to take over," Pale replied without turning back, but Alec, feeling wide awake, decided to relieve Pale and take over Arthur's position in the night watch, as he pondered the fact that the ratio of time between the amulet world and the real world was 3-1. As the early morning sun shone into the cave, it served as an alarm for the entire team. Everyone woke up to find Alec engrossed in their scroll of missions. "Hey, did you stay up all night?" Pale asked in surprise, remembering that Alec had taken over the night watch duties from him, and the fact that Alec was still awake suggested he might have foregone sleep entirely. "Yeah, I did," Alec confirmed as he turned to his team. "You should have woken me when it was my turn. I would have gladly done my part," Arthur complained, but Alec dismissed his grumbling with a weak smile. He had stayed awake for an entirely different reason, and he was about to share the news with them all. "Now, settle down, everyone. I have some announcements to make," Alec said, prompting them all to turn toward him with full attention, eager to understand what was causing Alec's current unease. "Firstly, you should all be aware that, given our current pace, it's clear we won't be able to complete all the missions assigned to us, and I've decided to take on all Horde-related missions by myself, dividing the team into 2 groups, as this will allow us to tackle the missions more effectively and complete them all before the last day and meet our deadlines." As Alec finished speaking, Brandon was already raising his hand, but Alec didn't acknowledge him or allow him to share his thoughts. "Now, I know you're not all comfortable with these changes, but believe me when I say that none of you can accompany me. The group needs all hands on deck, so trust that I can handle my side of the problems, just focus on yours, and we would definitely cross parts along the entire duration a few times. Here, I've outlined every mission you're to undertake and the things I think you need to be cautious of. For now, I want you to give your vice captain, Beatrice, the same level of respect you would give me. That's all. Now get ready, pack up, and move on to your next mission." Alec concluded his speech with his head held high, hands behind his back, and a slight smile after throwing the scroll to Beatrice. Somehow, the team had already begun to feel a sense of longing for him. even before they had parted ways. From atop a crumbling building, a lone figure stared out at a deserted village. The once thriving community now lay in ruins, its buildings reduced to unrecognizable debris, and an eerie emptiness pervaded its streets, infested with countless sea demons. The sea demons descended upon the village, ravaging and devouring its inhabitants without mercy, sparing no one, not even the innocent children. The devastating consequences extended beyond this village that the neighboring villages, alarmed by the sea demons' rampage, chose to abandon their homes, seeking refuge in the safety of the cities nearby. Left unchecked, the sea demons roamed the scant remaining village regions, establishing their reign of terror. The cities, once disdainful of the sea demon horde, now trembled in fear, as the sea demons had proliferated to such an extent that the cities could only muster a passive defense when united now. However, a glimmer of hope emerged as rumors spread of the mastermind behind these sea demon attack had come to the surface. It was believed that killing this leader would disperse the remaining sea demons, leaving them leaderless and vulnerable. Yet a daunting obstacle loomed before them. The leader of the sea demons was purportedly at the pinnacle of Tier 5 realm, a level beyond the reach of the low-level cities nearby. These cities, with their highest rank of Tier 4, were ill-prepared to venture into this sea demon-infested territory, and even if they did, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to confront the mastermind, as the mission to eliminate the sea demon leader seemed insurmountable to them. They would have to face numerous sea demon commanders before reaching the ultimate mastermind. The challenge appeared almost impossible. However, amidst this bleak situation, the lone figure managed to infiltrate the heart of the sea demon stronghold. He was standing above the sea demons, with hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets, though his appearance had changed considerably as he was taller, with his well-defined body, and the red salamander spirit equipment tattooed design accentuating his rugged charm, while his hair cascaded in waves of red and brown, dancing freely with the wind. The mage infiltrating the sea demon's base was none other than Alec Gordon's, but he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Notably, he had grown several inches taller, now boasting a stature of about 6 feet. He was beginning to resemble the epitome of a Prince Charming, flanked on either side by Titan and the system spirit Golem. "What are your thoughts?" Alec queried, directing his question to the system spirit Golem. "If we want to succeed, we must be quick and decisive. Time is of the essence, for the longer we delay, the more difficult it becomes to eliminate the mastermind. Once he escapes back into the sea, we will lose him," the system spirit Golem explained, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. "So our best course of action would be to create a distraction substantial enough to provoke his intervention or escape, correct?" Alec asked, his expression growing colder. "Well, I didn't explicitly state that, but when you frame it that way, who am I to disagree? Just ensure that you are capable of apprehending him," the system spirit Golem responded, its expression contorting into a twisted visage. "Well, I can assure you that won't pose a challenge, as if there's one thing I'm confident about, it's that this bastard will regret ever setting foot on land and preying on humans," Alec retorted, a small smile gracing his face as he summoned all his golems. The simultaneous emergence of the golems caused the air to grow slightly heavier, their presence creating a tangible synergy, and finally the sea demons took notice. At the forefront, one of the sea beasts unleashed a deafening roar, sending forth a powerful sound wave. However, Titan swiftly thrust his palm forward, causing the visible sound current to freeze and shatter in the following moment. "What are our orders, Master?" Titan inquired, his face void of emotion. Adorned in a beautiful suit of ice armor, as his left hand still tightly gripped a menacing mace adorned with long spikes. "Kill them all without mercy," Alec commanded. In an instant, Oni disappeared, shrouded in shadows, and when he reappeared again, he was already in the midst of the sea demons. Low-tier skill Reaper sweep. Brandishing his dark Reaper scythe, Oni unleashed a wide horizontal swing, targeting the sea demons before him. All they could see was a streak of black light passing through their necks. There was no pain for the sea demons, they simply began to topple like dominoes, a line of blood tracing from their severed necks to their lifeless bodies. Oni inhaled sharply, drawing the soul essence of the sea demons towards the vacant space within his mask, devouring their essence. As he exhaled, 10 gray mist emanated from him and dispersed, infiltrating the bodies of the fallen sea demons, causing them to undergo a transformation. Fully aware of the attack against them, the sea demons swarmed towards Oni, who has made the first expression, but still yet he turned back with an eerie smile displayed on his mask, with scythe in hand. He looked towards Alec, asking, "Master, how did I do?" Observing a golem wielding the power of soul and darkness acting so innocently seemed inherently wrong to the system's spirit. "He is a pure monster born for war," the system's spirit complimented, watching with awe as the 10 Oni Shinigami golems rose and effortlessly started slaughtering the sea demons trying to crowd Oni, a wild smile adorning their faces. Though Oni had disrupted the sequence, the rest of the main golems seemed unfazed as they levitated to their desired attack positions, releasing their realm of power. They were all Tier 4 golems, with Titan emanating the widest chi aura, showing his high Tier 4 golem realm. As he set foot on the ground, ice formed beneath his feet, spreading out in intricate ice runes. As 10 massive and muscular ice golems emerged from the ground, summoned by Titan's power, moments later, they raised their weapons to clash with the sea demons. The battle seemed relatively straightforward. The main golems summoned their minions, who took care of the sea demons, and it appeared as though they were attempting to draw out the mastermind, but he remained elusive. However, just then, a towering shark-like sea demon, standing at a formidable 7 feet tall, emerged from the shadows. With dorsal fins spiked menacingly from its back, with 5 in total, its mouths were filled with rows of sharp teeth, and it possessed neck fins that only heightened its distinctive appearance, despite retaining a humanoid form. Accompanying this fearsome creature were 10 other Tier 5 sea demon commanders. Who the hell gave you the audacity to trespass into the domain of the almighty sea demon race? Prepare to die. The shark sea demon began to boast, but before it could finish its sentence, a thunderous shockwave erupted forward, and as the lightning bolt dissipated, Butcher emerged from the aftermath, his hands tightly gripping an axe crackling with frenetic electrical currents. As Butcher prepared to bring the axe down, he had swiftly moved, causing it to appear as if a bolt of lightning surged forth. This impressive display was a result of his elemental body. What do you all say? The golem who slays the most sea demons shall claim the title of top golem under master. Butcher shouted triumphantly as his strike connected with the shark sea demon, his message sent to the rest main golems. The impact unleashed a tempest of lightning, propelling the wounded shark demon through the air. Butcher himself grimaced, black rocks crumbling from his hand due to the force of the blow. Following closely behind, the other main golems of Alex surged forward. The moment the commander sea demons appeared, they swiftly targeted their foes. However, Butcher's swiftness allowed him to reach his target first, seizing the advantage. I will still win, Titan's voice rang out expressionlessly. With a calculated throw, he launched his mace, which soared through the air and ultimately pulverized the head of the very same shark demon that Butcher had engaged. With a pull of his hand, he retrieved the mace with the chains attached to his hands. Butcher couldn't help but feel as if the move was unfair. Cheat, he exclaimed angrily as his foot landed upon the ground. It's almost the end of the 2-month deadline, but any one of them could easily surpass my previous self. I suppose they are the ones who have benefited the most from the amulet, Alec mused, gazing at the amulet dangling from his naked chest. Aren't you supposed to be more concerned about your team? After all, you are their captain, the system's spirit queried. Nah, they'll be fine if there's any consolation. I believe they must have grown tremendously now that I'm not there to lead the vanguard. They would have stepped up by now. I have had much faith in my team, Alec replied with a weak smile, as he was still observing his golem in battle, his hands still tucked inside his pockets. Despite the fact that the sea demon commanders were all Tier 5 lifeforms, they found themselves outmatched by the golems who were captain ranks and possessed exceptional combat skills, as well as special weapons. It became increasingly apparent that, no matter how many reinforcements rushed in, the sea demons would struggle to contain the golems. Amidst the chaotic battle, Oni swiftly hooked the leg of the sea demon he was facing with his scythe, propelling it towards Saint, who was engaged with another sea demon. As the demon closed in on him, Saint skillfully split his great sword into 2 broadsword. With precision, he pierced the heart of the sea demon sent flying at him while deftly parrying the attack of the other. How dare you underestimate me? The sea demon he was facing seethed from anger, infuriated by Saint's ability to hold his ground while even facing 2 of them despite fighting blindfolded. Little did the sea demon know that Saint concealed 5 additional blades behind him. The remaining sea demon was from the seahorse race and galloped toward Saint with fast, knocking the dual broadswords from his hands away. However, even though he was disarmed, and before the sea demon could inflict any harm, Saint exhibited a display of mysterious foot techniques. Stretching out 2 fingers, he moved them as though his fingers is a sword, and moments later a flaming blade was summoned made entirely of pure mana. This scorching sword materialized in front of him and followed the same movement he made with his fingers, swiftly severed the sea demon commander's legs. Queen, Saint called out, directing his attention to the Hive Queen, who raised one of her formidable legs and launched it toward him. Despite the tremendous force behind the leg shoot, Saint managed to catch the bladed leg of the Hive Queen in a reverse grip, and in one seamless motion, he lunged the bladed leg into the heart of the sea demon commander. You can have it, I already have 1 kill to my name, Saint replied with a slight smile, raising his right hand. His disassembled weapon flew towards him, assembling back into its great sword form. The Hive Queen shook her head, observing Saint intently, Unlike the other golems vying for the top rank, she had no interest in such a position. However, she was taken aback when Saint readily accepted. Without hesitating for a second, he projected an image of someone joining in for the sheer fun of it, giving her a newfound impression of him. Watching from a high vantage point, Alec and the system spirit were confident that the battle was nearing its end. Initially, Alec had not intended to massacre so many sea demons, but the inexplicable force drawing them to this location had compelled him otherwise. As he observed, Legion landed on the rooftop. "Please tell me you have good news now," Alec requested eagerly. "I located the leader of the sea demon horde attempting to escape through the route leading to the ports. He should be nearing the area at this very moment," Legion explained. Bang. The sound of his swift flight towards the port echoed loudly, fueled by his eagerness to confront the mastermind behind it all. Legion activated his boosters, following closely behind Alec. The reason he refrained from causing havoc on the ground like the other golems was because Alec had assigned him a vital mission, scanning the entire area for any signs of suspicious movement. Given Legion's unique body structure, he possessed the most extensive area search ability. If Legion couldn't detect someone in his scanner, it meant that even Alec wouldn't be able to detect them with his mental domain. It took some time to pinpoint the location amidst the sea demons swarming the area and converging toward Alec's position. However, after a few minutes, Legion finally identified a heat map highlighting a group of sea demons retreating to the port, while the rest continued their advance towards Alec's golem's location. These retreating sea demons inadvertently revealed their position. Meanwhile, the system spirit chose not to follow them. It was engrossed in observing Magneto unleash a relentless barrage of long metal shard attacks. No matter the sea demon faced with this assault, they failed to defend against it and met a gruesome end. Flying at a rapid pace, Alec caught up with the mastermind of the sea demons, who was stealthily attempting to escape. The sea demon leader couldn't comprehend how an attack had infiltrated his main camp without his knowledge, but the mastermind's cautious nature had propelled them towards escape, reaffirming the warning of the system spirit had given Alec. Locking eyes with Alec, the leader of the sea demons realized he was only accompanied by one golem, who had finally caught up in full speed. However, what surprised Alec was the presence of 10 additional sea demon commanders in the vicinity. As Alec observed the sea demon leader, he recalled the information that had mentioned the horde only having 10 commanders. However, the sight of an additional 10 commanders led Alec to believe it was a tactic to confuse any mage attempting to attack them. As it was a clever strategy, as no one would expect to face 20 sea demons instead of the expected 10, this tactic allowed the sea demons to expose a false message about the true strength of their army, deceiving the humans. Despite this revelation, Alec remained unfazed. While he continued his observation of the sea demon leader, who had taken on a human form, the leader also observed Alec. Frowning upon detecting Alec's realm, he realized he was only being chased by a peak Tier 4 mage and his summon, who was also in the Tier 4 realm. "The first one who kills him will be rewarded," the sea demon horde leader declared defiantly, no longer fleeing but instead standing his ground with confidence. As the horde commanders also sensed Alec's realm, they grew enraged at the notion of being pursued by someone they believed to be weaker than them. Motivated by their leader's promise of rewards, they too entered a state of furious rage. Casting various water element spells, the commanders unleashed a barrage of magical attacks towards Alec. However, before Alec could even raise his hand to defend himself, Legion swiftly appeared in front of him. Stretching out his left hand, Legion's mechanical shield emerged from his gauntlet. As the magical attacks closed in, a potent wide energy shield materialized, infused with Legion's mana, effectively blocking all the water spells. "Leave them to me, Master. Just go and deal with the leader," Legion confidently assured Alec. Summoning his laser spear with the other hand and unleashing his powerful aura, Legion's presence matched that of Titan. As he was also at the high Tier 4 Golem realm, his entire body seemed transformed from before, as it was adorned with a variety of new gadgets and enhancements. "Embrace death," Legion declared, activating the boosters behind him. With a surge of power, he propelled himself towards the 10 sea demon commanders, fully prepared to engage them in a fierce clash. "The origin spear thrust." As soon as those words escaped Legion's lips, the laser spear in his hand gleamed intensely. As if fueled by his declaration, with unwavering determination, he thrust the spear through the water shield conjured by the first sea demon that he encountered. The sea demon's visage froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend how effortlessly the spear blade had pierced through the defense spell that had once been his source of immense pride, as the spear plunged deeply into his chest, leaving him paralyzed with shock. Surveying the aftermath, the sea demon commander stared down at his chest, the scorching laser energy having disintegrated through his chest armor into his heart with astonishing ease. With a resonant thud, Legion firmly planted a kick on the sea demon's body, propelling him backward. The sound reverberated through the air, serving as a cacophonous awakening for the remaining 9 sea demon commanders. In that moment, they finally recognized that Legion was not an opponent to be underestimated, despite his lower realm level to them. Though they harbored no desire to become a cautionary tale like their fallen comrade, the sea demon commanders did not succumb to fear. After all, the odds still overwhelmingly favored them, 9 against 1. In their own minds, they attributed the swift demise of the fallen sea demon commander to his underestimation of Legion. Fueled by a thirst for revenge, they dashed forward. However, as they closed in, the shoulder pad of Legion's armor unfurled, revealing an array of mounted missiles. Unfortunately, none of the sea demons knew the danger they possessed as they continued their relentless advance towards Legion, who is positioned just right in front of them. Sights locked. Ready. Fire. Legion commanded, and in an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. The seamless transition from the sea demon commander's offensive charge to a hasty defensive retreat shattered any false confidence they had mustered. And those sea demon commanders who had been late in creating a defensive cover or casting a protective spell now bore critical injuries as a result. Legion stood resolute, holding his laser spear in his right hand and a shield in his left, and despite being outnumbered, fear eluded him. He was solely focused on achieving the desired outcome, even willing to go as far as sacrificing parts of his cyborg body if necessary. While Butcher boasted incredible speed and Titan possessed unmatched strength, Legion was the golem which was now renowned for possessing the most formidable firepower among all of Alex's golems. Heads up. Legion warned, deftly manipulating the laser spear and the round and hefty shield. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed them into a fully assembled grenade launcher, tightly gripped in both hands. This launcher, powered by a core of crystalline energy, emanated an aura of impending devastation, poised to unleash a laser bomb upon the remaining 9 sea demon commanders. Confusion clouded the sea demon commanders' expressions as they pondered whether to advance toward Legion or retreat. After witnessing firsthand the destructive capabilities of Legion's peculiar and unconventional weapons, they were at a loss of what to do. Prevent him from attacking, bellowed the leading sea demon commander, charging towards Legion, confident that his actions would rally the remaining 8 behind him. With an unwavering gaze fixed upon the sea demon commanders, Legion took aim. As the launcher hummed with power in his hands, the surrounding air crackled with magical electricity. He let out a deep breath, a moment of stillness, and then, with precise determination, Legion pulled the trigger as a concentrated beam of intense light, vibrant and searing, burst forth, encapsulating within it a pulsating orb of undeniable destruction. The projectile tore through the air, its passage accompanied by a sound that seemed to rend reality itself, leaving behind a trail of shimmering ionized particles reminiscent of stardust. Upon impact, the laser bombshell detonated in a blinding explosion of radiant energy. The sea demon commanders, engulfed in the blast, were instantly subjected to a catastrophic onslaught, facing their inevitable demise. Their armored hides, which were once impenetrable, were mercilessly rent asunder by the laser bomb's formidable energy, akin to the precision of a sculptor's chisel. Scales became deadly shrapnel, and the water elements they manipulated in their attempt to form a joint huge water shield seethed and boiled under the searing heat, as their incomplete combination spell was unable to withstand Legion's swift assault. As smoke billowed from the still smoldering grenade launcher in his hand, Legion raised it close to his mouth and blew away the remnants with a mechanical breath. "Bullseye," Legion declared, only to be met with a pained grunt. Legion closed one eye and tilted his head to the side, observing that most of the sea demon commanders were dead, except for one at the far back. Its legs were gone, and it was desperately trying to escape by crawling toward the water. With a snicker, Legion attempted to shoot again. Insufficient mana remaining, a system message appeared before Legion. Although he could fire mass destruction bullets, he couldn't do so continuously as it consumed a large portion of his mana. "Well, if I can't kill with big fireworks, I'll just do it with smaller ones," Legion muttered to himself as he positioned the launcher on his right shoulder and aimed his left hand at the crawling sea demon commander. Gun muzzles emerged from his handguard, and he fired lasers at the last sea demon commander, ensuring it was dead. "That's better. Warning, 10 energy remaining." Receiving another warning didn't seem to faze Legion, as he concentrated on absorbing mana from the air to replenish his depleted reserves, all the while keeping an eye on his master, who was about to engage in combat with the peak tier 5 sea demon leader, as they were both levitating in the air. Back at the academy, Selene was observed watching a water screen, which displayed the entire team that had finally completed their mission, and was now waiting for Alec to regroup with them before returning to the academy. "So, how is our academy team of soldiers doing?" General Edwards's voice echoed, as Selene was compelled to turn and see the general entering her quarters with the new dean. She bowed respectfully to the dean and the general, to which the new dean simply gestured for her to relax, finding the formality between them somewhat awkward. "Welcome to my humble abode, Dean," Selene greeted, and the dean nodded in acknowledgement. "The pleasure is all mine. I must express my gratitude for your efforts in devising the training regimen for this year's students. The instructors have become complacent, and there's a lack of interest in preparing the students for the inter-academy competition, given there's no reward attached to it," the dean remarked. "If it weren't for your willingness to volunteer, we would be in disarray, as this has been the case in the past," the dean added, a smile gracing his face. "It's my pleasure. I felt compelled to contribute one last act before I leave this academy that I've come to consider my home for so long," Selene responded. "We appreciate it greatly. I have one more request. Would you consider being the team's coordinator for the competition?" the dean inquired, causing Selene to freeze in surprise. "But isn't that typically a role for an instructor?" She was mid-sentence when the dean interjected. "I am the dean, and I have the authority to appoint whomever I choose. Let's not overlook the fact that you are as capable as some of the instructors we have. So it would be an honor for the academy team to be coordinated by the academy's strongest student. Please say yes to my request," the dean urged, and Selene found herself unable to refuse after such an appeal. "This humble disciple accepts the task," Selene declared, and the dean nodded in approval as they all turned their attention to the team on the water screen, which seemed to have grown significantly after their time in the wilderness on their own. Alec's neck twitched ever so slightly as a high-speed water spear sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. The sky was filled with an onslaught of water elemental attacks, water spears, flood dragons, and even water wheels sent by the sea demon leader, yet, regardless of the assault, Alec effortlessly dodged each strike with millimeter precision. Perplexed by Alec's uncanny evasion skills, the sea demon leader inquired, "Do you have eyes in the back of your head?" His gaze followed Alec's subtle bend as a water wheel, manipulated for a sneak attack from behind, whizzed harmlessly past. A sly grin formed on Alec's lips as he finally removed his hands from his pockets. "You'll need to do more than that, for within a few meters of me lies my domain, and this slow attacks would never hurt me," he retorted. "Quit dancing around and face me," the sea demon leader commanded, lunging at Alec with a trident forged from the water element. Responding to the demon leader's challenge, Alec moved forward, so he planned to meet him halfway. Both combatants blurred with speed, leaving behind fleeting after images. As Alec finally embraced direct combat, the sea demon leader's smirk widened as he rotated the trident he was wielding, and the tips of his rotating trident unleashed a powerful suction-like force, aimed at preventing Alec's superb evasion. This attack designed to trap Alec, as the demon leaders came to a realization that he was no match for Alec's speed, despite his having realm advantage over Alec. Yet an audacious grin graced Alec's face as he unleashed a forceful slap toward the rotating trident, heading straight for his chest. The sea demon leader's eyes bulged in shock at Alec's audacity before transitioning into pure delight, his expression adorned with a wide, gratified grin as he felt Alec was underestimating him again. He could hardly wait to see Alec's smug expression morph into one of agony, as he had initially thought Alec was out of his mind, when he was attempting to fight nonchalantly with hands in his pockets. But now he realized the problem with Alec's head was way serious, if he was just trying to stop his attack with nothing but his bare hand, which is devoid of any mana to reinforce it, as it was slowly moving towards his weapon. Alec was attempting to deflect the rotating water trident with a mere swing of his hand, a move that seemed ludicrous to him. However, in the blink of an eye, his perception was shattered, as not only had Alec slapped the water trident, but the spell of the water trident had disintegrated after being faced by such physical strength. Shocked by the turn of events, he watched as Alec didn't waste a moment, pressing his advantage and advancing towards him. Alec closed the gap, reaching out with his left hand towards the leader's neck, but the leader countered with an unexpected move, spitting acidic saliva at Alec. At such proximity, it seemed inevitable that part of Alec's face would be scorched away. Yet in an instant, the serene aura surrounding him shifted dramatically, as it now pulsed with intense bloodlust and emitted a dangerous vibe. The blood-killing intent materialized before Alec, forming a shield that blocked the corrosive spit. Thwarted in his surprise attack, the sea demon leader lashed out with his fist, which bizarrely split into 8 long tentacles, as they enveloped the crimson barrier that had shielded Alec from the sneak attack. "Now that was a mistake," Alec said coolly. With a deliberate motion of his right hand, he manipulated the bloodthirsty intent that had coalesced into a protective shield to protect him. As the shield twisted and reshaped itself into a broadsword even when it was in captivity. "Rotate." Alec bellowed, inverting his grip as the blood-red sword, forged from his killing intent, began to spin at a high velocity. It sliced through the tentacle-like appendages of the sea demon leader, eliciting a pained roar. But before Alec could close the distance, a massive water bomb casted earlier by the sea demon leader as a follow-up attack materialized and struck him, sending him crashing into the docks below. The sea demon leader surveyed the wreckage, anticipating any sign of movement from Alec, but after 5 tense seconds, a smirk was about to form on his lips, before his danger senses screamed a warning. Whirling around, he hastily conjured a reinforced water barrier, only for it to shatter under the impact of a colossal boulder, cracked spider webbed across the barrier, leaving him bewildered at how such an attack had gone unnoticed. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, he struggled to maintain the barrier blocking what threatened to smash him into the ground. In the midst of his defense, he caught a blur out of the corner of his eye, but he was too late in his reaction, as he realized Alec had appeared beside him, swinging a leg toward his waist. Caught off guard while still fending off the boulder, he couldn't mount a defense. Bang. The sea demon leader was catapulted back into the village from Alec's kick, his body crashing through several structures before he managed to anchor his legs into the ground, halting his uncontrolled flight. As he steadied himself, Alec materialized before him once more. This time, the sea demon leader had seen it clearly. Alec hadn't teleported. It seemed he had sprinted through the air, closing the gap with astonishing speed. The sea demon leader had assumed Alec's movement was supernatural, but in reality, it was just Alec's agility stats that were exceptionally high. As he had manipulated gravity to lighten his body, and when he burst forth at top speed, it appeared as though he was walking on air or teleporting. However, it was merely a case of exploiting his overpowering gravity affinity and his perverted agility stats for his realm. Caught off guard, the sea demon leader was forced to raise his arms defensively as he saw Alec's right fist, engulfed in fiery flames, aimed a jab at him. But yet the leader was still too slow to react, as the punch landed squarely on his nose, causing him to stagger back and create a small gap between them. Before the leader could even process the hit, Alec unleashed a powerful cross with his left hand, targeting the jaw. The second blow sent the sea demon leader stumbling backward once more, as he quickly noticed Alec's leg sweeping in for a low kick to his thighs. In response, he summoned a water shield with his mana to protect the targeted area, yet he hadn't anticipated the sheer force behind Alec's leg. The kick shattered the water shield and struck his right thigh, further destabilizing his stance. "I will kill you." The sea demon leader bellowed, enraged, as he launched 2 punches with fists encased in water bubbles. However, they were intercepted by Alec's palms, now armored with stone fists. Bang, but the impact sent Alec flying, crashing into the remnants of already demolished houses, just clinging to the last vestiges of their strength. The water bubbles detonated upon collision with Alec's stone-clad hands. Fortunately, his stone fists provided more protection than if he had used his fiery fists, sparing him from the worst of the explosion. As the leader of the sea demons closed in on him, Alec found himself repeatedly hurled through the air, gripped by the tentacles that had sprouted from the demon's right hand. Each time he was slammed into the ground, the impact reverberating through his body. After enduring this brutal assault several times, he was finally flung to another location, where the sea demon awaited his descent, poised to strike. Anticipating Alec's incapacitation, the demon readied a devastating blow. However, Alec defied expectations. With remarkable agility, he twisted mid-air and landed gracefully, evading the incoming hook punch wrapped in a water bubble. Having witnessed the destructive potential of the water bubbles, Alec decided to prioritize evasion over defense. Closing the distance, he launched a swift elbow strike aimed at the sea demon leader's chin, as his left elbow had been enveloped in a modified rock fist spell Alec created as it was conjured with multiple spikes. The attack caused the sea demon leader to recoil, emitting pain cries as the earth spikes had pierced his jaw. "Come on, show me what you're made of, you sea bastard." "Your attacks are nothing but a tickle," Alec taunted, his endurance proving formidable as he weathered the assaults without succumbing to critical injuries, as he was only with cuts and few cuts. Alec had high endurance resistance due to his system points, and the additional stats point benefits from the red salamander tattoo underscored just how challenging it was to inflict significant harm him. The leader of the sea demon had underestimated Alec's resilience and fighting ability, as humans typically didn't have an advantage against other races, especially ones with unique racial talents, so the leader was taken aback. As throughout their battle, Alec showed no signs of fatigue, almost as if he possessed an endless reserve of stamina. Adding to the leader's astonishment, Alec's skin proved impervious to a Tier 5 attack even as a Tier 4 mage, an extraordinary feat for a human, as no Tier 5 human would try taking his attacks head-on without no armor on. Secretly, the leader hoped that this might all be a hallucination, but the sight of Alec's determined and intense gaze, despite the numerous cuts and flowing blood o'er his skin, dispelled any doubt, and he realized this was undeniably real. Since you desire death so ardently, allow me to teach you why you should never provoke the wrong race, the leader declared, summoning another water trident, this time in a light green shade. He took a moment to observe Alec's cautious reaction to the new water element particles encompassing the weapon. In a swift and unexpected movement, the sea demon leader charged at Alec with tremendous speed, catching him off guard, and thrusting his rotating trident towards Alec's chest. The leader intended to strike a fatal blow. However, Alec quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest and summoned stone fists, extending them up to his shoulders. His determination to shield himself from the trident's piercing attack was unwavering. Yet the outcome wasn't what Alec had anticipated. As the sharp points of the trident pierced into his stone fists, a mysterious force lifted him into the air, causing him to rotate at a dizzying speed alongside the weapon, and the situation took a sudden and dangerous turn. Hump. The force from the sea demon leader's trident sent Alec hurtling into yet another building. Amidst the wreckage, Alec coughed and struggled to his feet, his body aching from the impact. Despite the bruises and the pain, a smile played upon his lips as he locked eyes with the sea demon leader. What's so amusing? While you may possess the innate defensive strength of a Tier 5 mage, there is no way you can defeat me, little boy. I have vast experience outweighing yours, taunted the sea demon leader, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Unperturbed, Alec retorted, you talk too much. The sea demon leader, undeterred by Alec's words, waved his hands, summoning countless particles of green water. These particles seamlessly formed into temporary water serpents, seemingly infused with life. Just you wait, you won't be laughing when my variant water element becomes the cause of your demise. Although I have only recently awakened to its power and my control is lacking, I should be able to kill you within these few minutes, sending a message to other human mages who dare to encroach upon my territory, boasted the sea demon leader. His familiarity with the nearby city's organizations and mid-ranking mages allowed him to deduce that Alec was not a native of this region. You really do talk too much. Now, you shall face the consequences of your actions. Bind, Alec interrupted, swiftly executing a series of intricate hand signs. It was then that the sea demon leader realized something was awry with their surroundings. The ground beneath them appeared to be covered in a blood-like array, and both he and Alec stood precisely in the center. The sea demon leader knew he hadn't cast such a complex array himself, leading to the realization that Alec was the one responsible for this unexpected turn of events. That is when he realized that his realm was rapidly dropping. The sea demon leader struggled to comprehend the drastic drop in his realm, till he reached the peak of Tier 4 realm as the sea demon leader's spell began to crumble. It became evident that his current realm lacked the capacity to sustain the power the variant spell wielded. Alec's words echoed in his mind, instilling a sense of uncertainty. You see, while I possess the power to resist a peak Tier 5 lifeform and mage, it's no secret that no matter how many times I beat and smash them, I won't be able to defeat or kill them due to their evolved physique and overwhelming firepower, Alec calmly explained. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he continued. On the other hand, my physical prowess is on par with theirs, but unfortunately, my destructive powers have not yet reached the level necessary to bring about your demise. However, I have devised a way to level the playing field. Class Skill Blood Reaper Scale Battlefield. In that moment, Alec invoked a skill, causing the array to emit an intensified crimson glow. Now, you're trapped within this array until you succeed in killing me. This array possesses the ability to bring anyone one realm ahead of me down to my level, ensuring a fair fight, Alec declared confidently, a smile gracing his lips. As he moved his hands, resonant clanging sounds filled the air. Suddenly, a multitude of chains, seemingly forged from blood, emerged from beneath the ground within the array. They snaked their way towards the sea demon leader, who fiercely resisted their encroachment, but with his realm drastically reduced, he found himself lacking the strength he once possessed, making him unable to break free from the chain's vice-like grip. Foolish notion of fairness. You're using this array to attack, the leader of the sea demons bellowed at the top of his voice. In a desperate attempt, he transformed his hands into countless tentacles, thrusting and writhing in an effort to break through. Yet, his defiance only provoked the array to send forth additional blood chains from the ground, ensnaring his tentacles as well. Life isn't fair, you bastard. Even if I release you, you just die faster. Do you believe that? Alec said, looking down at the sea demon who had finally fallen into his trap. Then release me and see how I tear your face off, the sea demon leader boasted. Alec gazed at him, surprised by the outburst, but nonchalantly flicked his hand, freeing the creature from the binding blood chains. He found it rather amusing that the leader of the sea demons, who couldn't defeat him at his peak Tier 5 strength, thought he could handle Alec while his own power was restricted to the peak of Tier 4. Despite the sea demon's experience and combat skills, Alec was convinced that the creature was as good as dead against him now. The sea demon leader lunged forward, closing the distance rapidly. His tentacles merged into a larger fist, surrounded by a water bubble, and he hurled it toward Alec. Alec smiled, sidestepping with ease and allowing the fist to miss him by a hair's breadth. He countered with a casual jab of his right hand, delivering a fiery punch to the sea demon leader's face. The impact was amplified as a fist of flames materialized, sending the sea demon leader sprawling through the air. Alec observed the fallen foe and shook his head. The sea demon leader's movements had slowed due to his restrained realm, meaning Alec could now effortlessly dodge any attack thrown at him, even without his mental domain active. Boring, Alec muttered. Closing the gap, Alec saw that the sea demon leader had nothing left to offer. He aimed a punch at the creature's chest. As the sea demon leader braced for impact, he soon realized the attack was a feint. As Alec swiftly retracted his fist and delivered a headbutt to the sea demon's head, rattling him with the force of the collision. Bang. Alec clenched his hand and pulled the sea demon leader closer, driving his knee into the creature's midsection. Then, gripping the sea demon's waist tightly, Alec interlocked his fingers. As he turned so his chest faced the sea demon leader's back, and bent his knees, lowering his hips, and he explosively lifted the sea demon leader off the ground, arching his back as he executed a perfect suplex. The sea demon leader felt as though his head might crack from the impact, and before he could recover, he was hoisted and slammed down a second time. Lying on his back, the sea demon leader knew he was defeated. As he turned to face Alec, he saw his right hand raised with a red scythe floating above it. "Any last words?" Alec asked. "You are going to..." The moment Alec heard the sea demon's voice rise, suspecting a curse, he unleashed the blood-killing intent, which had taken the form of a scythe, and decapitated the sea demon leader. After the deed was done, the scythe of blood-killing intent transformed into a cape that settled on Alec's shoulders before dissipating into tiny particles. These particles were absorbed by Alec's bloody Changdao, which hung at his waist. Ding, mission accomplished, 10-10 mid-rank lifeforms killed. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate swordsmanship. Basic blade techniques, intermediate blade techniques. Initiate mid-rank awakening YN. While Legion observed with a smile at how his master had handled the leader of the sea demon horde, Alec found it odd to see his cyborg golem display such an expression. He attempted to step forward, but staggered, overwhelmed by a flood of new information invading his mind. Memories of various sword moves and blade techniques seemed to etch themselves into his brain. As the pain he experienced was intense, a result of the excessive information forcibly imprinting itself within him. Legion quickly moved to Alec's side, concern etched on his robotic face. Alec had faced many similar challenges and had never once faltered after a battle, and that was the main reason which heightened Legion's worry. Alec shook his head, trying to dispel the effects of the headache that had accompanied the influx of knowledge. As his brain had assimilated all the new data from the sword and blade techniques, he clenched his fist and allowed a slight smile to form on his lips. Although he hadn't ascended to the next small realm, but he felt that if he were to face the leader of the sea demons again, he wouldn't need to resort to underhanded tactics, and he could easily defeat him with his newly enhanced weapon mastery skills. He could almost sense every muscle in his body twitching with newfound prowess, as it wasn't just the acquisition of countless sword and blade skills that he acquired, but it was as if the mastery had been ingrained into his very being. It was akin to muscle memory. His body intuitively knew these skills, even though he had never practiced them before. As he placed his hand on the hilt of his bloody Changdao that was placed on his waist, he felt as though he were an expert who had dedicated 20 to 50 years to mastering the sword, even when he was not up to 20 years yet. Alec now had an arsenal of weapon techniques he could mix with his affinity elements to create more destructive attacks, capable of taking down those stronger than himself. "I guess I've finally reached the status of a super genius at the War God Mage Academy," Alec boasted with a hint of pride as he began to walk toward where the rest of his golems were stationed. Legion followed closely, still drawing mana from the surroundings to replenish his energy reserves to full capacity. After completing their final mission, Alec and his golems departed from the village regions. All that remained was to rendezvous with the rest of his team at the agreed-upon location and return to the academy. However, Alec decided to delay his return slightly, opting to meet with his team the following day. This decision was influenced by the awakening message displayed by the system after he had slain the Lord of the Sea Demon Horde. By achieving the long-standing mission of defeating over 10 mid-rank life forms, both of his weapon mastery had evolved from the basic rank to the intermediate rank. Alec hadn't anticipated that accomplishing this would lead him back to the option of awakening. Every mage who reached the mid-rank had the opportunity for a second awakening, which often resulted in the discovery of new elements or the enhancement of existing elements or special abilities they had. This awakening was typically accessible upon breaking through to the mid-rank. However, when Alec ascended to the Tier 4 realm, the system had told him to block his awakening. Curious and scared of the consequences of doing so, he had inquired about this with the system spirit, which explained that Alec had not yet reached the level where he could maximize the potential of the awakening. The system spirit elaborated that without the system advice, Alec would have gone through with the awakening, and he would only experienced an enhancement of his current elements. However, with the system's intervention, it was possible to postpone the awakening until a more opportune time. Alec was advised to focus on stabilizing his foundation rather than rushing to break through to higher levels, as a solid foundation was crucial for a successful reawakening of his second awakening. I guess attaining an intermediate skill level counts, as solidifying my foundation in sword and blade techniques. Who would have thought that delaying the awakening would make it come back even stronger? Alec mused, as he entered one of the low-tier cities near the region he was in. As he passed through, he overheard the city's residents discussing the flashes of battle light they had seen, and how the lords of various cities had reported that the sea demons were retreating back to the sea. This news delighted everyone, and some city lords even began to concoct tales of their involvement in the battle that repelled the sea demons. After searching, he finally settled on a secluded inn located in one of the city's abandoned districts. Once Alec was in his room, he summoned the system's spirit, Titan, Legion, and Oni to stand guard as he was ready to initiate the process. Taking a deep breath, Alec called up the system interface, preparing himself to activate the second awakening. Initiate mid-rank awakening YN. Without any hesitation, Alec pressed down on the Y for yes, and immediately the environment around him transformed, making him surprised. He knew he hadn't been teleported, nor had he traversed through any spatial dimension. As one moment he was within the confines of the room, and the next, he found himself in a vast black expanse that seemed to be dotted with countless stars, giving the impression of being in outer space. As he took in his surroundings, Alec noticed something peculiar. He was floating in a cross-legged position above two enormous runes that stretched out so far and overlapped to such an extent that their boundaries were indiscernible. Upon closer inspection, Alec realized that he recognized the runes. One burned with intense flames, appearing as though it could consume anything in its vicinity, yet to Alec, these flames seemed tame and controlled. The second rune was golden brown, exuding a sense of weight and solidity, and the air around it appeared to warp and distort. Shit, this isn't outer space, this is inside my body. This is the new manifestation of my broken mana pool, Alec realized as it dawned on him that he had been drawn into the microcosmic universe inside his mana pool, and that is if he could still call it a mana pool. The reason Alec no longer referred to it as a mana pool again was straightforward. He had obliterated it countless times while practicing the latest technique from the book passed down by the patriarch of the Gordon's clan, and now his body is no longer restricted to a small pool, but now his whole body was acting as his mana pool. But he did have the system's assistance, which was why he had survived such an experience. But the reason Alex had been quick to catch on was largely due to his deep familiarity with the two particular runes. The Earth rune, in the middle, had a sign shaped like a bullet, and that is when he realized these runes were the manifestation of his innate spells when he advanced to Tier 2. When he had broken through to Tier 3, instead of discarding them to create new Tier 3 innate spells, they evolved, sparing Alec the need to replace his innate abilities, and he was quite content with this as he didn't often use the flaming aura, but he was fond of the Terra bullet, perhaps because it gave him the sensation of firing a gun. At that moment, the runes disintegrated into countless particles of elemental light and separated from each other, although the system spirit had explained the process to him, and he had read about it in books, but witnessing an element or power evolve to the mid-rank with his own eyes was an unparalleled experience. All this time, as he had entered the Tier 4 Mage realm, but only his body had received the baptism of the breakthrough, not his elements. This was because he had been delaying his awakening, but now it could be said that he was truly stepping into the mid-rank, as not only his body, but also his spirit and energy was crossing the threshold. Alec watched the two particles of elemental energy, representing both fire and earth, as they began to take shape. On one side, the earth element started to form what looked like a small mountain, surrounded by countless gemstones and crystals orbiting it. He guessed the reason for the orbiting stones were because of his gravity manipulation that was linked to the earth element. On the other side, Alec observed a massive orb of flames pulsating. It left him wondering if the ball of flame was merely fire, as it gave him the impression of a beating heart. He pushed that thought aside, not wanting to jump to conclusions. Alec began to sense that something was amiss when the stars in the sky started to shoot countless elemental particles of fire and earth straight at the two projections representing his affinities. The projections greedily absorbed these elemental particles, as if they had been starved for a long time. Although the sensation was new to him, Alec could feel a surge of power at that very moment, as the projections of his affinity elements voraciously consumed the energy directed at them. It took about a minute before Alec witnessed a bolt of flame, and a long bolt of earth essence being shot from both projections toward him, who was positioned at the center of the space. Initially, he thought it was an attack on his soul, but when the stream of earth essence and the bolt of flames touched him, he closed his eyes, realizing it was not an attack but an enlightenment and advanced understanding of his elements and the extent to which he could now manipulate them. As the projections of his two elements devoured the particles of energy, Alec's body was providing them to ascend to the next realm. They ensured that some type of docile, refined elemental energy was returned to Alec, enhancing his control and execution of them. While Alec was immersed in his microcosmic universe, absorbing the influx of elemental knowledge being imprinted upon him, his physical body was levitating in the inn. His golems and the system spirit were now watching him with grim expressions, as they clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Alec's body was at the center of a tremendous internal struggle, as a vast black hole formed above his head, drawing in all the fire and earth elemental particles in the air. However, that wasn't sufficient, so it began to pull in energy particles from the surrounding atmosphere, resulting in a massive influx of elemental particles being drawn into the room. And Alec had not anticipated such a dramatic event, as he believed that his awakening would be a minor occurrence, since he had already had his breakthrough. It was clear that Alec had miscalculated, as there was no way that he would have predicted that everyone within the nearest 500 meters could notice the extraordinary events unfolding around the inn. As the major elemental particles of earth and flame were being drawn toward the inn, depleting the mana in the air. Inside Alec's microcosmic universe, Alec could sense that both his elements were solidifying, and he was nearing the end of his awakening, as he had gained a wealth of new information about how his elements had evolved. But as he anticipated being expelled from the space, he suddenly felt a deep connection. Not just one connection, but two strands of mana were leading him into the dark space. He gazed at the two solidified elements before he began flying toward the source of the beckoning call. After what seemed like an hour of flight, Alec finally reached the first entity that had drawn him in. It was a shining star, adorned with countless demonic beast faces. He could almost swear he had seen something similar before, perhaps the scroll of the beast forest, and Alec couldn't comprehend how a power related to the beast forest could manifest within his space. But the more he observed the star, the more agitated it became, until it collided with Alec, propelling him back to the original location he came from. As he hurtled through space at the speed of sound, he noticed a black flame dashing toward him, and then he realized the source of the second pull. It was the black flame. Despite not frequently using his flame element, his affinity for flame was evidently so strong that even a powerful black flame had sought him out. The shining star, with its myriad beast faces, and the colossal black flame seemed to reach some form of agreement as they dragged Alec back to the main space. When Alec was thrown back to the center of his microcosmic universe, he witnessed the black flame merging with the huge red ball of flame that was beating like a heart. As they intertwined, one part of the huge fireball emitted scorching red flames, while the other side exuded an eerie dark presence. Alec smiled as he observed the new elements, now voraciously consuming more energy, but it still took another hour before Alec regained consciousness in his inn room. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted with numerous notifications and a worried expression from the system's spirit. If you truly do not like attention, I think it's time we disappear from this city and regroup with the rest of your team, the system spirit Golem suggested, peering outside the windows to see a legion of city guard mages surrounding the inn. Oni, it's up to you, Alec commanded without even asking what happened, as he could feel the heavy presence of the elemental particles in the air, as closed his system interface in the hope of making a swift escape. Oni then summoned the shadow in the room to engulf them all, and they vanished from the room like they were never there. Alec finally had a chance to access the system interface again, as he entered the city where he and his team were supposed to meet. However, what he saw was quite shocking to him. The newly awakened black flame had been classified as a power under the fire element, leaving Alec unsure of its nature. But if any member of the ancient Blaze clan were to learn that Alec had awakened the black flame and was so nonchalant about it, they might just react with anger and jealousy, given that many of them had been practicing flame techniques ever since awakening at the age of 15, and having the best fire core or unique flame power stone to cultivate with. Despite being bred in the ancient Blaze clan and taught the proper way to harness their fire element, a child they had once called a bastard, and cast out of their clan gate, while still being an infant in his mother's arms, had now awakened one of the special variant flames their clan desires. Alec's achievement was like a slap in the face to their clan. In fact, there had been someone else who had awakened the black flame in the ancient Blaze clan before Alec's rumored deceased father, Ray Blaze, who was said to have had 3 variant flames, a man called the most talented in Blaze history. However, after being in a locked space passage, news of his demise spread, and ever since no one else had been able to awaken the black flames. Despite the potential anger that would happen if the Blaze clan learned of the black flames Alec had awakened, Alec was more interested in something else entirely: his newly awakened bloodline power. He had heard of clans draining mythical creatures to steal their bloodline powers, allowing them and their descendants to awaken the bloodline from them. This practice was common among most warrior clans, including the Dragonmere clan, which its members absorbed various dragons' blood that they seemed to have affinity with to awaken their bloodline abilities. However, Alec was aware that neither the Blaze clan nor the Gordon's clan had engaged in the bloodline path, not even slightly. Therefore, he could only attribute this newly acquired bloodline to a connection with the Beast Forest Scroll, given the similarities in their imagery. He also noticed that there was a number attached to this new power, but for now, he still knew nothing about it and was unable to activate it. Despite his best efforts to summon its power, driven by an overwhelming curiosity to use the new abilities he had just awakened, the Devourer Beast bloodline remained unresponsive to Alec, which was quite disheartening. So he decided to focus on other details that were more pressing at the moment. Alec noted that the system interface seemed to have undergone an upgrade. Previously, the skills did not appear here. He had to exit the status tab and search for his skills separately. But now that the skills had been integrated into the system tab panel, and it was much easier to check all his skills at once, his gaze lingered on the Golem skill assimilation, and he smiled. Since he had chosen the path of the blade and sword, he had rarely used this skill, which allowed him to execute the weapon mastery skills of his golems if he concentrated. But now, it seemed that the skill had advanced alongside him. Although there were still 2 blank spaces behind the skill, but according to the system's workings, the level of the Golem skill assimilation changed depending on the skill he selected. The level the Golem whose skill was pick had trained the skill to is what be reflected in the blank space, so until he uses one of his Golem's skill, it would remain blank. After reviewing all this, Alex smiled and stretched his arms behind his back as he closed the system panel. Now it's time to find my group since I'm done with my solo training, Alec murmured to himself. However, the next moment an attack was launched at him. Without bothering to turn around, Alec was confident that the attack would not reach him, as the 4 figures walking with him, disguised and blending in, were his golems. As the attack drew nearer, Butcher sprang into action, being the closest to the threat. Soon he had a sparkling electric short axe positioned at the assailant's throat before they could get close. With just one movement of his elemental hand holding the axe against the assailant's throat, the attacker would be dead. "Come on, it's me, Butcher. I was just trying to surprise the captain with my new moves," the assailant said, removing his mask to reveal his face, allowing Alec to recognize him as Knight. Alec sighed in relief while Butcher lowered his axe. He sighed because he had been lost trying to locate the restaurant where they had agreed to meet. Alec was notoriously bad with directions when alone, which was why he usually had Legion by his side. But he couldn't even remember the name of the restaurant, which left him wandering aimlessly in search of his team. Until Knight found him, and now Alec was about to turn Knight into his navigator. "It's so good to see you," Knight said with a small smile on his face. "Let's go, they're all waiting," Knight said before Alec could reply. So Alec was waiting for him to shadow travel him, but Knight too is waiting for Alec too. "Unsummon your golems," Knight instructed when he saw Alec's dazed look. Alec gave him a puzzled look. "Oni can carry over 5 people with his shadow travel. Why does it seem like you haven't grown?" Alec said, while Knight's pout at his lack of a sense of humor. They bickered back and forth until Alec sent his golems back into the pouch, and Knight touched him, and their shadows rose from the ground, swallowed them up, and then receded into the earth, disappearing with them as if they had never been there. "Look who finally decided to show up," Beatrice said with a smile the moment Alec appeared in the room with Knight. Before he could respond, he was crowded by most members of the team, who gave him long bear hugs. "What are we still waiting for? Let's go back to the academy. I've missed my bed," Arthur exclaimed as they all prepared to head back. "No, we won't be heading back to the academy just yet because I have some goodies for you guys. However, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to receive them. But for today, we feast and celebrate our survival. Come on, dig into your savings and spend like there's no tomorrow, because starting from tomorrow, we return to being mere students at the War God Mage Academy," Alec announced. Though they were puzzled by Alec's reluctance to return to the academy immediately, they were still thrilled at the prospect of celebrating. After all, They had been on back-to-back missions without a break, so the idea of letting off some steam was more than welcome. They have already regrouped and are in close proximity to the academy, but it seems they have no intention of returning today. Should I leave a message for them to hasten their return? Asked a man clad in the uniform of the war god Mage Academy. He was delivering a report to Selene, who was engrossed in reading a scroll. Without looking up at the mage, she shook her head and replied, "No. They have successfully completed a series of missions that we believed they wouldn't finish within the given timeframe. Not only did they accomplish them magnificently, but they have also grown stronger beyond our expectations. Although they are not yet at a level, we deem them sufficient to win the inter-academy competition, but we now believe they will not suffer an embarrassing defeat like their predecessors." Selene concluded with a shrug. "But if they fail to arrive on time, we will be late for the opening ceremony of the inter-academy competition," the mage interjected, clearly surprised. However, Selene didn't appear concerned about the timing. "It doesn't really matter if we attend the ceremony. The crucial thing is that we arrive before the first events start. Why should we participate in a ceremony where we would be the subject of ridicule? It's simply a display of wealth for the prestigious academy, and considering our academy's limited resources, we wouldn't stand a chance. So it's best to forego it. You may leave now," Selene responded dismissively, gesturing for the mage to depart. Alec's team had rented the entire top floor of an inn. He met them. Despite the team's jubilant mood, Alec had other plans, as he urged them to continue celebrating without him while excusing himself. Claiming to be exhausted, he then made his way to his room. As soon as Alec entered the room, he flopped onto the bed and closed his eyes, succumbing to a deep sleep. Soon, he found himself awake in the familiar dark space of his amulet artifact. Alec approached the solitary black tree, which stood proudly with the weight of numerous slain demonic beasts from the beast forest adorning its body. The first and only branch of the tree, which is previously adorned with just a single leaf, now boasted 10 fully opened leaves that had sprouted. However, Alec's focus was solely on the drops from the first leaf. As the leaf, adorned with a vibrant yellow and white color, perfectly matched the colors that had sprouted from the chronomancer's corpse when it was been digested, Alec gently touched the leaf, prompting a system notification to appear. Pay 50,000 system points to harvest this plant. YN. Alec exhibited no surprise at this prompt, as similar notifications had been occurring since the 5th day the leaf devoured the chronomancer's remains. In awe of all that had transpired, Alec had initially decided to defer his curiosity. However, the system's spirit had assured him that whatever the tree produced, Alec stood to gain significantly, as it was no ordinary tree considering it was inside the still unknown amulet artifact. Without hesitation, Alec accepted with a resolute "why yes." Instantly, the leaf shimmered with a blinding light and levitated towards Alec. As the radiance receded, Alec beheld several objects suspended in front of him. 3 immense orbs bobbed in midair, their magnificence shining through as though they were adorned with sparkling glitters. And there were also around 10 pills of an excellent grade quality, glistened with an ethereal brilliance. This phenomena was unique to only excellent grade pills. Lastly, 3 floating cards completed the ensemble. As Alec stood in awe, his eyes fixed on the spectacle before him, the branch itself came into motion. The long branch extended, and the tip transformed into a fearsome maw, lined with a multitude of menacing white teeth. As it ruthlessly clenched down on one of the demonic beasts previously slain by Alec in the beast forest. Stunned, Alec remained rooted to the spot, his gaze locked on the astonishing sight unfolding before him. He could only watch in disbelief as the tree branch meticulously chewed and swallowed the entire deceased demonic beast, nonchalantly returning to its original position as though nothing extraordinary had just occurred. After returning to its place, Alec watched in shock as the body of the recently devoured demonic beast sprouted at the edge of the branch, and despite all the tearing caused by the tree's chewing, the head of the demonic beast still remained intact. Long black leaves began to cover the newly formed demonic beast's body, and in that moment, Alec finally understood why all the corpses of the slain demonic beasts he killed had been brought back to the tree's root from inside the beast forest. And he concluded that they were awaiting the tree's consumption, transforming into beneficial nourishment for Alec. However, despite this realization, Alec struggled to accept the fact that he had been nurturing such a fierce tree all this time. Nevertheless, Alec had absolute certainty that the tree would not hurt him, as it had never exhibited any intentions of killing intent towards him before, and this incident marked the first time he had witnessed a branch of the tree devouring something, and he felt fortunate to be the one who owned this unique entity. Once the strange moment had passed, Alec shifted his attention to the loot he obtained from the chronomancer's corpse. Ding. Acquired loot's 3x memory orbs, 10x tier 5 cultivation pills, plus 100,000x 3x random spell card. Though Alec didn't fully comprehend the purpose of the first and second loot, he recognized the value of the cultivation pills. They had always seemed familiar to him, but he had initially failed to identify them due to them being excellent grade. But now, glancing at the name on the system panel, he finally realized he was staring at Tier 5 cultivation pills. These pills could only be crafted by esteemed mid-rank or high-rank alchemists. An attempt by a low-rank alchemist to refine such pills could result in death or an explosion injury during the refining process. Cultivation pills were exceptionally rare, even though their main ingredient could be altered, to power stones obtained from slaying different races of the second dimension. As a result, the concept of cultivation pills was almost non-existent in low and mid-ranking clans. However, in high-ranking and ancient clans, cultivation pills were used in nurturing their most talented geniuses, helping them establish a strong foundation. As in the mid-rank realms, relying solely on power stones for cultivation yielded minimal progress compared to seeking out an alchemist who could transform the stones into potent cultivation pills. Meanwhile, in the higher ranks, power stones were predominantly converted into pills, as using them directly led to minimal or no discernible progress. Yet, as Alec counted the 10 cultivation pills he had obtained from just a single chronomancer's corpse, he realized the magnitude of his fortune. Even the most skilled Tier 6 alchemist, boasting a perfect rate of pill refinement, would never have the audacity to claim that they could produce 10 Tier 5 pills from the remains of a Tier 5 mage. Alec had come across accounts stating that if an alchemist could refine 5 pills from a single Tier 5 corpse, with at least one pill being of Tier 5 rank while the rest were Tier 4, that alchemist would be hailed as a super genius. Alec's acquisition far exceeded these expectations, leaving him awestruck by his newfound abundance of Tier 5 cultivation pills. The tree's ability to refine 10 perfect pills of excellent rank quality from a single corpse left Alec deep in thought. He wondered if this was merely a one-time occurrence, attributed to the fact that the chronomancer had exceptional talent and supreme element affinity, or if the tree just possessed the inherent capacity to refine such high-grade pills from the life form it consumed. The intensity of curiosity gnawed at Alec's insides, prompting him to test his theories later on. He yearned to uncover the truth, to determine whether his speculations were accurate or entirely unfounded. Furthermore, Alec was still thinking if the drops from the tree were different every time, like if it was varying with each individual or race that was consumed. He even considered the possibility that even demonic beasts, lacking power stones but possessing power crystals, would have unique outcomes when they dropped their loot. A stray thought crossed his mind for a second, leading him to briefly contemplate the notion of obtaining weapons from the power crystals. Despite entertaining various wild thoughts, Alec held onto one solid certainty: the pills he had acquired could also be utilized by his teammates who are participating in the Inter Academy competition, as he believed that providing them with these pills might aid those on the brink of a breakthrough, potentially elevating their realms. Though tempted to consume the pills himself and reach the peak of Tier 4, thereby inching closer to the Tier 5 mage realm, Alec acknowledged that even with all 10 pills, the difference would not be significant. He still had a long way to go on his cultivation journey. And with the system's requirement of 5.5 million points to progress to the next level, Alec knew he would remain in the Tier 4 realm for a considerable duration. However, there was a silver lining to this predicament. He could compensate for his lack of cultivation speed by engaging in numerous battles to amass experience points. And now, the acquisition of these new pills provided him with another opportunity to earn valuable experience point from another source. Taking all 10 pills would only grant me 100,000 experience points, which isn't much help for myself, however. I think I know who would greatly benefit from them, Alec stated, already having a recipient in mind to whom he could offer the pills. Alec contemplated why the amulet hadn't devoured the Tier 5 leader of the sea demon horde he had slain. Then he suddenly recalled that the amulet had been in a dormant state at the time, and he had hurriedly made his escape before the amulet could detect the scent of food and begin devouring, avoiding any unnecessary delays and ensuring he didn't cross paths with the city lords who were conducting reconnaissance in the area. Individuals he was clearly trying to avoid. Taking a deep breath, Alec prepared to employ his analysis skills on the acquired loot, saying to himself, "Okay, here goes nothing." Memory orb able to implant a certain memory of a spell or skill used by the lifeform from which it was refined. Upon a closer inspection, an image of the lifeform will become apparent. After watching the spell or skill, one must practice and execute it several times to reach a similar mastery as the previous owner. Progress thereafter depends on personal talent, dedication, and hard work. Alec found himself gaping in astonishment at the revelation before him. The memory orb was an incredible find, providing the opportunity to learn a skill or spell from the original owner that was refined. His eyes wandered to the flame-attribute demonic beast plants blooming on the first branch of the tree, and a smile crept across his face as he imagined the wide array of indirect flame spells he could learn. This was particularly enticing since acquiring mid-ranked spells without spending a fortune proved to be quite challenging. Moving on to the next item, Alec declared confidently, employing his analysis skills on the cultivation pills. Despite already knowing what they were, he wanted to confirm their effects. Tier 5 cultivation pills help elevate the cultivation level of individuals in the Tier 5 realm and below. Their effects are diminished on Tier 6 and above mages. When consumed by you, they can be converted into 10,000 experience points. Even though Alec had just used his analysis skill on the cultivation pills, he felt he knew a lot about. He still obtained a detailed description. He was surprised to find that the information was even more comprehensive than he had expected. Now he turned his attention to the 3 floating cards, unsure of their purpose, and utilized his skill once again. Random spell card Chronomancer has the appearance of a talisman to anyone other than you. It can be activated by infusing mana into the card, triggering a random spell from the Chronomancer, since it was refined from the Chronomancer mana essence. Alex sucked in a breath of cold air as he read the description of the random spell card. Initially, he had believed that obtaining the memory orb was the best outcome of the 3, only to reconsider when he discovered the cultivation pills. However, now, the random spell card seemed to hold the most unpredictable potential. He gazed at the card with its golden-trimmed edge, adorned with a cartoon representation of the Chronomancer. None of the 3 loot items turned out to be less valuable than the previous ones. They were all resources that could greatly benefit him. Without hesitation, Alec proceeded to harvest the remaining 9 germinated leaf plants. Pay 9,000 system points to harvest these plants YN. Realizing that the cost of all 9 plants combined did not equal the value of the plant that originated from the Chronomancer, Alex swiftly understood that there was a fluctuation in price based on the realm of the life form. As the remaining 9 plants had been derived from Tier 3 Flarefang Saber Tiger demonic beasts, they were clearly inferior to the Chronomancer. Now let's see what I obtain after patiently waiting for all this, Alec murmured to himself. Ding. Acquired loots 9x Flarefang Tier 3 Spirit Equipment, set fragment 90x Tier 3, cultivation pills plus 90,000x 9x random spell card. Upon witnessing this drop, Alec finally became certain that he had the potential to obtain cultivation pills whenever he harvested a new leaf. As for the spell cards, it appeared that they were also an option, although for the lower-ranked random spell card, it seemed that the demonic beasts only dropped 1. So Alec found it challenging to comprehend if this was due to the nature of the demonic beasts or if higher realm beings had better drop rates for the random spell card. To clarify his doubts, he decided to analyze the description of the spell cards using his analysis skill, especially since the first loot he obtained this time seemed to differ from the memory orb he had previously received. The capital of the Northern Kingdom was bustling with activity as the Inter Academy competition drew near. Inns throughout the city were experiencing a surge in business, with every room fully booked. Even the most modest establishments were all filled up. Prestigious academies had secured their accommodations in some of the finest lodgings in advance, like a full month before the tournament was set to even begin. Meanwhile, the less renowned academies that had only just arrived in the city were struggling to find suitable lodgings due to their lacking preparations. But the influx of visitors wasn't limited to students and scholars. The city was also teeming with respected high and ancient mage clans on the lookout to recruit talented mages from lower clans or independent rogue mages. If they didn't strike gold by finding an exceptionally talented individual, they always made sure at least they made an effort to scout for those with potential, enticing them with the prospect of working for their clans as enforcers. They lured them with the possibility of gaining cultivation pills, marrying into the clan, and adopting their prestigious names. While such opportunities were rare, it was true that if an enforcer reached the high-rank realm, they were no longer bound by their contract and could easily leave the clan they served. However, not all clans were willing to let their flourishing investments go without reaping some benefits. They would often try to retain these high-ranked individuals by offering marriage into the clan, family names, higher cultivation resources like monthly cultivation pills, spirit weapons, and more. Mages from low or mid-tier clans were often fully tempted to join such prestigious clans and discard their own clan names to become enforcers. This is how the outer branches of large clans were formed, with their descendants often completely unaware of their true ancestral lineage. After examining the descriptions of the new set of loot drops, Alec gained a clearer understanding of their significance. Firstly, the fragments of the spirit equipment set required a collection of about 100 pieces before they could be assembled into a Tier 3 spirit equipment set. Alec couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of excitement as he realized he had finally found a way to create spirit equipment set for the rest of his team without having to cause a horde run after them again. However, he also recognized the immense challenge that lay ahead. Right now, he needed to kill precisely 91 more Tier 3 Flarefang Saber Tigers in order to complete the set. Yet, he found solace in the fact that even with the unpredictable teleportation within the beast forest, the first level posed no significant difficulty for him and his golems. From what he understood, as long as he could discover another fragment with high compatibility to the Flarefang fragment, he had the possibility to create a hybrid or mutated form of the spirit equipment set. While the cultivation pills drop remained remarkably effective, Alec noted that the description indicated any lower-ranked pills he consumed, as a mid-ranked cultivator, would only yield half the benefits. Consequently, he decided to refrain from consuming them himself, instead intending to share them with his team members who were still at the Tier 3 level. His goal was to bolster their progress, hoping they could attain the mid-rank either before or during the upcoming competition, thus propelling them towards a breakthrough. Alec's attention then turned to the random spell cards. As he watched, each one displayed an artistic rendering of the slain Flarefang Saber Tiger that had been used for refining. This realization struck him. He had another valuable resource to share with his team. The intriguing part of it all was that the others would believe these cards to be attack talismans, given that only Alec could see their true form as clarified by the system. With a determined expression, Alec closed his eyes and focused, maximizing his efforts to connect with his space ring. Through multiple visits to the amulet artifact space, he had discovered the ability to establish a connection with his other equipment and devices from outside simply by concentrating on the desired item and visualizing it as still with him. This technique enabled him to easily access these resources whenever needed. As Alec concentrated, a small dark whirlpool materialized before him, eagerly swallowing up all the valuable loot he had accumulated. A smile played on his lips as he surveyed the scene, noticing the soul branch already feasting on the lifeless bodies of the demonic beasts scattered around its trunk. The branch continued its relentless process, devouring 9 complete demonic beast corpses. As a result, 10 enormous black leaves formed, completely covering the bodies of the devoured beasts that have now sprouted on the branch. It was at this moment that Alec noticed the branch's preference for targeting the highest-ranked demonic beasts first. He couldn't help but wonder if having multiple branches would enable him to consume the demonic beast corpses more rapidly. Although the demonic beast corpses didn't decay within the amulet space, but the sheer number of fallen creatures crowded the area around the tree trunk. Just as Alec began to feel a sense of confusion, a notification materialized before him. Use 100,000 to grow another branch from the primordial tree YN. Alec's eyes widened as he read the system notification. He even speculated if the system could perceive his desires within the amulet space, allowing it to respond accordingly to his thought. Having struggled to control the system consistently while he was within the amulet space to no avail, almost given up, since he had been searching for ways to establish effective communication, but now he thinks he just found a way to exploit the system options. But he was more surprised by the revelation of the black tree's true name. He realized with a name like that such a tree must have origins far more complex than he initially assumed. While contemplating how the amulet came to possess such an extraordinary tree, Alec realized he was bound by time constraints. So he pressed the Y button, causing another long branch identical to the first to sprout from the opposite side of the primordial tree. Now adorned with 2 branches, the primordial tree required no specific command from Alec, as the newly formed branch instinctively burrowed into a clump of demonic beast corpses, consuming another 10 before coming to a halt. Alec felt immense satisfaction, as he had finally discovered a way to diminish the overwhelming number of demonic beast corpses that had encircled the magnificent tree. With a determined mindset, Alec focused his thoughts on adding yet another branch to the primordial tree as the notification appeared once again. Accepting the offer, Alec spent another 100,000 system points. Undeterred by his previous attempts, he proceeded to do it for the 3rd time, resulting in a total of 4 branches adorning the primordial tree. Each branch had voraciously devoured 10 demonic beast corpses. Feeling a surge of anticipation, Alec rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when his efforts would bear fruit. However, when he attempted to further add another branch, an error message appeared on the system screen. Error. Upgrade realm to be able to unlock the 5th level. In that moment, it finally dawned on Alec why the primordial tree, which emanates a dangerous vibe, held no killing intents towards him or showed signs of harming him. And it was the profound connection he now shared with the tree due to being the master of the amulet, so nurturing the primordial tree was akin to taking care of his exclusive, cherished divine plant. Alec now had 4 branches on the primordial tree, and together they could devour up to a total of 40 lifeforms at once. However, Alec still felt the process was a bit slow given the number of corpses they had lying around. He wished there was a way to upgrade the tree's branches. Upgrade branch to level 2 for 50,000 spirit points YN. Alec quickly checked his balance to ensure he had enough to spend. That's when he realized just how much he had already spent. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had been using the system points without much thought, having accumulated a large amount during his time in the Beast Forest. The idea of spending more than half of his points in an instant made him want to shed pity tears. Nevertheless, he selected the yes option, driven by his eagerness to discover what would happen to the branches once they reached level 2. Indicators appeared, prompting Alec to choose which branch he wanted to upgrade, though he already had one in mind, so he felt the selection process was necessary, and he appreciated that the system hadn't made the choice randomly by itself, cause in such case, that would mean he'd have no control over which branch was chosen. With the setup allowing him to pick the branch he wanted, Alec chose the first branch, and as soon as he made his selection, his system points were deducted instantly. A radiant shimmer of light glided through the air, merging with the branch and causing it to grow longer than the other 3 branches. However, it wasn't just a physical change. This branch now exhibited newfound freedom of movement, no longer constrained by rigidity. This provided Alec with the impression that he could engage in conversation with it. Eat, Alec commanded, and the branch responded by opening its elongated body, revealing sharp and imposing teeth at the end. Observing this transformation, Alec realized that the branch not only grew in size, but it also gained the ability to understand and communicate with him. The branch swiftly burrowed itself into the group of demonic beasts, devouring yet another set of 10 creatures. Witnessing this, Alec grew increasingly certain that the level up had more significant implications than mere increases in devouring space and flexibility. While he eagerly awaited further changes to unfold, the tip of the branch gently curled up, reaching toward Alec's face and brushing against his stunned expression after it had finished swallowing the extra 10 demonic beast corpse. To Alec's surprise, the body of the primordial tree branch was anything but rigid, as the surface was astonishingly soft, dispelling Alec's expectation of hardness. After standing rooted in astonishment for about 15 seconds, Alec mustered the courage to caress the first branch, which displayed an apparent need for his affection. Alec smiled and commanded the tree branch to retract as he prepared to delve once more into the second level of the beast forest. The first branch emitted small noises. Amusingly enough, Alec found himself able to discern their meaning. Do you mean I can exchange these beasts for system points and use them to acquire items for this space? Alec questioned, having understood the message conveyed by the branch. Inspired, he envisioned transforming 50% of the demonic beasts surrounding the trunk of the primordial tree into particles of light. With a focused thought, the transformation began to take place, and part of the demonic beasts dissolved into shimmering particles of light, disappearing from existence. Alec deliberately chose only 50%, ensuring that the tree branches would not starve once they completed the digestion of their consumed prey. Plus 98,673 system points acquired. With the option to increase his system points, a small smile crept across Alec's face. However, he realized that he still couldn't access the store function in the amulet space. It had remained locked for as long as he could remember. Alec tucked this thought away for now, knowing he could explore it later when he exited the amulet space. At the moment, he was fully prepared to face the challenges of the second level of the beast forest after thanking the first branch. Without hesitation, he soared forward and disappeared as his body passed through the door of the second level. Suddenly, Alec's face collided with the ground as he landed from a low altitude. Despite his attempts to manipulate gravity to cushion his fall, something had interfered, rendering his spell ineffective. He could sense eyes fixed upon him from behind, but he refrained from acting rashly. Slowly, he rose to his feet, attentively surveying the area with a serious expression. Unlike the first level, where he could act like a god unrestrained as no beast could defeat him there, the second level presented a different challenge. Every beast within had the potential to pose a formidable threat. The Tier 4 beasts in this level could hold their own against Tier 5 mages outside the real world. This was a testament to their exceptional talent. Alec remembered his previous encounter with the Sparrowkeet, a Tier 5 beast with the battle power of a Tier 6 mage. No matter how he had attempted to fight it off, defeat had been inevitable at his prior level of strength. He had made 2 unsuccessful attempts to enter the second level of the beast forest after that encounter. His low-level and Tier 3 golems had proved insufficient to face even the Tier 4 beast then. As a result, Alec had remained grinding in the first level until he reached this point. Now Alec felt a newfound fearlessness within him, as he felt if he were to encounter a Tier 5 demonic beast in the Beast Forest this time, he believed he could at least escape with his life intact, even if victory eluded him. The upgrade of his weapon skills to intermediate is what made him so confident. However, his fervent prayer was to avoid crossing paths with any of the Tier 6 Overlord beasts in the second level. His goal now was to hunt down a group of Tier 4 demonic beasts, as they held greater benefits than the Tier 3 creatures he had encountered in the Level 1 of the Beast Forest. A low growl suddenly resonated through the air. Alec's senses sharpened, as he realized it wasn't just one demonic beast that threatened him, there were about 15 of them. Their red eyes gleamed from the surrounding bushes, intensifying Alec's seriousness. Yet a smirk formed on Alec's face when he sensed their auras and discovered that they were all Tier 4 demonic beasts. With confidence brimming, he summoned his team of golems, each one distinct and formidable. Titan, Legion, Oni, Tempest Butcher, Hive Queen, Sword Saint, and Magneto appeared, assembling around Alec, and they were merging their auras to reinforce Alec's own aura pressure, demonstrating the immense synergy they possessed together. "Boys, come help me seek revenge for my past pathetic deaths," Alec declared with determination, urging his golems to dash into action. But the wolf pack hiding also emerged from the shadows, eager to hunt and take down the ones they classify as prey before them. Alec lingered with hesitancy when it came to summoning his golems in the perilous environment of the second level of the Beast Forest, and that was because he had never summoned them before in the second level, and he was uncertain if they would revive like he did after death. While he possessed the ability to awake again, the fate of his golems remained unknown if they died in the amulet space. After all, the amulet space affected reality. In the first level, they hadn't encountered any demonic beasts powerful enough to kill any of them in a single blow, which would give them enough time to recover. However, in the second level, a multitude of formidable creatures awaited. Aware of the potential risks, Alec proceeded with caution, yet upon realizing that he faced a pack of Tier 4 shadow wolves, his reservations dissipated, and he summoned all his golems without hesitation. Taking a seat on a nearby stone, Alec engaged his analysis skill, thoroughly scanning the surrounding area. He hoped to detect any hidden demonic beasts attempting to launch a surprise attack on him or his golems while they contended with the pack of shadow wolves. With his golems at the ready, Alec possessed confidence in their ability to handle the threat. However, in the darkness, his eyes caught sight of another demonic beast that remained motionless while the pack of wolves clashed against his golems. Status: Name: Alpha Shadow Wolf. Tier 5. Affinity: Shadow. The moment Alec's gaze fell upon the status of the Alpha Shadow Wolf, his relaxed demeanor shattered. Channeling his will and focusing on his formidable Chando, the blade materialized within his grasp. It was as if the Alpha Shadow Wolf sensed Alec's intent too, as it swiftly emerging from its concealed position within the bush. Its primal and dangerous aura caused the very ground it traversed to fracture under the immense pressure. Not good, Alec mouthed, a silent expression of his realization. He dashed forward, aiming to confront the advancing wolf. However, his speed proved inferior. As the Alpha Wolf closed the distance rapidly, Sword Saint, with earth enveloping its visage like a cloth, stood before the approaching threat. It had his eyes closed ever since it entered the mid-ranks. It was a kind of way of training its other senses. Although Sword Saint remained shorter than the other golems, but Alec harbored no underestimations to its capabilities, as Saint had the ability to control anti-magic, and also had reached the intermediate level in his swordsmanship, proving its capabilities. Amidst the Alpha Shadow Wolf's resounding roar, a colossal black ball hurtled towards Sword Saint. Reacting swiftly, Sword Saint maneuvered his weapon to fend off the incoming attack from the Alpha Wolf. Meanwhile, Alec maintained his unwavering focus on the Alpha Wolf and his primary target, oblivious to the shifting dynamics. Unforeseen to him, the presence of the Alpha Wolf disrupted his attention, resulting in him not realizing another 10 wolves materializing from the shadowy depths of the ground trying to flank him. It was at this moment that Alec realized he had made a grave error. Not having encountered shadow wolves before, he possessed little knowledge of their attacking patterns, as it became apparent that not all of them struck openly from the bushes. Rather, some waited patiently in the shadows, poised to strike when their foes let their guard down. But due to Alec's ability to perceive events within a 20-meter radius and his intermediate weapon mastery, launching a successful sneak attack against him presented a formidable challenge. 3 of the shadow wolves stealthily emerged from the shadows, surging forward with clear intent. Alec quickly discerned their motives as he witnessed them halt abruptly and turn, snarling menacingly. Their actions blocked Alec's path, effectively cutting off his route to rescuing Sword Saint. The remaining 7 wolves dashed towards Alec from all angles, except for the front. Without hesitation, Alec swiftly maneuvered his left hand behind him, summoning a surge of gravitational energy to knock back the wolves closing in from behind. He refused to be caught off guard by their relentless onslaught. Although these were Tier 4 wolves, but their ability to unleash destructive powers was comparable to a newly Tier 5 or mid-Tier 5 mage was evident, so being confined amid 7 creatures of this caliber would prove fatal for Alec if he fell into their trap. Brandishing his chandao, Alec forcefully smashed the hilt against the neck of the wolf lunging from the left before executing a sweeping motion with the length of his weapon, striking out at the wolf on his right. A flaming slash surged forth from the chandao, effortlessly slicing through the vulnerable neck of the wolf from the right, which had been lunging and unable to defend itself effectively, and was caught off guard by Alec's swift and unexpected maneuver. The wolves were taken aback by Alec's exceptional swordsmanship, repelling 6 of them and swiftly killing one as the fight commenced. This fueled their rage, causing them to rush at him with unwavering determination. Reacting with remarkable agility, Alec swiftly shifted his bloody chandao to his left hand, gripping it in a reverse hold, before pivoting on his lead foot as he extended his open hand towards the nearest shadow wolf that had lunged at him. Low-tier spell Earth Hand. A colossal palm formed from solid rock and earth elements, hurtling at an astonishing speed as it arched towards the wolf. Bang! The wolf, in a last-ditch effort, cast a dark veil to partially mitigate the attack. Although it managed to reduce the damage, the wolf still bore several bruises from the forceful impact. Wasting no time, Alec swiftly swung his blade, cutting down the wolf mid-air, eliminating the second adversary. Moving a few steps back to create space, he raised his blade in a vertical defensive stance, parrying the attacks launched by 2 shadow wolves that had closed in on him, their claws striking to kill. A smirk played upon Alec's lips as he engaged in the intense battle. It made him feel truly alive. Danger seemed to lurk at every turn, with the wolves fixated on him entirely. Glancing upward, Alec assessed the situation of his golems. To his relief, none of them had fallen. Titan, Sword Saint, and Butcher were holding their own against the Alpha, while the remaining golems combated the increased numbers of enemies. It was a challenging situation, evident from the sight of Sword Saint fighting fiercely with only its left hand, having lost its right in the confrontation. But Alec remained confident, knowing that they would emerge victorious, especially now as Titan and the other golems began summoning their minions, shifting the number advantage, and reversing the odds in their favor brought a semblance of relief. Yet Alec felt a sense of urgency to end the battle swiftly, unwilling to allow any more beasts to discover them once they vanquished the wolf pack. He harbored no doubt that the lingering scent of the fallen wolf's blood would soon draw unwanted attention. Just as Alec thought he had evaded all of them during his retreat, he realized that his danger senses were blaring, and one of the wolves that had encircled him was missing. So he quickly turned and swung his chandao along, which was coated in a fiery aura. His blade clashed with the wolf's claws, parrying the attack, but residual black particles from the wolf claws stuck to his chest, making his movements sluggish for a second. Giving another wolf the chance to sink its jaws into his thigh, but Alec merely grunted, bearing the pain caused with his high endurance. He could cope with the pain temporarily as he glared at the wolf responsible for his impaired agility. Determined to eliminate the threat, Alec shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one, as he thrust the chandao forward, targeting the underbelly of the wolf, which was still reeling from the force of Alec's strength. The thrust pierced deeply, killing the wolf instantly. Alec then tried to smash his right fist into the wolf still biting him, when he heard a chilling howl. Turning toward the Alpha, which still seemed to be free and advancing toward him, Alec's eyes moved to Titan, Sword Saint, and Legion, who was sprawled on the ground everywhere, although they were not dead, but it appeared they would not be able to significantly affect the Alpha Shadow Wolf from running amok on the battlefield again. A sense of impending doom raised the hairs on Alec's body as he saw various dark shadow wolves rise from the ground and dash toward him. Fuck, Alec cursed as he punched the head of the wolf clamped onto his leg. His fist soon became encased in a stone-like substance as he dropped his fist down, as he eventually smashed the skull of the wolf, killing his 4th opponent. But it was too late. The shadow wolf apparitions were already upon him, clawing at him. Though he slammed his right leg into the ground, raising a huge earth wall to protect him, but he was unable to defend against the shadow wolves that seemed to pass through solid objects, inflicting various bone-deep wounds on him. Alec was infuriated that the attack had been one that can't be defended against or blocked, leaving him vulnerable to a spell with the power of low tier 6 damage. He watched the Alpha Shadow Wolf intently, hoping it would come after him, but instead the Alpha shifted its trajectory. From Alec's perspective, it was clear the Alpha was targeting either Butcher or Oni next. Gritting his teeth, Alec had the sinking feeling that he had seen the alpha shadow wolf smirk at him. It was evident that the alpha was far more intelligent than the rest of its pack, having quickly deduced that Alec was the leader. Yet the alpha avoided direct engagement with Alec, allowing its pack members to drain Alec's energy while it pursued the other golems that were inflicting more damage. It seemed to be tactically eliminating Alec's weaker links, aiming to take out all of Alec's golems before facing a weary Alec who would have been left to defend against a larger number of wolves if his golems were defeated. Feeling increasingly frustrated by his predicament, Alec manipulated the earth beneath his legs and propelled himself towards the alpha, which was moving towards Oni, who had just reaped the soul of another wolf with his scythe. The moment the alpha wolf noticed Alec hurtling towards it, it smirked and turned to face him, dashing forward. This development caught Alec off guard and surprised him, as he had assumed the alpha would continue to avoid a direct confrontation. Alec steeled his resolve, as flames igniting at his feet to boost his speed, while he positioned his Changdao in a position to strike at the head of the alpha shadow wolf. Just as he thought his plan was unfolding smoothly, the alpha shadow wolf let out a roar, and dark energy flowed from its mouth, forming a black portal. Alec, why the fuck do they get all the great and superpowers? Alec cursed as he watched the alpha wolf leap into the shadow portal and disappear from sight as the portal disintegrated, as Alec could only turn his head in time to see where the alpha emerged from, and that was beneath Magneto, as it was chomping down in an attempt to swallow the metal lifeform golem. Alec's eyes blazed with fury, realizing he couldn't easily change his direction in midair easily before he could react. He found himself ensnared in another encirclement trap set by the alpha, as a new set of wolves surrounded him as he landed where the alpha one stood. He watched helplessly as Magneto struggled, even casting a self-destructive spell that transformed its body into a porcupine-like form. Despite its efforts, all it managed to do was inflict critical injuries to the alpha shadow wolf's mouth that was now covered in blood. Magneto's life ended when it was torn to shreds by the alpha's massive teeth, which seemed to be coated in some type of dark energy. In a rage over the loss of one of his golems, Alec spun off the ground, calling forth his affinity with the earth element to propel him upward, as both earth and fire elements swirled around his spinning figure. He rotated with such speed that when he finally stopped, his two elements appeared to have merged. Without hesitation, Alec delivered a decapitating strike at neck level to another wolf in front of him. He watched as the wolf's head cleanly separated from its body, and then realized his strike continued, effortlessly killing three more. He observed the damage that occurred and felt shaken for a moment. His mana execution had been pure lava element by combining both earth and fire elements. Scorching hot magma cleaved through everything with ease until its power waned. Still caught up in the thrill of having unlocked magma execution, Alec sensed danger from behind. He attempted to pierce behind him with his blade without turning, but the alpha wolf, which had emerged from his shadow, seemed to have anticipated his move, as it bit into the flaming blade with its shadow teeth, holding the Changdao in place. Alec was about to struggle when he sensed another ominous presence behind him. However, Alec's reaction was delayed since he was held by the alpha before him, giving the new alpha wolf that appeared behind him an opportunity to sink its large fangs, imbued with dark energy, into him. A sense of weakness washed over Alec as he felt his strength and energy were being drained away. Meanwhile, the wolf before him began healing its mouth visibly at an alarming rate. To Alec's astonishment, instead of remaining in physical form, the wolf dissolved into shadows and merged with the body of the alpha shadow wolf behind him and still biting tightly, and it became evident that the initial attack was a mere shadow clone, a clever decoy devised by the alpha shadow wolf to sap Alec's vitality. Frail and feeble, Alec desperately attempted to summon his bone katana to strike a decisive blow to the alpha's skull. However, with impeccable timing, the paw of the alpha crashed down upon Alec's head, as if anticipating his move. The force of the attack caused Alec to lose consciousness, plunging him into a void of darkness. Alec jolted awake from his sleep, the intensity of his recent deaths leaving an unpleasant sensation in his mind. It was his fourth time dying in the second level of the Beast Forest, and the experience was far from enjoyable. He placed his left hand over the left side of his face, sighing in relief as he felt the warmth and reassurance of his own touch. It had been a while since he had faced the challenges of the second level, and his arrogance had led him to believe that he and his team of golems could take on a Tier 5 demonic beast there. Unfortunately, he met one with a pack. His defeat served as a harsh reminder of just how far he was from being ready to face a Tier 6 mage or lifeform. The Alpha Shadow Wolf is a Tier 5 demonic beast capable of demonstrating the powers of a newly promoted Tier 6 mage, and he had toyed with Alec throughout the fight as it spun him around, gave him false hope, only to ultimately crush him and his golems without even using its full powers. The thought of his fallen golems triggered panic within Alec, causing him to quickly attempt to establish a connection with them. Fortunately, the link with all his golems remained intact, albeit weakened due to their injuries. Still a long way to go before I can defeat a tier 6 without tricks, Alec murmured in his sweat-drenched state, expressing gratitude that his golems had survived. They would just need some time to rest and recuperate in the space pouch. After settling his thoughts, Alec finally decided to open his system and see what rewards he had obtained. Plus 137,970 experience points. Golem Sword Saint leveled up. Golem Tempest Butcher leveled up 20 Shadow Wolf Souls acquired. Alec couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at how quickly he had been able to accumulate experience points from one run in the second level. He felt if he could reach a stage where he could effortlessly defeat the tier 5 demonic creatures there, then he would be able to level up at a much faster pace in the mid-rank stages, as he would be able to accumulate the experience needed more rapidly by eliminating the tier 5 and tier 4 demonic beast on the second level, and he would also benefit from cultivation pills acquired through the primordial tree's refinement of their corpses. A smile spread across Alec's face as he felt a renewed sense of brightness in his future. Not only had he gained a considerable amount of experience points, but he also noticed that his golems, the Sword Saint and the Tempest Butcher, had each leveled up by one. Although they had not yet reached the stage of entering another realm, Alec was content that they were making progress towards higher level like Titan and Legion. The Sword Saint had faced a challenging task in keeping the teasing Alpha Shadow Wolf occupied while waiting for reinforcements. Despite losing his hand in the battle and enduring severe injuries, Alec knew that every part of his body would be fully restored within an hour by staying in the space pouch. It was one of the pouch's remarkable functions, a treasure bestowed upon Alec by his grandfather. Alec always marveled at the fact that such an incredible item was not something easily crafted, pondering how his grandfather had come into possession of it. While Alec could easily account for the situation regarding the Sword Saint and understand why it had leveled up, he struggled to recall the specific actions of the Tempest Butcher. Considering that the Butcher controlled lightning and storms, Alec believed it made sense that the wolf's shadow sneak attacks would have been ineffective against it. Having clarified these thoughts, Alec shifted his attention to the last set of notifications, feeling stunned by the presence of souls in his loot. Although he was aware that Oni was knowledgeable about dealing with souls, he was surprised to see this kind of loot among his possessions. Throughout his hunting in the first level, he had never acquired such items, making him unable to comprehend why he was receiving them now. Curiosity piqued, Alec sent a few strands of mana into his space ring, where the soul-related items had been stored. As he closed his eyes and delved into the space ring with his consciousness, the first things that flooded his mind were the various valuable treasures and loot he had acquired. Alec couldn't help but smile at the thought of having such vast resources stored within his space ring. Although he had momentarily forgotten about them due to his fascination with the concept of souls, but the feeling of possessing treasures like cultivation pills and random spell card that ordinary wealth could never acquire was truly satisfying. However, he tore his eyes away from the treasures, focusing on finding the Shadow Wolf souls. As he observed the ring space, he noticed 20 light blue flickering lights in the shape of wolves lingering around the corner of his space ring. In that moment, Alec felt an overwhelming urge to devour them all. Despite only using his consciousness to examine them, the intensity of his reaction prompted him to hastily retract his awareness from the depths of the space ring. Seeking answers, Alec called forth the system's spirit golem from his pouch and patiently waited for the system's spirit to inhabit the golem shell that had been created for it. As soon as the golem appeared to come to life, Alec bombarded it with a barrage of questions. What the hell was that? Alec questioned, perplexed by his own experiences. With a dismissive click of its tongue, the system's spirit replied, "Feisty, aren't we? Don't tell me you still don't understand what caused that reaction, or why the system helped retrieve the soul of the fallen beast after you prematurely died in the amulet world and were unable to retrieve it yourself." Observing Alec's perplexed expression, the system's spirit realized that Alec was still lost in understanding. "What am I supposed to have in common with souls? I thought that was Oni's department," Alec asked, his hands thrown wide in confusion. The system's spirit nodded, acknowledging his question. "Well, your bloodline's power involves devouring souls to activate. You should be able to comprehend it now, and if you still struggle to grasp it, simply devour a soul from the demonic beast souls you acquire, and you will gain all the knowledge you desire, as your bloodline needs soul to fully develop." Pausing for a moment, the system's spirit added, "I must say, you are incredibly lucky. Not only have you obtained an object from the primordial era, but you also found the primordial tree and bounded it to you mistakenly, though it may be weakened now. But if the mere rumor of you possessing the primordial tree leak, it would trigger countless old monsters that have secluded themselves to come out, as they wouldn't hesitate to topple your entire academy just to get you. And now you have awakened a primordial bloodline. Forget about supreme elements, supreme special abilities, or mythical bloodlines. None of them come close to a primordial bloodline when it has fully awakened. It's as if someone is paving your path to greatness. I believe your good luck began when you found the damaged primordial artifact, hiding its true form to deceive the chronomancer. The system spirit explained, filling Alec with shock and disbelief. Alec had never imagined that the bloodline he awakened was anything significant, considering his inability to activate it. He had mistakenly believed it to be a useless trait, but now he realized that it might just be an incredible blessing, one that had only become possible because he had become the new master of the amulet. Gazing down at the amulet resting on his chest, Alec couldn't help but feel a deep connection to it. Softly he kissed the amulet and called it baby, and it emitted faint sounds, as if in response to Alec's affectionate gesture. Do you mean that there's a possibility of losing the amulet or the primordial tree? Alec turned to the system spirit, his fingers gently caressing the whiny amulet against his cheek. The system spirit shook its head reassuringly. Now you and the amulet are bound by blood, so anyone else who tries to use or hold it would never experience anything positive from it, and would just think of it as an ordinary necklace you cherish. Furthermore, there is very little information available about the primordial tree, so your life is not in jeopardy, as due to the limited knowledge about the primordial tree, they won't even realize it resides inside another artifact now. The system spirit paused briefly before continuing, but there is one confirmed piece of information about it though. When one is bonded with the primordial tree, the bond extends beyond that of master and plant. If the master is killed, the primordial tree will disappear and take a significant amount of time to return throughout history. Its selection of a master has been an enigma, defying the comprehension of humans, so if word of you having it goes out, they would only want to exploit you, not kill you. Alec absorbed this information, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. What brings me comfort is knowing that you can cultivate the tree more efficiently with the system. Otherwise, you would have had to wait hundreds of years to make the progress you've achieved now, the system spirit reassured him. The thought of waiting for such an extensive period made Alec cringe, solidifying his gratitude for the assistance of the system. He then began to believe that no one could be more compatible with the primordial tree than himself. However, another thought emerged in Alec's mind, branching off in a different direction. He couldn't help but notice that the system seemed to have slight presence even inside the amulet space. Moreover, its ability to influence a tree that had been active since primordial times surprised him. These realizations made him question the true identity of the system spirit also. Who was this system spirit, possessing an extensive knowledge of ancient topics? What was the system, and who or what had created it? How was it linked to his own reincarnation? Alec had an overwhelming number of unanswered questions swirling in his mind, leaving him in a state of curiosity and intrigue. All he knew was that system points were the most valuable currency for a system host. What are you waiting for? Quickly devour a soul so I can witness the power of your bloodline, the system spirit urged Alec, snapping him out of his reverie. Alec looked on in shock but nodded. His curiosity piqued about the potential gains from the bloodline he had awakened during his second awakening. This time he didn't inspect the space ring as he had done initially. He already had a clear image of what he desired in his mind, so with a strand of his mana sent at the space ring, he summoned one of the wolf souls from his ring. The light blue soul, in the form of a wolf, materialized on his open palm, playfully bouncing around. Alec's expression changed at that moment, as he felt a deep, hidden urge within him beckoning him to devour the small, adorable soul. He experienced a profound hunger like never before, not a physical hunger, but one emanating from his bloodline, crying out for sustenance, and its desired nourishment was the soul playfully jumping on his hand. Devour. The deep, ancient voice within him persisted, compelling Alec until he opened his mouth wide and pushed the blue light into his mouth, sucking in the soul. He closed his eyes as his lips made contact with the soul, overwhelmed by the pleasure he felt. Alec couldn't comprehend why or how he was doing it, he just instinctively knew this was the correct approach. He continued to suck the soul dry until it vanished into his mouth. His eyes remained closed as he felt as if he had quenched a 1,000-year-old hunger. His entire body tingled with satisfaction, as he felt invigorated as the energy extracted from the soul coursed through his body. Even with his eyes closed, Alec could feel his blood surging, his muscles and organs voraciously absorbing every bit of energy the soul had to offer. After a few seconds, he found himself once again in his microcosmic universe. In the midst of his microcosmic universe, Alec was positioned in the center as usual. His gaze fixated on the immense fireball that pulsated like a beating heart, one half veiled in black flames and the other half engulfed by red flames. On the opposite side, a mountain adorned with various gemstones and revolving crystals caught his attention. However, Alec did not descend to inspect his affinity symbols. Instead, his purpose was to observe the Devourer Beast bloodline symbol, emitting a radiant glow with intricate engravings of different demonic beast faces on it. He saw something that seemed to be taking shape around the symbol, but Alec sensed that it lacked the necessary energy for a complete transformation. With that realization, he severed his connection with the microcosmic universe, abruptly returning to his physical body. A loud bang resonated through the room as Alec fell straight to the ground. Pulling himself up, he instinctively touched the back of his head with his left hand, mindful of the impact from the sudden descent. He had been floating during his journey within the microcosmic universe, which had caught him off guard as he cut his connection without preparations. The system spirit, who was eagerly anticipating Alec's return to gather information, was taken aback by Alec's immediate extraction of another soul and rapid consumption, this time without a trace of hesitation on his face. "Wait, tell me what happened first," the system spirit urgently requested. However, before the spirit could receive an answer, Alec closed his eyes once again, leaving the spirit without any explanation. "Fuck," the system spirit cursed. Alec delved back into the microcosmic universe, noticing that the entity revolving around the Devourer bloodline was now completing its transformation with the new soul energy. Before him stood a small black wolf cub, seemingly peacefully asleep. Guided by an unknown force, the cub circled effortlessly around the bloodline symbol. It was at this moment that Alec observed the infusion of soul energy into the cub's body, locating which part of the body was still in an incomplete state. The soul energy that was absorbed by the cub was evident being pushed to shape its tail. Intrigued by the ongoing process, Alec watched attentively as the cub's body reached full completion after the tail was fully formed, and it opened its little eyes, and in that split second, Alec was struck by a sharp pain that severed his connection with the microcosmic universe, forcing him to his physical form. Despite landing gracefully this time, Alec couldn't ignore the sharp pain piercing through his chest. Alarmed, he tore his clothes open, desperate to understand the cause of this disturbance in his being. As Alec tore open his clothing, he witnessed something being engraved on his chest in that very moment, leaving him in a state of confusion akin to receiving another tattoo. Meanwhile, the system's spirit, observing from the side, wore a wild smile that strained its golem face as if pushed to its limits. After about a minute, Alec finally realized the true nature of the image being etched onto his skin. It was an exact replica of the wolf cub he had awakened within his microcosmic universe. Yet this was no ordinary tattoo, as the image slowly forming on his chest seemed to convey a sense of life, giving Alec the impression that the small wolf being etched onto his very skin was alive. In a groan of pain, Alec expressed his discomfort as the image of the wolf cub was completed, specifically when the back of the cub was being drawn. The process of the wolf cub drawing carried on for an additional 9 minutes before Alec's exclamations subsided. Otherwise, they surely would have burst into his room, compelled to investigate the cause of his distress, which he clearly didn't want. Slowly rising from the bed, Alec examined his new tattooed depiction of the small wolf cub. He stared intensely, shocked by the vivid sensation it emanated, almost as if the cub were truly alive, and then, to his astonishment, the tattooed wolf cub opened its baby eyes and let out a weak yawn. This breathtaking scene caused Alec's eyes to widen in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. The tattoo of the wolf cub on his chest mirrored the beast he had witnessed revolving around the Devourer bloodline symbol. What added to the shock was the level of intricacy, as the teeth color, the texture of the fur, and every detail appeared astonishingly lifelike, almost as if he could reach out and touch them. The wolf cub peacefully closed its eyes and nestled against Alec's left chest, sleeping soundly. Despite his efforts, Alec couldn't hide the tattoo, as it refused to retract into his flesh like the spirit equipment set used to. It seemed that he was destined to bear the mark of the small cub, one that wagged its tail in excitement. Alec couldn't help but imagine how others would perceive his tattoo when they saw it moving on its own. This is even more incredible than I imagined. You have not awakened just any bloodline from the primordial era, but you have awakened one of the Emperor bloodlines from that era, the system spirit exclaimed, bursting into laughter, not caring one bit about Alec's paranoid face. However, Alec remained lost in his thoughts. "Please, tell me there is a way to conceal this live wolf cub tattoo on my chest," he pleaded with the system spirit, who regarded him as if he were mad. "Unfortunately, I can't assist you in that matter. The only way to lose a tattoo from the bay of the beast you devoured is to have them perish in battle," the system spirit replied with a shrug of his golem-like shoulder, signifying Alec's helpless situation. Alec could only gaze down at the tattoo adorning his chest. He couldn't help but feel that if he were back on Earth, anyone who saw it might mistake it for a Yakuza tattoo, given its realistic appearance. He couldn't even come up with a proper answer if his clansmen were to ask him how he acquired such tattoos. Status. Name, race, shadow wolf, demonic beast. Staring at the screen in front of him left Alec in utter shock. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly used the analyze skill on the wolf cub tattoo, and he was surprised by what he had discovered. The wolf had the potential to grow. Eagerly, he opened his own status, curious to see what changes had occurred. Status tab. Upon opening his status, Alec quickly noticed a glaring difference. The Devourer Beast bloodline, which had previously displayed 04, now indicated a quarter after he devoured souls obtained from the Shadow Wolves and received the tattoo. This meant he still had 3 spots left to fill with the souls of other demonic beasts. He couldn't help but feel that his body would soon resemble that of a member of a Yakuza gang, but for now he felt he would have to wait until he could enter the amulet world again to test his theories. Another change that caught his attention was the addition of low behind the bloodline that previously had no grade assigned to it. Amusingly, Alec understood the reason why it was so. The wolf cub he had created was still a low-ranked demonic beast, and in order to elevate his bloodline to mid-rank, he needed to fill all the spaces allotted for the bloodline and raise all the associated beasts of his to mid-rank. Only then would his bloodline surpass its current low-rank status. This newfound knowledge felt strange to Alec. Although the system's spirit had promised that everything would become clear to him after consuming a soul, he still found it difficult to believe the revelations unfolding before him regarding the Devourer bloodline. Summoning approximately 7 souls from the space ring, Alec devoured them one after another, while his gaze remained fixed on the tattoo. He aimed to utilize the analyze skill on it, but to his astonishment, as he observed the wolf cub on his tattoo, he witnessed the cub open its mouth and draw the blue soul light Alec had swallowed into its small mouth. This made Alec realize that any shadow wolf soul he consumed from now on would be instantly devoured by the shadow wolf cub. In that moment, he watched as the body of the shadow wolf cub transformed from an ordinary cub to a young adult wolf, witnessing the growth brought about by his consumption of the shadow wolf souls. Status. Name, race, shadow wolf, demonic beast. Alec observed the skills the wolf had awakened and realized that it was following the path of the other shadow wolves in the beast forest. However, the significant increase in compatibility came as a huge surprise to him, and due to this, he could now sense a lot about the wolf on his chest. Alec could no longer refer to it as a cub as it had transitioned into a young adult wolf, and at this stage, he could feel its emotions. Stay still. Alec commanded the now large wolf tattoo that had almost covered his chest to his abs. To his amazement, the wolf heeded his command and remained motionless, resembling an ordinary tattoo of a shadow wolf drawn on his chest. I shall call you Midnight, Alec said as he touched the surface of his chest where the wolf was, and he heard a low, rumbling growl inside his mind, as if the shadow wolf was expressing contentment with the name. Well, you don't have to stay still for now, but when I'm in the presence of others, you have to stay still, Alec commanded, and he could see Midnight wagging its tail in response. Alec smiled as he checked Midnight's status again, noticing a few changes. Merely naming him had pushed the compatibility between them to its peak. Alec glanced toward the system's spirit, which still wore a smug look on its face. Before he summoned the rest of his wolf souls he had acquired, he planned on devouring them all to see how far Midnight's strength would reach. Based on the information he had gained from the bloodline, he knew that the stronger Midnight became, the better it would be for him. At the War God Mage Academy. In her office at the War God Mage Academy, Selene sat reading a report given to her by one of the students under her, and the mage who had suggested that Selene ordered Alec and his team back approached her to provide an update. As you commanded, we had an agent student tail them without their knowledge, and it has been confirmed through message birds sent to me that they will soon reach the academy. The mage informed Selene of the latest development. Upon hearing that Alec and his team would soon arrive, Selene smiled, though it held a hint of bitterness, as reading the report in her hand had raised some concerns. I understand that I may not be in a position to say this, but how do you plan to send the team to the capital city before the competition begins? The mage asked, expressing his doubts. Collins, you have worked with me the longest, so by now you should realize that I have plans in place for everything. Don't worry, I owe the dean for this one, as he has agreed to teleport us directly to the capital with his space door artifact, Selene assured him. Well, that's settled, however. It does not change the fact that the team remains weaker compared to the competition's standards. Your expression suggests that you agree with me after reading the reports from the other 7-star academies attending the competition, the mage pointed out. I also want you to remember that many instructors are eagerly waiting for the team to fail miserably, as they see it as an opportunity to challenge you, the mage warned. They cannot do anything to you since you have been given the green light to lead the Academy's team as General Edward's only disciple and the strongest student. But with the General away, and with the possibility of the team losing face miserably, it would be the perfect time for them to unleash their anger on you. Even if they are not truly invested in the competition, the mere fact that a student was chosen ahead of them has infuriated them, Collins explained, but Selene merely smiled in response. Well, let them come at me with their best. I accepted this, which means I am prepared for whatever comes along with it. Now, get ready to pick Alec and his team from the gate and bring them straight to this place while I go get the dean to help teleport us, Selene declared with determination. Collins bowed his head in acknowledgement to Selene and promptly left the room. He practically ran out, disappearing so swiftly that it seemed like he had vanished. He was clearly eager to go and pick up the team. Alec and his team had left the inn as soon as the sun rose. Their demeanor was noticeably more serious than the previous day, and conversation was scarce. They were heading back to the War God Mage Academy, and from there to the capital, where they would fight for the honor of the Academy. Although the details regarding the rewards had not been discussed, but it was clear to all that performing well was crucial. Nervousness settled in as they reached the ancient-looking gate of the Academy. Recognizing the guards, they nodded and presented their student badges, allowing the spirit frog to scan their student badges by the side of the gate before they were granted entry. "We're back," Pale exclaimed. "Now that I think about it, some students were said to have died during the training phases. How do you think the Academy handles their situation? And how do they explain to the families of those students, who may belong to influential clans, that their child has perished?" Agnes asked, with Lucas chiming in to provide an answer. "Well, that is one of the specialties of the War God Mage Academy. They have dealt with many cases of student deaths throughout the years, so they have become experts at delivering such news. We should leave it to them to handle their own problems," Lucas replied, arms crossed. While the rest of the team engaged in small talk, Alec focused his attention on the group of mages waiting for them. Squinting his eyes, he was certain that the mage in the middle was Orion's mage, to whom he had promised a life-and-death battle some time ago. Alec had nearly forgotten about the guy after the match had been postponed, and he had been preoccupied with other pressing matters that now demanded his attention. However, the sight of Orion seemed to resurrect all the unpleasant memories of how he had been attacked back when he was just a Tier 2 mage. As another thought crossed his mind, how had Orion known they were about to arrive? It dawned on Alec that the Academy must have kept them under surveillance, despite assurances of independence. He couldn't help but wonder how much the observer must have seen of his actions. "Look who we have here, the one who's been hiding behind a lady's skirts all this while," Orion said, spreading his arms wide as his lackeys erupted in mock laughter. Alec's eyebrow quirked as he regarded Orion's attempt at humor, then slowly shook his head. "Even your iron skin has improved. Now it seems you want to shamelessly dodge the fight to the death we agreed upon. Since you've been absent, I've been eagerly awaiting this moment when I get to tear you apart," Orion declared, unleashing his full aura. But Alec simply placed his hands inside his pocket and met Orion's gaze nonchalantly. Orion looked at Alec in surprise, realizing that Alec was blocking his aura with nothing but his body, and not only for himself, but also for the rest of his team huddled behind him. "Shit. He's gotten stronger again. No matter what, I have to kill this bastard here and now. I can't keep living in fear that he might surpass me one day that would create a heart demon for me. That's why I have to kill him," Orion thought, trying to justify his urge to kill. "You don't seem to have gotten any stronger at all. You're still as weak as when I last saw you." Alec finally opened his mouth to speak, but the words that came out were so bold that Orion and his lackeys all stared at Alec as if he had lost his mind. The lackeys behind Orion were perplexed as to why things were not unfolding according to the script they had concocted in their minds. They had anticipated that Alec would attempt to apologize to Orion after failing to reach the Tier 5 mage realm, hoping Orion would then let him off the hook, as he should know he would not survive against Orion when he was not yet in the Tier 5 mage realm. However, not only had Alec refrained from apologizing, but he had also further provoked Orion. They thought Alec would have the good sense to realize that, despite being a captain-ranked student, he still lacked the strength to challenge another Tier 5 mage from the War God Mage Academy ranking, as none of the captains were pushovers. They were all exceptionally powerful. "Come again," Orion demanded angrily. "Let me simplify it for you, since you seem to be struggling to grasp my words. The last time we met, you were a low Tier 5 mage, and I was merely a lowly Tier 2 mage who just won't bow, as you so eloquently put it," Alec said. "But now here I stand before you as a high Tier 4 mage, while you are still languishing in the low Tier 5 mage realm. What's your plan? Are you waiting for me to catch up to you?" Alec's slight smirk finally pushed Orion over the edge as he unleashed his gravity powers. Mid-tier spell Gravity Force, Field X 100. The ground cracked as if on the verge of collapse under the spell's cast. The pressure was immense, too much for Orion to control, but he had no interest in restraint. Mid-tier spell Gravity Negation. Alec quickly waved his right hand and cast a counter spell that disrupted Orion's spell and nullified it instantly. No fighting is allowed in this area. A voice broke through the escalating tension between Orion and Alec. Orion looked up to see a black armored mage guard walking toward them. The guard possessed a tier 5 cultivation realm, but Orion wasn't concerned as he believed he could handle the guard. However, before he could respond to the guard, Alec beat him to it. "Oh, we're not fighting, just old acquaintances saying hello after a few months away." Alec turned to face the guard and said. The guard stared narrowly at Alec before nodding and walking away. "Tell me, is that another one of Seleni's dogs, ready to do anything for you now?" Orion seethed in anger. Alec simply gave him a hard stare before shaking his head. Orion despised Alec's tone, but he couldn't deny the truth in his words. He truly did want to end the fight with Alec now, and he feared that if he gave Alec more time, Alec might actually surpass him, making it impossible for him to defeat him. So he grumpily followed behind Alec with his squad, while Alec's team trailed behind as well, worried about Alec's decision. They believed he could have prolonged the battle until after the Inter-Academy competition, but Alec had a different plan in mind. Alec knew that Orion would never cease to bother him. Dealing with him now seemed like the best course of action. As he didn't want the situation with Orion to escalate further, he was prepared to defeat him thoroughly until he accepted that he was no match for Alec. As Alec passed by, students were surprised to see him returning with his team to the academy. They had heard news on how he was to lead 10 students to represent the academy in the Inter-Academy competition. However, when they noticed Orion walking beside him, and the direction they were heading was toward the arena, news spread rapidly. As countless students rushed to the arena, eager to catch a glimpse of the impending life and death battle, the thoughts of who would emerge victorious consumed the minds of the students, leading a certain group to establish a local betting shop with odds favoring Orion. As he was the only tier 5 mage among the two and someone believed by most of the students to be the likely winner, so almost everyone placed their bets on him. Collins arrived at the school gates, only to find Alec and his team nowhere in sight. He approached one of the black armored mage guards to inquire about their whereabouts, and soon learned that Alec and Orion had headed toward the arena. A jolt of realization surged through Collins at that moment, as he knew he was in deep trouble. Selene had explicitly instructed him to bring Alec and the team back, yet it appeared he had arrived too late to intercept them before Orion did. And if anything were to happen to Alec, the Academy's sole hope for achieving a favorable position in the competition, Collins could only brace himself to face Selene's direct wrath. Not only Collins, but other instructors soon received news that a life-and-death battle was about to commence. Initially perplexed, they sought to identify who had agreed to such a high-stakes confrontation, but it wasn't long before they received a briefing that it involved Terran Dunce's disciple and Orion. This revelation piqued the interest of numerous instructors, prompting them to fly out from their respective mountain peaks in order to witness the fierce clash. Behind the scenes, there had been numerous wagers regarding when Alec would meet his demise. Everyone believed that the fact he was living in Terran's Peak and was his new star disciple, that would surely lead to his untimely death. Yet, against all expectations, Alec still stood alive and untouched. But now he prepared himself to enter into a life-and-death battle against one of the geniuses of the War God Mage Academy, someone of higher rank than him. So most of the instructors who attended the battle did so with the intention of gloating over Terran's misfortune when Alec is killed. "I warned him, but he never listens. I hope he is able to save that boy," Elder Alfred muttered as he settled himself onto his bed properly. Having received a mental message about the events and recalling his conversation with Terran, Elder Alfred couldn't help but hope for the best outcome in this perilous situation. In that moment, Elder Alfred was more interested in sleeping than watching someone meet their demise. He grumbled and shifted on his bed, a snort escaping from his nose as he had just received a command from the new dean, asking him to be present at the arena. "Damn it, can't an old man sleep in peace?" Elder Alfred complained, his frustration evident. Back at the arena, Alec and Orion stood on opposite sides, their gazes fixed on each other. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Alec spoke up. "You can back down now, I don't want your blood on my hands." His cool demeanor infuriated Orion. "You should be the one begging, because when I'm done with you, you'll be sorry," Orion retorted in a chilling voice that made Alec shake his head. "Well, it can't be helped," Alec replied. The crowd surrounding the arena had swelled to sizes greater than usual, with every seat filled to the brim. Only the seats reserved for the instructors remained partially empty, as only a few had shown up. Though Orion's instructor, who had leaked the news of Alec's team returning to his disciple so he could seek revenge, was already present, with a satisfied smile on his face. He aimed to use this opportunity to help his chief disciple regain focus and demoralize Terran further. To him, it was like killing two birds with one stone. He made sure to be present, confident that his disciple would emerge victorious and that Terran would attempt to intervene to stop his disciple's execution. He had promised himself that no matter what attack Terran threw, he would be there to halt him. Instructor Walter approached Alec with a smile, holding out a scroll of agreement. This document needed to be signed before engaging in a life-and-death battle, demonstrating that the participants were not forced into it. Alec raised his bloody Changdao slightly from its scabbard, nicking his thumb to leave a bloodstain, then stamped his spot with his bloody thumb. As Instructor Walter then walked to the other side where Orion was, repeating the same process. Instructor Walter raised the scroll of agreement high when they have both signed and declared, with both parties' consent to this life-and-death battle, I declare it begun. He slammed the scroll onto the middle of the arena, instantly triggering the activation of a light, transparent dome that covered the main fighting stage. Orion wasted no time and charged fiercely towards Alec. Meanwhile, among the crowd, a figure concealed their face while watching the intense battle with a wide, unsettling smile. At the same time, another individual sitting among the instructors wore an eerie grin. Although their motives for being there might have differed, it was evident that they shared a common. For one of the participants' blood to spill in the life-and-death battle. The moment Orion made his move, every mage in the arena held their breath, anticipating the first strike. Even Instructor Walter, who was acting as the referee, had disappeared from the middle of the arena, giving them ample space to fight to their heart's content. As Orion's fist drew closer, particles of water element manifested in the air, coiling around his hand in a rotating fashion, forming a water drill that covered his fist, and the closer Orion approached, the faster and larger the water drill grew. Alec's expression remained unchanged as he forcefully slammed his palms together. From both sides, Orion noticed two rapidly moving boulders hurtling towards him, likely uprooted from the ground of the arena. Orion couldn't grasp how Alec had managed to create such a phenomenon, but he knew that if he didn't act, he would be crushed between the massive boulders. In response, he erected water barriers on both his left and right sides, still confident that his defense could easily withstand Alec's attack. Orion didn't want to miss the opportunity to strike Alec first and gain an advantage. With the water drill attack just inches away from piercing Alec's head, a wide grin appeared on Orion's face. However, he also noticed that in that critical moment, Alec's expression remained blank. Orion couldn't fathom how someone facing imminent death could wear such an expression. Maybe he's just shocked silly. This will be an easy kill. I've just been exerting myself needlessly all this while, Orion thought to himself. But then he heard the sounds of something breaking. That sound sent a wave of foreboding through Orion, and in the next split second, he was crushed in the middle by the two colossal boulders. They collided with him at full speed. With Orion's right fist still extended just inches away from Alec, the water drill dissipated, unable to deliver its intended strike. Come on, don't tell me that's all. Alec's voice pierced through the crowd of shocked onlookers. They could hardly believe their eyes. They knew what they were witnessing was true, but some part of their brains refused to accept that they had just witnessed the seemingly invincible Orion being smashed by two enormous boulders a mere 3 seconds into the battle. They struggled to make sense of what had happened. Everything had occurred so quickly. With their focus fixed on Alec and Orion in the center, they hadn't registered the incredible speed at which the boulders had hurtled towards Orion. The impact was so swift and powerful that it reached him in an instant, even after smashing through his water barrier. It almost seemed as if the barrier had failed to diminish the force behind the collision. Alec began to walk away, thinking the battle was over, but soon he heard a voice. We are not finished yet. The two boulders that had struck Orion were sent flying towards the crowd. In that moment, the mages within the boulder's path panicked, contemplating how they would defend against such a powerful attack. However, just as the boulders neared, they abruptly halted, held in place by the translucent shield. A collective sigh of relief swept through those who had been in danger, realizing they were spared from becoming collateral damage in a fight that was not their own, as Alec glanced down and noticed his feet were submerged in water. In fact, the entire fighting ring of the arena had been covered in water, with Orion capitalizing on the transparent shield's coverage to his advantage. Mid-tier spell C Dragon Avalanche. When Alec lifted his gaze to assess what had been hurled at him, he found himself facing a colossal flood dragon formed from water element, charging towards him. Quickly, Alec clasped his hands together, summoning a spell in response. Low-tier spell Earth. Having not yet learned any mid-tier spells for the flame or earth elements, Alec found himself with limited options when facing off against the mid-ranked flood dragon. He resorted to summoning his earth wall, infusing a massive amount of mana into it to raise the wall to an enormous level. However, the flood dragon still broke through the wall with ease and swung its tail, sending Alec flying until he collided with the transparent shield. Shit, Alec cursed as he rebounded back to the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to maintain his grip, hesitating to unleash his full strength in anticipation of the impending competition. He knew revealing his abilities now would provide valuable intelligence to the spies inside the War God Mage Academy, and Alec wanted to keep his true power under wraps. However, he realized it was time to show some of his moves, even if he wasn't prepared to go all out just yet. "I hope you're ready to go down," Orion taunted as he levitated into the air, extending his hands wide to summon an array of countless water cannons. Mid-tier spell water cannon barrage. Alex swiftly bent his legs, positioning his hips, and moved at high speed to evade the incoming water cannon shells. But he couldn't avoid them all, and with each hit he was sent flying before collapsing into the puddle of water that covered the arena. However, regardless of the impact, Alec doggedly rose to his feet, closing the distance between them. Low-tier spell Gravity Pull X50. Mid-tier spell Gravity Force Field X100. Orion cast a double spell, skillfully overlapping their effects to create a force field of gravity, amplifying the weight on Alec to a staggering 150 times the normal intensity. As he was smashed face down into the water-filled arena, Orion began to advance towards Alec with a deliberate pace, raising his hand to summon a massive, pulsating water spear. "This is how it should be, you kissing the ground before me, as I will always be superior than you," Orion declared as he thrust the spear downward. Mid-tier spell Gravity Negation. Alex smirked as Orion approached, and he negated the gravity, causing the oppressive heaviness in the air to vanish. In a swift motion, his right hand clutched his bone katana while his left hand seized the Changdao in a reverse grip. Orion, acting on instinct, attempted to retreat fast, but Alec had him right where he wanted. With a rapid succession of movements, Alec swung both blades vertically and horizontally. Dark streaks of flame and scorching red flames that seemed capable of melting anything were unleashed to clash with the pulsating water spear, and as they collided, a mini-explosion erupted, distorting the air above them as both attacks vied for dominance. Alec, however, was not content to watch the standoff, as he dashed towards Orion, and pillars of earth erupted from the ground, providing him with a path to close the distance. He realized that the longer he stayed in the water, the easier it was for Orion to predict his movements. Orion, too, quickly caught on to his strategy. Bang! Alec nearly lost his balance as the pillar he stood upon shook from the impact of a water cannon shot, with Orion levitating in the air and targeting the earth pillars Alec was using to approach him. Orion was trying to force Alec back into the water-filled ground. Boom. Alec was flung into the air once more, this time by a direct hit from the cannon. Fortunately, he had positioned both of his weapons in front of him in an X shape, defending against the attack. Before Alec could plunge back into the water, his feet became engulfed in flames, propelling him back into the air. With his entire body enveloped in flames like a suit of armor, an upgrade his flame element had developed. Though he lacked mid-rank flame spells, his extraordinary strength and flame aura enabled him to unleash powerful attacks that matched a mid-tier spell. Boom! The deafening sonic explosion reverberated through the arena as Alec propelled himself forward, flames erupting beneath his feet before Orion could fully comprehend what was happening. Alec appeared before him, acting swiftly. Orion raised his hand, conjuring a water barrier that instantly cracked upon contact with the black flames emitted by Alec's bone katana. Realizing the unfavorable turn of events, Orion quickly changed his hand sign at the last moment. Just as the bone katana was about to pierce through his water barrier completely, it became encased in ice. Reacting to this sudden turn, Orion swiftly landed back on the ground, completely altering his tactics, as hundreds of ice shards floated close to him as he prepared his next move. "This bastard," Alec cursed, retracting his Changdao and the still embedded iced bone katana into his space ring. His hands now encased in earth fists, and a transparent light cloaked his handsome move inspired by the leader of the sea demons he had faced. Observing how the leader used water as a landmine-like attack upon impact, Alec's creativity was sparked, leading him to develop a spell he believed could serve as a substitute for the sea demon horde leader's unique technique with using his chi to wrap his hands. Shoot. Orion, gripping an ice staff, slammed it into the ground with his left hand while extending his right hand towards Alec. As countless sharp, elongated ice shards were sent hurtling towards Alec. "I've faced this attack way too many times already, so come up with something more interesting," Alec retorted. As in return he sent fist after fist in midair, causing numerous rocky fists to materialize and clash with the onslaught of ice shards. The collision of both attacks created an explosion that left behind a white fog which enveloped the battle ring, obscuring Alec's whereabouts in the air. While the students squinted their eyes, attempting to catch a glimpse of Alec within the fog, the watching instructors could still clearly see him. they were thoroughly surprised at the turn of events. Initially, they had expected Orion to swiftly end the fight. However, not only had Orion failed to defeat Alec, but the battle remained at a tense stalemate. They had gone head-to-head, each holding their ground without one prevailing over the other, making some of the students bite their fingers when they remember how much they bet. Although Orion was putting Alec under immense pressure, but the instructors and great instructors present could perceive that he had yet to land a critical hit on Alec. Alec had effortlessly absorbed every attack directed at him, suggesting he was concealing even greater power. The instructors couldn't comprehend how Alec had transformed from a low Tier 3 mage, dedicated to upholding the Academy's reputation against the Royal Academy, to become a formidable high-Tier 4 mage capable of challenging Orion, who had recently ascended to the peak of Tier 5. The gap was just too much, especially considering how hard it was crossing ranks in the middle rank. Alec's gradual ascension spoke volumes about his untapped potential, leaving the entire crowd enthralled and captivated. They anxiously awaited the dissipation of the ice fog, and as the smoke dispersed, they witnessed Alec floating, adorned in red armor accentuated with intricately designed brown and black linings. Alec descended gracefully to the ground, surrounded by floating earth boulders and towering earthen pillars. In stark contrast, the area around Orion was transformed, teeming with countless ice shards and glistening icicles. Stretching his hand forward, Orion summoned 5 water drills, compressing them until they became icy projectiles. He then hurled them towards Alec, who swiftly tilted his body to the side and dashed towards Orion, evading the assault. The ice drills altered their trajectory in midair, attempting to strike Alec from behind. However, an earth wall abruptly rose from the ground, intercepting the attack. Orion grew fatigued with his distant assault, realizing it was proving ineffective against Alec. So with determination, he dashed towards Alec, his hand enveloped in an icy gauntlet as he decided to close the distance between them. Alec, on the other hand, finally achieved his desired proximity, as he believed that being in close quarters with Orion would allow him to unleash even greater damage than he could from a distance. Since he lacked any mid-tier spells, Alec had to rely on his physical prowess to inflict damage. Orion launched a hook punch with his right hand, but Alec countered by using his own right hand to intercept and lock Orion's hand in place. Alec sensed a beam of ice shooting past him, freezing the rock pillars behind him from the hand he hooked. With his right hand immobilized by Alec, Orion swung his left hand instead. However, Alec had anticipated this move and halted Orion's left punch with an open palm strike. His entire left hand was engulfed in scorching red flames. Bang! Orion's fist met Alec's fiery palm, but the flames enveloping Alec's hand were extinguished almost instantly as the ice from Orion began to crawl over it, turning his hand a light blue. "What are you going to do now? You're at a significant disadvantage against me. Not only is your flame weak against my water element, but even your earth element can't seem to evade being frozen by my ice." Orion taunted, head-butting Alec with a helmet of ice, causing Alec to stagger backward. Now with both hands free, Orion aimed a jab at the staggering Alec. But just as his fist neared Alec's face, Alec moved with unbelievable speed, sidestepping the blow and delivering an uppercut with his left hand through the gaps of Orion's hands, as his fist easy-coated in scorching red flames. Bang! The fist connected with Orion's jaw, sending him spiraling as Alec followed up with a right jab cloaked in black flames, propelling Orion across the ice-spiked ground he had created. Orion's body uncontrollably shattered each icy obstruction until he crashed into the arena's transparent shield. "I don't care if your element counters mine, all I have to do is pummel you into submission with both fists," Alec declared with a grin, just as Orion vanished from the ground and reappeared before Alec. But this time, whenever Orion attacked, Alec defended himself with the black flame that seemed to devour the ice, all the while aiming to smash Orion's face with a fiery jab. The attacks began to accumulate, deforming Orion's face beyond recognition, but most of the student mages could no longer keep up with the battle with their eyes. Alec and Orion were moving at such a blistering speed that the students could only discern who was attacking by the elemental attacks streaking around the arena. Whenever Orion launched an assault, huge ice spikes flew across the ring, while Alec's attacks resulted in large explosions of flames. The students lost count of how many times they witnessed black or red flames erupting. Each movement created what seemed like a mini explosion to the onlookers, and even the aftershock of their attacks left many student mages in awe, wondering how these two had grown so powerful so quickly. They had even forgotten that Alec was still just 15 years old and was not in the same class year as Orion as they were branding them equals. "Where is our master? Even Orion's master is here. If things were to go awry, I fear there would be no one to aid Alec," Brandon expressed his worry. "It appears they are evenly matched," Agnes remarked, attempting to make sense of the battle amidst the bursts of elemental light. However, Beatrice shook her head as Agnes finished her sentence. Alec is undoubtedly going to emerge victorious. Beatrice confidently declared, folding her hands. This statement piqued Endrick's curiosity. How can you be so certain? He questioned. Well, for one, Orion is on the verge of depleting his mana reserves, and once he runs out, he will be defenseless against Alec's relentless onslaught. In fact, I predict that within the next 5 minutes, Orion will succumb to defeat, Beatrice stated, shocking most of the team members. They were puzzled as to why a Tier 5 mage like Orion would run out of mana before Alec, who was only a Tier 4 mage. However, even the instructors observing from the sidelines had already anticipated this outcome. Their experience allowed them to read the battle at a higher level, leading them to conclude that unless Orion executed a miraculous move to impale Alec soon, it would be him lying motionless on the arena ground, on the brink of defeat instead of Alec. Allow me to explain in simpler terms. At the beginning of the fight, both Alec and Orion were testing their abilities. However, Orion quickly realized that all his gravity-based spells would be ineffective against Alec, who could effortlessly nullify them, Beatrice explained. As the battle progressed, things started to look dire for Orion, as no matter what he attempted, he couldn't seem to inflict any damage on Alec. Alec's endurance and physical prowess were astonishing, surpassing anything Orion could have foreseen. Orion understood that if he continued with his current strategy, regardless of his flawless execution, defeat would come swiftly. So to counter this disadvantage, he compressed his water element to an extraordinary level, transforming it into solid form to launch ice-based attacks. However, since he lacked an affinity for ice magic, this technique demanded a significant increase in mana consumption. Fortunately, his affinity for the water element allowed him to mitigate some of the mana drain. And for the first time, he was able to push Alec to exert himself more. Alec even evaded a few attacks, demonstrating the potential for critical damage from the ice. So, despite Orion's arrogant facade, he was actually rushing to conclude the battle swiftly before depleting his mana. Lucas continued from where Beatrice had left off. But as usual, he underestimated Alec once again. Despite landing a few blows, Alec managed to survive. I have witnessed Alec's strength during his battle with the chronomancer. At that moment, even I felt if Alec allowed a Tier 3 mage landed a hit on him, I believe he wouldn't have been injured. That's just how formidable Alec's physical abilities are, Lucas explained. While Alec has exceptional skill in executing elemental attacks, but it is his explosive physical strength, surpassing the limitations of his realm, that truly makes him extraordinary. He can withstand attacks with his bare body, even without relying on armor. It's unbelievable. Unfortunately, we haven't had the chance to see Alec in prolonged combat since then, so I don't know the extent of his growth, Lucas confessed. But one thing I do know is that Alec has improved greatly, as I wasn't the only one who sensed that primal aura emanating from him, which he unintentionally released this morning. Orion never stood a chance, Beatrice concluded as the team remembered the aura they had felt while at the inn. Yeah, he could have summoned his golems and swiftly ended this battle, but it seems like he's savoring the moment. It's quite thrilling, Lucas remarked as they turned their attention back to the ongoing fight. Well, unlike you, I haven't been flaunting excess mana, and I didn't tell you to waste your time refining your water mana solely for ice attacks, and besides, you never really stood a chance, Alec responded, attempting to divert the attention away from his abnormal mana pool. Well, you pushed me this far, Orion exclaimed, summoning a wand from his space ring and piercing it into his left hand. As the wand absorbed his blood, it began to emit an icy blue glow. Alec watched with confusion, uncertain of what the wand would do. Mid-tier spell Frozen Tomb. Upon hearing the spell name, some of the instructors frowned. It was a forbidden spell to be used against fellow students. However, when they noticed Orion's master's nonchalant demeanor, they chose to simply observe. After all, it was a life-and-death battle from the start, and with Terran absent to object, they figured Orion's master would face the consequences for his disciples' actions later. Orion extended his arm, palm outstretched towards Alec, and the air around Alec began to shimmer, with a visible cold haze forming as moisture rapidly condensed. Small ice crystals materialized and swirled in the air, merging into a spiraling vortex aimed directly at Alec, hurtling towards him at incredible speed. The temperature in Alec's immediate vicinity plummeted within seconds, making it difficult for him to even cast a spell, as the power of the ice element reached its peak. The vortex of ice crystals converged onto Alec, engulfing him in a rapidly expanding cocoon of ice. The process happened swiftly and relentlessly, leaving him little time to react or escape. The team watched in surprise as things unfolded differently than they had expected. Even Orion, the caster of the spell, had lost consciousness since he had exhausted his mana and couldn't control such a powerful spell yet. Though classified as a mid-tier spell, its power approached that of a high-rank attack. The ice thickened and hardened almost instantaneously, solidifying into a clear coffin surrounding Alec. Trapped within this icy prison, Alec was rendered immobile and unable to breathe. Just like that, he had been completely neutralized. Instructor Walter mysteriously reappeared in the center of the arena, his gaze fixed on both student Alec encased in the ice prison and the unconscious Orion. Let's call this fight a tie. I believe these students from the War God Mage Academy have released all their pent-up anger, haven't they? Instructor Walter looked towards Orion's master, who was seated in the instructor's area, hoping that he would agree to call it a tie. He believed that by doing so, the Academy would be able to save another genius. He was vehemently against the idea of either Alec or Orion dying, however. His hopes were shattered when Orion's master responded. Instructor Walter, what tie are you talking about? No one leaves the arena until one person is dead. From what I can see, my disciple is merely injured from exertion. He could still recover, but that small runt inside the ice prison will perish, and this battle will not end until he breathes no more, Orion's master declared, dismissing the idea of a tie. Instructor Walter's disappointment was palpable as he gazed at Orion's master, who displayed a callous attitude. He couldn't hide his anger any longer. What a petty person. Instructor Walter voiced his disapproval. In an instant, he vanished from the ring. The entire crowd watched anxiously as Alec's skin took on a deeper shade of blue, indicating that the ice coffin was nearing its lethal conclusion. The well-wishers of Alec in the crowd tightly clenched their fists as they watched him, covered in ice, fighting for his life. They could hardly believe that the mage they had associated with invincibility in their minds had reached such a perilous state, although they initially thought Orion was stronger, having 2 years of experience ahead of Alec, but now they considered Alec to be superior. As they believed that Alec's strength outweighed Orion's, even if he were to die in this battle, they just couldn't accept the dirty move he had played in the end. Just as they feared that Alec's heartbeat was approaching a critical point, they began to hear another sound, a steady thumping in the air. Badump, badump. At first, they thought they were hallucinating, but the sound of a heartbeat persisted, growing more intense. As they focused on the ice coffin encasing Alec, they realized that it was melting. With one side of the ice coffin appeared black, while the other side was completely red. The flames of both colors now engulfed Alec. Yahi, I told you no one could ever defeat Alec Gordons. He will always come back with a miracle, exclaimed one of the mage students in the audience, unable to contain his excitement. Like most first-year students at the War God Mage Academy, he was a devoted fan of Alec. Alec had become a celebrity figure to them, able to accomplish feats that even their seniors could only dream of achieving in the abyss. Although Alec had explored the abyss fewer times than his seniors, but very few could match the accomplishments he had attained. And none could claim to have caused a major conflict every time they entered the abyss, as Alec had. The Academy had even considered banning him from visiting the abyss for a Willia rule that had never been imposed before. This is just to emphasize the significance they attributed to Alec's case. Therefore, when their own idol, whom they believed would emerge victorious, was hit by the frozen coffin, their hearts skipped a beat. Witnessing Alec's violent reaction, they all felt a surge of triumph once again, as they could now jeer at the other senior students who had supported Orion. Bang! The ice that had imprisoned Alec shattered, scattering in all directions with force. They looked at Alec's body, expecting to find injuries, but there was not a single scratch on him, and he wasn't even wet. Behind him unfurled a pair of flaming wings, one scorching red and the other composed of black flames. The entire crowd caught a glimpse of Alec's upper body, and their eyes were drawn to the wolf tattoo on his chest. Despite the image of the wolf appearing to be at rest, it conveyed a sense of a living entity, making the onlookers feel as if they were in the presence of another life form. Alec released his aura to its maximum, and at that moment, it was tinged with a primal essence. Although there was a transparent shield separating him from the crowd, but it did nothing to prevent them from feeling the aura Alec was emitting. The crowd fell silent, sensing the aura of a predator slowly advancing toward its prey. The instructors, on the other hand, frowned as they observed Alec's tattoo and flaming wings. They suspected that the wings were what had freed Alec from his icy prison, but they were particularly intrigued by the wolf tattoo on his chest. It was so lifelike and unlike anything they had seen before. But despite their attempts to inspect it, all they could discern was that it contained a significant amount of stored mana, but they were unable to uncover its deeper secrets. Taryn is really lucky to have such a talented disciple. I'm sure the little boy had another fortuitous encounter. The dean, observing the battle from atop a cloud, offered his compliment. Meanwhile, old man Alfred grumbled, recalling how someone had assured him that his disciple would not lose to Orion, but he had been so certain that Taryn was being delusional, especially after the losses of his previous disciples. But seeing how Alec continued to unveil new strengths each time he was pushed to the brink, he knew he wouldn't hear the end of it, as Taryn would undoubtedly boast about this event for months to come whenever they went drinking together. Alec approached the unconscious body of Orion, summoning his blood Changdao, ready to strike down. Every student and instructor had resigned themselves to Orion's impending death, but they had forgotten that Orion's master was watching. He was clenching his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Alec's raised Changdao. "Don't you dare." His voice boomed, piercing through the shield and causing it to shatter, forcing Alec back a few steps as he used his weapon to steady himself. The flame wings behind Alec vanished as he looked up and quickly recognized the great instructor who had once fought against his master. "What, you don't want your disciple to be killed?" Alec laughed mockingly. "Please don't make me laugh. Am I supposed to just stand here and let him attack me with the intent to kill without retaliating?" Alec's gaze met that of Orion's master, unwavering. "I don't care about your little poetry, but no harm must come to my disciple, or you will regret it," Orion's master threatened, but this only made matters worse, as Alec never responded well to threats. He dashed towards Orion's body, and the confidence on Orion's master's face changed in an instant as he teleported directly in front of Alec. "Die," Orion's master exclaimed as he pointed a finger at Alec, sending a fast-moving water bolt towards him. It all happened so swiftly that none of the instructors could react. They would never have imagined that he would attack a student. Alec could only open his mouth to curse, but before the attack could hit him, another figure teleported in front of him. Cloaked in disguise, this person absorbed the brunt of the attack, causing a massive explosion that destroyed half of the arena, yet the individual who had shielded Alec remained intact, having completely blocked the attack aimed at him. "You've crossed the line, first by interfering in a life-and-death battle, and secondly attempting to kill a mid-rank student. Tell me, which of these offenses doesn't warrant a death sentence under the laws of the punishment hall?" Terran declared. He had been the one disguised to observe Alec deathmatch, but now his disguise had fallen away. "I would like to see who dares to apprehend me," retorted Orion's master with defiance. "Well, I might not be able to secure a death sentence for you, as I am not my master, but I do hope you can maintain this arrogance when he arrives. For now, I shall punish you for trying to kill my disciple," Terran stated as he began to take a battle stance. However, before he could act, a cloud began to descend from the sky. Both Orion's master and Terran ceased their confrontation and bowed in respect to the new dean who was descending, accompanied by Elder Alfred. While Alfred was trying to conceal his face from Terran, hoping that the earlier conversation they had would be forgotten. In a secluded area of the War God Mage Academy, Igor stood behind the figure who was shrouded by a small blue cloud fog, concealing his identity. Igor had always been the one to receive orders from the appointed leader of the faction, yet he remained oblivious to the leader's true identity. Santos will be punished for his actions at the arena. Ensure that his punishment serves as a stark reminder of his wrongdoing. The disguised man spoke, prompting surprise in Igor. "I thought you would be outraged by the new dean's punishment of making Santos compensate and having him go into self-reflect, but it seems you are actually planning on punishing him as well. However, Santos only acted to defend his disciple, as no one would want to witness their disciple to die." Igor attempted to defend Santos' actions, understanding that Santos had acted to save Orion. "Are you questioning my orders, Igor? You should remember that the faction was created with the goal of restoring the War God Mage Academy to its former glory as one of the prestigious top 8 academies," the leader of the faction responded, his voice muffled by the fast-paced speech. "We formed the faction because we believed the dean's old methods were no longer beneficial for the academy. We are not here to kill off geniuses that have the potential to elevate the academy to new heights. Yes, we exert our influence, but it is to slowly bring the rest of the academy under our command. If he can't deal with his disciple's failure, he should just get punished instead," the leader explained, surprising even Igor. It was the first time he had seen the leader so agitated, his emotions running wild, and Igor was certain he was furious. "What about Alec? What are we going to do about him? He has caused us numerous problems. He should have been dead long ago, but he just keeps eluding us." Igor mentioned Alec, gritting his teeth. The memory of throwing Alec into the abyss, hoping for his demise, resurfaced. However, not only had Alec and his fellow clansmen survived, but he had also flourished and made remarkable advancements ever since. It resulted in Igor's own father reprimanding him. If there was anyone who desired Alec's demise more than anyone else, it was him. "No harm must come to Alec from the faction, and that is final now. Leave me, I wish to be alone," the leader of the faction declared, his figure soon shrouded in fog. Igor, on the other hand, was aggrieved, because as long as the elected leader of the faction was protecting Alec and opposed any assassination attempts against him, Igor feared that Alec would only grow stronger and become another thorn in their neck like his master Terran. He couldn't understand why the leader would want to protect Alec, but for now, he decided to follow orders and stepped out of the room. Alec and his team stood before a throng of mages from the War God Mage Academy as the dean addressed the crowd. He spoke of how they were chosen to represent the academy and that Major Selene would be overseeing their campaign in the capital. The dean also bestowed a name upon the team. They were dubbed the 9 Stars, 1 Moon, and 1 Sun of the War God Mage Academy. Alec was the sun, Beatrice the moon, and the rest of the team were the stars. It was a cheesy name, but it resonated well with the crowd. Make us proud, the dean urged Alec, placing a hand on his shoulder. As he gave a nod to Selene, then waved his hand, conjuring a unique door-like frame and placing 2 fingers on his forehead, a swirling portal materialized within the frame. Go, he commanded. Selene stepped through first, followed by Alec, with the team proceeding one by one through the dean's spatial door. As Alec and the rest of the team passed through the door, they felt a strong force pulling them through space, and the next moment, they could feel their feet landing on a solid surface. Alec looked ahead and saw the city walls of the capital before him. It was his second visit here, but this time he was not as vulnerable as before, so when he sensed the heightened environmental mana, he was not as startled as during his first visit. Let's go, the academy has already arranged accommodations for us, Selene announced. Well, thank God, I already had a feeling that we might have to stay on the streets for a while, Pale said as he tapped his chest. What do you mean by that? Agnes questioned as they walked into the city, with Selene having paid for their entrance fee. Take a look around you, Pale said as Agnes looked at the crowd street. Whenever it's time for the inter-academy competition, the capital becomes fully occupied. It becomes extremely difficult to find accommodation, and even some academy members participating are forced to stay on the streets during this period. However, there is also a benefit to living in the greatest arena of the Northern Kingdom, Pale explained. And that is, if we even manage to enter the top 8 competition. Pale clarified for the team members who were not aware of the circumstances in the capital. He began to realize that, except for Beatrice, the rest of the team were not accustomed to city life, and he felt he would have to guide them through the ways of the capital. Though Lucas also came from an ancient clan like him, but it was from the Central Kingdom, and their customs were clearly more barbaric compared to those of the Northern Kingdom. Therefore, the ways of the Northern Kingdom were also a challenge for Lucas. Well, thankfully, the War God Mage Academy had some foundations in the capital when it was still a powerhouse academy recognized by all. Though it has lost face and ranking now, we can still pull some small strings here and there occasionally, Selene explained as they finally arrived at the inn where they would be staying. Yeah, great strings they can pull, Pale uttered in disappointment. The inn they were going to stay in clearly looked rundown, but what could he do? The team didn't have any other options unless they wanted to stay on the streets and hope for victory to secure better accommodations in the capital's arena inn. Major, we have been waiting for you. The receptionist Mage bowed her head in respect as Selene entered, before greeting each member of the team. At that moment, Alec realized what Selene meant by pulling strings. The inn actually belonged to the academy, as aside from the workers moving things, there was no one else in the inn. Alec momentarily entertained the idea that the inn might be a secret spy organization planted in the capital by the War God Mage Academy. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that he was too weak to delve into such conspiracies. Look around and choose any room you want. Use this time to cultivate and adjust your mindset. Tomorrow the competition begins, Selene instructed, and the entire team nodded in agreement. Before you all go room hunting, I still have something for you, Alec mentioned, determined not to forget to give them the cultivation pills again. They were set to enter the competition the following day, and Alec knew it might be too late to distribute the pills then. He wanted them to use the pills now, while they had the chance to cultivate throughout the night, hoping for favorable results. Although Alec knew the pills were valid, but it was still the first time he would give someone the pills produced by the primordial tree, he could only hope they worked as the system described. Now that I think about it, you did promise us goodies. We only forgot because we were eager to get to the academy quickly. So what is it? Sophia asked, her small fist balled in front of her as her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. The entire team gathered around Alec, eagerly awaiting what he had to offer, even Selene, who was about to leave the inn to register the War God Mage Academy for the competition, paused, eager to see what Alec had in store. Because despite the War God Mage Academy receiving an invitation, it didn't mean they were part of the participating team yet. They had to do the registration in order to be considered a part of the academy teams participating in the tournament. Their invitation was merely a result of the academy's past fame, as not many viewed the War God Mage Academy as a powerhouse academy anymore. They were primarily invited to meet the required number of academy team participants, as the general belief was that the War God Mage Academy would not achieve noteworthy results. The rumors which circulated is claiming that each younger generation of mages from the War God Mage Academy was weaker than the last. This was attributed to the Academy's acceptance of mages with all types of affinities, without any standout individuals to lead them. So with senior students like Selene graduating soon, there was a belief that there would be no one left to champion the name of the war god Mage Academy against the other academies again. Alec brought out a small pill bottle containing the 10 Tier 4 cultivation pills, and as he unveiled them, the members looked at the pills, initially appearing clueless. However, Lucas, Beatrice, Pale, and Selene quickly became shocked as they observed the engravings and the IV markings on the pills. It was evident to them that Alec was holding Tier 4 cultivation pills of the highest quality. Pale gulped, feeling his greed intensify to a new level. He yearned to dash over and snatch all the pills from Alec's hands. These type of pills were the very reason why he continued to act as a loyal guard to Luna despite hating the job. He rarely did he receive such pills, and even when he did, the quantities provided were limited. These pills possessed the potential to solidify his cultivation realm, purify his impurities from using power stones, and propel him to the next stage of cultivation without issues. As during the mid-rank realm, relying solely on power stones for cultivation was no longer advisable, as they would leave impurities in the body. Mages who solely depended on power stones during this stage often found their potential restricted, and some might not even be able to break through past the Tier 4 mage realm. This was precisely why the alchemists were so wealthy and respected, as they were entrusted with power stones and other materials to aid in refining pills. However, the success rate of refining pills often did not justify the resources invested. Haha, I was just about to reach a breakpoint, but now our captain has brought Tier 4 cultivation pills for us, Pale chuckled gleefully. This way, I'll be able to enter the next realm quickly, and since you're planning to give them to us, it must mean you have enough for yourself too. Considering that the vice captain should be getting 4 pills, Lucas and I would share 3 each as well, given that we are the only Tier 4 mages left, Pale shamelessly declared, as he stretched his hand towards the pill in Alec's right hand, attempting to snatch it away. However, Alec swiftly intervened, using his left palm to hold Pale's face in place, playfully preventing him from reaching for the bottle of Tier 4 pills. Their comical interaction brought a light-hearted moment to the scene. Shut up and sit down, don't try to guess my intentions, and this is all the Tier 4 cultivation pills I have at the moment, Alec snapped, forcefully pushing Pale backwards with his hands. He cringed at Pale's shameless act. At this moment, he realized how much he missed the arrogant version of Pale. Alec couldn't quite comprehend what had transpired during his absence from the rest of the team, but it was clear that they had all become far too comfortable with each other. Observing the camaraderie between Arthur and Pale, it was easy for Alec to deduce who had influenced Pale's shameless behavior. Slowly uncorking the small bottle, Alec allowed the medicinal scent of the Tier 4 cultivation pills inside to permeate the air. This act brought his dazed teammates back to reality, as they were still in shock over where Alec had managed to acquire such precious cultivation resources. And since these pills belong to me, I choose who I want to give them to. Alec declared, his gaze fixed firmly on Pale. He then threw one of the pills towards Brandon, who stood at the side looking shocked. As all eyes followed the pill flying towards Brandon, the room was tense with anticipation. Brandon nervously caught the pill, unsure of what to say. That belongs to you, Alec Aid. Brandon, I don't think I can accept this, Alec, Brandon stammered. We have other Tier 4 mages on the team, and if this is all you have left, why not use them yourself? You could reach the peak of Tier 4 and become even stronger. I believe the stronger you are, the better our team's chances. Alec ignored Brandon's plea and summoned another small pill bottle from his space. He swiftly threw it to Brandon, who managed to catch it, his eyes widening as he beheld the contents of the bottle, while the whole team gasped in surprise. Even Selene, who had been neutral until now, frowned deeply at what she saw. 10 Tier 3 cultivation pills, when considering the amount of power stones used to refine them, would still be seen as a loss no matter how much they solidify the realm. Such a thing isn't really needed except when one steps into the mid-rank realm, Major Selene said, but Alec simply shrugged his shoulders and responded, it's mine anyway. I can do whatever I want with it. Alec turned to Brandon and urged him, what are you waiting for? Quickly put the Tier 4 pill inside the bottle of Tier 3 pills. You are at the peak of Tier 3 Mage's realm now, so I want you to use the Tier 3 pills to push yourself to the Tier 4 Mage realm before using the Tier 4 pill. You don't have to worry about your foundation, as using these pills is bound to purify your body and eliminate any impurities you may have, so you won't have a problem using the Tier 4 pills once you enter the Tier 4 realm, believe me. Your foundation will be solid beyond even your own comprehension. All I want is for you to reach the Tier 4 Mage realm by tomorrow. This is an order from me as your captain and young master. Can you do that for me? Alec said with a small smile. Brandon looked at Alec with gratitude before bowing and replying, I won't disappoint you. Selene had initially thought that refining Tier 3 cultivation pills was a waste due to the vast amount of resources consumed in the process. She believed it was unnecessary and preferred refining only mid-tier power stones into cultivation pills when one entered the mid-ranks, as the impurities from the lower ranks could still be cleansed then, and it would save a fortune compared to wasting the low-rank materials for low-rank mages that could still break through with power stones' raw energy. However, when she overheard Alec's conversation with Brandon, she understood the rationale behind his decision to distribute the pills. By providing Brandon with the pills, Alec was ensuring that if Brandon broke through to Tier 4, he wouldn't need to endure a lengthy period of realm consolidation, as the cultivation pills facilitated a smooth transition into the next realm, meaning Alec had effectively and indirectly nurtured another Tier 4 mage for the War God Mage Academy team, one who wouldn't need to undergo the usual consolidation process. With this realization, Selene found no reason to be upset with Alec's waste of resources. After all, the Academy was supposed to supply its students participating in the competition with pills, spirit equipment, and other cultivation resources. However, the War God Mage Academy had always lacked sponsors and wealth. Almost everything the students had achieved was through their own hard work and effort. But now, witnessing Alec, whom she had chosen as the Academy's captain, taking steps to increase the team's chances, her face finally broke into a smile after a long time, as she felt she had made the right choice. "Here, these are for you guys too," Alec announced as he summoned 5 small pill bottles, each containing 10 Tier 3 cultivation pills. He tossed them towards Katie, Arthur, Sophia, Knight, and Agnes, showing his commitment to bolstering the entire team's strength. The moment they caught the bottles, 5 Tier 4 pills followed and were flying towards them almost instantly. Pale watched in disbelief as Alec distributed the Tier 4 pills like they were mere trinkets to the Tier 3 mages of the group, which nearly drove him to frustration. "While I have a lot of confidence that Brandon can easily step into the next rank, I feel your cases might take a little more time, but who am I to underestimate you all? I don't expect you to enter the Tier 4 realm by tomorrow, just make sure you can digest the pills and reach the peak of the Tier 3 mage realm," Alec said as he turned towards Indrik. He then paused, twisting his neck to look back at the group before adding to his words. "But if any of you are still unsatisfied with just being at Tier 3 at the end of your cultivation phase, and you feel your body can handle the energy of a Tier 4 pill to break through, go for it. Don't worry about the expenses, I own the pills. And I won't see it as a waste if any of you manage to step into the Tier 4 realm by tomorrow. It would only strengthen our team more," Alec said with a smile, leaving them in shock. The items Alec was offering were incredibly valuable, yet he treated them with such nonchalance, as if they didn't matter much. They knew that no one in their right mind would typically use a Tier 4 pill while still in the Tier 3 realm unless they were in a rush tea breakthrough. The reason they would normally hesitate is that no matter how robust their bodies might be, they were still low-rank mages. Such excess energy might propel them into the next realm if they were fortunate, but it also meant losing more than half of the pill's efficiency. Most people would prefer to wait until they entered the Tier 4 realm to use such a pill consuming all its energy, rather than consume it in the Tier 3 realm and forfeit most of its potency, especially given the rarity and value of these pills. But Alec's words suggested that he wasn't concerned about potential wastage. His priority was to expedite their advancement to the mid-ranks. Even Selene couldn't fathom why Alec was being so generous with his team members. While the pills might not propel him to the peak of the Tier 4 mage realm, Selene knew no rational mage in the middle rank who would so readily distribute the cultivation resources they could hoard for personal use to others. It didn't make sense to her, but as everyone looked on in surprise, Alec tossed a Tier 4 pill towards Indrik. "I hope by tomorrow you all will have grown much stronger," Alec said with a smile as he ascended the stairs with his hands tucked in his pockets, heading to a room he planned to select first. While the team was still processing the unexpected generosity, Alec was eager to delve into the new spell scrolls that the Dean and his master had given him before the dark, as he still had to enter the amulet world. His master had provided him with mid-rank earth element scrolls that he had personally modified from his own cultivation of spells, meaning the scrolls Alec now held were enhanced versions of the original spells. Meanwhile, the Dean had given him mid-rank flame element scrolls. The Dean didn't want Alec to embarrass the Academy in the competition. Having noticed that Alec lacked mid-rank spells during his battle with Orion, he felt need to do something. Although the flame wings Alec had comprehended in battle and the flame aura were mid-tier, but they were not combat spells despite Alec using them as one. Therefore, the Dean had decided to be a bit more generous, as he didn't want the Academy's captain to be the subject of ridicule. Though the Academy might be short on resources, but it was not lacking in spells. Over the years, several esteemed seniors had created unique spells, the manuals of which were preserved within the school's library. After Alec retreated to his room to study the mid-rank spells, his teammates snapped out of their stupor and hurried to secure their own rooms to cultivate. Meanwhile, Selene exited the inn, her mind swirling with questions. How did Alec come by such precious pills? Where did he encounter an alchemist? These questions troubled her, especially since the academy itself lacked an alchemist. The possibility that Alec had refined the pills on his own was something she couldn't consider because that would imply Alec was an alchemist. She quickly dismissed the thought immediately as Alec had not trained in the art, and becoming proficient enough to produce multiple Tier 4 and Tier 3 cultivation pills would take years, making him too young for such feats. Therefore, he wasn't on her radar for suspicion. She speculated that he might have found them on the bodies of mages he killed during his missions, or had a stroke of luck. With a smile, Selene went to register the academy for the upcoming competition. She now felt a glimmer of hope that they might not be defeated as swiftly as she had initially feared. After reading about the other academy's team, she had braced for a quick loss, which is why she had put the team through rigorous training, and they had emerged transformed from the ordeal. All she could do now was wait for the next day and hope for their smooth breakthrough, increasing their chances. It was already morning, and Selene was waiting for the entire team to come down, as they needed to arrive at the competition's first-round site on time. She had spent the entire night concealing the outbreak of mana fluctuations that some of the mages in the team had released when they broke through, although such an event was stressful, but a small smile graced her weary and tired face as the number of those who had broken through truly surprised her. Initially, she had believed that only Brandon would have been able to break through to become a mid-rank mage, but she still felt if things had been more fortunate, it would have been only 2 mages who would have broken through to the mid-ranks, but it turned out that 3 mages had made it to the mid-rank, specifically Brandon, Katie, and Arthur. Just when she thought things would have stopped there, it had gone further. Due to the fact that they had all cultivated using cultivation pills of the highest quality, it had cleansed them of all their impurities, allowing them to go through their second awakening on the spot. The energy they had been releasing was enough to indicate that their gains had not been insignificant. Even Lucas, Pale, Indric, and Beatrice were able to solidify their realms properly, purging any impurities that their bodies had gathered, leading to Lucas entering the high Tier 4 mage realm, just like Alec, while Beatrice stepped into the mid-Tier 4 realm. Pale and Indric were the only ones who did not break through to a full realm, and it wasn't because they were less talented, but rather because they had been in the Tier 4 realm for the shortest time. However, the pill had not only cleansed their impurities, but also pushed them to the very peak of the low Tier 4 mage realm. This would make it easier for them to break through to the next small realm when they were finally ready to make that move. Meanwhile, Indric experienced a second awakening. When he initially entered the Tier 4 mage realm, he had not been able to generate enough energy to undergo a second awakening. However, after using the cultivation pill and cleansing his impurities, he was able to achieve it, which was a significant accomplishment for him. On the other hand, Pale came close to a second awakening but ultimately failed. It appeared that his body still contained a significant amount of impurities, and one pill would not be sufficient to cleanse it all. This was because Pale had relied heavily on raw power stones and low-quality pills he received from Luna to boost his cultivation level to Tier 4 in order to keep up with Lucas, who was outpacing him. Now he was facing the consequences as his foundation was unstable, and he knew he needed the cultivation pills, otherwise he would be stuck in the Tier 4 mage realm indefinitely. But with Alec's recent gift to him, he was confident that he would be able to at least elevate his realm to the high Tier 4 mage realm before encountering any further difficulties. He was determined to take one step at a time to overcome his cultivation mistakes, regardless of how long it would take. As for the others, such as Agnes, Knight, and Sophie, they were now at the very peak of Tier 3, with just one flimsy barrier preventing them from entering the mid-ranks. Selene had been able to observe all of this using her mental energy while they were cultivating, so she would be able to intervene if any of them encountered cultivation problems. Fortunately, everything went well for all of them. However, what surprised her was the fact that Alec had only spent about 3 hours reading the spell scrolls he had with him before going to sleep. This puzzled her, as she had expected him to at least attempt to cultivate, especially considering the upcoming competition. Yet Alec had done none of that. He simply went to sleep. Good morning. Alec greeted Selene as he came down from the stairs, awakening her from her thoughts, and she noticed that the whole team was already ready to go as they all came down at the same time. "Let's be on our way then," Selene mentioned as they walked out of the inn. The Inter-Academy competition was supposed to be hosted at the capital's arena, but the first rounds had been decided to take place at the Royal Mage Academy, the second rounds at the capital arena, and the final round at the Royal Palace after the King of the Northern Kingdom interfered with it. At this moment, the front gate of the Royal Mage Academy was already filled with mages from different prestigious academies who would be participating in the competition. Selene and the War God Mage Academy team had finally arrived, and this time when Alec looked at the Royal Academy's gate, he was not as dazed as before. In fact, he felt an urge to cause enough trouble for the Royal Mage Academy team if he came across them. Due to the fact that last time he had been there, he had been treated unfairly, although he knew it was enemy ground, but he was unconcerned as he knew any attack against participating students was heavily frowned upon due to the laws of the competition. So Alec and the rest of his team waited in line as the mage teams were being inspected with their competition talismans. After waiting for about 30 minutes in line, it was finally their turn to be inspected. However, just as they were about to be inspected at the gates by the guard, another mage team brushed past them and tried to enter before them by jumping the line. Someone from the other team stretched out his hand and passed his competition talisman at the same time as Alec. Alec furrowed his brows as he turned to look at the person who had tried to do that. Beside him stood a mage emitting a high tier 5 aura, with white hair cut short. Behind him were other mages of his team, but one thing they had in common was that all of them had a tier 5 mage aura. Although the majority of them were low tier 5 mages, Alec quickly realized that they were attempting to intimidate him and his team. The leader of the opposing team stared directly back at Alec and sneered. Well, look who we have here. It's the strongest major from the War God Mage Academy. Tell me, what exactly does your academy think they're doing by sending a bunch of weak tier 4 and tier 3 mages to the inter-academy competition? Are you all just here to fill in the numbers? A woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Selene stepped forward from the back, aligning herself with the rest of her mage team. Selena, I see you were the one who was chosen to represent as I'm not around. Tell me, how is the Battle Mage Academy faring? Selene inquired, as both teams finally realized that their respective coordinators were, in fact, twin sisters. Hey, it's the Battle Mage Academy team. I can't believe I'm actually seeing members of the renowned Battle Mage team, one of the top 8 academies from last year. Is that Vincent? Vincent Whitefang, the team's captain. I can't believe I'm meeting one of the 8 ranked kings of the inter-academy so soon. Bystanders and the female mages in the waiting teams behind them all squealed with excitement, showering praises upon the team that seemed determined to bypass the line while belittling Alec's team. When you return back home, feel free to ask Dad about that yourself. Just know that if your team is unlucky enough to be drawn against us, there will be no mercy for your little babies who were only sent to fill the competition numbers. Selena gloated while glaring down at Alec and the rest of his team. However, Alec remained calm, displaying a peaceful expression on his face. Though he didn't know much about Selene's background, but from the little snippet Alec had heard, he could tell that her father held a prominent position in the Battle Mage Academy. So it quite puzzled him why she had chosen to enroll in the War God Mage Academy despite her family's connections to a prestigious institution. Merely by sensing the energy levels of mages Selena was in charge of, Alec could tell that they were formidable opponents. Faced with a direct confrontation, even with the assistance of all his golems, he couldn't confidently say whether he would emerge victorious. That's how much pressure they were exerting. The team from the Battle Mage Academy may enter directly. There is no need to inspect your competition talisman, another guard stationed at the gate announced, recognizing the growing tension between Selene and Selena. Acting swiftly to defuse the situation, he allowed the mages from the Battle Mage Academy to pass through the gate, not bothering to acknowledge Alec and his team, as if considering them insignificant. I'll be keeping a close eye on your team's progress, and I'm expecting an impressive show, Selena declared to Selene before turning her attention to Alec. Better not get kicked out too soon, kid, although I don't understand how you became captain of this ragtag team from the War God Academy. But the fact that my elder sister has chosen to accompany this group here means that either you or the entire team means something to her. So, until we meet again, make sure you don't get kicked out of the competition, Selena taunted as she passed through the gate and entered the Royal Academy. Alec's rage was simmering beneath the surface, but he maintained a nonchalant expression. He was confident in his ability to defeat any of them in a 1 versus 1, yet he couldn't shake off the feeling of being looked down upon, both as an individual and as a representative of his academy. Alec hadn't noticed it before, but he realized that every time their academy was insulted, whether indirectly or directly, he grew increasingly angry. Are we just going to let them go ahead of us like that, without doing anything? It seems even the officials who are supposed to be unbiased are favoring them tremendously, Beatrice pointed out, frustration evident in her voice. I'll explain everything to all of you as soon as we enter the Royal Academy. The spherical barrier inside prevents anyone from eavesdropping on our conversation, Selene reassured as the first guard resumed checking their competition talismans. After the guard finished going through all the names on the talismans and confirmed their enrollment in the list with him, he finally allowed them to enter. However, Alec couldn't shake off the feeling that the guard had intentionally delayed them, as if trying to ensure they wouldn't cross paths with the mages from the Battle Academy. The Battle Academy is one of the top 8 academies that has consistently secured high rankings in the inter-academy competition for the past 10 years. While the War God Academy may have garnered respect in the past, it's become more of a relic. Meanwhile, the Battle Academy, on the other hand, is a recent rising star, which is why they are receiving preferential treatment, Selene explained, shedding light on the situation as they made their way further into the academy. After all, they are easily recognized as part of the top 8 ranked academies. The inter-academy competition wouldn't begin without their presence, so when they skip the lines and enter the venue, no one thinks anything is wrong with it. It's a mentality that has been ingrained in everyone, and believe me when I say this, you don't want to be matched up with them anytime soon. They are incredibly strong, Selene emphasized, her frown deepening as Alec let out a weary sigh, fully aware of the formidable opponents they could likely face. With a resigned determination, they all continued walking towards the venue where the first round of the competition awaited them. They easily located the place as a large, circular coliseum nearby displayed signs of the competition, and they could see other academy teams, dressed in their respective uniforms, entering through a separate entrance as long as they showed their competition talismans. After entering through a secret entrance, Alec and his team discovered that the coliseum was quite spacious. Selene handed Alec a space ring containing the outfits they would wear for the competition. She then went with the other coordinator to start the draw and find out which team they would be facing in the first round. Meanwhile, Alec and his team located the spacious changing room designated for their team, conveniently divided into separate sections for males and females. After 30 minutes of the draw being made, 2 Tier 7 mages from the Royal Academy, dressed in robes with the Academy insignia and acting as the referees for the first stage, floated in the sky above the Colosseum. The list of participating academies for the first set of matches flew up to them in the form of a scroll with wings. One of the referees with a sword caught the scroll as the wings disappeared, and he nodded to the person who had thrown the paper up to him from below. The seats of the Colosseum were filled with a diverse crowd of mages, academies, big clans, and organizations, all gathered to witness the opening of the inter-academy competition. As the referee glanced at the scroll, his expression froze upon seeing the name of a familiar academy listed in the first battle. Though he had forgotten that they still existed, considering their absence from previous competitions, but he put his personal feelings aside as he prepared to deliver his first speech. "Welcome to this year's edition of the Inter-Academy competition," the referee announced, prompting loud cheers from the crowd. "I know you're all eager for the competition to begin, so I'll give you a sneak peek. The theme for this stage is Capture the Flag, with each team allowed to send only 5 members," he explained as he spread out his right hand forward. "To be transported to a vast ancient forest, where their mission will be to capture the opposing team's flag by any means necessary. There are no consequences attached to this battle. Your sole objective is to defeat your opponents and seize their flag," the referee with the scroll and sword at his waist clarified. "Now, let's reveal the first 2 academies prepared to open the stage and go head-to-head, Bandit Academy versus War God Academy." The second referee with red hair concluded with enthusiasm. "Let's take a 15-minute timeout to decide who will be participating in the competition. Once the time is up, the competition will begin," proclaimed the mage referee, with sword firmly strapped to his waist. His mana-amplified voice reverberated throughout the Colosseum, ensuring everyone heard him clearly. Alec and his team had just emerged from the changing room when the unexpected news reached their ears that they would be the first to step onto the stage, setting the tone for the entire competition. And it took them by surprise. Dressed in flowing robes that transitioned from deep crimson to jet black, each team member proudly displayed the dual colors that symbolized their academy's main color. The academy emblem was adorned on the left side of their chests, and customized headbands with the academy emblem were worn in various ways. Alec opted to tie his around his left fist, resembling a glove. It was an aesthetically pleasing touch. On the other hand, Brandon used the headband to secure his hair, a small yet personal modification. While the academy didn't provide any additional cultivation resources or spirit equipment for the competition, whoever was responsible for customizing their robes seemed to have an uncanny understanding of their preferences. It almost felt as if the robes were specially tailored for each of them. Amidst Alec's confusion about the upcoming match, Selene approached him, bringing a sense of relief as he knew she would explain everything that was perplexing him. "So have you decided which 5 of you will be competing in this round?" Selene inquired, directing her question towards Alec. He scratched his head. Since he was still uncertain about the abilities of most of his teammates, he was unaware who to pick, because to accurately assess their strengths and weaknesses, Alec needed to witness them in battle. Currently, the only one he could confidently vouch for was himself, so instead of dwelling too long on the decision, Alec opted for a roundabout approach, searching for the best strategy. Do we have any information on the other team's power levels? Alec inquired, seeking to gather more insights about their upcoming opponents. Seleni's eyes squinted slightly in response to Alec's nonchalant attitude, but she still retained great trust in him. Given the team they were facing, she had no doubts that they could easily overcome the challenge if Alec unleashed all his golems. However, Alec had a different approach in mind. Well, the other team doesn't seem to be making much effort to conceal their power level, especially since they registered for the competition. Finding their cultivation level is actually quite straightforward, Selene explained, causing Alec to look at her with a perplexed expression. She shook her head to emphasize her point. The moment we enrolled and received our competition talisman, our cultivation realm became linked to the Inter Academy Committee's database. This means that others can also discover our realm, just like we can learn about theirs. However, this connection will be severed after the competition, as not all mages appreciate having their advancements monitored or used against them. Agnes interjected, stepping forward to clarify things for a confused Alec. I suppose you haven't gone through the rule book either. Let me cut straight to the chase based on the research I've done on the Bandit Academy team. They have 2 low-tier 5 mages leading their ranks, the captain and the vice-captain of the team. Considering the name of their academy, I don't think I even need to explain their abilities. Don't expect a fair fight from this team. Additionally, they have 5 peak tier 4 mages, and the remaining slot is filled with high tier 4 mages. If you ask me, they would be putting together their best team, aiming to swiftly defeat you all and send a strong message, Agnes disclosed. In fact, if you ask me, they are the favorites to win this battle. Currently, only you and Lucas are high tier 4 mages on our team. We don't have any peak tier 4 mages, let alone a low tier 5 mage. So the betting odds for you are so high that anyone who bets on you would gain a fortune, Selene exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Please tell me you didn't bet all of your money, Miss Selene, Alec asked, feeling a headache coming on. He knew from his previous experience in the Sweden city that Selene had a habit of gambling. He could only hope that she had repented, but her response shattered his expectations. Hell no, I didn't bet all my money, Selene replied. Alec let out a sigh of relief, realizing that she hadn't completely lost control. I bet half of my money and all the power crystals that were reserved for your team as accommodation fees at the Capital Arena Inn, that if by some miracle you managed to enter the top 8, Selene explained. Alec, who was already feeling a wave of relief, couldn't help but slam his hand onto his face in defeat. The rest of the team was quite surprised to witness this side of Selene. Well, it's simple, really. All you have to do is defeat those little bandits and make me rich, mind you. If you dare lose, I will lock you all up in my embryo water domain for an entire week and let you experience the sensation of drowning repeatedly, Selene declared, her gaze sweeping over the entire team except for Alec. She turned to Alec last. I made you captain, which means I'm quite familiar with your strength. Although I'm not certain how much you've grown, I believe with the numerical advantage on your side, you won't lose easily. So I'm ordering you this instant, she paused, her usual lackluster attitude replaced by a serious tone. As your substitute instructor, do everything within your power to ensure victory. Alec closed his eyes and nodded solemnly in response. Leave it to me. Katie, Agnes, Sophia, Pale, you'll be joining me in the first round. I don't care what tactics you choose to employ. Sophia and I will stay back to protect our flag, Alec instructed, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. You're free to fight with all your might, so you can leave the capturing of the flag to me as well. But if you feel you are capable to do it instead, don't hesitate to seize it. His final words were directed at Pale, offering a nod of encouragement. If that's all, let's go win our first match and restore the name of the war god Mage to everyone's lips, Alex said as he led the way, with Katie, Agnes, Sophia, and Pale following in his wake. Selene, meanwhile, guided the rest of the team to the area reserved for their team's bench. Why? Indrik inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. Selene murmured, turning back to glance at Indrik, who was watching Alec and his team stride toward the center of the Colosseum. Emerging from the opposite side, their opponents from the Bandit Academy also approached, boasting 2 Tier 5 mages and 3 other peak Tier 4 mages. They had indeed brought their full strength to the match, just as Selene had anticipated. Why hasn't he used the strongest team? We're already at a disadvantage, and no matter how I look at it, the one I respect the most should have fielded his best lineup. Yet he's chosen a team that seems to have little chance of success. Why would you allow him to do this when you've wagered on him winning? Indrik questioned, his tone laced with concern and a desire to understand Selene's reasoning. Selene smiled at Indrik's question. While she didn't have any obligation to answer, a part of her wanted to explain to him. Well, you see, unlike you, I have watched Alec for a very long time, and I know that he would never do something he's unsure of, and even when all hope seems lost, he never gives up. He always pushes through until he gets a breakthrough, Selene explained. In simple terms, he has full confidence in winning this match, so he may have decided not to showcase the powers of our other strong team members. That way, their abilities remain a mystery, Selene concluded as they finally reached the reserved area for the War God Mage Academy and took their seats. Not too far from them sat another team, who would be participating in a later match. They were curious and decided to wait and watch the first match to gauge the level of preparation needed for their own battle. The crowd's cheering is enough to put any mage in a sort of exhilarating trance, making them highly motivated to perform. Lucas chimed in, yearning for his own chance to engage in battle under the thunderous applause of the crowd. Alec and his team finally met the mages from the opposing team in the middle of the Colosseum. The mages from the Bandit Academy all wore brown and green uniforms, giving Alec the impression that they were attempting to blend into nature. Are you both ready? One of the referee mages swooped down and asked, to which Alec and the opposing team's captain nodded in confirmation. Okay, take these, the referee instructed as he threw 2 huge gold coins to them. The coins were inscribed with the word transformation, and both Alec and the opposing captain caught them, looking slightly surprised. After examining the cultivation realms of the mages deployed by the War God Mage Academy, the captain of the bandit team confidently declared, "You all are so dead." He then made a slicing motion across his neck with his hand, taunting Alec and his team. He sensed that the War God Academy mages had resigned themselves to defeat after being matched against their formidable opponents. Despite the provocation, Alec remained unfazed, while Pale could only snicker, determined to prove himself, however. He also harbored a feeling that the battle would descend into chaos, with the lineup Alec had chosen to field against the Bandit Academy. From the right side, representing the Bandit Academy, led by their captain Jack Savage, a low-tier 5 mage, followed by the vice-captain Raven Blackwoods, also a low-tier 5 mage. Joining them are Scarlet Shadows, a peak tier 4 mage, Cole Wilder, a peak tier 4 mage, and lastly Asher Blackthorn, a peak tier 4 mage. The supporters of the Bandit Academy erupted in cheers as the names of their representatives were announced one by one, with even some of the mages in the crowd joining in the excitement for the impending battle. And from the left side, the team from the War God Academy, led by their own captain Alec Gordons. As Alec's name was called, the atmosphere in the VIP area shifted, with a certain mage fixing a steady gaze upon Alec. Isn't that the bastard boy your clan never accepted? I can't believe he's leading that dilapidated academy against mine. I just hope my boys don't break him too much, as we wouldn't want to completely strip your clan of its dignity, the dean of the Bandit Academy remarked, stroking his beard while dressed in his all-black attire. He is no longer a member of my clan, so we pay no mind to such an estranged individual who couldn't even meet the outer ring requirements, retorted the elder from the ancient Blaze clan, indirectly labeling Alec as unworthy of joining even the lowest echelon of the Blaze clan. High Tier 4 Mage, followed by Pale Zero, a Low Tier 4 Mage, Kate Armstrong, a Low Tier 4 Mage, Sophia Gordons, a Peak Tier 3 Mage, and Agnes Gordons, a Peak Tier 3 Mage. As the introduction concluded, the entire crowd fell into a deafening silence. It was evident that while other academies had successfully transported their students to cheer on their performing mages and secure tickets for them, the War God Academy had only managed to send their main team. As a result, Alec and his team were left with virtually no dedicated supporters. Furthermore, the revelation of the realms of the War God Academy mages who would be participating left everyone surprised. A feeling of inevitability filled the air, as if it was already predetermined that the War God Academy would suffer defeat. In fact, the odds against the War God Academy continued to rise after their lineup was introduced. Initially, the odds were based on the combined strength of their team's strongest members. However, upon witnessing the lineup of the team chosen to face the Bandit Academy, spectators rushed to place more bets on the Bandit Academy, causing a significant increase in the odds of the War God Academy and a decrease in the odds for the Bandit Academy. Are you kidding me? It's almost as if they're making a deliberate effort to lose to my Academy team. What on earth is the War God Academy doing in the inter-academy competition anyways, if they're just going to surrender in the first round? The dean of the Bandit Academy exclaimed, shaking with laughter. He could barely contain his amusement, relishing the opportunity the War God Academy had inadvertently provided him to secure a position among the top 8 ranked academies. In this moment, he wasn't taking a jab at the Blaze clan elder, who was sent to scout for prodigious fire elemental mages. Instead, he directed his taunts at the War God Academy for granting him easy access to a chance at achieving a coveted spot among the top academies. I see now why you refrained from throwing shade at my clan when the bandit leader was disrespecting us. It's because you also have a clansman in Alec's team, and not just any clansman, but an accepted member of your own clan, the elder of the Blaze clan remarked, attempting to engage the elder of the Zero clan, who had also been sent to observe for any talented ice mage. He had been puzzled by their rivals' lack of response when Alec's name was announced, but now he realized that they were actually in a similar situation. You and your narrow mindset will never understand the power of Alec Gordon's. Although the War God Academy restricts involvement from other clan, guild, and organizations in their institute, but news has managed to leak out in the absence of their watchdog from our clansmen attending, and I can attest that even if they may lose, it won't be without putting up a fight, as our observations clearly show that Alec Gordon's is someone who has never tasted defeat, defended the elder from the Zero clan. Added the elder from the Zero clan. The elder from the Blaze clan was left in shock by the unexpected praise for Alec coming from a member of the Zero clan, and the exposure of their clan's dealings. He attempted to discern if it was meant to spite him, especially since Pale, who was involved in the upcoming battle, had been mentioned, or if it was simply an attempt to confuse him. However, as he assessed the power levels of the two teams, he sneered with confidence, firmly believing that the War God Academy was destined to lose. In his eyes, the enormous disadvantage they faced made victory an impossible feat. Inside the meeting room of the Gordon's clan, all the elders and the patriarch gathered, their attention fixed on a screen displaying the inter-academy competition. The first elder, responsible for the clan's finances, recently discovered a significant sum of power crystals missing from the clan's treasury. Upon investigation, he discovered that the patriarch had been the one to spend a considerable amount to purchase the smallest size lighting mirrors available from the inter-academy committee. These mirrors were used to view competitions and provided a way for remote viewers to experience the event as if they were present at the stadium at the capital. The mirrors created the illusion of being directly at the competition, functioning similar to a basic version of a television set, so the patriarch had intended to use the mirrors to watch and assess Alec's progress on his own. However, upon learning that Alec had become the captain of the War God Academy, he couldn't help but feel immense pride for his grandson. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot his principles regarding spending and impulsively acquired the lighting mirrors, which led to his discovery. To avoid any awkwardness, the Grand Elder insisted that they all watch the competition together, as he reasoned that it was not only his own descendant who had made the team from the Gordon's clan, which served to alleviate the guilt the patriarch felt when questioned about the missing funds. The patriarch readily accepted this idea, reducing his sense of wrongdoing. However, as soon as the names of the participants from the War God Academy were announced, the previously calm patriarch's demeanor instantly changed. "What is this I'm hearing? The clan added 2 more mages without even me knowing directly, and I have to hear about it through this competition. What is up with that brat again?" the patriarch exclaimed angrily, pointing at the screen before him. The elders in the room all shook their heads, thinking that Alec had inherited many of the patriarch's unfavorable traits, such as undertaking significant actions without informing the clan. However, they refrained from voicing their concerns at that moment, well aware that the patriarch was still in a foul mood because of his grandson's behavior. "Why are you always jumping to conclusions? How can you be certain that Alec is indeed responsible for this situation? There are clearly multiple Gordon's clansmen with the authority to bestow the clan name upon their chosen enforcers in the War God Academy," the Grand Elder interjected. The other elders sneered inwardly. They all recognized how the younger generations looked up to Alec, and even if Alec wasn't directly responsible, they believed he was likely aware of the situation and should have alerted the clan as the young master. "Don't try to defend that rascal. I know him better than you do, and I hope you understand that clearly," the patriarch retorted. "With the introductions complete, I declare this battle begun," the referee announced as he ascended and flicked his fingers. Suddenly, as if by magic, a huge transparent dome rose from the edges of the Colosseum floor and converged at a central point above, enclosing both teams. The transparent dome quickly transformed into a massive 180-degree screen displaying a vast forest, with the two teams completely separated on opposite sides to the spectators. The moment the referee signaled the start of the match and snapped his fingers, Alec and his entire team found themselves transported into a sprawling ancient forest without any prior warning. As Alec watched, the mages from the Bandit Academy vanished from sight, and the space they had occupied was swiftly enveloped by towering trees. The coin in Alec's hand glowed intensely, then levitated and morphed into a small castle topped with a black flag that fluttered in the wind. In that instant, Alec knew that this flag was the one he had to defend. Bending slightly, he manipulated the earth beneath his feet to propel himself into the air until he was positioned beside the flag atop the small castle. He extended his hand toward Sophia, and with a gesture, she too was lifted to the peak of the castle, just opposite the black flag. Alec then turned his attention to Pale, Katie, and Agnes below. "You all have the freedom to go out and test your strength against those stronger than you. Fight with all your might and don't hold back. As I've said, I will be responsible for retrieving the flag and defending ours. You are only permitted to join in after defeating your current opponent, and if you believe you have a chance at capturing it, otherwise, do not attempt to battle for it, as you would only impede me," Alec instructed, raising his hand to conjure an earth throne on the rooftop. From the perspective of the spectators in the Colosseum, Alec's command from the rooftop exuded a regal aura. However, they noticed that the Bandit Academy had already begun their advance, while Alec was still addressing his team. Just as Alec had chosen to remain behind to guard his team's flag, the captain of the Bandit Academy had made a similar decision. As the one who led the offensive against the War God Academy was the vice captain, Raven, who, along with the remaining 3 members of the Bandit Academy, navigated through the forest. Their strategy was straightforward: reach the War God Academy first and eliminate them swiftly, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Alec looked up, noticing something amiss. "They're here. They've sent forth 4 mages. I'll take care of one of them to even the playing field," he stated, surprising Pale, Agnes, and Katie. Though the others couldn't see or sense anyone nearby, Alec had already confirmed their presence, widening the gap between them and the opposing team. Alec infused mana into the space pouch, summoning Legion. "Get rid of the weakest link, let the rest handle the remaining enemies," he ordered. Making Legion nodded, his helmet transforming back into the distinctive T-shaped style, covering most of his face, as boosters activated from behind him and beneath his legs, propelling him into the sky. With a swift motion, Legion retrieved a couple of items from his back and quickly assembled them into an AR-15, a semi-automatic rifle. Gripping the weapon with ease while airborne, Legion's shining right eye developed a mini-scope. The 4 members of the Bandit Academy, who had blended in with the surrounding woods, witnessed Alec summoning Legion and taking to the air. However, they remained motionless, convinced that Alec would never be able to locate them, let alone his golem. The Bandit Academy members thrived on sneak attacks, as they could inflict more damage in such situations. The chosen location seemed to favor their tactics, and they intended to take full advantage of it. Preferring not to rush, they waited for Pale, Agnes, and Katie to enter the forest, making it easier for them to execute a deadly sneak attack. They felt once they had eliminated the trio, they planned to close in and finish off Alec, whom they deemed overly arrogant due to his additional golem and boosted team numbers. Even so, they were confident they could take him on. As the clash between the Bandit Academy and War God Academy drew closer, Arthur had cunningly made his way to the betting rings much earlier. He discreetly placed a hefty bet of 10,000 magic crystals on the War God Academy, emerging victorious in the match. The potential return on his bet was a staggering 1 million magic crystals, causing a mischievous grin to spread across his face. As he couldn't help but daydream about how much Alec would reward him once the bet paid off, it was Alec who had provided the funds for the bet, fueling Arthur's evil laughter as he imagined how he would spend his share of the winnings. Having returned to his spot, Arthur saw that the match was reaching its climax, so he promptly settled down, his eyes glued to the screen. The visuals were so lifelike that he almost believed if he stepped out of his chair he would find himself within the forest. However, he knew that was merely an illusion created by the incredibly realistic screens. He was just amazed to discover that each person could view the battle from their own unique perspective. Meanwhile, Legion, equipped with his AR-15, caught sight of his target on his scope. Infusing mana into his weapon, countless intricate runes illuminated its surface. With a sharp ting, Legion pulled the trigger, causing the rifle to discharge concentrated beams of high-energy light. The heavy laser bullets blazed through the air with unwavering accuracy, obliterating trees in their path. Asher Blackthorn of the Bandit Academy found himself under heavy fire from Legion, prompting a desperate retreat. Aware of the imminent threat to his life, Asher evaded the bullets, realizing that one wrong move could result in a fatal penetration. The remaining 3 members of the bandit team, witnessing their comrades' assault, abandoned their hiding spots, determined not to face a similar fate. As they emerged from their hiding spot, Raven commanded, "Scarlet Cole, go get rid of those peepsqueaks. I will assist Asher in getting rid of that golem." He dashed towards the running Asher and Legion, who was in pursuit. Raven raised his bow, aiming at Legion, who was still airborne, and targeted the jetpack on his back. However, as he released the arrow, he noticed another golem had appeared behind Legion. Undeterred, he let the arrow fly, and it let out a swoosh sound as it streaked through the air, crackling with black lightning. But Magneto, who had appeared to protect Legion's back, raised his silver hoverboard up, causing the arrow to enter underneath the board like it was absorbed before it was being shot back at a much faster speed. "Shit," Raven cursed as he took cover behind a tree, but the arrow had pierced through the tree and 3 others before losing power and getting stuck on the 5th tree. The turn of events surprised him, as both golems were only releasing the aura of Tier 4 mages, but he felt a tinge of danger coming from them. He was sure that if they surrounded him, he might be eliminated. This thought made him shake his head, unable to accept the fact that the War God Academy could eliminate him, a Tier 5 mage, without even having a Tier 5 mage in their own ranks. He and Jack had underestimated the War God Academy, and this was the consequence, however. He decided to go after Alec instead. As Alec controlled the golems and was close to the flag they needed to capture, he saw it as a getting two birds with one stone. As he turned to check on Scarlet and Cole, hoping they could assist him in moving towards Alec, but he realized they also had problems of their own as they were surrounded by the Hive Queen's children, who was assisting Pale, Agnes, and Katie in their desperate battle against them. Though both Agnes and Katie seems to be on the brink of death, lying breathless on the ground after being unable to halt the Tier 4 mage's relentless attacks, Pale, armed with his dual ice blades, remained the last one standing. Amidst the chaos, Scarlet and Cole had not emerged unscathed either, as some spider babies had exploded on them, causing considerable damage. And despite Pale's face smudged with blood and his blurred vision, Pale stood tall, defiantly facing the two Tier 4 mages, supported by the spider babies. Cole, driven by frustration, shouted, "Why won't you just fall and die?" He raised his hand, sending two green-colored wind blades hurtling towards Pale. In response, Pale unleashed his own slashes, but the wind blades easily shattered through his ice slashes, crashing towards him. Quickly thinking, Pale converted his dual ice swords into a small ice shield, but the force behind the blades proved too overpowering, propelling him through the air. Emerging from the shadows in the ground, Scarlet attempted to strike Pale's neck airborne, only to find her hand restrained by webs from the Hive Queen Golem. Frustrated, she twisted her body and used her heels to deliver a blow to Pale's jaw, sending him flying until he collided with the castle walls, losing consciousness. And a flash of light fell from the sky covering him, as Pale disappeared with the light, followed shortly by Agnes and Katie as the light enveloped them too. As Scarlet freed herself from the webs, she turned to witness Cole being impaled from behind by one of the sword legs of the Hive Queen, as another flash of light descended upon him, and he too vanished from the battlefield. Scarlet's eyes trembled with dread as she locked her gaze upon the Hive Queen. Despite being a mere Tier 4 golem, the Hive Queen's intelligence and ability to summon a vast amount of Tier 3 minions granted her battle powers far surpassing her own realm. Scarlet had just witnessed the Hive Queen using Pale, Agnes, Kate, and even her own children to drain them of their strength, so while she was occupied with eliminating Pale, the Hive Queen cunningly sent her children to engage Cole, leaving his back vulnerable to a sudden and vicious strike. This devastating revelation struck Scarlet to her core. She had always believed only the Bandit Academy had trained mages to be a heart-chilling and cunning assassin, always relying on stealthy, surprise attacks. However, witnessing the Hive Queen's calculated method of eliminating opponents of higher realms and her willingness to sacrifice her own offspring sent a chilling wave through Scarlet, as she struggled to comprehend how the golem thought. As Scarlet focused on the Hive Queen's unnervingly human-like upper body, the presence of the 8 red eyes served as a chilling reminder that she faced not a humanoid, but a golem devoid of emotions. With a piercing shriek, the Hive Queen commanded the swarm of arachnid babies to converge on Scarlet, who gripped her daggers tightly as she braced herself for a life-or-death battle. Though she and Cole had completed their mission, circumstances had taken a frightening turn, as she now faced a formidable and treacherous adversary worse than the initial mission. Now she was drained and weak. The entire crowd at the Colosseum fell into a profound silence, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible, but this silence was justified, for what they were witnessing was nothing short of breathtaking. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that the favored team, the Bandit Academy, would find themselves in such a precarious position against opponents who they were several realms ahead of. In fact, they were not just struggling against the whole of the ordinary team, but a single mage who had barely moved from the chair he had conjured at the beginning of the fight up till now. Alec Gordons had astutely assessed the tempo of the battle, while calmly seated in his stone throne. Alongside him was Sophia, and tightened by their side with folded arms. It was almost unbelievable that any golem path mage would possess 4 golems at the same rank as him, let alone rare golems capable of surpassing their own realms in strength. For the spectators, it felt like they had entered a dreamlike state. At that moment, they no longer cared about the bets they had placed or the potential losses they might incur if the Bandit Academy didn't emerge victorious. All they wanted was to keep their eyes glued to the screen, desperate to see what would unfold next. As the battle approached its climax, the VIP section of the Colosseum witnessed a different scene. The dean of the Bandit Academy fell into complete silence, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth in disbelief. Even the elder from the ancient Blaze clan, who had been sent to observe for flame mages, was stunned by Alec's actions, momentarily forgetting to taunt the dean for his academy's struggles. However, the concept of Alec being able to control so many specialized golems simultaneously was beyond his comprehension. He was aware of a few golem clans that struggled to control just 2 golems. Those who controlled 3 were seen as geniuses, let alone 4. But even if he wasn't currently being ridiculed by the Bandit Academy's dean, the reverberating laughter of the elder from the ancient Zero clan deeply unsettled him. It reminded him of the Zero clan elder's earlier statement. This is just a minor setback. The Bandit team still has Raven and Jack in the match. Those 2 are on a whole different level. As long as they work together, I'm sure they can handle the War God Academy. After all, there is only Alec and that girl remaining, and she won't be a threat as she is only a peak Tier 3 mage. The dean had spoken in defense of his team, responding to the laughter from the Zero clan elder. Deep down, he stubbornly clung to the belief that his team would emerge victorious, as he refused to acknowledge Alec's exceptional talent, choosing to downplay it. Then I would have to call you naive. Up until now, your so-called team has not been able to force Alec into action by himself. That is disappointing. Or do you believe Alec is like most golem mages in the capital, merely commanding their creations from the backlines? Challenged the Zero clan elder as the face of the dean, and the Blaze clan elder changed as they thought of how good Alec combat skills could be. I pity your limited imagination. All I can say is this: Alec Gordons is insanely powerful, and once he joins the battle with his golems, you might be relieved that he's currently have been sitting this one out since, as it would be too embarrassing for your team. The elder from the ancient Zero clan complimented Alec, his unwavering focus on the unfolding events. Being the only one supporting the War God Academy team due to his connection with Pale, he made the decision to stand by them, even though he harbored doubts about Alec's chances once he faced the 2 Tier 5 mages together. But he chose to believe in the letters Pale had written to him about Alec's abnormal strength. Observing Scarlet's preoccupation with battling the Hive Queen and seeing Asher still being harassed by Legion, Raven dismissed the idea of seeking for their assistance. Asher had only survival up until now because of the attributed ability to his wind affinity. He had awoke this at his second awakening, so due to this attached wind element skill, he is enabled to briefly jump through the space barriers for 1 second. His movements were so swift and precise that it seemed as though he was executing small distance teleportation, disappearing at the end of each 1-second interval. Asher's ability to seemingly teleport short distances had always filled him with pride, as he envisioned himself rising through the ranks to become one of the elite assassins of the Bandit Academy. Yet in the face of Legion, his confidence wavered. Legion's mana reserves were vast enough to shoot Asher down, despite his evasive maneuvers. Although he had managed to dodge for a while, he couldn't avoid sustaining injuries. Laser bullets had struck him in multiple places across his body. Bang. Asher attempted another spatial leap, but an explosion erupted after a calculated missile hit, sending a shockwave that hurled him backward. His flight ended abruptly as his back crashed into a tree. Straining to hear over the ringing in his ears, Asher detected the faint sound of footsteps approaching. He turned and struggled to his feet to confront his adversary, only to be met with the butt of a gun smashing into his face. Reeling from the blow, his vision blurred as his eyes refocused. He found himself staring down the barrel of an AR-15 rifle, with Legion poised to pull the trigger. "Sleep tight," Legion's mechanical voice intoned, just before the deafening bang and the bullet that followed piercing Asher's head, as the brilliant white light descended from the sky, enveloping his body, and he vanished just like the others who had been eliminated before him. Raven's expression tightened as he registered the disqualification of all 3 mages accompanying him, with Hive Queen also killing Scarlet after having all her remaining children suck out the weakened Scarlet mana. The difficulty of the match had escalated dramatically, and Raven was now encircled by over 3 golems. Above him loomed Alec, another golem, and Sophia, who stood with her magical staff at the ready. She was puzzled by Alec's insistence on her staying close, but as the battle unfolded, it became clear that Alec always seemed to be 1 step ahead. Raven edged backwards slowly, aiming for the cover of the bushes. His plan was to retreat and regroup with Jack. He believed that a coordinated attack would significantly improve their chances of victory. Before Raven could retreat, fearing the prospect of facing the opposition alone, he noticed Alec signaling to his 3 golems, as they had just finished fighting and were now marching towards the other side of the forest. Alec's orders were clear. They were to confront the captain of the Bandit Academy, Jack, and seize the opposing flag, thereby securing victory for the War God Academy. Do you think I'm that weak? Do you really believe I can't take you down and capture the flag before your golems even reach the other side? Raven challenged, raising his bow and knocking 3 arrows. Alec merely smirked in response. As long as you can't make me move from here, you are indeed weak, Alec taunted. The provocation only fueled Raven's anger as he advanced towards Alec, with none of the three golems in his path again. Determined to make Alec regret his underestimation, Raven released the arrows as he leaped towards the roof. Mid-jump, he saw his arrows sucked into tiny, almost imperceptible shadowy portals. In the next instant, he sensed danger from behind. Three identical portals appeared, and his own arrows, now charged with black lightning, were hurtling back towards him. His gaze flicked from Alec's disinterested expression to Sophia, who had finally made her move, her hand still outstretched. He quickly twisted his body in midair as he narrowly deflected the arrows with the bow, though it was a struggle. But his sense of impending doom spiked before he could land on the castle rooftop. Damn it, he cursed, realizing he had overlooked the other golem standing by Alec's side. In a desperate attempt to lessen the impending blow that he felt, Raven cast a shadow veil around himself. However, as Titan swung his massive mace, Raven's eyes widened in shock. The force of the blow sent him flying, his body carving a swath through the forest as he skidded across the ground, trying to absorb the impact and the resulting shockwave. Raven's mind raced as he assessed his opponent. This one is definitely stronger than the other three. Damn, he's had a golem comparable to Tier 5 mage all along, he thought. But when he lifted his gaze to where Titan had been, he was met with a startling sight. Titan had vanished, replaced by a towering ice spikes. His danger senses screamed at him again, and without fully grasping the situation, Raven instinctively cast the Shadow Sink spell, plunging into the ground. A second later, Titan crashed into the spot where Raven had just stood, and as ice crept across the earth, 7 massive ice golems, each a peak Tier 3, rose from the ground. It was clear to Raven that no matter how swift he was, he couldn't outpace Titan's ambushes. Every attempt to defend felt like it would end with him being crushed. That's why he had opted to flee, using the Shadow Sink spell, wasn't about to repeat his earlier mistake. Bang. As Raven emerged from the shadows, a deafening bang echoed through the air, prompting him to swiftly raise his hand in a desperate attempt to protect his head from the imminent danger. But the Terra sniper bullet intended for his skull tore through his hand bones, narrowly missing its intended target as Raven's raised hand altered its trajectory at the last second. Arg. Raven groaned, the pain pulsating through his injured hand. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what could have happened if the bullet had found its mark in his skull. Glancing towards the rooftop where Sophia and Alex stood, his expression hardened with determination. Reluctantly, Raven had to admit that their underestimation of the War God Academy team had led to their lack of battle formations to combat various situations. Despite outward appearances, their overconfidence had blinded them, as they felt a few Tier 3 and newly advanced Tier 4 mages would be no problem for them. They had approached the fight with a nonchalant attitude, failing to thoroughly investigate the affinities and capabilities of each member in the team, and now the truth revealed itself. Alec possessed incredible power, obliterating 3 of their team members effortlessly. With the simple summoning of his golems, Alec managed to dispatch his foes without even needing to get involved personally. These golems proved to be formidable adversaries, and to exacerbate matters, Sophia emerged as the most vexing member of all. She not only shielded Alec from magical attacks by redirecting them through her portals, but also utilized these portals as offensive tools for Alec. The evidence became clear to Raven as he pondered the trajectory of the bullet that rendered his left hand useless. It hadn't followed a straight path. Instead, it came from the side, and it was launched directly by Alec in a straight pattern. Raven swiftly deduced that whenever Alec attacked, Sophia's small shadow portals facilitated the passage of spells, making it nearly impossible to discern the true source the assault would come from. Sophia could position her portals anywhere within a certain range, making it all the more challenging to pinpoint her portal exact location. The seamless teamwork between Alec and Sophia seemed impenetrable, leaving Raven grappling for a viable solution. His magical attacks were swiftly neutralized by Sophia, while Titan's imposing presence thwarted any attempts at close-quarters combat. In a momentary lapse of focus, Raven's attention shifted from Alec to his left, as he witnessed a fleet of 7 ice golems charging towards him. Wasting no time, he raised his bow, ready to draw the string. However, the throbbing pain in his left hand served as a painful reminder that accurate shooting was no longer possible. Frustration mounting, he threw the bow and dashed towards the oncoming ice golems, swiftly unsheathing a short sword from his waist and gripping it in reverse. With impressive agility, Raven weaved through the golems, causing them to shatter into ice particles with each deft strike. But as he savored his small victory, a hand suddenly pressed against his chest. As realization dawned upon him, Titan had closed in on him without warning. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, aiming at Titan's knee, waist, and culminating with a powerful strike to the Titan's neck. A resounding bang filled the air as black lightning crackled, propelling Titan several feet. Raven's surprise was evident as he gazed at the seemingly indestructible monster before him. Despite exerting his full power, even resorting to the utilization of his black lightning, he had failed to send this peak tier 4 golem soaring. The bafflement gnawed at him as Titan calmly used its hand to readjust its head, instantly reconnecting the shattered ice neck. Mid-tier spell 100 discharge. Unyielding, Raven finally succumbed to frustration, releasing a powerful surge of black lightning that surged towards Titan with unbridled intensity. Though Titan attempted to erect an ice shield in defense, the black lightning proved to be faster, striking its target with remarkable force, flinging the golem into the air. Titan crashed against a tree, his left hand broken and dangling, yet his eyes still blazed with an unwavering gaze as they fixed on the panting Raven. Raven couldn't fathom how Titan had withstood the last attack. He had only used that spell in desperation, as it was an attack he only used as his last resort cause its destructive power was akin to a bomb detonation. Yet Titan had emerged from the assault with nothing more than a broken hand, so Raven's disappointment was palpable as he felt he hadn't even managed to eliminate a golem. You're fortunate it's me you're up against. If you were facing that fiend Oni or the Stoic Legion, you wouldn't have had such an easy time. They would have evaded that attack. I may lack speed, but what I lack in agility, I make up for in endurance and strength, Titan declared. So how do you feel now? Your heart should be ceasing its beat shortly, Titan remarked as he rose to his feet, realigning his left hand with his right. In the next instant, it reattached itself as if it had never been broken. Raven collapsed to his knees, finally noticing the spot where Titan had touched him over his heart. Only now did he perceive the ice that had spread across the area, a seemingly innocuous touch during the heat of battle. But it was a vile strike from Titan. Raven could sense the ice infiltrating his heart. He attempted to summon his mana, but all that emerged was blood from his mouth, which froze before it could even hit the ground. Clutching his chest, Raven felt the ice crystallize his heart. His movement ceased as the frost rapidly propagated throughout his body. Once his heart was encased, the rest of his body was too feeble to resist. And so Raven's body slumped to the ground. But before the ice-encased form of Raven could fall and shatter, a brilliant white light descended from the sky, enveloping him. In that moment he vanished, spirited away from the battlefield. Only Alec, Sophia, and Titan were left remaining. Help me check on them if you can. Ensure that the captain of the Bandit Academy meets a swift end, Alec instructed Titan, who acknowledged with a nod. Titan then began to stride toward the opposite side of the forest, his right hand dragging the massive mace along the ground, leaving a deep trail in its wake. With his left hand, he rotated his neck, the audible crack signaling the restoration of his body's full range of motion. Jack Savage, the captain of Bandit Academy, impatiently awaited the sounds of victory. Confident that his team would emerge triumphant, however, to his dismay, there seemed to be a delay. What a waste of time. They must be having a blast with those losers from the War God Academy if they're taking this long to wrap it up. How I wish I had joined them instead. It would have been more entertaining than this. Now I'm just bored, Jack lamented, stretching his back on the rooftop of the Bandit Academy castle. Their own white flag fluttered above, mirroring how the War God Academy's flag was decorated on the other side. Suddenly, Jack's attention was caught by rustling noises. When he turned, he was greeted by the sight of two unfamiliar golems flying towards him. One had boosters propelling him forward, while the other rode a sleek silver board in the air. Raised eyebrows conveyed Jack's surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter these unknown elements. Just as he tried to process the situation, the Hive Queen burst out of the nearby forest. Her 8 blade-like legs propelled her swiftly to join the other 2 flying golems. What the hell is happening? Why am I being confronted by 3 golems? Wasn't Raven supposed to handle things? Did he let someone slip through? Jack's mind raced with questions as the trio of golems headed towards him. However, fear did not grip him, nor did the thought of his team's potential loss. Hello. We are here to cure your boredom, Legion announced, his robotic face contorting into an evil grin as he raised his customized AR-15 and swiftly pulled the trigger. Ting! Without wasting a moment, Legion unleashed a barrage of laser bullets towards the unprepared Jack. The sound of the bullets filled the air, and in an instant, Jack's expression transformed as he sprinted towards the edge of the rooftop, desperately trying to escape Legion's shooting range. Fuck you. Jack exclaimed, executing a somersault in midair. His hand morphed into massive furry claws and elongated fingers. With the new sharp claws, he swung towards Legion. A long black slash materialized and hurtled towards Legion as Legion deftly moved his gun behind him, seamlessly attaching it to his jetpack. Simultaneously, an iron shield materialized in Jack's left-hand guard as a defensive measure. Bang. The force of the impact sent Legion hurtling back into the dense forest. Jack shifted his attention to Magneto, only to find that he had disappeared from his previous position. Swiftly tilting his head to the side, a sharp silver blade whizzed by. Reacting instinctively, Jack turned with incredible footwork, extending his claws in an attempt to catch Magneto. However, Magneto's hands liquefied and transformed into blade shapes, parrying Jack's attack with his left hand. Undeterred, Magneto countered, plunging by his right hand towards Jack's chest, but Jack swiftly attempted to retreat, but discovered that his legs were bound by webs. Left with no other option, he chose to fully transform. As his stature grew taller, bones popped and crackled as fur enveloped his entire body. Standing before them now was a fully transformed werewolf. Just as the transformation finalized, Jack caught sight of the Hive Queen inching closer to the white flag mere meters away from seizing it. Bloodline skill howl. Jack unleashed a mighty howl, releasing a shockwave that reverberated through his surroundings. The powerful blast sent Magneto flying, although his hoverboard saved him from a disastrous landing. But Jack no longer concerned himself about Magneto again, as he exerted strength in his legs, breaking free from the entangling web. In an instant, he appeared before the Hive Queen, freezing her in place as she laid eyes upon his menacing muzzle. But it was too late for her. Jack swiftly delivered a resounding slap, propelling the Hive Queen into the forest, causing considerable damage to numerous trees in her path. Jack's power had surged exponentially, making him significantly stronger than before. His body radiated a tremendous amount of chi, leaving even the Dean of the Bandit Academy praying fervently. By clasping his hands together and harboring hope that his most talented disciple would somehow emerge victorious against all odds. Enraged, the Hive Queen issued a command to her two minions near the flag to self-destruct, aiming to take Jack down with them. Yet their efforts proved futile. Jack's endurance had reached an entirely new level, rendering explosion of such level merely capable of leaving scratches on his body. Emerging from the forest, Legion reappeared, this time without his rifle. Instead, a bazooka rested casually on his shoulder. "Go to sleep, blockhead," Legion said a taunting remark before he pulled the trigger, igniting the rocket as the projectile soared from the bazooka tube, hurtling towards Jack. Witnessing the weapon heading his way, Jack stretched out his hand confidently, prepared to defend himself. However, upon impact, the force proved to be overwhelming, sending him hurtling off the rooftop. In that moment, Magneto appeared near the flag on top his hoverboard, swiftly snatching it up. "War God Academy wins," the announcement boomed, penetrating the silent and confused crowd that stood by, unsure of what was unfolding before them as they are still in shock. Even Titan, who just emerged from the forest, dragging his mighty mace, was taken aback to see Magneto triumphantly waving the white flag. "Well, I guess you guys didn't need me," he exclaimed, turning to Legion, who had dissembled all that his weapons. "What's with the catchphrase at the end of every big attack? Take a break and start using your spear again, or else I might surpass you in weapon mastery," Titan boasted confidently. "In your dreams. It's just that I have yet to meet a worthy opponent who would make me use my spear," Legion retorted. As the dome covering the middle ring began to retract back into the ground, as Alec quickly unsummoned his golems back, on one side lay the unconscious members of the Bandit Academy, all bearing various injuries. Only Jack remained standing, with a conspicuous hole in his waist. On the side of the War God Academy, everyone except Alec and Sophia also lay unconscious. Alec surveyed his surroundings, realizing in that moment that the Colosseum must undoubtedly be one of those extraordinary artifacts. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such remarkable capabilities. The Colosseum had transported them to another space, and snatching the mages from the jaws of death, mages with healing abilities swiftly rushed into the battle ring, tending to the fallen and unconscious team members. It was then that the crowd remembered to cheer for the War God Academy, although many of them may have lost their bets, but they had just witnessed one of the most significant turning points in the competition. The War God Academy had firmly established itself as a dark horse, leaving the spectators curious about just how far they could go. Alec glanced around, the cheers of the crowd filling him with a sense of happiness, though he remained composed. However, the same couldn't be said for someone on the opposing team. "I'm not done. What cheating method have you employed? I will kill you," Jack exclaimed, dashing towards Alec with his left hand still clutching his bloody wound, while his right hand poised to strike with menacing claws. The referees observed the impending attack but displayed little enthusiasm to intervene or intercept it. Alec snorted, recognizing the blatant bias being displayed by the referees. It was evident that they had never believed the War God Academy would emerge victorious, and realizing that Jack's attack would likely reach him before the referees took action, Alec made a swift decision. He summoned Titan, his only peak Tier 4 golem at the moment. As Titan materialized, he quickly spotted the lunging Jack and swiftly raised the massive mace, aiming it upward. With a powerful swing, the mace made contact with Jack's jaw, causing him to crumple to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, their volume increasing as they began to cheer Alec's name. Only the mages from the Bandit Academy remained disheartened, refraining from joining in the jubilation. Pale's eyes fluttered open as he regained consciousness, and he found himself surrounded by his entire team. A wave of remorse washed over him, prompting him to bow his head and apologize. "I'm sorry we lost. I should have done better," he expressed, feeling responsible for their defeat due to his unconscious state after Scarlet had incapacitated him. Pale was unaware they won and hadn't considered the possibility of their victory. Unaware of the battle's outcome, he could only hear Beatrice's giggles and feel Lucas's hand patting his shoulder. Lucas had a wide grin on his face as he reassured Pale, "You can stop sulking, you poor boy, we won." Despite this revelation, Pale remained genuinely perplexed, contemplating whether he was the target of an elaborate prank. However, his confusion dissipated as he caught sight of a massive water screen suspended high above the Colosseum. The screen displayed highlights from the just concluded fight, revealing how Alec's golems had secured the win. Pale stood there, mouth agape, contemplating how Alec alone had embodied the strength of an entire team. He couldn't believe how he had faltered and even blamed Alec secretly, as he felt that with Alec in the fray, their battle might have been easier. But in that moment, Pale realized the extent to which even he had relied on Alec. "Well, if that's all, it's time for me to collect my earnings," Selene declared with an eccentric laugh, drawing the attention of the entire team. Arthur joined in the laughter until he noticed the burning gaze Alec directed his way. Subdued, Arthur ran with Selene as they both disappeared, their intent to go retrieve their winnings from the betting booth. The whole team were aware now that Arthur betted contrary to Alec's wishes, as he didn't want them knowing. While awaiting Selene and Arthur's return, the introduction for the next match commenced. As they listened, the elder from the Blaze clan and the dean of the Bandit Academy promptly left the VIP section. The dean of the Bandit Academy sought to check on his own team, concerned for their well-being. Despite their loss, he held on to hope that they could still recover by winning the loser bracket and securing a chance to contest again for a spot in the top 8. Meanwhile, the elder from the Zero clan remained, aiming to watch the other matches unfold, as the other important figures started to appear in the VIP section, having initially believed that the first match between what they perceived as a low-level academy and a mid-level academy would be quick and uninteresting, but they all got a shocker. Cause after placing their bets on the Bandit Academy for an easy victory, they were taken aback when they heard the result of the War God Academy's unexpected win. Now they hurriedly made their way to the Colosseum, intrigued by the emergence of the War God Academy as a dark horse. They delved into research, digging deeper to uncover any hidden details about what they had previously considered the weakest team. This newfound curiosity was fueled not only by the unexpected success of the Dark Horse, but also by the historical significance attached to the War God Academy. Every year, there was always a dark horse in the competition, but never before had one garnered such attention. They eagerly sought to unravel the Academy's secrets, particularly intrigued by the mystery surrounding the team. However, despite their efforts, they could only uncover limited information about most of the teams. Those who had fought alongside Alec were simply dismissed, believed to be part of the bench line-up strategically brought in to conceal the true abilities of the main lineup. The team's enigma only fueled their curiosity, leading them to explore potential connections between the team members and their respective clans. And the ones who was truly standing out among them were Lucas and Beatrice, who were identified as members of ancient clans. Upon further investigation, they discovered that most of the team members shared a common surname, Gordons. This prompted an additional search into the Gordons clan, but they were unable to find substantial information, aside from the fact that it was a mid-tier clan residing in Estonia City. As the crowd scrutinized Alec's background, they managed to connect him to the esteemed Blaze clan, which soothed the onlookers' curiosity, as they felt it was uncommon for someone outside the elite clans to possess such formidable strength. This was what they felt made more sense. Despite the murmurs suggesting Alec was an illegitimate member of the Blaze clan, those in the know within the VIP section understood that the Blaze clan had no ties to the young mage. Alec had been nurtured by the Gordons clan and even didn't use flames in the fight, but instead he used certain strategic control of his golems in the battle, and he had resonated with the golem path mages present in the crowd, these mages who was looked down on because their advancement was often slow due to the high costs of golem upgrades, now saw Alec as an inspiration. Just as the captains of the top 8 academies from the previous year had been granted king titles, some golem path mages in the crowd had already coined a nickname for Alec, the Golem King. This moniker was a testament to his exceptional command over his 4 golems, which set him apart from his peers. Simultaneously, a rumor began to circulate that Alec Gordons relied heavily on his golems due to a lack of personal combat skills. This speculation reached Alec where he sat with his team, ready to observe the upcoming battle for strategic insights. Yet Alec dismissed these rumors, seeing no point in revealing his true martial capabilities. He was amused by the conjectures and even welcomed them, believing that any underestimation by future adversaries could work in his favor. As the anticipation built for the next contest, the referee's voice boomed through the Colosseum. For the second match of the day, from the left side, please welcome the mages from the Crimson Rose Academy. Their lineup includes Captain Arya Bloodthorn, a mid-tier 5 mage vice Captain Ethan Ashbourne, a low-tier 5 mage along with their teammates Seraphina Nightshade and Tristan Stormrider, both low-tier 5 mages, and Maria Darkbliss, at the peak of tier 4. Despite the announcement, only a handful of the Gordon's clan members showed any reaction along with the crowd. Their reaction for the upcoming match wasn't solely due to the power demonstrated by the Crimson Rose Academy. Rather, it stemmed from the mention of a particular individual who hailed from the same hometown as them. The prospect of seeing someone they knew filled them with joy and anticipation. Alec glanced at Maria as she emerged with the rest of her teammates, a faint smile playing on his lips. Memories of their involvement together in the Blood Moon War resurfaced in his mind. While their interaction had left a slight impression on him, they were not particularly close. Nonetheless, Alec wished her well, knowing they shared a common bond as fellow residents of the same city. And from the opposing team, representing one of the esteemed Great 8 academies, hailing from the right corner, we have the Bloodline Academy, the referee announced, sparking a newfound level of interest among the crowd. As soon as the crowd learned that one of the Great 8 academies from the previous year would be competing, the cheers escalated to an unprecedented level. The atmosphere was electric, surpassing the excitement that had greeted the introduction of the Crimson Rose Academy. The mage leading them into this match is their vice-captain, Damien Soren, a high-tier 5 mage, accompanied by his sister, Carmilla Soren, also a high-tier 5 mage. Following them are Soren Dragonmere, a low-tier 5 mage, Connor Lupus, a low-tier 5 mage, and finally Kira Nightfang, a low-tier 5 mage, the referee announced, prompting the crowd to erupt into cheers once more as the members of the Bloodline Academy was listed. As expected of one of the Great 8 academies, they're always keen to flaunt their formidable strength, a spectator commented. Why shouldn't they show off? They have the credentials and the capability, but it seems they're looking down on the Crimson Rose Academy by not even fielding their captain, another person retorted. What's all this talk about? Bloodline Academy isn't like Bandit Academy, who couldn't secure a victory against a fallen academy like War God Academy. Even with their best lineup, Bloodline Academy represents the pinnacle of elite geniuses. They placed third in last year's rankings, a third person chimed in. They are far superior to the Crimson Rose Academy. Just compare their realms, and you would realize that every member of Bloodline Academy is a tier 5 mage. They're so confident that they're fielding 3 members of their reserves. If you ask me, this battle will be over much quicker than anticipated. Another individual joined the conversation, offering his perspective on the situation. Alec, who had been eavesdropping with his acute hearing, found himself intrigued by the prospect of witnessing Bloodline Academy's strategy unfold. Their confidence in holding back most of their main team and keeping their captain out of the spotlight was reminiscent of his own tactics with the War God Academy lineup by concealing the true capabilities of the main hitters of his team, while positioning himself to absorb all the attacks. However, while Alec had chosen to reveal his own abilities as the captain to create an aura of mystery around his team, Bloodline Academy had taken a different approach by deploying their vice-captain instead. This move, supported by their reserves, signaled to Alec the value of having strong team members he could depend on. As he reflected on this, the referee concluded his announcement. Now, with the introductions complete, I declare the second match of today to begin, the referee exclaimed. As the dome cover of the Colosseum began to ascend, shielding the mages of the 2 academies about to engage in combat. As in the first fight, the environment transformed into a forest with castles at either end. The coins in the mages' hands levitated, morphing into their respective academy flags and embedding themselves atop the castle roofs. From his vantage point outside, Alec could finally observe the battle as a spectator rather than a participant. He had to admit that the Veil Dome, which displayed the action like a screen, was far more advanced than any HD television he had encountered in his former world. It was incredibly lifelike. Once deployed, the members of Bloodline Academy displayed a relaxed demeanor, in stark contrast to the serious attitude of the Crimson Rose Academy, whose top 4 mages cautiously advanced into the forest in formation. Maria Darkbliss was left behind to guard their flag, equipped with a flare to signal the team in case of danger. Meanwhile, the members of Bloodline Academy were still in discussion. So, who's going to go and who's going to stay? I can't wait behind. I really want to see some blood splashing, Carmilla exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the mere thought of bloodshed. Then who's going to stay behind? Because I really want to fight too, Connor argued, clashing with Carmilla to the point where their bickering became mere noise, prompting Damien to intervene. You all keep bickering about who will go and who won't, but the reality is that none of you will get the chance to face the mages from the Crimson Rose Academy, Damien said, nonchalantly cleaning his ears to show his detached attitude. What do you mean we won't get a chance to face the Crimson Rose Academy? Carmilla immediately questioned her brother, whose face then broke into a sly smile. Our Captain Draken wants us to keep our abilities under wraps as much as possible. He observed the previous match while you all were relaxing and had a stroke of inspiration. So he has decided that if we're to win, it should be with only one person participating and doing so flawlessly. And I think we all know that I'm the only one reliable enough to take down all 5 members of the opposing team flawlessly, Damien explained, his innocent smile morphing into a confident smirk. So see you all when our victory is announced, Damien said with a casual wave over his shoulder to his teammates as he strode into the forest. Outside, the crowd was already in a frenzy, bewildered by Bloodline Academy's bold strategy of sending just one mage against the Crimson Rose Academy. Meanwhile, the ladies in the crowd were swooning over Damien's handsome, pale face as he walked into the forest with his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. His academy uniform was tailored to perfection, featuring red-colored trims on the dark blue fabric. With his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, he exuded an effortlessly cool vibe, his entire presence radiating charisma. The 4-member team of the Crimson Rose Academy finally encountered Damien, who was approaching them alone. This put them on high alert as they scanned their surroundings, trying to discern where the rest of his teammates might be hiding. Despite their vigilant search, their eyes revealed nothing, leaving them to face Damien, who stood confidently before them, alone. You don't need to worry about anyone else showing up, I assure you that I'm all you'll be facing. So let's get this started, bring it on, Damien said, removing his right hand from his pocket just to gesture for them to come at him. The captain of the Crimson Rose Academy, Arya, stared at Damien in disbelief, her entire team taken aback as they realized why they had failed to detect any mana movement other than Damien's. Not only has your academy underestimated us by not fielding your best, but you also seek to humiliate us by coming here alone. Do you really think that just because you're from one of the great 8 academies, you're unbeatable? Arya said, her body trembling with rage and her irises blazing red. She charged at Damien, who still had one hand casually in his pocket. As she closed in on him, she stomped her right foot on the ground to leverage her position for more power and thrust her fist forward, unleashing her full might. Her entire body became enveloped in flames as she launched herself at Damien. A massive flaming fist materialized and collided with him. Bang. A thunderous explosion echoed as the flaming fist tore through the trees. Arya waited anxiously for the smoke to dissipate, hoping that, at the very least, her all-out strike had inflicted some damage on him. But she wasn't the only one in suspense. The entire crowd was on edge, eager to see the outcome. They believed the fight wouldn't end easily like that, yet Arya's attack had completely engulfed their aloof Prince Damien, leaving the audience divided in their expectations. On the other hand, Alec's eyes were wide open as he observed the way Arya had executed the fiery fist and flames aura simultaneously. It seemed to him that she had used the flame aura to enhance the fiery fist, resulting in its impressive size. Alec had never attempted to combine his flame aura with any other spells, except when casting a flame slash, however. Witnessing this display sparked an idea in his mind. As the smoke finally cleared, Arya was surprised to see Damien smirking at her. He appeared unscathed, with only a few disheveled strands of hair and a small scratch on the left side of his face. I don't believe the mages of the Great 8 Academies are invincible, I just believe I'm invincible, Damien said, but Arya was too preoccupied with examining the material of his uniform to pay much attention to his words. Suddenly, Damien seemed to materialize in front of her, his outstretched hand moving to clamp down on her throat. It seems you've finally realized that I'm wearing Tier 5 spirit clothes engraved with defensive and protection runes, so you'll need more than a weak blow to hurt me, Damien said as he closed in on her, almost strangling her. Taken aback by his sudden appearance, Arya swiftly deflected Damien's hand with her left hand, feeling a surge of anger at him as he was still attacking with one hand, determined to subdue him. She shouted, "Don't hold back. Beat this arrogant mage." Before unleashing a side kick, however, Damien effortlessly sidestepped her attack, a smug smile playing on his lips as he attempted to grip her neck with his right hand again. But a massive earth wall suddenly materialized between them, but Damien's fingers still pierced through it as if it were no obstacle. His confidence and charisma enchanted the ladies in the crowd every time he flashed his signature smile. Mid-tier spell Earthen Spikes. Vice Captain Ethan cast a spell to keep Damien distracted from going after Arya, as he sent out his earth mana to the ground, causing it to rumble and crack, followed by the sudden emergence of sharp, earthen spikes shooting upward with force. The spikes of solid earth emerged rapidly, attempting to impale an unprepared Damien, causing him to leap into the air. However, Seraphina was already waiting for him there, her wings of light propelling her upward as her sword emitted a luminous glow. She swung at Damien's back as he approached, sending him back to the ground. Just as he was about to land, a large tidal wave controlled by Tristan slammed him into numerous trees. The four of them displayed a level of teamwork not seen since the tournament began, showing the crowd a different approach to fights. However, they knew it wasn't over yet, as no white light had struck down to remove Damien's body, indicating that Damien was still alive. I have to admit, you're all a little more difficult than I expected. Damien's voice reached them before he appeared before their eyes. But come on, is that all you have? I'm bored now and playtime is over. Damien finally appeared before them, looking good as new except for a few tears on his uniform and more bruises. Now he was no longer using just one hand, as a small, ancient-looking dagger rested in his left hand, causing the four members of the Crimson Rose Academy to tense, thinking he was going to come after them with the blade. However, that never happened. Instead, he stretched his right hand forward and cut himself in the palm. Please allow me to show you what it means to be a member of the Great 8 Academies, Damien said as the dagger disappeared, and his blood started to float around him, defying gravity. His eyes had now turned a deep, menacing red, and his fingers had elongated significantly. Sanguis impetus, Damien intoned in Latin, and the drops of blood swirling around him coalesced into large blades, hurtling toward the four members of the Crimson Rose Academy. In response, they cast various defensive spells to shield themselves. In a blink, Damien materialized behind Tristan, driving his sharp claws into his chest and wrenching out his heart. His blood drawn out of his body by an unknown force, his blood swirled around Damien, with his right hand stained crimson as he clutched the lifeless heart. With Tristan's blood, he now had more ammunition for his attacks. A white light flashed and enveloped Tristan's body, and when he vanished, the heart Damien held disappeared, prompting him to shake his head in frustration. The remaining members of the Crimson Rose Academy were both shocked and incensed. While they wouldn't truly die within the Colosseum space, they would still endure excruciating pain and sustain injuries. And Arya recognized that Damien was far more powerful than them, capable of easily dispatching Tristan, but the fact that he had chosen such a method made her realize that behind his handsome face lay a maniac. They stood rooted to the ground, uncertain of how to proceed. They couldn't defeat Damien, and they certainly couldn't contend with the remaining four mages defending the flag. In that moment, Damien's image seemed to loom larger, but Arya refused to give up, as she charged forward, wielding massive fireballs in both hands, hurtling them toward Damien before closing the distance. Damien ran towards her, matching her pace as he extended his hand, and two blades crafted from blood sliced through the fireballs, causing another explosion. Undeterred, he slid beneath the blast, closing in on her without hesitation. She attempted to unleash an ultra-sized fiery fist once more, but the blood swirling around Damien coalesced into a blood shield, thwarting her attack. While Seraphina ascended into the skies again, her sword blazed with a radiant light element, while Ethan dashed into the fray to aid Arya in battling Damien. Ethan aimed a direct kick at Damien, seeking to propel him toward Arya, but Damien deftly contorted his body in an unconventional manner, swiping his hand and unleashing a barrage of blood slashes from the blood pool surrounding him, forcing Ethan to retreat and defend against the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity presented by his unorthodox balance, Arya attempted to sweep Damien off his feet with a low kick, but he executed a somersault, evading her attack and then directing blood tendrils toward her. Despite her attempts to incinerate the tendrils, they deftly evaded her assault and ensnared her, immobilizing her. Damien then performed a series of hand signs with his right hand, causing the blood tendrils to sprout spikes that pierced Arya's skin, draining her of blood. Simultaneously, the wounds and bruises he had sustained in the battle, along with the deep cut in his right hand, rapidly healed, leaving Arya pale and weakened as she collapsed to her knees. Arya, Ethan shouted, hurling a massive boulder toward Damien, who promptly erected another blood wall, deflecting the projectile. However, reinforcing the blood wall significantly depleted the blood surrounding him. I need a refill, Damien muttered. As Seraphina thrust her sword toward him, he effortlessly deflected her luminous blade with his left hand and then drove one of his right claws into her neck. Seraphina retaliated by casting a light beam, temporarily blinding him before retreating to Ethan's side. At the moment, Arya remained bound and unable to break free, while Seraphina was injured, and Ethan was visibly fatigued from repelling the last attack. Damien raised the finger that had pierced Seraphina's neck to his mouth, savoring her blood with closed eyes and a blissful expression. Sweet, now kill him, Damien commanded after consuming her blood. In that instant, Ethan felt a sense of foreboding as Seraphina, who stood beside him, swung her sword horizontally behind her, aiming to sever Damien's head. Mid-tier spell Aquas. Ethan was forced to reveal his second elemental affinity as he cast the upgraded version of the water barrier spell, deflecting and repelling Seraphina's attack. Seizing the opportunity, he locked eyes with her and noticed that her pupils were a pure, ominous red. Ethan couldn't fathom how Damien had managed to bring Seraphina under his control, but he quickly realized he was at a significant disadvantage, particularly if Damien decided to join the onslaught he was currently fending off. Ethan restrained himself, not wanting to seriously injure Seraphina just because she was under Damien's control, yet she showed no such hesitation. Her light blade was faster as she clashed against his stone fists and sliced through his earth spikes with ease, as if cutting through butter. As both Ethan and Seraphina unleashed their martial skills to the max, Ethan disregarded Damien, deducing that he wasn't going to intervene since he seemed content observing the battle like a spectator. Ethan felt slighted by this, but he was fully aware that he was far less powerful than Damien. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, not from Ethan and Seraphina's clash, but from Damien, who had been struck by a massive firebomb set off by Arya. Ethan's attention was diverted toward her, and he saw that she had finally broken free from the blood tendrils that had ensnared her. Her body was riddled with small wounds from which blood seeped out, a gruesome sight. Yet Arya stood resolute, adopting a boxer's stance. Even as Damien emerged from the blast radius with a rare look of surprise on his face, he hadn't anticipated her deciphering the secrets of his blood tendrils' spell and escaping. Despite the surprise attack, Damien was unharmed, but that came at a cost as the blood pool around him had been completely depleted, and he no longer had any blood orbiting him. It seems you haven't learned your lesson. You should have accepted the easy death I had arranged for you, considering my reluctance to kill women in a gruesome manner. But since you're so insistent on a terrible end, be my guest, Damien said. His words seemed to carry a heavy weight, instilling fear in both Arya and Ethan. They exchanged worried glances, concerned about his next move. However, they found some solace in the fact that the blood pool, which had acted like an ammo for his magical moves, was now depleted. However, everything changed when Damien began making peculiar hand signs, mid-bloodline skill blood spikes. Damien recited the incantation slowly, causing each phrase to reverberate in their minds. Recognizing Arya's exhaustion, Ethan swiftly moved to disrupt Damien's casting, realizing that Arya was in no condition to defend herself. Unfortunately, in his determination, Ethan briefly forgot that Seraphina was no longer their ally, as he inadvertently exposed his back to her, making himself vulnerable to a direct strike. Arya's body trembled, her eyes bulging as she sensed a foreign presence had infiltrated her body. It sought to manipulate her blood, but despite her attempts to expel it using her mana, her efforts proved futile. After 5 seconds of fighting with the invasive force, spikes made from her own blood began to protrude from her body. One of them impaled her heart as it made its way out, causing her to resemble a porcupine with the enlarged blood spikes jutting out of her body. As the light in Arya's eyes gradually dimmed, the Colosseum's bright lights flickered once more and enveloped her body, making Arya vanish from sight. Damien turned his attention to the remaining 2 individuals only to find Ethan injured on the ground, and Seraphina trembling, her blood-stained sword no longer emitting its previous gleam. Seraphina couldn't recall anything that had transpired. Ethan gazed at her as he realized she didn't strike Own, and he noticed that the color of Seraphina's eyes had returned to normal, indicating that she was no longer under Damien's control. However, in that moment, Ethan had lost all motivation to resist after witnessing Arya's defeat. Despite my blood aura enhancing your strength and speed for that long, you still couldn't eliminate him before breaking free from my control. You are truly worthless, Damien sneered as he retrieved a small gin flask from the inner pocket of his uniform. He leisurely uncorked the flask, perplexing the crowd who wondered why he would want to drink in the middle of a battle, but instead of consuming the liquid inside, Damien poured its contents onto the ground. Blood gushed forth from the flask, spreading around him and forming a larger pool than the one created when he killed Tristan. Expressions of grim determination crossed the faces of the other Academy teams watching. They quickly discarded their previous ideas of how they would restrain Damien if they were unlucky to meet him, realizing their earlier assumptions of his abilities were mere foolish illusions. They had believed that if they could prevent him from spilling blood, he would be limited to his own blood, which he seems to avoid wasting, his physical abilities, and the defense provided by his Academy Spirit Equipment uniform. Yet in this moment, they realized the extent of their narrow thinking. Never had it occurred to them that Damien would enter the arena with his own source of blood, bypassing their assumptions. The flask confirmed their suspicions that it was some form of spatial artifact capable of storing liquid. Damien had utilized the flask to store blood, which now emanated a dangerous aura as it pulsed and throbbed like a heartbeat around him, tinged with streaks of black. The sight of such a vast pool of blood floating behind him made onlookers question how many lifeforms' blood he had managed to collect within it. Low bloodline skill blood needle. Damien unleashed another spell, sending 7 elongated blood needles hurtling toward both Ethan and Seraphina. Seraphina skillfully deflected the needles and retreated back into the air with light wings, but Ethan wasn't as lucky. He dealt with the grim reality as the 7 blood needles pierced his vital area size, heart, and other internal organs, draining his blood until the bright light flashed and whisked Ethan's body away. The 7 blood needles, now saturated with Ethan's blood, ascended into the sky, as they had turned pure black and vibrated with increased intensity as they sped toward Seraphina, who was still fending off her own set of 7 needles. The needles, now faster after absorbing Ethan's blood, moved in a blur, and in the next instant they replicated their previous action, piercing Seraphina. The additional 7 needles she had been fending struck her as well, hastening her demise as the light flashed once more, removing her body from the scene. A hush fell over the spectators as they watched Damien effortlessly command the needles with a mere gesture of his right hand, as they executed his will with precision. The 14 blood needles returned to him, but now 7 of them were not only black but also longer. The other teams took note, realizing that with each kill, the blood needles grew in strength. As they quickly recorded this new threat, the thought that Damien was merely a vice captain sent shivers down the spines of the teams observing. They now understood why the ranks of the Great 8 Academy were rarely changed, as beads of sweat formed on their brows at the realization of the formidable power they were witnessing. Damien leisurely approached the castle where Maria Darkbliss stood guard. "I surrender. You can have the flag," Maria declared before Damien even made a move. Your entire team fought to the death, displaying such determination even in the face of certain defeat, but now you are giving up so easily, Damien questioned, surprised by Maria's contrasting behavior compared to the rest of her team. He had expected Maria to put up a fight, to make things interesting for him. Even if she was the weakest, however, her emotions were hidden behind the veil covering her face, leaving Damien unable to gauge her true reaction. "You are not the one I wanted to fight against. I made that clear when I joined the team, and they were fine with it, so just take the flag, as I won't stop you," Maria responded, her words piquing Damien's curiosity. "In that case, I'll be watching. I hope you get to face the person you're interested in. I want to see if they are on my level, or if this is just a bluff," Damien mentioned, as a colossal hand made of blood emerged to retrieve the flag from the castle roof. With the announcement of the Bloodline Academy's victory echoing throughout the Colosseum, the one-man show battle came to a conclusion. Selene, Alec, and the rest of the team made their way back to the inn after the battle between the Bloodline Academy and the Crimson Rose Academy. The matches for the day had concluded, with another round set to take place the following day. As they walked, the team engaged in a discussion about the significance of securing a qualification to enter the top 8 rankings. 16 academies had been invited, with 8 based on the previous rankings and another 8 added to complete the lineup. This meant they would have to challenge the Great 8 to earn a spot. While his teammates were filled with jubilation and a little celebration, Alec's thoughts lingered on what he had witnessed in the Colosseum. The power and skills showcased by Damien were enough to qualify him as peak Tier 5 mages, even though he had not officially reached that realm. Alec couldn't help but recognize that Damien's execution of blood magic was on an entirely different level, making him think towards his master, who also had an out-of-world affinity with Earth element. Furthermore, Alec realized that Damien had always been holding back, revealing only a fraction of his true strength. This realization led Alec to classify him as a mage with a low Tier 6 combat power. Sighing, he came to understand why Selene had doubted their chances of even surviving in the competition. A stroke of luck had led them to face the Bandit Academy, which proved to be a relatively straightforward opponent compared to the formidable Bloodline Academy. It was this victory that gave them a sense of accomplishment. "What a drag," Alec unknowingly voiced his frustration aloud, as he thought of the challenges he was bound to face. "Exciting, isn't it?" Selene asked with enthusiasm as they finally arrived at the inn and entered. "Yeah, it's definitely exciting, but what's up with the power levels of those mages from the Bloodline Academy? It's almost as if they are several years ahead of us. How can first-year students possess such strength?" Alec questioned. Despite the advantages he had gained from his system, Alec always recognized that there was undoubtedly someone out there stronger, but after witnessing Damien's power, Alec knew he would have no chance against him. Even if he believed that he had a shot at victory by elevating all his golems to the Tier 5 realm, he discarded that thought upon realizing that Damien carried his own blood supply. Alec felt an unparalleled desire for power. After all, everything he had witnessed was merely a glimpse of one man's abilities, so he started to wonder how formidable the entire Bloodline Academy main team would be. Alec looked confused, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Seleni's words. Sensing his confusion, Selene clarified, the cream of the crop, the most talented geniuses, tend to choose the top 8 academies, only because they have this better opportunities for nurturing and faster growth that the high and the ancient tier clans had provided, while other academies often have to make do with less exceptional mages. Now imagine an academy with abundant resources housing the best talents, cultivating in the most fertile grounds. That's how they create the best and strongest mages, Selene elaborated. Well, what's next for us? Alec inquired. Selene continued, informing him, our fate will be decided after the first round ends in 4 days. The 8 teams that emerge victorious will be ranked based on their performance, while the last ranked team will have to compete against the winner of the loser's bracket. Only by defeating them can we officially rank as one of the top 8 teams, and another level of competition will commence. The way you say it makes it seem like you already know we will be ranked last, Beatrice questioned. Well, that's because this team is clearly the weakest in Realm, and I'm sure they will take full advantage of that to push us to the bottom rank, especially since the War God Academy doesn't even have an executive-level personnel to defend us in such situations, Selene explained, a smile on her face that puzzled the others, as it almost seemed as if she was enjoying the challenge they were facing. The team members went their separate rooms, each with their own agenda after the intense experiences they had just gone through in the Colosseum. There is a training room in the basement. You should check it out when you have some free time, Selene suggested to Alec as he began walking away. He paused for a moment, nodded in her direction, and then continued back to his room. He was eager to explore something he had been anticipating. Selene had only mentioned the training room because she felt Alec was somewhat lazy and believed he could become even stronger if he were a bit more serious. While she acknowledged his existing strength, she believed he had the potential to surpass his current self if he dialed back on his sleeping habits. Though cultivators could go without sleep for extended periods, Selene had observed that Alec always found time to rest, even going to bed a day before the competition began. Little did she know the challenges Alec faced during his sleep. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have been so insistent on changing his sleeping patterns. The rest of the team fell into deep contemplation, acknowledging their own shortcomings before immersing themselves in cultivation to surpass their previous selves, as some of them still have cultivation pills. They didn't want to waste a single second, especially in the capital, where the concentration of mana was twice as pure. The night reached with the team diligently cultivating, except for Alec, as he was eagerly awaiting a countdown to reach 0, when he read the mid-rank scrolls given to him by both his master and the dean the day before. The system had presented him with an option, decipher and assimilate the fire element spell scroll for 10,000 system points YN. Decipher and assimilate the earth element spell scroll Terran's version for a total of 50,000 system points YN. His breath caught in his throat as he realized he would have to spend yet another set of system points. However, he understood that Terran's version of the earth spell had been significantly altered, containing multiple mid-tier elemental spells, and that's why its value worth so much. With that in mind, he quickly made the payment, anticipating a swift understanding of the spell. However, to his surprise, a 24-hour countdown timer appeared, causing Alec to wait patiently, eager to harness the power of mid-rank spells. As he believed that adding them to his arsenal would elevate his combat power to an entirely new level, he could already envision the change in his teammates' expressions when they discovered his ability to comprehend a mid-tier spell after just 24 hours of study. Suddenly, a soft chime rang out, signaling the end of the 24-hour period. Alec marveled at the thorough organization of the spells he had read, however. When he saw Boulder Toss spell, his interest waned, as it seemed redundant to him as he could already achieve something similar by combining his earth mana with gravity manipulation. On the other hand, spells like Rock Fangs, that was created by his master, and Petrify, which is reputed to be the most challenging mid-tier spell to master, intrigued Alec. He sensed that choosing either of those spells would lead to surprising developments. Nevertheless, he made the decision to synchronize with Flame Wheels first, as it was the only flame-based mid-tier spell on the list, and Alec saw no reason to delay. Confirming his choice, the synchronization process began. Synchronizing complete. As expected, Alec found himself transported to another realm. He stood amidst a tranquil atmosphere, with a serene calmness that made him have the feeling of standing atop water. Familiar with this situation from the previous synchronization, Alec decided to wait patiently for the appearance of the mage who would guide him further. To his delight, the mage's body materialized before him, and he was able to remember the mage. However, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The astral form of the mage froze the moment their gaze met. Night had fallen, and Selene resumed her responsibility of shielding the team members' auras, concealing their unusual mana fluctuations. A genuine smile graced her face as she sensed a surge of power emanating from three distinct sources. Even without extending her mental energy to check on them, Selene could accurately predicted the breakthroughs was achieved by Agnes, Knight, and Sophie. The effectiveness of the pills shared by Alec with his team surpassed even Selene's expectations. As she was witnessing them go through their second awakenings, almost they broke through, instantly filled her with pleasant surprise. Selene's gaze swept across Pale's room, taking in the sight of him levitating in the air amidst the presence of unusual dark ice particles. Unlike the typical blue ice associated with the ice element, this shade appeared different to Selene. However, she decided to let Pale figure it out himself, since he seemed to have awakened a variant of ice powers. The thought crossed her mind that the ancient Zero clan might want to withdraw him from the War God Academy to personally nurture his new unique abilities. But she pushed aside these musings, as she hoped that in such a situation, Pale would make the decision that was truly best for him. Despite this, Selene sensed another burst of mana fluctuations from both Luca's and Beatrice's rooms, so she split her mana energy, directing it towards both rooms. In Luca's room, she observed him floating as he was experiencing a second awakening. Not only that, but his aura had completely transformed. Selene was quick to recognize that he had reached the pinnacle of the Tier 4 Mage realm. The expression of shock on her face would have been priceless to those who knew her as an arrogant and formidable lady. Shifting her attention to Beatrice, Selene's relief washed over her when she realized that her roommate was not undergoing a second awakening or experiencing a breakthrough. However, doubts began to fill her mind as she had been certain she had sensed an aura of breakthrough from Beatrice's room. Withdrawing the half-strand of mental energy connected to Luca's room, Selene redirected it towards Beatrice's room. Seeking clarity, Selene desired visual confirmation of the room, and half-strand of her mental energy could only detect the primary target and relay feedback without providing images. However, with both half-strands connected, she would be able to truly see what was transpiring in Beatrice's room. After a few seconds, the both half of mental strand connected, granting Selene visual access to Beatrice's room. To her surprise, she discovered Beatrice sitting and channeling the residual energy she had gotten from the cultivation pills towards both her crocodile puppet and her human puppet, as she finally noticed where the breakthrough energy came from. The realization dawned on Selene as to why Beatrice had never managed to surpass the mid-tier 4 realm, despite her superior talent compared to Luca's. It was because, after reaching the mid-tier 4 mage realm, Beatrice had chosen to transfer the remaining energy into the bodies of both puppets, refining and pushing them to the next stage, while she remained in the mid-tier 4 mage realm. At that very moment, both the human puppet and the crocodile puppet were emitting a formidable tier 5 aura, causing Selene to be taken aback by their unexpected growth. She felt with their breakthrough, the team now possessed the equivalent of 2 additional tier 5 battle forces within their ranks. Beatrice's ability to elevate their cultivation levels in this manner was due to the fact that the living puppets were connected to her. However, if Selene ever wanted to upgrade the realm of her spider puppet, she would need to utilize different wood materials for its construction and overlay a new Tier 5 puppet runes onto its core before it could advance into the Tier 5 realm smoothly. The process was not as straightforward as the living puppets, since they could cultivate on their own before being turned into a puppet. Beatrice was able to share residual energy from her cultivation into them, making it easier for her to raise the living puppet's cultivation level. The main challenge just lied in rewriting the puppet runes in their consciousness to align with their new realm. Fortunately, Beatrice's genius in puppetry allowed her to engrave the Tier 5 runes, granting her control over her human puppet and the crocodile puppet, which were now in the Tier 5 realm, despite her status as a Tier 4 mage. Am I hallucinating, or is this really happening? Just a few days ago, we had a ragtag team comprised mostly of Tier 3s and a handful of Tier 4s. But then everything shifted dramatically when Alec introduced those pills. He must be some kind of savior. Only God knows how he acquired such valuable resources. Wait, let me check on him. With that thought, Selene projected her mental energy toward Alec's room, only to discover that he was sound asleep in his bed. She face-palmed herself and muttered, "What was I expecting? This lazy captain I've chosen just won't change anytime soon, I suppose." Alec observed as the eyes of the astral projection underwent a transformation. In that moment, he felt a peculiar pressure emanating from the figure before him. It wasn't the typical pressure that stemmed from someone being stronger. It was a deeper sense of power that made Alec feel insignificant, like a mere speck of dust that could be easily brushed away if he wasn't cautious. "You punk, this is the second time you've awakened a sliver of my consciousness. How are you able to summon me to this space?" Solara questioned, his words throwing Alec off guard. This wasn't following the script that Alec had anticipated. According to the plan, the astral projection of the mage was supposed to introduce himself and proceed with demonstrating the fire wheel spell, imprinting every muscle movement and detail into Alec's memory to help him grasp the spell completely. However, no matter how Alec tried to explain the situation, it felt as if the real creator of the spell had taken over the astral projection. "Don't just stand there, punk. Tell me, are you a student of the War God Academy?" Solara pressed further, his expression growing fierce. In that moment, Alec sensed that answering incorrectly might result in harm befalling him in an instant. With caution, Alec lightly nodded his head, preparing himself for whatever might transpire. However, he noticed the mage's body relaxing as he glanced down. Following the mage's gaze, Alec realized he was staring at his navy-colored student badge engraved with the words Captain Rank. "Would you look at that? You must be a genius, entering the Captain rank at the Tier 4 Mage realm," Solara exclaimed. But Alec had no interest in correcting him and revealing that he had actually achieved the Captain rank while he was still in the Tier 3 Mage realm, since he had noticed that the mage in front of him had a tendency to shift moods abruptly without warning. "Well, since you are a disciple of the War God Academy, that would explain how you were able to get your hands on 2 of my handwritten spells. But it's still a bit disappointing to think that you have been rewarded with 2 of my spells. It makes me feel like I'm not so special after all." Solara continued to blabber on as Alec simply stared at him, showing no interest in interrupting. Alec was aware that there was a time limit to their synchronizing, but he didn't dare to complain in front of the mage. Even if the mage before him didn't intend it, Alec still felt the weight of the pressure on him, as it seemed that the moment the mage possessed the astral projection changed everything. "Who is your instructor?" Mad Dog suddenly questioned, taking Alec by surprise. Alec looked at him with a perplexed expression, but seeing Solara raise his eyebrows, Alec spoke without waiting for him to repeat the question. "Well, it's Terran Dunce." Alec's voice seemed to thin out towards the end of the sentence as he mentioned his master's name. He was well aware that Terran wasn't exactly the type of role model one could be proud of mentioning outside. As Terran had managed to make enemies out of almost every instructor in the academy, he likely only had drinking buddies and acquaintances from the punishment halls. Alec had been cautious when revealing Terran's name, unsure if Terran had made an enemy of the man standing before him. However, the moment he mentioned Terran, the immense pressure Alec had been feeling magically disappeared. "Ha ha, that other punk finally got himself a disciple who won't die. That means if you are that punk's disciple, then you are my grand disciple." Solara words left Alec thoroughly confused, as he recalled that his master's master had always been referred to as Mad Dog, but seeing the genuine, gentle smile on the mage's face, Alec couldn't quite reconcile the name with the face before him. "Well, judging from your expression, I suppose you only know me by my title name, Mad Dog of the War God Mage Academy. Don't be too surprised, it's really me. I earned that name due to a certain aspect of my abilities being related to dogs," Mad Dog explained. "As much as I can't comprehend how you've managed to summon a part of my consciousness here twice, I do believe there is some higher power at work, trying to urge me to teach you the fire wheel spell," Mad Dog continued, and Alec realized he might be referring to the system. Alec could already imagine that the system wasn't pleased with someone intruding on the guidance it was supposed to provide to Alec. "But don't worry, I think I've found a way around this higher powers loophole. As long as I teach you the spell, nothing will happen. However, I must confess, although I wrote the spell, it was not created by me," Mad Dog admitted. "Then who did?" Alec questioned. "I can't just tell you like that, but he executed the move in front of me, and from what I remember, I wrote about it and created many sub-spell based on my understanding of his technique. But as your Grand Master, I want to give you a gift. I won't teach you my version, but rather I'll allow you to experience the main version that I witnessed yourself," Mad Dog said, extending his index and middle fingers to touch Alec's forehead. As soon as their fingers made contact, Alec felt his head on the verge of bursting, his eyes rolled to the back, and he trembled uncontrollably. When the trembling ceased, he realized he had been transported somewhere else, and both he and Mad Dog were levitating. Below him, he saw a battlefield, and ahead of him was a mage who bore a striking resemblance to Mad Dog, just a bit younger, and this younger version was leading other mages, all clad in the uniform of the War God Mage Academy, but they appeared defeated, with some missing limbs, and hovering above them was a dragoniac with an elongated tail. Alec's mind was flooded with memories of the dragoniac race, the same race that Hadriel, the blindfolded genius, belonged to, as he remembered how a deep an impression Hadriel left on him. However, the dragoniac flying above the mages below emitted an aura indicating the peak of the Tier 9 realm. It was incredibly intimidating, and its seemingly impenetrable golden scales added to the effect, as the air around him seems to be breaking down from pure force. "This is one of my memories from the past. Just watch, it was supposed to be an impossible mission to stop a royal dragoniac from wreaking havoc on a city close to the capital till reinforcement came. Mad Dog mentioned, prompting Alec to look up and notice that the moon above was a pure shade of red, and it dawned on him that this memory must have occurred during a blood moon war. Alec wondered about the tremendous strength of the dragoniac, who had ventured out alone from a space gate and managed to slaughter countless mages, leaving only the War God Academy mages as the last line of defense. As they were led by Mad Dog's resilience attitude, Alec's attention was abruptly diverted as he witnessed a tunnel of red and black flames igniting in the air slowly. Someone emerged from the flame portal, initially presenting only his legs before the rest of his body materialized. This figure possessed fiery red hair and sported a long black changdao fastened at his waist, and a white short blade accompanied it, suggesting a parallel story that harmonized with the changdao. The figure was cladded in red-colored spirit equipment armor set. His back displayed two flaming wingsoon blazing a bright red, while the other appeared hauntingly black. Alec felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him upon seeing this man back. He couldn't quite pinpoint its origin, but the moment the man appeared, Alec found himself feeling oddly secure, even though he hadn't been in any immediate danger before. After all, he was merely experiencing Mad Dog's memories. Yet the instant Alec caught sight of the emblem adorning the man's chest, everything clicked into place. He realized the clan to which this man belonged. "I present to you Ray Blaze, the one who created this spell," Mad Dog announced, leaving Alec rooted in the air. Finally, he understood the reason for the overwhelming sense of familiarity. As Ray gradually unsheathed his black changdao, his face coming into view, Alec couldn't help but perceive a remarkable resemblance. It almost felt as if he were beholding an elder version of himself. It was also his first glimpse at his father's face. Even Mad Dog was taken aback by the striking resemblance between Alec and Ray, however. He refrained from asking any questions when he noticed how completely engrossed Alec was in watching Ray's every move. Ray unsheathed his blade and swung it towards the dragoniac. His movements appeared deliberate and slow, yet something seemed to defy the laws of physics in that very moment. As soon as his slash concluded, a fire wheel materialized from his blade, severing the left hand of the dragoniac. Despite the excruciating pain, the dragoniac didn't cease its assault. It lunged forward, attempting an unexpected attack to pierce through Ray's heart with its tail. But to their surprise, another set of fire wheels appeared beneath Ray's feet, one black and one red. This sudden boost caused him to levitate higher and at a greater speed, swinging his blade through the skies. Ray unleashed countless black and red fire wheels towards the dragoniac, imposing a simple yet devastating barrage. Alec couldn't fathom how Ray, without any ostentatious displays, was able to inflict critical injuries upon a Tier 9 life form with such ease. However, just as the array of fire wheels was about to clash with the dragoniac, the surrounding images fragmented and dissolved. "Oops, it seems my time is up. We'll meet again," Punk Mad Dog remarked as his astral form rapidly disintegrated, and Alec found himself transported back to his room, awakening from his slumber. Assimilated with mid-tier spell Flaming Wheels. In that moment, a flood of memories detailing how to execute the spell rushed into Alec's mind. While the name might sound simple, there were numerous techniques and variations to manifest the Flaming Wheels, making it a uniquely intricate spell. From his gain memory collection, Alec realized that the spell was originally created by his father, Ray Blaze, and since his time, no one had been able to execute the Flaming Wheels quite like he did due to the absence of hell flames. Alec discovered that the variant of black flames he possessed was actually called hell flames, and it appeared that he had inherited them, and it wasn't merely a gift granted by the system, it was an inherent power stemming from his lineage. He had thought only the Devourer bloodline didn't come from the system, but he realized now that none of his element did. The system was just the connect point for him to awaken them. And with the assistance of both flames, Alec knew he wouldn't encounter any difficulties in executing the spell. However, when he attempted to select another spell to synchronize with, he discovered a 1-hour cool-down timer restricting him. Realizing this, he decided to divert his attention elsewhere. As he removed some things from his space ring, before him lay the Tier 5 cultivation pills refined from the body of the chronomancer, as well as 3 random spell cards and 3 memory balls. These were the spoils he had acquired from the defeat of the chronomancer. Alec had contemplated distributing the pills to his team, but was wary because most of them had relatively low cultivation and might not be able to harness the pill's power yet. But after observing the progress made by those who had taken the initial set of pills, he was confident that Lucas could handle the Tier 5 pills now without any issues. However, he harbored reservations about Pale, Beatrice, and Indric, so for now, Alec decided to distribute only 1 Tier 5 cultivation pill to each of them. Having witnessed the complete defeat of the Crimson Rose Academy, Alec was determined to prevent a similar fate for his team. He wanted them to leave their mark and inflict significant damage on any adversaries they encountered. To achieve this, he intended to distribute the random spell cards from the Chronomancer. Knowing that the Chronomancer was a certified Tier 5 mage with a supreme element, Alec believed that no matter which type of random spell was released, it would be effective in their hands. His attention then shifted to the memory balls. Alec had been uncertain about what to expect from them, so he had kept his distance until now. However, as he gazed at the large, brightly colored ball, he couldn't resist raising it in his hand and giving it a light squeeze. Suddenly, the ball broke with a resounding bang. Alec could only watch as a gray smoke rushed into his nose, ears, and eyes, infiltrating his body. Just like that, he closed his eyes and felt as though he was immersed in a lengthy movie, witnessing the Chronomancer's performances of Muay Thai martial arts. After 10 minutes immersed in the memories, Alec finally woke up. Opening his eyes, he promptly stood up and attempted a series of kicks, noticing that his stance and leg movements perfectly mirrored those of the Chronomancer in the Muay Thai martial arts memory. It felt as though he had seamlessly integrated all the Chronomancer's experience and knowledge of Muay Thai into his own body. Alec could sense a deep familiarity with every move, fueling his confident execution of the kicks. His legs moved with incredible speed, blurring with each strike. A smile spread across Alec's face as he realized the immense usefulness of the memory orbs. Eager for further knowledge, he quickly touched the second orb, hoping to gain an equally valuable technique. However, disappointment washed over him as 10 minutes passed, and he realized he had only witnessed the flow of the Chronomancer's chronoblast technique. Without control over the time element, Alec considered this knowledge to be somewhat useless for him. How the hell is this useful? Alec muttered in frustration, but he still attempted to follow the flow of the attack, utilizing his earth and flame elements while seeking the same flow as the Chronomancer. Despite his half-hearted efforts, Alec's eyes widened in realization that he had made a grave mistake by attempting such a move within his room. With a deafening bang, a scorching flaming bullet shot forth from his outstretched fingers, effortlessly piercing through the walls and traveling into the adjacent room. The loud sound quickly caught the attention of Selene and the rest of the team, prompting Selene to spread her mental energy and investigate the source of the massive destruction. The bullet had already pierced through 5 rooms, and it was now on the verge of bursting into Lucas's room. However, just as panic started to grip Lucas, a black crow flew into his room and immediately spat out a swirling black portal. Selene materialized through the portal, without uttering a word as she swiftly cast a massive, reinforced water barrier around the room. Lucas could only watch in astonishment as Selene intruded upon his space. It was not until the wall on the left collapsed and the flaming bullet threatened to breach the defense that Lucas comprehended the purpose of Selene's sudden appearance and the cause of his panic. Bang! The water barrier trembled violently but held its ground, withstanding the impact of the flaming bullet until it lost its power and dissipated. Selene finally released the water barrier, both she and Lucas turning their attention towards the broken walls and 6 rooms away. There they spotted Alec waving nervously with his left hand and a sheepish smile on his face, his right hand still emitting smoke. "Hi, I can pay for the damages," Alec uttered awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. Selene raised her eyebrows in confusion, struggling to comprehend what had just happened, as she believed he had gone to bed previously. No soothsayer was needed to identify the culprit behind the attack on the walls. He stood right before them. "I thought I made it clear that there's a training room in the basement, and if you wanted to test your spells, you should have gone straight there," Selene scolded as she materialized before Alec, delivering a firm knock to his head. Selene hissed in frustration as she surveyed the damage once more. Alec, on the other hand, was still reeling from the encounter. Selene had appeared before him with such speed it was almost like instant teleportation. Even as he noticed her hand moving toward his head, he was unable to dodge or block it. He could only watch as she knocked some sense into him. Despite the chastisement, Alec had reasons to be pleased. Ding! Mid-tier spell Bullet Blast has been integrated into your spells. LVL2 branch has finished refining. Pay 400,000 system points to harvest all YN. The first source of his satisfaction was his successful comprehension of the chronoblast flow, which allowed him to create a new spell using that mechanism. Since many elements often follow similar patterns, it wasn't surprising that such a transformation could occur when executed with a different elemental substitute. Alec hadn't anticipated such an outcome, but the addition of another mid-tier spell to his arsenal was a welcome relief, as it allowed him to be more unpredictable in combat, providing an unfamiliar card to play. And then there was the matter of the level 2 tree branch finishing its refining, a recent discovery by Alec. Unlike the level 1 tree branches, which he couldn't connect with when he was outside the amulet world, He could sense and command the level 2 branch of the primordial tree even when absent from the amulet world. The best part was that he could also harvest the rewards after the refining process was complete. Even while he was not inside the amulet world, the level 2 tree branch would just send its harvest directly into his space ring. This was how he acquired the first batch of 10 Tier 4 pills that he had distribute among his teammates, providing a power boost to each of them. Alec understood that he couldn't simply present Tier 5 cultivation pills to absorb to his team, as those who were previously in the Tier 3 Mage realm might have overwhelmed their bodies by taking in more energy than they could handle. It was akin to forcing a tremendous amount of water into a small glass, ultimately leading to the glass breaking under the water pressure. However, now that they had all advanced to the mid-rank stages, Alec believed it was only a matter of time before they could handle the Tier 5 cultivation pills. But for the time being, he planned to allocate most of the pills to Luca's blade. Alec saw potential in Luca's, as he seemed to have the highest chance of entering the Tier 5 Mage realm before the others. Additionally, Luca's had already reached the peak of the Tier 4 Mage realm, meaning his body could accommodate the energy of the Tier 5 cultivation pill, and even if there was any excess energy, it wouldn't cause his body to explode. To avoid spending a significant amount of system points on harvesting all 20 leaves from the level 2 branch, Alec used his mind to instruct the system, as he paid for just one of the leaves 20,000 system points, which had absorbed a Tier 4 Shadow Wolf Corpse. This allowed him to obtain another batch of 10 Tier 4 cultivation pills to share with his team and other things. In this way, they would be able to continue cultivating after absorbing the residual energy from the previous pills they had collected. Cause, unlike Alec, who had the system to digest the pills quicker and transform them into experience points for him, they had to absorb the pure mana energy contained within the pills slowly. "Hey Lucas, I have something for you." Alec called out when he noticed Lucas still in the midst of his cultivation. Opening the small pill bottle where he stored the Tier 5 cultivation pill, a rush of powerful energy filled the air, causing even Selene, who had been about to leave, to stand frozen in place as she turned her head slowly to witness Alec tossing 2 Tier 5 cultivation pills to Lucas as if he was sharing candies. At this moment, Selene could no longer maintain her composure. "How were you able to get those pills?" "'Cause I know for a fact that you are no alchemist," Selene inquired, her curiosity getting the better of her. Alec swiftly and politely replied, "How can you be so sure I'm not an alchemist? Besides, I had these pills already. I was just waiting for the right time and person to give them to." Still, Selene continued to stare at him intently. "Whatever, just make sure that the next time you want to try a spell, you do it at the training room in the basement. Otherwise, I'll let you drown for 5 straight minutes, and don't worry about the walls, someone will come to fix them," Selene firmly instructed. Cheekily, Selene added, "By the way, can you give me Tier 6 pills? It seems like you're now a rooster shooting pills left and right." She tried to appeal with puppy dog eyes, but Alec's body trembled with fear at the mention of Tier 6 pills. In the second level of the Beast Forest, Alec still couldn't kill a Tier 5 demonic beast. At best, he could only engage in brief skirmishes with them before making a swift escape. If he were unfortunate enough to encounter one with a pack, like the Shadow Wolf Alpha, he would face death head-on without any hope of escape. That's why he couldn't help but tremble when Selene mentioned the pills, as he would have to go for the top dogs of the second level if he ever wants to get that pill, which was clearly impossible. Alec slowly shook his head, and Selene grumbled, disappointed by the missed opportunity to obtain pills. "Well, there goes my chance to get pills. Well, if it were that easy to acquire, I should have already become a high-rank mage," Selene remarked as she left, and Alec let out a sigh of relief. He was relieved that Selene hadn't pushed further to know where he had obtained the pills from, because he won't share information about the system, which would lead to numerous problems between them, and Alec wanted to avoid any troubles with Selene, as she had already helped him significantly and believed in him. "Is he still down there?" Beatrice asked, casting a skeptical glance at Agnes, who simply nodded in response. Beatrice couldn't help but roll her eyes at the unreliable individuals that were her superior, as she found herself alone in dealing with the team. Morning had arrived, and the issues from the previous night appeared to have settled down. However, Selene also ventured out before they could inquire further what had happened. She had entrusted the affairs of the team to the captain and vice-captain, emphasizing the team as their responsibility before vanishing. But Alec hadn't emerged from the training room and was not even aware of her disappearance. According to Selene, Alec had provided Lucas with a Tier 5 cultivation pill to expedite his breakthrough from the Tier 4 to the Tier 5 realm. This gesture aimed to salvage the reputation of the War God Academy as the only academy without a single Tier 5 mage, and had managed to secure a spot in the top 8 selection, which looks suspicious. I've never been great at coordinating things. I'm much better at controlling people during a fight, Beatrice admitted, her frustration evident. Well, what do we do now? We don't have a match today, and we have to wait for the other academies to compete for the next 4 days before we learn who our next opponent will be, Pale pondered. The entire team fell into a state of deep contemplation, unsure of their next move without the ones who were primarily the decision-makers Alex Cellini present. The inn staff behaved as if they were invincible, barely acknowledging the ongoing conversation. Alec did mention that something like this might happen. Fortunately, he had left us a message outlining what we should do. A voice interrupted, causing everyone to become alert. Even Knight manifested his dual daggers before they even realized that the one who appeared was Lucas when they turned towards his location. It was quite amusing because they could see him, yet they couldn't feel any of his mana at all or read his presence. Lucas had reached a level where he could effectively conceal his energy and presence, allowing him to creep up on them undetected. Although every living being possessed energy, Lucas had awakened an ability to hide his presence so well that they might never know he was there if they didn't see him with their own eyes. This was one of the enlightenments he had gained during his second awakening. How strong are you now? Pale asked, walking closer to Lucas with an emotionless expression. Well, I've just entered the Tier 5 Mage realm, so you could say I'm a low-tiered Tier 5 Mage at the moment, though I still have one pill left, but I'm not planning to consume it yet. Alec gave me advice on how to absorb the residual energy left in my body faster. Lucas began to explain, but Pale interrupted him. That's not what I'm asking. I want to know how strong you truly are. I could easily sense and pry into you yesterday when you were still a peak Tier 4 Mage, but now I can't. That means you must have surely broken through to the next realm, Pale clarified. That means his abilities could still remain hidden, Pale explained, his determination evident in his voice. And there would be fewer people who could come up with strategies to restrain him. So I'm asking again, just how strong are you really? Cellini's voice held a mix of curiosity and excitement. Well, if I have to answer that, I would say I have the combat power of an ordinary high Tier 5 Mage. Lucas responded with a cheeky smile, rubbing the back of his head nervously. Damn, we finally have someone else who can share the load with Alec, Indrik exclaimed, clearly relieved. How can you tell? You just broke through. There's no way you could accurately gauge your battle powers yet. Pale interjected, skeptical of Lucas's assessment. Well, that's because I fought with Alec and lost. He was the one who told me not to feel too bad because my power level actually reached that of an ordinary high Tier 5 Mage, and for someone who is just breaking through, he said it was a significant leap and that I should be happy. Lucas's innocent confession caught everyone's attention. Well, that's no surprise. Alec's sword and blade techniques are out of this world. It's as if he was born with those weapons in his hands. Pale couldn't help but agree. Actually, he didn't defeat me with any weapons. He was fighting barehanded and mostly like that chronomancer fast. With every attack carrying extra damage, it was overwhelming, and before I knew it, the accumulated damage was too much for me to keep up with. Lucas added nonchalantly. The room fell silent as the realization sunk in. Alec was leaving them in the dust, seemingly growing stronger with each passing second. So what does Alec want us to do? Finally, Indrik voiced the question they had all been waiting to ask. Meanwhile, Lucas looked over at the 4 silent members of the Gordon's clan, who had remained remarkably quiet throughout the discussion. Lucas was totally unfazed by their behavior, but the Gordon's clansmen, hearing of Alec's uncanny ability to integrate the battle skills of his opponents, only served to highlight to them how they were falling behind. We can't give up. Alec wouldn't if he were in our shoes. We promised we'd always have his back after this competition. We'll return back to the peak or the abyss to stir up more trouble. We must ensure that even if we can't stand by his side, we become strong enough not to be a burden to him, Agnes declared, with Knight, Arthur, and Brandon nodding in agreement. If you're done sulking, let's review the daily missions we need to tackle, Lucas interjected. Agnes, Beatrice, and Indrik, you're off to the stadium. Buy tickets. Watch all the matches for the day. Your mission is to gather intel on the teams participating today. Note their element affinities and any standout competitors, he instructed, tossing them a pouch filled with magic crystals, from part of Alec's winnings due to his gambling. Lucas shook his head with a smile and began leading them to the training room in the basement. Alec, meanwhile, remained deep within the second level of the Beast Forest. The previous night's events had delayed his sleep, yet he still found himself transported to the amulet world. Before him stood another alpha shadow wolf. But this time, however, Alec harbored no doubts about his chances of victory, since this alpha wolf's pack was smaller than the one he had previously encountered, and both he and his golems had grown significantly stronger since then. So he was prepared to risk everything in this encounter if he didn't. He felt he wouldn't be able to achieve the substantial progress needed to maintain his role as the pillar of his team in the inter-academy competition. Bring it on, Alec declared with a grin, summoning the blood Changdao and the bone katana. He gripped the blood Chandao firmly with both hands while the bone katana hung securely at his waist. The wolf tattoo emblazoned on his chest seemed to mirror his readiness, as it showed a snarling expression. The rest of the team made their way into the underground training room, their eyes widening in shock at the spaciousness and advanced design. When they had heard about a training room in the basement of the inn, they had pictured a rundown and makeshift space. However, the reality was far from their initial expectations. It became evident that the training room and the inn occupied two entirely different dimensions, highlighting the stark contrast. As they surveyed the large space, they finally locked eyes with Butcher and Legion, who stood guard in front of Alec at one edge of the training room. However, looking down towards Alec, they realized that he was actually fast asleep. A wave of nervous tension hung in the air, uncertain of how to address the situation. It seemed comical to them that Alec had taken a break to sleep amidst making training plans for the team. Lost in their own thoughts, they were suddenly interrupted by Lucas's voice. "When will you all get ready to come at me? We don't have all day, let's get started." Lucas spoke confidently, adopting the posture of a master with one hand behind him and a wooden stick in his right hand. His gaze fell upon the remaining 6 members of the team. "Don't tell me you actually took my words seriously. I was just kidding. We can all take turns fighting you. That way, we will easily understand our flaws and improve." Pale was the first to speak, expressing his concern as he felt that Lucas was trying to prove himself after his previous challenge to defeat him with the rest of the team. "Well, I wasn't playing around, and you all better start coming at me with your strongest moves, as this is the only way you'll understand and learn how to defend against Tier 5 mage attacks at the next battle. It will prepare you for any encounters you may face." Lucas responded, his tone serious, while Sophie, Pale, and Katie exchanged worried glances, unsure about launching their attacks at once. Meanwhile, the members of the Gordon's clan present already assumed their combat stances, ready for action. "Tell me, Alec was the one who asked you to do this, right?" Arthur asked the question on his mind. "Yeah." Lucas confirmed with a nod, while Arthur sighed with a hint of exasperation. "That guy never changes, always pushing us to our limits. I was expecting him to summon his golems to fight us again, but it seems he has other plans this time for us." Brandon mentioned as he swiftly dashed forward, swinging both hands with remarkable speed. Arthur and Knight followed closely beside him, their movements in perfect sync, as if they could read each other's minds. Lucas, however, did not make any moves to disrupt their synergy. Instead, a serious expression etched upon his face as he slowly raised his sword to face Brandon, as a sharp and brilliant sword chi materialized and shot towards him. In response, Brandon slapped his 2 hands together, causing sand to rise from the ground, forming a sand barrier to lose in on both the left and right sides, instantly imprisoning the large sword chi. Simultaneously, Knight disappeared into the shadow of the colossal sand wave. Undeterred, Arthur continued his long strides towards Lucas, leaving Brandon to deal with the emergence of the sword chi. As beads of sweat dripped down Brandon's forehead as his clenched palms began to shake, struggling to maintain the sand imprisonment over the chi sword. However, he eventually lost his grip, resulting in a loud bang as Lucas had pushed his index finger forward, exerting more strength on the chi blade. The chi sword shattered the sand pillar, sending sand scattering in all directions as it continued its trajectory towards Brandon. It was evident that Lucas perceived him to be the most troublesome opponent among them, and he aimed to neutralize him directly. Using his left-hand index finger to control the chi sword and giving chase to Brandon, made Brandon jump onto a patch of sand on the ground. In an instant, the sand reshaped itself beneath his feet, transforming into a sandboard as he bent his waist, spread his arms, and accelerated at an even faster speed away from the sword chi. Meanwhile, Arthur, who had closed the distance between himself and Lucas, launched his right fist coated in the stone fist spell. Seeing the spell, Lucas felt a sense of relief it was not an explosive attack as he moved his wooden stick to defend against Arthur's attack. Bang! But upon impact, Lucas was forced to move back 3 steps, feeling the transparent energy burning on Arthur's hand. "Chi manipulation, cool," Lucas muttered. As Arthur dashed in again to fill the gap between them, Lucas swung his wooden stick burning with chi, striking him precisely on the middle of his head and rendering him unconscious. Simultaneously, Knight appeared behind Lucas, aiming for his neck without even turning. Lucas swung his wooden stick, repelling the dagger strike with half his power. Using the shockwave from Knight's powerful strike, Lucas created distance between them, but to his surprise, Arthur, who he thought had been knocked out, suddenly awakened. As he swung his right hand from left to right, emitting a large golden metal slash towards Lucas. From behind, Knight was covered in black tattoos as he swung his dual daggers, sending streaking dark slashes towards Lucas. With attacks coming from both the front and back, Lucas found himself forced to stay in place, as he could only defend against one attack, leaving himself exposed to the other. However, Lucas remained more curious about Arthur than worried about the impending attacks. In reality, Lucas had struck Arthur on the head with his full chi output, an attack meant to keep him unconscious for a prolonged period, yet after spending only about 10 seconds on the ground, Arthur stood up again, seemingly stronger and healing the cut on his head. "You all have surprised me, but this is the end," Lucas declared, swinging his wooden stick covered in bright, flashing chi from a downward to upward motion. As the 30-meter-high blade slash sliced through the golden slash, effortlessly breaking it into pieces, and it continued its path towards Arthur. The two black slashes from behind, which had finally reached Lucas while he was attacking Arthur, failed to cause any damage, though they were mere inches away, but they quivered violently in the air, seemingly unable to harm him. Bang! Arthur, having infused his hands with mana and transformed them into gold, attempted to halt the massive slash. He managed to withstand its force for around 40 seconds before being sent flying towards the wall of the training room, sliding down and falling unconscious once again. "It's our turn," Pale proclaimed, throwing a small shard of black ice towards Lucas at a slow speed. In Lucas's eyes, such an attack appeared inconsequential as he swiped his left hand to dismiss the ice shard. He believed it to be a new power awakened by Pale, but he doubted Pale had full control over it, given that he could only generate a single shard. Little did Lucas know that Pale was secretly smirking, anticipating the outcome as he realized that Lucas would attempt to touch the black ice with his hand. Unaware of the danger lurking behind the ice, Lucas made contact, intending to swipe it. However, a problem arose as the black ice absorbed his released mana upon contact, swiftly growing in size and enveloping his entire hand. The black ice moved from there to even covering half of his face, which added to the weight pressing down on his left side, causing him to restrict his use of mana. However, it was already too late. He could feel the immense burden, as though he were bearing the weight of an entire mountain solely on his left hand. With a resounding crash, Lucas's left hand struck the ground, still encased in the heavy black ice. The weight forced him into an awkward bent position, as if he were contending with a powerful gravitational force, but only on one side. But despite this predicament, he maintained a faint smile as he observed Pale, Kate, and Sophia closing in on him. Even from the corner of his eyes, he caught glimpses of Brandon skillfully executing numerous hand signs. Lucas assumed that Knight had already taken advantage of his vulnerable state, to positioning himself strategically behind him. Indrik, Agnes, and Beatrice settled into their assigned seats among the seat reserved for teams participating in the competition. However, their surprise was palpable when they laid eyes on their coordinator, Selene, seated in the VIP section with Selena beside her. "What do you think she's planning by coming here without informing us? It's unbelievable that she made us believe she was simply going out," Agnes questioned, squinting as she stared at Selene and her sister, but Beatrice was not even bothered to think with her head, and Indrik seems not to care. "So tell me, did you actually come here to watch real geniuses fight?" Selena turned to Selene, her sister, and asked, in which Selene responded with a smile. "I came to see if the younger generations of the Battle Mage Academy are as impressive as rumors say. I just hope they don't disappoint me because I've already bet on them to win," Selene stated confidently, as Selena scoffed, shaking her head. "You still haven't let go of your bad behavior," she retorted before sharing her own thoughts. "Well, no need to worry. If the Royal Academy isn't foolish, they should give up once the match starts, as I highly doubt they would want to risk injuring their star team right at the beginning of the competition," Selena analyzed, gaining a nod of agreement from Selene. "I was hoping to get a glimpse of the seeded teams in action, but it seems I will be disappointed," Selene commented, boredom creeping into her expression as she stared into the distance. It was clear to her that since two of the previous Great 8 academies were pitted against each other in the opening stages, one of them would have to step back and go through the arduous journey of winning the loser bracket to strive for a spot in the top 8 once more. Despite her disappointment, Selene truly wished the teams would take the match seriously and fight with all their might, as it would allow her to assess their skills and combat prowess, enabling her to develop countermeasures against the strategies the War God Academy team might employ when they faced them. However, with how things were unfolding, she began to consider that maybe she would have to leave everything to Alec after all. Now for the first match of the day, we have two formidable teams that made it into the top 8 last year. Today, they will face off in the first round. Let's give a round of applause for Battle Mage Academy versus the Royal Mage Academy. The referee with fiery red hair introduced the participating academies. As a resounding shockwave swept through the crowd as they erupted with cheers, passionately calling out the names of the teams they were rooting for. However, it was clear that the Royal Mage Academy had a larger fan base, enjoying the advantage of being on home ground. The loyal locals were biased towards their academy, considering them the best. Nevertheless, the mages from the Battle Mage Academy seemed unfazed by this, as they strode confidently through the walk hall into the battle ring of the Colosseum. Led by their captain, Vincent Whitefang, one of the top-ranked young talents among the academies, they marched forward, each carrying a weapon. Vincent, with his imposing figure, dragged a colossal great sword behind him. But before the referee could proceed to introduce the members of both teams, the captain of the Royal Mage Academy stepped out from the left side, holding a white flag. As the crowd caught sight of him, a sudden hush fell over the arena. "We forfeit this match," announced the captain of the Royal Mage Academy as he struck the flag on the ground. He possessed long, blonde hair and was dressed in noble attire, emanating an air of elegance. Unfazed by the captain's declaration, the referee simply swiped his hand towards the right corner, and the winner of Match 3 is the Battle Mage Academy by default. With that announcement, the entire crowd erupted in boos and disappointment. They had anticipated an intense battle, only to learn that no such duel would take place. Their behavior was due to the amount of magic crystal they have paid to witness the match. Vincent locked eyes with the captain of the Royal Mage Academy, sneering in contempt as he then turned and walked away, his team following behind him, but the captain remained unfazed, showing no signs of offense caused by Vincent's gaze. In fact, he firmly believed that if a fight were to occur, he would emerge victorious. However, he was always bound to follow the orders of his coordinator. And at the moment, his coordinator mentioned that the entire Royal Mage team would have no chance of winning against the Battle Mage in a team battle. Their only hope for now was to wait for the second round, which would change the game system and potentially give them an advantage. With that, the referee swiftly began introducing the second match of the day and the participating academy. Alec was sent hurtling through the air, but he quickly extended his hand, as a long, red tentacle wrapped around his hand, enabling him to swing back onto a nearby tree. Taking advantage of this, he executed a swift counterattack by smashing his knees into the face of the alpha shadow wolf that was lunging towards him mid-air. Rolling off the ground, Alec extended his hand once again, causing the red tentacles to wrap around his blood Changdao that lay on the ground. As he tugged the tentacle, it quickly retracted the weapon back into his hand, while attaching itself to his back like a cloak. Now, Alec and the alpha shadow wolf circled each other cautiously. The rest of Alec's golems faced off against the wolf pack, leaving Alec alone to deal with the alpha. Considering the fact that Alec was not evenly matched with the alpha, it proved to be quite the challenge to outsmart the powerful creature solely with his wits. Without wasting any time, the alpha lunged at Alec. In an instant, Alec made a move, only to witness the shadow beneath the ground enveloping the alpha figure. FCK, Alec cursed, his left hand gripping his bone katana in a reverse grip as he attempted to deflect the attack from behind. However, instead of striking flesh and bone, Alec felt his weapon cut through nothing but a flimsy shadow. It was then that Alec realized he had been deceived. The alpha had not entered the shadows to sneak up on him from behind. Instead, it had manipulated its shadow element, hoping Alec would take the bait and react accordingly. Unfortunately, Alec fell right into the trap. And now Alec was about to face the consequences of his actions, as the alpha's claws struck him with a powerful blow, sending him crashing through 3 towering trees. Alec swiftly picked himself up, rolling to the side in a bid to evade further attacks. Bang. The spot he had just vacated was obliterated by a dark bomb unleashed from the alpha wolf's mouth. While this alpha shadow wolf may not possess the same cunning as the one Alec had faced before, there was no denying its enhanced execution ability. Unlike its predecessor, this alpha utilized its skills with greater finesse. The blood-killing intent cloak dissolved as they wrapped around Alec's wounds, initiating a slow healing process. This was the power of the blood-killing intent linked with his Changdao. With each life form drained, the sword absorbed about 70 of their essence for self-repair, while the remaining 30 powered up the weapon. This was one of the features that unlocked when Alec upgraded the weapon to a mid-tier level. Additionally, since the blood-killing intent was linked to the blade, Alec could tap into the residual blood saved up in the sword. By utilizing the intent as a medium, he could unleash a lesser regenerative skill. All of this became possible through Alec's perseverance in exploring unfamiliar skills he didn't use within the amulet world. The more he familiarized himself with these abilities and skills, the better he became at executing them. And due to this skill's leveling up, Alec transformed into a more lethal combat mage. With determination in his eyes, Alec declared, "It's time to see what my bloodline can do." He had resolved to test a new skill he had recently learned through his connection with his bloodline, as it seems nothing else would be able to make him defeat the alpha shadow wolf. Low bloodline skill merge. Bloodline skills differed significantly from skill tomes or spell tomes. Spells could be obtained with enough wealth or connections, as long as one had the means or the right contacts. However, certain spells held intrinsic value that couldn't be measured monetarily and could only be exchanged for something in equal value, or it is gifted. In contrast, bloodline skills were inherited. Each bloodline mage awakened a range of spells related to their lineage, the extent of which depended on the purity of their bloodline. They didn't need to undergo the conventional process of learning these spells instead. The spells were etched directly into the bones or brains of the bloodline carriers. This is precisely what had occurred with Alec. Through the devouring of numerous Shadow Wolf souls, the Shadow Wolf tattoo had ascended to the Tier 4 realm. As a result, Alec finally obtained his first Devourer bloodline spell, permanently etched into his bones. Its placement made it effortless for him to cast the spell as if it had always been an innate part of him. Low bloodline skill merge. Feeling something crack within him, Alec experienced an overwhelming urge to release a resounding howl, as sharp pain radiated throughout his body. His eyes were the first to change, with his iris morphing into a bright, luminous yellow. His pupils dilated, adapting to darkness while emanating a feral glow from within. Subsequently, his skin began to ripple and contort, sprouting coarse, dark fur across his body. Transformation was excruciating. As Alec's form expanded, his body sprouted thick black fur designed to meld with the shadows of the night and provide insulation. Ah, Alec cried out as the bones in his face began to elongate and reshape, his jaw jutting forward into a formidable muzzle. His nose widened and flattened, turning a deep black and becoming moist, his sense of smell intensifying dramatically. His teeth grew into elongated canines, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh. His ears crept upward, sharpening to points and enveloped in the same dark fur. They twitched and rotated independently, sensitive to the faintest sounds from the distant combat between his golems and the Alpha Shadow Wolf pack. Alec's fingers stretched and twisted, his nails thickening and curving into lethal glowing, dark claws. His hands morphed into powerful paws, yet they retained a hint of human dexterity, enabling him to grasp and manipulate objects. His body surged in size, muscles swelling and stretching to fit his new, formidable beastly form. His feet lengthened, arches rising as his toes shifted into a digitigrade stance, priming him for a swift, animalistic stride, a long, prehensile tail unfurled, cloaked in the same dark fur. Overcoming the agony to remain conscious and resist surrendering to the Shadow Wolf spirit clamoring for release within him, Alec couldn't contain a primal howl that pierced the sky. It felt as though all the suppressed emotions he had been harboring were liberated in that singular, soulful cry. In that moment, he could hear the echo of the Shadow Wolf spirit's own howl within him. His transformation culminated in the emergence of a towering, dark-furred werewolf, a nightmarish entity with eyes that glowed ominously, razor-sharp claws, and a maw bristling with lethal teeth. Alec could feel his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree as the primal instincts of his Shadow Wolf spirit merged with him. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the Alpha Shadow Wolf charging toward him, its jaws wide open, ready to strike at a momentarily distracted Alec. If it was the previous exchanges, Alec would have attempted to evade the full force of the Alpha Shadow Wolf's attack, lacking confidence in his ability to withstand it. But now, he felt an inner instinct urging him to believe that he was a match for the Alpha. Trusting his primal instincts, Alec positioned his hand and firmly grasped both jaws of the Alpha Shadow Wolf. Bang. The collision between Alec and the Alpha Wolf sparked a flurry of power, enveloping them in crackling black lightning. As the Alpha Wolf pushed forward, Alec's leg faltered under the force. Ah! Alec tapped into the excess chi he felt surging through him. As his hand became coated in an invisible energy, sensing his growing strength, he released his grip on the Alpha's jaw with remarkable velocity. The sudden release of his grip caught the Alpha Wolf off guard, allowing Alec to swiftly transition into an arm lock he had prepared. Gripping his hand tightly around the Alpha's neck, Alec exerted even greater strength, causing his legs to drive into the ground. With a mighty heave, Alec threw the Alpha Wolf away, unleashing another wave of destruction upon the forest. Raising his right hand, Alec visualized flaming slashes like he was wielding the Changdao, which made his claws ignited into a vibrant red hue from the black it previously was. And with a forceful swing from the upper right to the lower left, he unleashed 4 scorching slashes streaking towards the still unbalanced Alpha Wolf. Anticipating the attack, the Alpha Wolf darted to the side, but Alec had already predicted its move. Moving faster than ever before, he appeared right in front of the startled Alpha Shadow Wolf. With a resounding bang, Alec executed a powerful kick that sent the Alpha Wolf soaring through the air, and in a blur of motion, Alec vanished from sight, only to reappear above the airborne Alpha Wolf. The wolf struggled to keep up with Alec's new speed, unable to defend itself against the next devastating blow that drove it forcefully back into the ground. Boom. The Alpha's descent was even swifter than its ascent as it crashed heavily onto the unforgiving terrain. Unyielding, Alec refused to relent as he landed on the fallen Alpha, but the Alpha dissipated into shadows upon impact. "I can see you now," Alec proclaimed, his eyes locked onto the shuffling shadow that sought to escape within the depths of the ground. With a swift dive, Alec plunged into the earth, but rather than breaking the solid earth, it seemed as if the ground transformed into a pool of shadows, concealing his entry as a lone streak of darkness followed closely behind the shadowy link of the alpha wolf. The two dark links, Alec and the alpha wolf, pursued each other relentlessly throughout the subterranean realm. Even those without a connection to the shadow element could now witness the spectacle of two shadowy figures darting and weaving beneath the earth. Their chase continued until they finally collided and met. In the next second after they met, Alec, in his immense and imposing werewolf form, emerged dragging the alpha shadow wolf out of the ground. The area surrounding them was enveloped in a pool of shadow. With swift, decisive movements, Alec plunged his flaming claws deep into the alpha shadow wolf's body, extracting its heart. The alpha shadow wolf's eyes flickered until they finally dimmed and closed for the last time. Overwhelmed by an instinct he couldn't comprehend, Alec dragged the wolf's heart to his mouth and devoured it with a savage intensity. Once he finished, he plunged his claws back into the carcass of the alpha wolf, this time aiming to extract its soul. The alpha, which had displayed no fear in the face of death, now exuded terror within its soul form. It writhed desperately, seeking escape, but within the unyielding grasp of werewolf Alec, its efforts were in vain. If consuming you elevates my wolf spirit to Tier 5, then Tier 5 demonic beasts won't pose much of a challenge again, Alec proclaimed in his deep, guttural werewolf voice, as he thought of how his new gains would be if he hunted Tier 5 demonic beast in the second level. He lifted the soul towards his feral jaws and swallowed the alpha shadow wolf's soul essence whole. Ding. Shadow Wolf's ongoing evolution from an omega to an alpha. Merge cancelled as Shadow Wolf enters a deep sleep. Alec watched in awe as the alpha Shadow Wolf's body was consumed by the earth, while his werewolf transformation reverted back in an instant. When he reverted back to his human form, the wolf tattoo on its skin appeared to be enveloped in a slumber, encircled by a soft glow. Alec could scarcely believe he had finally eliminated an alpha Shadow Wolf, whose power was on par with a low Tier 6 mage. In that moment, he truly understood why the system spirit had claimed the Devourer bloodline was unlike any other power he had encountered, as he had managed to harness the shadow element without even an affinity for it, and utilize the skills his wolf spirit had developed. Alec was eager to discover which new abilities would emerge once the shadow wolf spirit evolution was complete. However, the greatest boon of the day was the prospect of acquiring another batch of Tier 5 cultivation pills, as these could be instrumental in reinforcing his team with another set of cultivation resources, and Beatrice was the candidate he had in mind to give them to. But first, though, he felt he needed to persuade her to stop nurturing her puppets and start focusing on her own advancement. Glancing at his golems, Alec noted their incremental progress. Titan, in particular, seemed on the verge of entering the Tier 5 golem realm, causing a smirk cross Alec's face, knowing that Titan's upgrade would significantly ease his burden. Facing increasingly formidable foes, Alec needed all the assistance he could muster, but with his team still a distance away from becoming the powerhouse he envisioned, he hoped his golems could bridge the gap until they reached the Tier 5 mage realm. With the Alpha Shadow Wolf defeated, the remaining wolves scattered, fleeing for their lives. As Alec made his way toward his golems, a series of heavy thuds caught his attention. He wasn't the only one to notice his golems also turned, and before them stood three colossal demonic beasts bearing a slight resemblance to dragons. They have been drawn there due to the scent of blood and battle noises. Alec swiftly activated his inspect skill to assess the creatures before him. Status: Name: Golden Drake. Tier 5 mid. Affinity: Metal, Light. Confronted with their status, Alec realized that victory against even one of these beasts at his present state was unlikely, let alone all three of them. Their dual elemental affinities and mid-Tier 5 classification suggested that their power might be on par with average mid-Tier 6 mages in the real world. He had thought the Alpha Shadow Wolf was a formidable challenge, but the presence of these three golden drakes exuding such a menacing aura made him recognize his naivety regarding the second level. Despite the fact that he had barely ventured beyond the Shadow Wolf's hunting grounds, Alec extended his hands, projecting his bloodlust towards his two weapons Changdao and the cat nallying on the ground. The weapons were swiftly enveloped in red tentacles and retracted into his grasp. Without his transformation form, Alec's only recourse was to engage in direct combat with his weapons. Aware that the odds were against him, Alec was nonetheless unwilling to retreat without a struggle. However, it seemed his concerns were premature, as the golden drakes merely observed him, but as soon as he gripped his weapons, the atmosphere shifted, and Alec sensed the accumulation of foreign elemental particles converging around the three drakes. Attack, don't let them do whatever they're planning, Alec commanded, charging towards the three golden drakes. He had yelled for the benefit of the other golems, which were closer to the drakes than he was, but they were still advancing when the drakes opened their mouths. With a thunderous roar, the golden drakes unleashed their breath attack, as a cone of golden flames erupted, unleashing a dazzling and destructive burst of light that was accompanied by the fearsome roar of the drakes. The attack obliterated Alec and his golems, leaving a trail of scorched earth and molten stone in its wake, and Alec fell into darkness once again. The entire team lay on the ground, panting and bearing various bruises and minor injuries. The only one still standing was Lucas, propping himself up with his great sword. With Pale and his set joining the match, it became quite a challenge for Pale to secure victory, and he had no choice but to summon his great sword, knowing he couldn't defeat them all without it. But despite the overwhelming fatigue from defeating them 5 times in a row, Lucas persevered, determined to uphold the image of a Tier 5 mage. As small blue ice fragments clung to his left hand, still weighing on him, and his clothes were burnt, torn, and ravaged by the diverse powers used against him during the spar. "What a hassle, you should have handled this yourself," Lucas remarked, observing Alec, as he noticed that the golems by Alec's side had been recalled, no longer standing guard. At that moment, Alec rose from his prone position, locking eyes with Lucas. "I'm completely drained. If you hadn't woken up sooner, you wouldn't have achieved the outcome you desired," Lucas said with a smile, releasing his grip on his swords and allowing his body to fall to the ground with a thud. "It seems you still managed to wear them out," Alec remarked, surveying the 6 other mages sprawled on the ground with Lucas. Meanwhile, Pale attempted to comprehend Alec's reasoning, puzzled by Alec's decision to send out Agnes to avoid her being beaten, and to have Beatrice tag along, just to ensure the fight wasn't too unfair to Lucas. However, he couldn't fathom why Alec had chosen to have Indrik accompany them. While Pale attempted to comprehend Alec's actions, Alec was preoccupied with checking the system notifications he had been neglecting. Plus 234,057 experience points. Level up, Golem, Titan leveled up. Golem, Oni leveled up. Any updates on their progress? Alec inquired, addressing Lucas, who was still sprawled on the ground, and then Lucas slowly rose, responding, "Well, they have all shown significant advancements, but it's undeniable that Pale has awakened the most troublesome ability. He has developed some sort of dark ice. And if it latches onto you, it absorbs the mana you're using at that moment to expand itself within you. Not only that, but it's also incredibly heavy. Just imagine having a couple of them weighing you down." Lucas said as Alec was finding it hard to believe that Pale had awakened such a fraudulent ability due to the effects of the ice overlay on each other. Alec asked as Lucas gave a nod in affirmation. Suddenly, Pale propped himself up, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you exposing my ability like that? Now I won't be able to catch him off guard when I challenge him." Pale said, but Lucas simply chuckled in response. "Shut up, punk," Alec snapped at Pale, who glared back at him. Punk was a term Mad Dog had often to refer to Alec when he synced with his spell, and now that he had the opportunity to use it himself, he had to admit it felt rather satisfying. "Let's not forget that I arranged the sparring match, and the reason behind it was to learn all of your abilities better and figure out how to utilize you all effectively in the next battle, as I'm not entirely confident in my ability to take on all 5 members of a great academy team," Alec said, his tone firm. "If you're uncomfortable sharing your abilities with me, then perhaps you'd be more comfortable sitting on the bench during the next match," Alec added, before turning towards Lucas, as he nodded toward Lucas, urging him to continue with his explanation. While Pale's black ice ability may have its deceptive aspects, he has only recently awakened it and hasn't yet reached a high level of proficiency. Currently, he is only able to conjure a small size of it, although he has learned to integrate it into his main ice attacks during battle, Lucas explained, shedding light on Pale's ability. Lucas's extensive knowledge about Pale left him astounded. Pale, however, couldn't help but raise his head smugly as his ability was discussed, as he believed that he was the only one to have awakened a variant ability. Lucas then shifted the focus to Katie's abilities. On the other hand, Katie seems to have awakened some sort of super strength or super agility ability. By altering her mana flow, she can switch between these abilities seamlessly, and I must say, these abilities are not at a low level by any means, but rather they are considerably advanced despite their seemingly simple augmentation. However, that is not the most interesting part. According to the list you provided, Alec, it was previously stated that Katie had a low affinity for the fire element. I believe it's time to revise that statement, as her fire affinity has shown a remarkable improvement. She was the one responsible for the burnt patches still on me. When she combines her ability with her newfound fire affinity, it transforms her into an even more dangerous combat mage, Lucas explained, delving into Katie's abilities. While Pale had been smug about his own powers being discussed, Katie was left perplexed. She rarely used the fire element in her attacks previously due to her presumed low affinity, so even when small flames ignited during her attacks, they were attributed to her combat skills by others. None of them, aside from Pale, had any inkling that she possessed a fire affinity, so it was a surprise for her to hear Lucas talking about a list that Alec had compiled, which even included her low affinity for fire element. Unbeknownst to Katie, Alec had utilized his inspect skill on each and every one of his team members to gain a comprehensive understanding of their abilities and powers. As he listened to Lucas describe their powers, Alec continued to inspect them, ensuring his understanding matched Lucas's words. Despite being able to see their powers on screen, Alec knew that this didn't guarantee knowledge of their effects or how they were executed. Status: Name Kaidi. Tier 4 low 56. Affinity fire mid. Special ability super strength high level ability. Super agility high level ability. A smirk graced Alec's face as he glanced at Katie's status, although the system hadn't completed her name, but it was evident that the missing part was due to Alec's lack of knowledge regarding her surname. He knew that the system would update it once he acquired that information, however. Alec's happiness stemmed from a different reason. He was delighted to discover that Katie's second awakening had not only elevated her flame's affinity, but also granted her 2 special abilities at a high level. While Lucas believed that these 2 abilities were connected, with one needing to be deactivated for the other to function, Alec now understood that they were separate powers and were not linked. He was certain that Katie's inability to utilize both abilities simultaneously originated from their high-level nature, and having just awakened them, she lacked the experience to fully comprehend their workings. However, Alec believed that as she became more familiar with both powers, she might eventually find a way to synergize them and unleash them together, just as she could wield her fire element alongside each of the 2 abilities due to her existing familiarity with their fire element. Alec envisioned her reaching a point where she would become nearly unstoppable. Such were his high expectations for Katie's potential. As Lucas began to explain Sophia's progress, Alec raised his hand and shook his head, interrupting. I already know everything there is to know about her. Let's move on to the next members, Alec asserted, his gaze fixed upon his trusted clansmen. Brandon seems to have awakened a variant ability of the earth element. It appears that he can break down earth and transform it into sand. His control over this ability is at a high level, but I don't think he has fully explored the depths of his powers yet, Lucas explained. Well, I never doubted him. With a peak affinity for earth element, I knew it wouldn't be long before he started shining again, Alec complimented, instantly acknowledging Brandon's achievements upon hearing Lucas's words. On the other hand, Knight hasn't awakened any new elements or special abilities, but he has strengthened his current elements. He has been causing a lot of trouble with his earth traps that are set within his shadow spells, Lucas summarized, giving a brief explanation. Alec approached Knight, nodding his head and tapping his shoulders in recognition. Lastly, Arthur. I don't even know how to explain Arthur's ability. He now has affinities for 3 elements: wind, metal, and earth. And additionally, a special ability that involves manipulating the high nutrients stored in his flesh to regenerate when he's injured, strengthen his skin, and withstand blows more easily, Lucas concluded, struggling to find the right words to describe Arthur's new ability as Alec approached Arthur, addressing him directly. You've ended up walking the tanker path, huh? I thought you wanted to be the main attacker of the group, Alec remarked, smiling at him. Who says a tanker can't be the main attacker? On the contrary, now I can take more hits, Arthur confidently replied, wearing a grin on his face. Just be prepared, because over the next 2 days I'm going to put you all through hell, as I want to make sure you never step into the arena in shame. Are you all ready to endure the intense training? Alec questioned as he walked back to the center of the training room. Yes, Captain, they all shouted in unison, with Alec taking his seat on the training ground, equipped with a paper, ready to document their power levels, affinities, and other pertinent information using his inspect skill and Luca's knowledge to determine who possessed what abilities. 3 days later. The 8 teams that have qualified for the top 8 competition are as follows: Battle Mage Academy, Bloodline Academy, Holy Grail Academy, Onyx Academy, Wizards Witches Academy, Gate Academy, Vajra Academy, and lastly our own War God Academy. The winner of the losers bracket is Royal Mage Academy. Last year, they secured the 8th position in the competition and faced considerable skepticism from other institutions. As many believed they only achieved that rank because they are situated in the capital and received direct sponsorship from the royal family clearing the path for them, announced Selene to the entire War God Academy team, who were gathered on the training grounds, listening intently. For the past 3 days, Alec had ensured that the team remained in the training room, leaving only for their meals, baths, or when the ones assigned to observe the day's matches had to go out only to come back to report back to him. Now that the first round was over, they were all assembled at the training grounds to strategize for their upcoming playoff match against the Royal Mage Academy. A victory would solidify their status among the top 8 academies. However, a loss would mean the end of their journey, as the Royal Mage Academy would take their place in the rankings to compete with the other 7 elite academies. This was the nature of the competition. One of the great 8 academies had to endure the challenge of winning the loser's bracket to dethrone the lucky 8th ranked academy and rejoin the other 7 elites. This system had consistently quashed any dark horses before they had the chance to rise, which is why many were skeptical about War God Academy retaining their spot. People were impressed that an academy like War God Academy, which once topped all other academies, had made a comeback in the inter-academy competition. However, there was no shortage of doubt that they would ultimately be bested by the Royal Mage Academy. So what do we know about the Royal Mage Academy team so far? Alec inquired, turning to Agnes, who was responsible for gathering intelligence on the strengths and affinities of the other teams. For starters, we've discovered that their captain is named Liam and is a member of the royal clan of the Northern Kingdom. Beyond that, we don't have much information on him or his abilities. However, the fact that he's from the royal clan suggests he's likely to possess the time element or ability related to time, as that is the royal clan's specialty, Agnes reported. He's also rumored to be a peak tier 5 mage. Aside from him, there's the vice captain, Albert Blaze, the latest prodigy of the Blaze clan. Though he's a high tier 5 mage, his combat skills are extraordinary. He's said to be an avid admirer of someone named Ignis, the uncrowned genius of the Blaze clan, who isn't widely discussed since he's not from the core family. We're still uncertain if Albert possesses any element other than fire, as he hasn't fought in any of the matches. Moving on, we have the Masked One and Kylian Zero, who are the 2 main participants that have fought in all the loser bracket matches, Agnes continued. The Masked One's origins are a mystery. All we know is that he wields a sword with exceptional talent. It's almost as if he becomes a different person entirely when he has a sword in hand. He has been teaming up with Kylian from the Zero clan, and I must say, their teamwork is the most impressive I've seen in the competition so far, she concluded. And the final member of their main team is Asher Blaze, who has been supporting the duo from the rear. I'm sure you're familiar with him, as you defeated him during the exchange program when the Royal Mage Academy sent some of their students to learn from us, Agnes explained, and Alec nodded, comprehending the information. So there you have it, punks. They have a total of 4 tier 5 mages, with Asher being a peak tier 4. The Masked One and Kylian are both categorized as low and mid tier 5 respectively. If we want to defeat them, we need to bring our game, Alex stated with determination. Because believe me, the small tricks we used in the first match won't work against these punks who consider themselves nobles above us, and I want to knock them off their high horse, and it's up to you guys to help me do that, he continued, rising to his feet. His gaze swept over each member of the team, observing their resolve to push through any challenges they faced. It was as if they didn't care about losing, as long as they gave their all in the match. The members joining me in the next match will be Beatrice, Lucas, Endrick, and Pale. It will be an all-out battle with our best mages. Let's show them that the War God Academy is not to be underestimated. Since it's still the flag format, leave the retrieval of their flag and defense of our flag to me. It's my responsibility to get it. You all can focus on stopping some of their team members, only for a few minutes until I retrieve their flag, Alec declared. As he continued outlining their strategy. At the Royal Mage Academy, another meeting was taking place with the team members. The group listened attentively to the reports they had gathered regarding the War God Academy, preparing themselves for the upcoming challenge. What is there to be worried about? I've told you all before that Alec Gordon's is the only one we need to look out for. The rest of their team is useless, Asher Blaze, who had previously been defeated by Alec, confidently asserted. Still, can you explain to me how someone who was allegedly in the Tier 3 realm suddenly became a high Tier 4 mage without any help from a prestigious academy? Not only that, but his combat skills are off the charts. I'm genuinely curious, the masked individual inquired, fixing his gaze on Asher. Well, if that's all, I guess the only ones we need to watch out for are the captain and the vice captain. As for the boy from the Zero clan, he's useless. The other one we should look out for is the Blades boy. But since he didn't even get the vice captain position, it shows that he might not be a big deal, Liam commented on the team, as Kylian snorted in response when Pale was mentioned. Due to the circumstances surrounding Pale's acceptance into the clan, not all the individuals held him in high regard, some even looked down on him. Hence that's why when Liam was referring to Pale as a Zero clansman, it infuriated Kylian. All right then, we shall see the War God Academy tomorrow at the Colosseum, Liam concluded, signaling their readiness to face the War God Academy.